Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1985 to Chapter 2067. The Heavenly Emperor's body broke through the giant lizard's flames and attacked it. However, the other great emperors also attacked at the same time. All kinds of terrifying attacks blasted towards the Heavenly Emperor's body. Xianxia, it was your biggest mistake not to kill me back then. Today, I will tear your body apart. Those powerful beings had been suppressed for countless years. When they saw the Heavenly Emperor's body, they were filled with violent intent. Their eyes were red with killing intent as they launched terrifying attacks. Although these beings had been suppressed for countless years and their vitality was greatly damaged, their combat strength had been greatly reduced. However, they were still great emperors and their strength was not to be underestimated. After all, the Heavenly Emperor's body was just a body. Many people joined forces and all kinds of attacks fell on the Heavenly Emperor's body, causing it to retreat continuously. However, although the Heavenly Emperor's body retreated, there was not a single wound on its stone body. Clang, the stone sword vibrated and a bright light burst out from the stone man's body. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor's body seemed to be revived. The stone sword swept across the sky and sword light burst out. Several powerful beings' faces changed drastically as they were sent flying by the sword. At this moment, the space in that area split open again as more experts stepped out and joined in the siege of the Heavenly Emperor's body. Kill our way out. Massacre the Yuan realm. Behind the vortex, there were constant roars and murderous aura that made people pale. The huge three-eyed divine being was doing its best to prop up the vortex, trying to make it bigger. A total of 10 great emperors joined in the siege of the Heavenly Emperor's body. Everyone's face turned ugly at this scene. 10 great emperors was an astonishing number. There were less than 10 great emperors in the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. Many people's faces were solemn. If the Heavenly Emperor could not resist and the foreign races rushed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Heavenly Emperor's body shone brighter and brighter. At this moment, the stone body seemed to be transforming into a body of flesh and blood. His combat strength was also more terrifying and powerful. The stone sword swept across the sky and blocked the attacks of the 10 great emperors for a moment. Rip, at this moment, the space continued to split open as Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Heng, Great Emperor He, and the great emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect appeared. Their faces were solemn as they joined in the battle to help the Heavenly Emperor's body resist the great emperors. Kill. With a helper, the pressure on the celestial Thearch's body was greatly reduced. He roared as the stone sword broke through a few attacks. He arrived in front of the giant lizard and slashed with the stone sword. At this moment, the stone sword seemed to have transformed into an indestructible divine object. It was incomparably sharp and cut off one of the lizard's tails. Roar, the giant lizard roared and frantically retreated. At the same time, the attacks of the other experts landed on the Sky Emperor's body. However, the Sky Emperor's body could not be bothered with them. It was as if he only had eyes for the giant lizard. One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body. The Sky Emperor's body trembled for a moment before he continued to attack the giant lizard. Puff, the sword light pierced through the void, piercing through the giant lizard's forehead and into the sword hilt. Xianxia, roar. The giant lizard let out a roar of despair, but in the next moment, the celestial emperor slashed with his sword, and the giant lizard's body was cut into two. Endless blood and flesh were absorbed by the two worlds, disappearing without a trace. Just like that, a great emperor was slain by the celestial emperor's physical body. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the giant lizard had been suppressed for many years and had not recovered its strength, but it was still shocking enough. Kill. The celestial emperor's physical body went berserk and attacked the others. After a few moves, he killed another powerful existence. The celestial emperor's physical body had killed 2 powerful enemies in a row. It was shocking. Every one of them was a great emperor. They were extremely powerful and terrifying, but now, they had fallen one after another. He doesn't have much energy stored in his body. There's only a wisp of imprint left. It's difficult to mobilize the heavenly energy. Let's attack him together. He won't last long. The demon spirit church leader roared. Their attacks continued to bombard the celestial emperor's physical body. The battle between Emperor Wu Xiang and the others was also very intense. All kinds of energy exploded and the great Tao was added to their bodies. It was extremely shocking. Fortunately, the space near the Lotus World was special. Lu Ming and the others seemed to be not far from the Lotus World, but they were actually very far away. Otherwise, they would definitely be implicated by the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. Even so, it was still shocking to watch. Rumble, the shockwaves from the battle between the great emperors were too great. The 9 lotus petals, which were the 9 worlds, were shaking violently as if they were about to explode under the terrifying energy. Swoosh, a jet-black light of destruction burst forth and swept across one of the worlds. The space of that world was directly torn apart. Even though Lu Ming and the rest were very far away, they could see that in that world, countless people had been annihilated by the power of destruction and turned into ashes. Infinite Sea's realm. Lu Ming looked at the Infinite Sea's realm. The Infinite Sea's realm was also shaking violently. If it was penetrated, the people inside would also be in danger. Lu Ming looked worried. The Celestial Emperor's physical body erupted and the light became even brighter. He launched a storm-like attack and seriously injured another powerful existence. However, at this time, the aura of the Celestial Emperor's physical body began to weaken. It's too late. The Celestial Emperor's physical body shook his head. Then, he threw out the stone sword. The stone sword turned into thousands of sword lights and attacked those existences. His physical body instantly split into 8 and became even larger. Every figure carried a petal as they flew toward the boundless void outside. Only the 9th world was empty, so he didn't care. Finally, the Celestial Emperor's physical body carried the 8 worlds and rushed into the endless void. Tianjiao, take care. Lu Ming whispered and breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Although the Infinite Sea's realm and other worlds might never converge with the primordial realm after entering the vast void, at least they could survive. Kill. At this time, the vortex was slowly expanding, and then a dense number of figures rushed out from it. These figures were very burly, and each of them was covered in pitch-black scales and had a third eye between their eyebrows. The Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. They are indeed the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. These figures were almost exactly the same as the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. Some of the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe rode on strange beasts, and some stepped on the air. Each of them had a strong aura, but as soon as they rushed out, they were crushed by the aura of the battle between the great emperors. Kill them and let the army in. The demon spirit hierarch shouted, and the remaining 8 great emperors madly attacked Emperor Wu Xiang and the others. Let's get out of here. Someone flew into the sky above the cave in fear. At this moment, 2 light figures flashed, and 2 figures appeared near Lu Ming and the others. Each of them emitted an astonishing fluctuation. That was the aura of a great emperor. A great emperor had rushed over. This is not a place where you can stay. Hurry up and leave, return to the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, and then leave Celestial City. Then, could it be the other 2 great emperors of the Yuanshan Academy? Ouyang Wushuang guessed. It's possible. Lu Ming and the others nodded. What should we do now? Huang Ling asked. This matter is beyond our ability. Let's listen to the great emperor and return to the Yuanshan Academy first. We'll take Xianxia and the others and leave Celestial City. I feel that Celestial City won't be peaceful anymore. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the roar below the cave became even more terrifying. The shocking fluctuations even made Celestial City tremble. Rays of light rushed out from the cave. The battle below became even more tragic. Let's go. They no longer stayed. They soared into the sky and rushed toward the Yuanshan Academy. The others did the same. They turned into rays of rainbow light and left this place. While they were flying toward the Yuanshan Academy, the vibration behind them became more and more intense. Terrifying rays of light rushed out from the cave. Kill. Behind them, they heard shouts of killing. From far away, they seemed to see burly figures riding strange beasts rushing out of the cave. Some 3-eyed divine race rushed out from inside and set foot on the land of the primordial realm. They didn't dare to stay and flew with all their strength. Heavenly Emperor Mountain was quite a distance away from the Xianxia Academy. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Xianxia Academy. At this time, the battle at the original Heavenly Emperor Mountain had already developed to an unknown state. Lu Ming and the others returned to the Xianxia Academy and returned to their residence. At this time, many people had already gathered at the residence. Lu Xianxia, Xuanxin, and the others were all there. This time, only a group of the strongest people entered the world of the lotus. Those below the Supreme Saint realm didn't enter. They all stayed in the Xianxia Academy, such as Lu Xianxia and the others. Master, what happened? Lu Xianxia asked. What happened at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could be felt here because the vibration was too strong. There's an invasion. Now's not the time to talk. Gather everyone and leave Celestial City first. Hurry! Lu Ming ordered. Some of them should still be cultivating in seclusion. Immediately, they split up to gather the other members of the Dragon Alliance. For some of them, it was impossible to contact them in their cultivation grounds. Thus, they could only rely on the teachers of the Sacred Academy to pass on their messages. Half an hour later, most of the Dragon Alliance members had arrived. With the invasion of the foreign races, I'm afraid there will be a great battle in Celestial City. We have to withdraw from Celestial City. Who wants to go to Ancient Moon Holy Land with me? We can go together. If you don't want to, you can also leave together and return to your own forces. Lu Ming said. I'd better return to the sect. Me too. Let's return to the clan first. Many people said. Lu Ming nodded. These geniuses all had their own factions. They were members of the Dragon Alliance in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, but after leaving the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they naturally had to return to their respective sections. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't force it. In the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, they belonged to the Dragon Alliance. In the future, they might be of use. Then let's go. Lu Ming said. Immediately, they flew out of the Yuanshan Sacred Courtyard. Kill. Kill them all. As soon as they arrived outside the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they heard a tide of battle cries. A group of three-eyed divine race riding strange beasts were fighting with a group of human martial artists. The battle was extremely tragic. Then, they glanced into the distance and found that all sides of Celestial City were engaged in a great battle. Rumble, in the depths of Celestial City, in the direction of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the void trembled. Another group of three-eyed divine race riding strange beasts rushed over. The strange beasts stepped on the air, causing the sky to tremble violently. The three-eyed divine race had already charged out. The leader was a three-eyed member of the divine race. He was riding a huge and ferocious beast. He was wearing heavy armor and wielded a battle axe. His 3 eyes were as sharp as sword gleams. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming and the group and shouted, "Charge, kill them." Rumble, this group of three-eyed divine race rode a giant beast and charged toward them. The strongest is only a quasi-emperor. Charge. Lu Ming shouted and took the lead to charge forward. Die for me. The leader of the three-eyed divine race slashed down with his battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, a destructive light burst out from his third eye. Prison suppression. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 9 prison suppression monument phantoms emerged and suppressed forward. Prison suppression monument, it's the prison suppression monument. The leader of the three-eyed divine race roared in horror. Boom, under the suppression of the prison suppression monument phantoms, the opponent's attack and defense were unable to withstand a single blow and were directly killed. In addition, dozens of other three-eyed divine race members were also killed. At the same time, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others attacked, and a group of three-eyed divine race members were also killed. They immediately rushed out of the encirclement and rushed out of Celestial City. Someone has the power of the prison suppression monument, we can't let them go. We must kill them. In the distance, there was a roar, and a group of three-eyed divine race powerhouses rode strange beasts and charged toward them. Lu Ming and the others accelerated and rushed outside. They have the power of the prison suppression monument, kill. In the sky, there was a loud shout, and an incomparably huge battle axe slashed down at Lu Ming. The vast emperor's throne made people tremble in fear. Martial Emperor. A martial emperor powerhouse attacked Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. But at this time a huge iron rod swept out and collided with the battle axe, and a terrifying explosion erupted. Terrifying sound waves shook Lu Ming and the others' eardrums, stinging pain. A burly figure, holding an iron rod, appeared above Lu Ming and the others. It's a teacher. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. This is a teacher of Xianxia Holy Court. You guys go quickly, we will block the other party's martial emperor. The voice of Xianxia Holy Court's teacher came, and then, several figures appeared, exuding a vast aura. They are all teachers of Xianxia Holy Court, and they are all martial emperor powerhouses. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone, and they continued to rush out. Stay. Kill him. Several roars sounded in succession, and several powerful three-eyed divine race powerhouses rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. They are all martial emperor powerhouses. A dignified martial emperor powerhouse, dealing with a few juniors, you evil races are really shameless. Your opponent is us. The teachers of Xianxia Holy Court also took action, blocking the other party's martial emperor powerhouses. And Lu Ming and the others continued to rush out. Several three-eyed divine race cavalry rushed toward them in succession, but they were all defeated by them. Celestial City has been completely immersed in the flames of war. From that vortex, who knows how many three-eyed divine race rushed out, and there are shouts of killing everywhere. When Lu Ming and the others passed by the Heng family's territory, they found that the Heng family was also in a war. Above the Heng family, there are even true emperors fighting. The scene is astonishing. It was a mess, a complete mess. The Celestial City was in chaos. Without the help of the emperor-level experts, their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they finally arrived at the edge of the Celestial City. They rushed out of the city walls and rushed towards a citadel in the distance. Not long after, they successfully arrived at a citadel. Boom! Boom! Even though they were far away, they could still hear the violent roars coming from the Celestial City. From the Celestial City, there were constantly figures rushing out in all directions. Lu Ming and the rest did not stop and went to the teleportation array. However, most of them did not follow Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they returned to their respective sections. Lu Ming, I have to return to the Divine Origin Empire first. The invasion of the foreign races is no small matter. The Divine Origin Empire must be prepared. Ouyang Wushuang said to Lu Ming. Alright, let's split up. We'll meet again in the future, but you must stay alive. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the crowd. Definitely. Everyone must stay alive. Alliance leader, take care. Everyone bid farewell to Lu Ming and stepped into the teleportation array. In the end, only the people from the ancient moon's sacred ground, Luo Xiang, Huang Li, and the rest were left. Let's go. They also stepped into the teleportation array and teleported to the teleportation array outside the ancient moon's sacred ground. Then, they flew towards the ancient moon's sacred ground. After flying to the ancient moon's sacred ground, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, Yi Dongfeng and the rest left and returned to their respective sections. Now, the major forces in the ancient moon's sacred ground probably had not received the news. They had to return as soon as possible to make preparations. In the end, Lu Ming brought Xianxia, Xuaningxin, the 9 sky brides of the desolate race and Luo Xiang back to the Great Evolution Pill Hall. After returning to the Great Evolution Pill Hall and settling everyone down, Lu Ming found Uncle Kong and told him about the invasion of the three-eyed god race in the Celestial City. The evil god race has invaded. It's earlier than expected. Uncle Kong sighed, his face was solemn. Evil god race? Uncle Kong, where did these three-eyed monsters come from? Lu Ming asked. Kongbo's cultivation was unfathomably deep, and he had lived for an unknown number of years. Perhaps he knew many secrets. They come from another world and call themselves the three-eyed god race. That's just boasting. We call them the evil god race. A long time ago, they attacked the Heaven Realm. After such a long time, most of the territory of the Heaven Realm has been conquered. Now, they have been trying to open the space barrier and invade the primordial realm. Uncle Kong said with a solemn expression, as if he was unwilling to say anything further. Lu Ming, your current mission is to focus on cultivating and improving your cultivation. You are not qualified to be involved in a battle like this. Lu Ming nodded. Even the Heaven Realm and the Hunyuan sect could not stop them. What could he do to stop them? Oh right, Uncle Kong, can you help me save someone? Lu Ming said. Then, he released the mid-autumn moon from the mountain river diagram. Until now, the mid-autumn moon was still unconscious. Uncle Kong's cultivation was profound, and he was the guardian of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. He was proficient in alchemy, so he might be able to save her. Uncle Kong stepped forward and waved his hand. A wave of energy shrouded the mid-autumn moon. After a while, Uncle Kong retracted the energy and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He quickly asked, Uncle Kong, how is the mid-autumn moon's injury? What a domineering method. She must have been attacked by the law of deprivation. Uncle Kong said. Yes, the person who attacked her has mastered the law of deprivation. Lu Ming said. No wonder. Uncle Kong said in a low voice, the injuries on her body are basically healed, but her soul is severely injured. Her soul is injured. Lu Ming was shocked. Soul injuries were the most difficult to heal. Yes, this girl's soul was attacked by the law of deprivation. She is seriously injured, so she has not woken up. If she wants to wake up, she must condense her soul. Otherwise, she will never wake up. Uncle Kong said. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. It was possible that she would never wake up. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent towards Luo Tsangqiong was extremely strong. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed himself down and said, Uncle Kong, is there any way to condense the soul of the mid-autumn moon? Uncle Kong frowned and pondered. After a while, he said, now, we can only put the girl into the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron and use the alchemy fire to nourish her body. Every once in a while, we will need to add in some sacred herbs. This way, not only can we maintain the vitality of her body, but also prevent the remnants of her soul from dissipating. She can even slowly condense her soul. However, this method is only a temporary solution. If you want to completely wake her up, you will need other methods. Uncle Kong said. Alright, I will do it immediately. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron and placed Autumn Moon inside. He controlled the alchemy fire of the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron to envelop Autumn Moon's body. Then, Lu Ming added in some sacred herbs. Under the effect of the alchemy fire, the medicinal efficacy of the sacred herbs seeped into Autumn Moon's body. Uncle Kong, do you know of any other methods that can completely wake Autumn Moon up? Lu Ming continued to ask. Uncle Kong shook his head and said, I have been in seclusion for many years, so I don't know much. However, you can go to the Vientiane Tower and ask around. Maybe you can find a method. This girl will be fine in the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron for a few hundred years. Don't worry. Vientiane Tower, Lu Ming's heart moved. Unfortunately, the celestial city was in chaos now, so he could not ask around for now. Fortunately, the mid-autumn moon was fine for now. He could only slowly look for a method in the future. After chatting with Uncle Kong for a while, Lu Ming left. Following that, he brought Xianxia and called Ouyang Moli over and introduced them to each other. Senior sister. Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Xianxia. Actually, Lu Xianxia was 2 years younger than Ouyang Moli. But at this moment, she had her hands behind her back and looked at Ouyang Moli with curiosity. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Ouyang Moli. She said in an old-fashioned manner, you are second junior brother? Your cultivation is not good enough. You have to work harder. Yes, senior sister. Ouyang Moli nodded his head. N. Lu Xianxia still had that old-fashioned look. She nodded her head slightly and her eyes were filled with excitement. She felt that the taste of being the senior sister was pretty good. Lu Ming found it funny. This girl really had the demeanor of a senior sister. Xianxia, don't be arrogant. Your second junior brother has only cultivated for about 2 years and is about to become a saint. If you don't work hard, he will catch up to you. Lu Ming said with a serious face. Less than 2 years? So fast? Lu Xianxia blinked her big eyes. Ouyang Moli's cultivation speed was even faster than hers. Ouyang Moli had the body of reincarnation and had obtained the heart of the realm from the reincarnation emperor. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast, even faster than Lu Xianxia. In addition, with Uncle Kong's guidance, his foundation was extremely solid. He had already reached the peak of the half-saint realm and would soon become a saint. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. As his master, he felt ashamed. However, Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were true children of the heavens. They were not like Lu Ming, who was born with exceptional talent. It was normal for his cultivation speed to be fast in the early stages. Later on, his cultivation speed would slow down. For example, Xianxia had been stuck at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm for 1 or 2 years and had not broken through to the boundary Emperor realm. There are many prodigies in the world. Don't be arrogant. Lu Ming warned seriously. Yes, master. In the following days, everyone cultivated in the Great Development Pill Hall. Lu Ming would often go to the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect to find Long Chen and Huang Ling to understand the situation. The invasion of the foreign tribes shook the entire Yuan mountain. Many powerful forces in the ancient moon's sacred ground were alarmed and began to gather the experts scattered across the land. As time passed, news about the invasion of the foreign tribes continued to spread. The Celestial City was completely occupied. The overlords of the Celestial City, Heng family and He family, fled the Celestial City and their whereabouts were unknown. Countless martial artists died in the battle. The Celestial City suffered heavy losses. A few days after the foreign tribes occupied the Celestial City, they began to send an army in all directions of the Celestial City. Everywhere they passed, not even chickens or dogs were spared. One by one, the emperor-ranked forces were attacked by the foreign tribes. From the martial emperors to the women and children who didn't know martial arts, everyone was killed. Everywhere they passed, blood flowed like a river and hundreds of millions of corpses were lying on the ground. Everyone was moved. The foreign tribes' methods were too ruthless. This was simply a massacre. The emperor-ranked forces around the Celestial City retreated to the 8 great sacred grounds. Among the 9 great sacred grounds of the Yuan Mountain, the Celestial City was at the center. The other sacred grounds surrounded the Celestial City. During this period, emperor-ranked forces poured into the ancient moon's sacred ground. As for the foreign tribes, they sent an army to attack in all directions and began to approach the other sacred grounds. 2 months after the battle in the Celestial City, the first foreign tribe army appeared outside the ancient moon's sacred ground. When they attacked the ancient moon's sacred ground, they were defeated by the experts of the ancient moon's sacred ground. In the face of this unprecedented pressure, all the powerful forces of the ancient moon's sacred ground temporarily put aside their grudges and formed an alliance. The Wind Clan came forward and gathered all the forces together to build a huge base. Many forces gathered together to resist the foreign tribes. The number of clashes between the ancient moon's sacred ground and the foreign tribes began to increase. Chaos is coming. Lu Ming stood on the peak of the Great Development Pill Hall, looking into the distance and muttering. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from the distance. Its speed was too shocking. When Lu Ming reacted, the ray of light appeared in front of Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw the true appearance of the ray of light, he couldn't help but be shocked. A 1-meter-tall stone man with a stone sword. Wasn't this the sword of the Celestial Arch? Also, that was the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Although it was countless times smaller than when they first met, Lu Ming still recognized at a glance that it was the Celestial Emperor's physical body. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Monarch's physical body wielded the stone sword and killed 2 great monarchs consecutively. Later on, Lu Ming and the others returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground, but there was no news of the Heavenly Emperor's body or the other great emperors. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor's physical body and the Celestial Emperor's sword had actually come here. And from the looks of it, they were here for Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Celestial Emperor's body and Celestial Emperor's sword moved and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. They floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming was a little confused. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming and a figure floated out. It was the Celestial Emperor's figure. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly bowed. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Celestial Emperor. There's no need for formalities. I'm just a mark. The Celestial Emperor's figure smiled. Senior Celestial Emperor, why are you here? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Back then, wasn't the Celestial Emperor's physical body controlled by Xianxia? Why was it flying into a sea of consciousness together with the Celestial Emperor's sword? Xianxia is too selfish. He only cares about himself and not others. He is not qualified to control the Celestial Emperor's physical body. You, on the other hand, have a good character. You are decisive and talented. Most importantly, you have something to protect. Moreover, you can pull out the battle sword that I left behind. This is enough to prove that you are qualified to control what I left behind. The Celestial Emperor's figure nodded. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. He wasn't as good as the Celestial Emperor made him out to be. He was just not that selfish. Senior Celestial Emperor, is the Heng family really your descendant? Lu Ming asked. The Celestial Emperor pondered for a while, seemingly recalling the past, and said, I'm not a human. I achieved Tao with a stoneman body. When I just achieved Tao, I had a descendant with a human woman. That was the Heng family later. Speaking of which, the Heng family is indeed my descendant. However, countless years have passed. These juniors seem to be getting more and more useless. If you have a grudge with the Heng family, you don't have to worry about me. Senior Celestial Emperor is actually a stoneman who achieved Tao. Lu Ming's heart stirred. No wonder the Celestial Emperor's physical body was a stoneman. The battle sword he used was also made of stone. Senior, your cultivation is so strong. Back then, how did you? Lu Ming was very curious. He wanted to know what the Celestial Emperor experienced back then. With Celestial Emperor Hengyu's cultivation, why did he fall? You want to ask me why I fell, right? The Celestial Emperor's figure smiled and said, speaking of which, I didn't fall. Didn't fall? Lu Ming was overjoyed, but he was immediately filled with doubts. If the Celestial Emperor didn't fall, why would he leave behind a physical body and a mark? I'll have to start from the evil god tribe. The Celestial Emperor's figure said. Immediately, the Celestial Emperor's figure told Lu Ming in detail. In ancient times, foreign tribes invaded the heaven realm and fought with the mighty figures of the heaven realm. At that time, heaven and earth were penetrated and connected to the primordial realm. Many relics of the heaven realm fell into the primordial realm. Some heaven realm cultivators also entered the primordial realm. Of course, there were also some foreign tribe cultivators who entered the primordial realm. However, the foreign tribe cultivators who entered the primordial realm were only a minority. Later on, these foreign tribe cultivators hid in the primordial realm. There were even strange and terrifying races who took over the bodies of humans and established their own factions. For example, the demon spirit sect, the evil spirit sect, and others. These factions specialized in hunting down human prodigies and human cultivators. Lu Ming finally knew the origin of the evil spirit sect. It was actually created by foreign tribe cultivators. No wonder many evil spirit sect cultivators, like the three-eyed divine tribe, were afraid of his prison-suppressing monument. A long time ago, the foreign tribe found a weak point in space and wanted to open a passage to let the evil god tribe's army in. However, they were discovered by the Celestial Emperor Hengyu. In order to stop these foreign tribe cultivators, a great battle broke out between the two sides. However, among the foreign tribe cultivators, there was a terrifying cultivator who specialized in attacking souls. He was also a celestial emperor, and he tore apart the Celestial Emperor Hengyu's soul. Although the Celestial Emperor Hengyu killed the other party in the end, his own soul was close to collapse. In the end, the Celestial Emperor Hengyu used his remaining strength to seal the other party's 8 thearchs into a small world. With the power of the small world and his own physical strength, he suppressed the passage. Lu Ming finally understood the origin of the Lotus World. However, although my soul was scattered back then and only a wisp of remnant soul was left, when I was about to die, I had a great enlightenment and broke through to another level. Instead, I condensed a physical body and came back to life. So, speaking of which, I can be considered someone who has died once. I've recondensed my body and come back to life. Lu Ming was shocked. He could imagine the unparalleled power of Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu back then. He single-handedly blocked many foreign race elites and killed their Heavenly Emperor. He used the power of the small world to suppress the void passage and prevent the foreign race from invading. Finally, his remnant soul came back to life and reached a higher level. If this was written into a book, it would be a legend. However, Lu Ming had another question. Since the Heavenly Emperor was not dead, where was he now? Why did he only leave a mark? He did not appear in the previous battle. As if seeing Lu Ming's doubts, the Heavenly Emperor's figure explained, the Yuan realm has not reached the time for the real war. The war in the Heavenly realm has reached a critical juncture. There are 9 heavens in the Heavenly realm, but the other 8 heavens do not have a passage to the Yuan realm. Only the last heavens, the Taiqing Heavenly realm, has a passage directly to the Yuan realm. Now, the remaining elites of the Heavenly realm are guarding the Taiqing Heavenly realm. The evil god tribe has always wanted to take over the Taiqing Heavenly realm and then use the passage to invade the Yuan realm. I am now fighting in the Heavenly realm. Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Today, he learned a lot of secrets. This body of mine is a stone body. It is now like a puppet. I'll give it to you. I hope it can help you. The Heavenly Emperor's figure continued. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The Heavenly Emperor's body was infinitely powerful. He had seen it before. It could even kill a great emperor. If he could control it, he would immediately become an unparalleled elite. The Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family would all be destroyed. Don't be happy too early. To control the stone body, you need energy. In the previous battle with the foreign race, I used up all my energy. Now, this mark is about to dissipate. So, to control the stone body, you have to constantly let it absorb energy. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it will be. This stone body is like a puppet. Now that it has no energy, it can't be controlled and can't exert much power. The Heavenly Emperor's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Lu Ming's head. It looked like he was happy for nothing. However, Lu Ming immediately became excited again. This was the corporeal body of a celestial emperor. If he absorbed enough energy, he would be able to unleash terrifying power. Now, I'll teach you how to control this stone body and how to absorb energy. The Heavenly Emperor's figure walked over and tapped a finger on Lu Ming's forehead. Some information immediately appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Alright, this imprint of mine has completed its mission. It's time for it to dissipate. Little fellow, I look forward to the day when you grow up. The Celestial Emperor smiled. Senior, Lu Ming felt a little sad. Haha, there's no need to feel sorry for me. I'm not dead yet. My main body in the Heaven Realm can sense everything that's happening here. I hope we can meet in the Heaven Realm and fight side by side. The Heavenly Emperor's imprint smiled. Then, like a wisp of green smoke, it dissipated and disappeared between heaven and earth. Senior, I believe it won't be long before we meet again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then, he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended the method of controlling the stone body and absorbing energy that the Celestial Emperor had taught him. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had comprehended everything. He activated his cultivation method and carefully sensed it. He found that whether it was the Celestial Emperor's body or the Celestial Emperor's sword, they were like the bottom of a dry lake. There was no energy at all and he couldn't control them. Let's try absorbing the origin stones. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out 100,000 high-grade origin stones. He activated them according to the method taught by the Celestial Emperor. Clang, the Celestial Emperor's sword flew to the back of the Celestial Emperor's body. The two merged together as if they were one. Bang! 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 100,000 origin stones exploded in an instant, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by the Celestial Emperor's body and the Celestial Emperor's sword. A moment later, the energy of 100,000 primordial stones was completely absorbed. Lu Ming hurriedly sensed it and his face immediately turned bitter. He found that the 100,000 origin stones were not even filled with 1% of the energy. Not even 1,000th of the energy was filled. How much energy would it take to fill it up? Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones to let the celestial emperor's body begin to absorb. In the end, what made Lu Ming wail was that the energy of 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones was still not even 1% of the energy. Sigh, I'd better absorb the energy slowly. Haste makes waste. Lu Ming sighed and put the celestial emperor's body into the mountain river diagram, letting the celestial emperor's body absorb the energy between heaven and earth on its own. Now, Lu Ming felt that he was especially short of resources. The mid-autumn moon needed to refine sacred herbs often, and the celestial emperor's body needed a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, the celestial emperor's body could absorb any kind of energy, not limited to origin stones. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming cultivated quietly. Through the celestial emperor's words, Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. The celestial realm seemed to be completely defeated. They could only defend the last celestial realm, the grand pure sky, to stop the foreign tribes. If the foreign tribes broke through the grand pure sky celestial realm, they would be able to send a large army through the void passage directly into the primordial realm. The passage in the celestial emperor city was just a small passage. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, more and more foreign tribes came to the ancient moon's sacred ground to attack the ancient moon's sacred ground. The various forces in the ancient moon's sacred ground were under increasing pressure. In the end, in order to boost morale, the various sects joined forces and pooled their resources to create merit points. As long as one killed a foreign tribe member, they would be able to obtain merit points. Killing a martial emperor alien would give him 1 merit point. Killing a minor bright saint alien would give him 5 merit points. Killing a great bright saint alien would give him 10 merit points. Following this, as one's cultivation level increased, the merit points would double. With these merit points, one could exchange for all kinds of treasures, such as sacred herbs, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, origin stones, and so on. As a result, the ancient moon's sacred ground was in high spirits. The various major forces and the emperor-level forces from the outside world went out to hunt the foreign tribes. Lu Ming also decided to bring the group out to hunt the foreign tribes. Firstly, in a life-or-death battle, they could train themselves, stimulate their potential, and increase their cultivation level. Secondly, they could also exchange for resources, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Palace Master, go ahead. Take this jade talisman. If you encounter a martial emperor expert, crush it. The jade talisman will bring you back to the Great Evolution Pill Hall. Uncle Kong handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Lu Ming happily took it. This way, he would have less to worry about. If he encountered an emperor-level expert, he would be able to escape. After that, Lu Ming brought Huang Li and the other 9 desolate tribe geniuses along with Luo Xiang, Xianxia, and Luo Xiang. Ouyang Moli's cultivation level was still low, so he did not bring him along. They flew to the west of the ancient moon's sacred ground and met up with Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Tianyi at the foot of a mountain. Lu Ming, this is the base built by the various forces in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The mountain was extremely majestic, and there were many majestic palaces built on it. There was no such mountain here in the past. Some time ago, the almighties of the various factions had forcefully uprooted it from the ground. It was 100,000 feet tall and had a radius of 10,000 miles. Every faction had built a huge and majestic palace on it. The various factions had sent a large number of experts to stay there. This way, the strength of the various factions could quickly gather and effectively deal with the attacks of the foreign tribes. They could also effectively counterattack. After all, the ancient moon's sacred ground was very big. There were at least 20 powerful factions scattered all over the place. If they wanted to gather the strength of the various factions at the last minute, it would be too difficult and would take time. If that happened, they would probably be attacked by the foreign tribes one by one. With a common base, the experts of the various factions could gather and mobilize them. It would be much more effective. Huang Ling and the others led Lu Ming and the others around in a big circle. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the others cultivated there. There was a huge palace. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge and majestic palace. That was the place where merit points could be exchanged for resources. It was built by the various factions together. Currently, the strongest faction in the ancient moon's sacred ground is one of the ancient clans, the Wind Clan. The Wind Clan is temporarily in charge, and the other factions are assisting. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go and hunt the foreign tribes. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Then, the group flew out of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Soon, they flew out of the ancient moon's sacred ground and into the wilderness. Whoosh! Whoosh! High in the sky, a figure flashed by at an astonishing speed. It was an Emperor-level expert. The Emperor-level experts of the ancient moon's sacred ground would naturally deal with the Emperor-level experts of the foreign tribes. The ones they hunted were those below the Emperor level. Boom! 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 After flying for a while, they heard a loud explosion in front of them. Kill! Kill! Intense battle cries came like a tide. In front, large groups of foreign tribes rode on strange beasts and stepped on the void, fighting with the human martial artists. It was extremely tragic. At a glance, there were countless figures. In the sky, there was a terrifying burst of light, and a terrifying pressure came down like a mountain. In the sky was the battlefield of the Emperor-level experts. Rumble, as soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, they were immediately targeted by the outsiders. The main reason was that Lu Ming and the others were too young. They attracted too much attention. The armored horses stepped into the air and charged towards them. The one leading them was a quasi-emperor expert. Leave the quasi-emperor to me. You guys be careful. Lu Ming warned and flew forward, a long spear appearing in his hand. That spear had been obtained from Luo Pokong. It was an imperial armament. Whoosh, the spear pierced through the air, instantly traversing the void, breaking through the destructive light shot out from the third eye and piercing through the opponent's head. A quasi-emperor was instantly killed. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he could instantly kill ordinary quasi-emperors. As for Huang Ling, Lan Chen, Xianxia and the others, they were also fighting with the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear trembled. The third eye of the outsiders flew out and was put into Lu Ming's storage ring. The third eye of the outsiders could be considered a miraculous refining material. Furthermore, the third eye of the outsiders could be used to exchange for contribution points. With the death of the quasi-emperor leader, this group of outsiders was no match for Lu Ming and the others. They were instantly killed. Kill them. In the distance, even more outsiders charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Their iron hooves stomped on the air, looking very mighty. There were at least several hundred outsiders. Furthermore, there were 7 or 8 quasi-emperors. With so many experts charging at Lu Ming and the others, beams of destructive light shot towards Lu Ming and the others before they arrived. These beams of destructive light were not only aimed at Lu Ming but also at Desolate Force, Xianxia, and the others. Spatial barrier. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles stepped into the void and pressed down with her small hand. The surrounding void rippled like water, forming a barrier. When the beams of destructive light hit the spatial barrier, they were like stones sinking into the sea. It was unknown where they went. Kill. Lu Ming took the lead and charged forward. His emperor-level spear trembled, and beams of spear light enveloped 5 or 6 quasi-emperors. The weapons used by the three-eyed divine race were similar to the desolate race. They were all heavy weapons. They were either battle axes or hammers. They swung them and attacked Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's spear light. However, in the next moment, transparent bubbles suddenly appeared on their bodies, enveloping them. Following that, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, killing quasi-emperors one after another. With Lu Ming and Bubbles working together, ordinary quasi-emperors could only die in the blink of an eye, for quasi-emperors were killed by the 2 of them. Courting death. A particularly burly quasi-emperor broke through the Bubbles' shackles. His third eye shot out a beam of light that instantly rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled and swept towards the beam of light. Boom, the spear trembled, and Lu Ming could not help but feel his arm go numb. Kill. The quasi-emperor wielded his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This three-eyed divine race was much stronger than the other quasi-emperors. He was comparable to the human race's superior heaven astral body quasi-emperors. Leave the quasi-emperors to me and Bubbles. You guys deal with the others. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia and company. Then, he held his spear and fought with the strongest quasi-emperor. As for Bubbles, she charged towards the other quasi-emperors. Lu Xianxiang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others charged towards the quasi-emperors. Many people had gained something from the trip to the world of the lotus. Long Chen and Huang Ling's cultivation had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Huang Li's cultivation had also reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation was comparable to Lu Ming's. He was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With their combat strength, it was still easy for them to deal with the three-eyed divine race who were not quasi-emperors. They immediately killed a large number of them. Lu Xianxiang was enveloped in a ball of green mist. With a shout, a huge ancient tree formed. It was like the everlasting azure tree. It stood tall in the sky and suppressed a three-eyed divine race who was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Boom, the three-eyed divine race was directly killed by the everlasting azure tree. Not even his bones were left. Xianxiang's cultivation was only at the peak of the great saint realm, but she could already kill an absolute saint. The combat strength of the Elysian children was indeed shocking. At the same time, Lu Ming had already exchanged a few blows with the quasi-emperor. I can't use the imperial weapon alone. I'll use the 10,000 weapon incantation to refine the imperial weapon into my acupoints. Lu Ming thought. He put away the imperial weapon and used the chaotic finger of calamity instead. Whoosh, he pointed his finger at the quasi-emperor's battle axe. The quasi-emperor's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. The battle axe in his hand was knocked away. Then, Lu Ming pointed his finger again. This time, the force was highly condensed. It formed a small finger force and shot toward the quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor seemed to sense danger. A layer of black light covered his body. He punched at Lu Ming with both fists. After killing the opponent, Lu Ming rushed over and snatched the opponent's third eye. Then, he helped Bubble kill the other boundary emperors. In this way, those below the boundary emperor level were no match for them and were slaughtered in large numbers. Soon, this group of three-eyed divine tribe members was wiped out. Then, they killed in other directions. This battlefield was very vast. In the sky, there were figures of martial artists and three-eyed divine tribe members everywhere. There was no end in sight. Lu Ming and the others gathered together and like a sharp knife, they rushed into the battlefield and killed the three-eyed divine tribe members. With Lu Ming and Bubble's combat strength, they were almost invincible against those below the martial emperor level. They killed the three-eyed divine tribe members one by one. After a few hours of killing, in the distant sky, there was a violent sound of war drums. Then, the three-eyed divine tribe retreated. The ancient Moon Holy Land experts also retreated back to the city. Lu Ming and the others did not immediately go to the base to exchange for merit points. They did not have enough and wanted to wait until they had accumulated more merit points. Sure enough, on the second day, the three-eyed divine tribe army attacked again. Many ancient Moon Holy Land experts also went out to kill. In the empty wild mountain, they continued to fight. This was a war between two different races. It was a life and death battle. No one would show mercy. On the ground, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were human martial artists, demon martial artists, and three-eyed divine tribe members. After fighting for a while, the three-eyed divine tribe members seemed to feel that they could not win and retreated. But on the second day, they would attack again. After more than 10 days of fighting, Lu Ming and the others gained a lot. When the three-eyed divine tribe retreated again, Lu Ming and the others returned to the base. They went to the highest point and prepared to exchange for some treasures. Lu Ming mainly wanted to exchange for sacred medicine and origin stones. You guys, take out the three-eyed divine tribe's third eye. A group of old men stood on a huge counter. These people were all experts of the major forces. Those resources were jointly provided by the major forces. Naturally, each force would send experts to supervise. Lu Ming and the others took out their storage rings, and then a large number of three-eyed god races' third eyes appeared. It was piled up like a small hill, causing many people to be stunned. The third eye of the three-eyed divine race was like a gem, sparkling and dazzling. It was very beautiful and contained miraculous power. It could be used to refine weapons and was a good material for refining weapons. So many of them. So many of them are at the Sage Realm or even the Boundary Emperor Realm. Terrifying. The son of Chaos Lu Ming, these people's battle prowess is too terrifying. Indeed. I've seen them fight before. They can kill quasi-emperors in an instant. Apart from martial emperors, no one else can do that. Around them, many people were looking at the three-eyed god tribe with burning eyes. Among them, a white-haired old man counted the eyeballs. These eyeballs of the three-eyed divine race could be exchanged for 1,000,000 merit points. How astonishing was that? What treasure do you want to exchange for? The white-haired old man asked. Wait. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a few figures walked out from the hall. The leader was a young man with an elegant demeanor. Feng Wuchen. Cold killing intent appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Feng Wuchen also glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on the three-eyed divine race's eyeballs and revealed a trace of greed. You want to exchange for treasures? Feng Wuchen asked. That's right. Lu Ming replied. I'm afraid that's not possible. You're too late. During this period of time, a large number of treasures have been exchanged. The number of treasures in the treasury has decreased sharply, so we can't exchange for them for the time being. Feng Wuchen sneered. Not enough treasures? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Ridiculous. We came here and there aren't enough treasures. How can others have enough? Huang Ling sneered. Others have less, but you have more. Naturally, it's not enough. If you're willing to exchange for treasures at a discount, that's fine too. Feng Wuchen sneered. If you say it's not enough, then it's not enough. This place isn't under your control. The other seniors didn't say that it's not enough. Lu Xianxia shouted, looking very unhappy with Feng Wuchen. Although many treasures have been exchanged during this period of time, the remaining treasures should be enough, right? An expert from Phoenix Palace said. That's not right. If the remaining treasures are all exchanged by them, then there won't be anyone else here. Won't that disappoint everyone and damage their morale? An elder from the Wind tribe said. The expression of the person from Phoenix Palace darkened, but he didn't say anything. This time, the ancient moon sacred ground was led by the Wind tribe. The Wind tribe was undoubtedly the strongest. During this period of time, the other factions will continue to replenish their treasures. When they're done, you can come again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. How long will it take for the next replenishment? Huang Ling asked. A few months. Feng Wuchen said. Then we'll come again next time. Lu Ming said. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Feng Wuchen. With a wave of his hand, he put away the eyeball of the three-eyed divine race. Why don't you keep the eyeball of the three-eyed divine race? We'll record it in our account and won't shortchange you. Feng Wuchen said. No need. I can't trust a despicable person like you. Lu Ming said and turned to leave. The other smiled mockingly and also turned to leave. Damn it. Feng Wuchen's expression darkened. His eyes darted around as if he was thinking of a scheme. In my opinion, that Feng guy is deliberately targeting us. He's deliberately not exchanging for us. I really want to beat him up. Huang Li said unhappily. With so many factions present, they can't deny it. At most, we'll exchange for it later. Lu Ming said. Those resources and treasures were gathered by the various factions and didn't belong to the Wind tribe alone. They couldn't deny it. They just had to wait for a while. In the next few days, they continued to fight with the three-eyed divine race every day to train themselves. Ever since Xianxia Bela started cultivating, she had rarely fought with her enemies. This was a very good tempering for her. During this period, Xianxia's combat experience increased rapidly. Even her cultivation showed signs of loosening, nearing the great sage realm. This made the others sigh. The cultivation speed of the Elysian children was truly astonishing. On this day, they set off again and stepped onto the battlefield. Lu Ming, I want to separate from you guys and train alone. Huang Ling said. I have the same intention. Long Chen also said. Then, Luo Tianyi and Huang Li also expressed their intentions. Although it was safer for everyone to gather together, it wouldn't have a good training effect. There wouldn't be the feeling of a life and death crisis. Only by facing danger alone could one stimulate one's potential and reach a higher level. If you want to cultivate the light of the laws, you have to train in life and death situations. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to cultivate it. Luo Tianyi said. The eyes of the others also lit up with a blazing light. They were all geniuses and all had ambitions. They all wanted to become stronger. Only by cultivating the light of the laws could they suppress other Elysian children. Alright, but it's best if there are 2 of you or more. That way, we can take care of each other. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Then, Luo Tianyi and Huang Li led the other geniuses and charged into the distance. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Luo Xiong formed a group and ran into the distance. Bubbles, you provide support. If any of them are in danger, help them immediately. Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Alright, brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble nodded, and her petite body flashed, disappearing without a trace. As for Lu Ming, he led Lu Xianxia and charged in one direction. Bam, not long after, Lu Ming killed a 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor with one punch. He also took the 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor's 3rd eye and a black bracelet. This bracelet was used by the 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor to store items. It was similar to a storage ring. Xianxia, I'll leave these 2 to you. Lu Ming left the 2 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors to Xianxia in a flash. He took care of the rest. The battlefield was the best place to train. He thought that when Ouyang Moli's cultivation level was higher, he would take him out to train as well. Xianxia fought the 2 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors alone. The battle was intense. Not long after, Xianxia successfully killed the 2 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then, he gave Xianxia a 3-eyed divine tribe member who was at the great mastery of the Supreme Sage realm. The 3-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor immediately gave Xianxia fatal pressure. Xianxia was in danger. Puff, Xianxia Bear's shoulder was hit by the opponent's light of destruction, and a hole appeared. However, Lu Ming had no intention of helping. He had experienced too many life and death battles in his life. He knew very well that if one didn't experience life and death battles, it would be useless no matter how talented they were. Master! Xianxia cried out, her face pale. Solve it yourself. As the son of life, do you want to always rely on others? Lu Ming said with a cold expression. With a punch, he killed a perfected absolute saint who was charging toward him. Xianxia clenched her teeth. Her body began to emit a green light. She revolved the life laws and her wounds instantly healed. The life body and life law contained boundless vitality. It was many times stronger than Huang Ling's undying flame law. At the same time, countless vines appeared and swept towards the other party like long whips. But there was no doubt that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Although her talent was strong, it was a pity that she didn't have much combat experience, so she couldn't use her full strength. However, the more she fought, the more Xianxia seemed to have found the ability to protect herself. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and then hunted alone in the surrounding area. Xianxia had been fighting with her opponent for hundreds of moves. She had been injured many times, but with the help of the law of life, she had quickly recovered. What monster! The 3-eyed godly being grew more and more frightened. His opponent couldn't be killed at all, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. After a few hundred moves, Fragrant Fragrance finally exhausted her opponent to the brink of death and killed her opponent. Xianxia was also badly injured, but with the help of the law of life, she was recovering quickly. Master, I did it. Xianxia came to Lu Ming's side. Her eyes were much sharper than before. Yes, not bad. Continue. Lu Ming continued to pass a 3-eyed divine tribe member who was at the great perfection of the absolute saint realm to Xianxia. Xianxia was indeed very talented. she improved at a shocking speed in the battle of life and death. Her combat strength, the use of the law of strength, and her battle awareness and mentality were all undergoing huge changes. This time, Xianxia finished off her opponent within 100 moves. Although she was badly injured, she wasn't afraid of being injured. Lu Ming nodded. He continued to kill the three-eyed godly being with Xianxia. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Huang Li were all going through difficult battles. Their opponents were naturally at the level of a quasi-emperor. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Huang Li were all at the peak of the absolute saint realm. They could barely fight against a quasi-emperor, but it would be very difficult. Luo Tianyi's cultivation was higher, so she was better off, but she was also in a difficult battle. Everyone was in a battle of life and death, hoping to break through their limits and achieve a breakthrough. Whoosh, suddenly, a destructive light pierced toward Lu Ming. This beam of destructive light cut through the void silently. However, Lu Ming had goosebumps all over his body. He could sense a fatal threat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pointed in that direction. The power of the chaotic calamity finger gathered in his finger and clashed with the destructive light. Boom, Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surge toward him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His fingers felt numb. What a strong power. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him, a 5-meter-tall three-eyed godly being rode a strange beast. He stepped on the air and emitted a terrifying aura. This three-eyed godly being wasn't at the martial emperor realm, but he was definitely powerful. Kid, I've been watching you for a few days. During this time, you've killed many of our people. Today is the day you die. Kill. The burly three-eyed godly being shouted. He waved the battle axe in his hand. The strange beast roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lu Ming. Roar, that mutated beast roared, spewing out a jet of black light from its mouth, charging toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the three-eyed godly being's battle axe slashed toward Lu Ming. The giant axe seemed to be able to split the sky. Its power was terrifying. Saint weapons floated out of Lu Ming's body. There weren't many, only 37. Back then, when Xiaoqian fought the quasi-emperor in the world of the lotus flower, most of the saint weapons sealed in his acupoints were destroyed. Only 10-odd absolute holy weapons remained. During this time, Lu Ming cultivated the 10,000 weapon art again. This time, he did not seal the bright saint weapons or great sage weapons. Instead, he sealed all the absolute holy weapons. He sealed a total of 36 absolute holy weapons. One of them was an emperor weapon. It was the emperor weapon spear that Xiaoqian obtained from Luo Pokong. Although there were fewer of them than before, their might was several times stronger. Lu Ming held on to the long spear while the other 36 absolute sacred weapons hovered around him. The aura of the combat weapons merged and blocked the attack of the mutated beast. At the same time, Xiaoqian thrust his spear upward and clashed with the other party's battle axe. Dang! Horrifying vibrations erupted. The other party roared and retreated 10-odd steps with the strange beast under him. As for Lu Ming, he also retreated. What strong combat prowess! It is equivalent to a quasi-emperor's sovereign body. This thought flashed in Lu Ming's mind, and a strong fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. This was the strongest quasi-emperor that Lu Ming had encountered so far. Previously, the quasi-emperors that Lu Ming encountered did not put any pressure on him. However, this quasi-emperor was different. It had the strength to threaten Lu Ming's life. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the three-eyed divine being roared as they fought. Lu Ming used the 10,000 weapon art to gather the aura of the weapons on the spear, making the spear's power extremely shocking. The spear light whistled and pierced the sky as it fought with the three-eyed divine being. The three-eyed divine being's battle axe fell like a storm. At the same time, his third eye would shoot out a destructive light from time to time. Its power was extremely shocking. The mutated beast would also attack Lu Ming. The spear vibrated and immediately, hundreds of spear light pierced toward the three-eyed divine being. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand. Chaotic calamity finger, swoosh, a terrifying finger force condensed into the shape of a thread and pierced through the air. This finger was not pointed at the three-eyed divine being, but at the mutated beast under him. Poof, that mutated beast's combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary boundary emperor. It could not resist at all and its forehead was pierced. It died on the spot and its corpse fell to the ground. Damn it! The three-eyed divine being roared and his murderous intent became even colder. He attacked Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming held the spear in his right hand and dense runes appeared on it. Soon, the runes covered the spear and then the spear pierced out, forming a true dragon that whistled out. Lu Ming was using the spear to display the illusory spirit scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Path. However, the true dragon was scattered by the opponent's battle axe. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. The spear vibrated again and a destructive force erupted. This was the destruction scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Path. Lu Ming was using the opponent to hone his 9 scrolls of Array Path so that he could merge the sealing scroll, destruction scroll, and illusory spirit scroll as soon as possible. To be honest, a boundary emperor's monarch body was very powerful and required Lu Ming to go all out. Using the 9 scrolls of Array Path alone, Lu Ming was undoubtedly at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the opponent. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming needed. In the face of adversity, his 9 scrolls of Array Path progressed at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Yes, that's the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he thrust out his spear. Roar, a true dragon flew out and pounced on the other party. This move again. Break for me. The three-eyed god. Race roared and swung his giant axe down, splitting the true dragon in half. However, the true dragon immediately exploded, turning into countless runes that covered the axe. Following the axe, it spread to the other party's body, forming a powerful sealing power. That's right, Lu Ming had successfully merged the illusory spirit scroll and the sealing scroll together. This move contained 2 of the 9 scrolls of the formation Dao. Damn it! The three-eyed divine race member roared and erupted with all of his strength. Black light erupted from his entire body. Those symbols dimmed and collapsed one after another. Again. Lu Ming thrust out his spear again. Once again, a true dragon flew out and collided with the opponent's battle axe. This time an astonishing rumble was heard, and the opponent's battle axe vibrated. This move was a combination of the illusory spirit codex and the destruction codex, and its prowess was enhanced significantly, allowing him to successfully fend off the other party's attack. If I combine the 3 scrolls, it will be even more powerful. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he kept thrusting out with his spear, but in the end, he still failed. Combining 3 scrolls was much more difficult than combining 2 scrolls. If I can combine the Destruction Codex and the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger, wouldn't the power of the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger increase exponentially? Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. The power of the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger was already very strong, but if it was combined with the Destruction Codex, it would definitely be even stronger. However, this involved the fusion of 2 types of laws, which was even more mysterious. Lu Ming tried a few more times, but he did not succeed. However, this was a direction. As long as Lu Ming kept trying, he would eventually succeed. Now, let's finish you off. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He kept thrusting out with his spear, using the fusion of the illusory spirit codex and the sealing scroll. At the same time, he used the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger with his left hand, attacking from both sides. Boom! 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 The 2 exchanged several dozen moves before Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. The other party's body was covered in a dense layer of talisman scripts, affecting his strength. Pooh! Lu Ming pointed, and the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger pierced through the other party's body. Half of the other party's body exploded. The other party roared and turned to flee. Lu Ming gave chase. However, the other party was indeed very strong, comparable to Lu Ming. Despite suffering injuries, the other party quickly fled far away. Lu Ming could only give up on the chase. A quasi-emperor level sovereign body was indeed very strong. Lu Ming could only defeat the other party after bringing out his full power and using 2 types of laws. However, he still could not kill the other party. Lu Ming turned around and continued hunting the three-eyed divine race with Xianxia. On the other side, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang were engaged in a life-and-death battle with two quasi-emperors. Given the three's combat prowess, fighting two quasi-emperors was very difficult. This was a true life-and-death battle, with their lives in danger at any moment. Huang Ling used her undying flame laws to execute the undying cage. While attacking, she also defended. As for Long Chen, his body swelled up like a giant. Every time he attacked, an elephant's trumpeting sounded. The divine image stepped on the air and attacked the other party. As for Luo Xiang, he was moving around. He held a rusty iron sword in his hand, but it was incomparably sharp. His movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the speed of his sword was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making it hard for people to guard against. Even so, under the terrifying attacks of the quasi-emperor, they were still in a perilous situation, facing fatal danger. Die for me. A quasi-emperor suddenly launched himself at Luo Xiang. A terrifying force sealed the space around Luo Xiang, making it difficult for him to move quickly. Then, a berserk attack charged at Luo Xiang. Of the three, Luo Xiang's cultivation was the lowest. The quasi-emperor wanted to kill Luo Xiang first before moving on to the others. Oh no! Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to help but were blocked by the other quasi-emperor. They could not rush over immediately. Die. That quasi-emperor had a ferocious look in his eyes as he attacked Luo Xiang. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Luo Xiang was very calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with a terrifying sharpness. In his sea of consciousness, his sword soul vibrated and the iron sword in his hand buzzed. At this moment, he circulated all his strength. Whoosh, a sword light burst out, illuminating the sky. It was extremely stunning. Puff, the attack of that three-eyed divine being was forcefully broken. These brats must die. The three-eyed divine being roared in his heart. These youths were too strong. In the future, when they grew up, they would be a great enemy of their race. He charged at Luo Xiang again. Clang, the iron sword in Luo Xiang's hand vibrated and emitted a resplendent light. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. He broke through. At the critical moment, Luo Xiang broke through. He broke through. Great! Long Chen and Huang Ling were overjoyed. Luo Xiang's battle power increased greatly after his breakthrough. He broke through the enemy's attack and fought with Huang Ling and Long Chen. Luo Xiang's breakthrough increased their battle power. They were finally able to fight with the enemy. No one noticed that a cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others from time to time. It was Feng Wuchen. These people will be a huge threat to the Feng tribe sooner or later. We have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He then transmitted his voice to his subordinates. Then, they attacked some of the three-eyed divine beings. After a few moves, they suddenly changed direction and charged toward Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang. The three-eyed divine beings chased after them. Soon, they were close to Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang's battlefield. Oh no! Huang Ling and the others' expressions changed. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. He wanted to lure the three-eyed divine beings to them so that they could kill them. You guys came at the right time. These guys are the top prodigies of the human race. They will be a huge threat in the future. We have to get rid of them first. One of the three-eyed divine beings who was fighting with Huang Ling and the others shouted. He wanted the other three-eyed divine beings to kill Huang Ling and the others. Okay, let's kill these people first. The three-eyed divine beings who were chasing Feng Wuchen and the others immediately gave up on them and charged toward Huang Ling and the others. Among Feng Wuchen and the others, only Feng Wuchen was a top prodigy. The others were all old and had limited potential. Compared to killing Feng Wuchen and the others, the three-eyed divine beings were more willing to kill Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang. At least 3 or 4 boundary emperors and more than 10 absolute saints charged toward Huang Ling and the others. The three's expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated but were held back by the 2 boundary emperors from before. Haha! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The process was smoother than he thought. He led the Feng tribe's elites and quickly left. On the other side, Lu Ming also noticed this. Oh no! Lu Ming's face turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, a ray of saint power swept up Xianxia and quickly rushed towards Huang Ling and the others. However, he was still quite a distance away from Huang Ling and the others. It would take some time for him to reach them. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang were besieged by so many quasi-emperors and immediately fell into fatal danger. Puff, Long Chen's body was penetrated by a beam of destructive light. His flesh and blood exploded. The scene was extremely horrifying. Luo Xiang didn't have it easy either. One of his arms was chopped off. Although Huang Ling had the undying flame laws, she blocked even more attacks and suffered heavy injuries. As soon as they exchanged blows, the three of them were heavily injured and fell into a crisis. All of you, retreat! Long Chen roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fists punched out continuously, and the silhouettes of divine elephants appeared one after another. They charged toward the other party in the air. He fought against a few boundary emperors alone so that Huang Ling and Luo Xiang could have a chance to escape. However, he was alone, and his battle prowess was limited in the end. The divine elephant was destroyed, and his body was blasted. Half of his body directly exploded, and he almost died. Die! A three-eyed boundary emperor's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. He swung his giant axe at Long Chen's head. If this attack landed, Long Chen would definitely die. Just then, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Luo Xiang's bodies flickered like phantoms. In the next moment, they appeared 1,000 meters away. The three-eyed boundary emperor's attack missed. A petite figure appeared beside Huang Ling and the others. It was Bubble's timely intervention that saved them. Kill! The three-eyed boundary emperor charged toward Bubble. You are the ones who will die. Chirp chirp. Bubble pressed her small hand down, and the void fluctuated. More than a dozen absolute saint-level three-eyed boundary emperors' bodies were directly torn into pieces by the power of space. Even the few boundary emperors retreated frantically, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Space-time laws. No, retreat. A three-eyed boundary emperor's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat. However, a few transparent bubbles appeared and enveloped them. Die! A cold voice rang out from the sky. Following that, a spear ray pierced through the top of their heads. A total of 7 boundary emperors were killed in an instant. Lu Ming's figure descended. With a wave of his hand, he kept the three-eyed boundary emperor's corpse. Then, he stepped out and appeared beside Huang Ling and the others. Heal your wounds first. Lu Ming said. Long Chen, Luo Xiang, and Huang Ling were severely injured, especially Long Chen and Luo Xiang. Their bodies were about to explode. However, with the strength of their spiritual bodies, it was not difficult for them to regrow their limbs. The three of them sat cross-legged in the air and began to heal their wounds. Lu Ming and Bubble stood guard around them. Any three-eyed boundary emperor that attacked them were mercilessly killed by them. Long Chen and Luo Xiang's bodies began to heal and recover. A few hours later, their external injuries had healed. However, it would take them a few days to recover to their peak condition. Dong dong dong, at this moment, the war drums sounded, and the three-eyed boundary emperor began to retreat. Feng Wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Then, he stepped toward the direction of the base. Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, and the others looked at each other and followed Lu Ming. Soon, they returned to the base. Lu Ming did not stop. He went straight up and finally arrived in front of a majestic palace. This palace was the Wind Clan's encampment. Lu Ming walked toward the door of the palace. Stop, this is the base of the Feng tribe. Other than the members of the Feng tribe, only those who are invited can enter. Are you invited? In front of the door, 2 burly men blocked Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted. The 2 burly men's bodies shook violently. They were sent flying and vomited blood. You, how dare you? One of them pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Bam! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying force surged out and bombarded the door of the Feng tribe's palace. Boom! The door exploded into pieces and flew everywhere. The 2 burly men guarding the door were stunned. Someone dared to smash the door of the Feng tribe's palace. This was a slap to the Feng tribe's face. The commotion here also alarmed the other forces. Figures flew out from the palaces and looked in their direction. It's Lu Ming. He's so bold to smash the door of the Feng tribe. What happened? Why did Lu Ming do this? I heard that Lu Ming and Feng Wuchen have a grudge. There was a lot of discussion. Who is it? You're courting death. Angry roars could be heard from the Feng clan's palace. Many figures dashed out and looked at Lu Ming and the rest with gazes as cold as knives. Where's Feng Wuchen? Ask him to come out and die. Lu Ming shouted, ignoring the Feng tribe's experts. You're Lu Ming? A Feng tribe expert recognized Lu Ming and narrowed his eyes. Feng Wuchen, come out and accept your death. Lu Ming shouted again, his voice shaking the entire base. Lu Ming, how dare you break the gate of my Wind tribe for no reason? No matter what, you have to give us an explanation today. A Wind tribe quasi-emperor shouted coldly. Explanation? Bullshit. Scram. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and directly told the other party to scram, not giving him any face. The people of the other factions all had different expressions as they were secretly shocked. The Wind tribe was an ancient race that had existed since ancient times. They had a deep foundation and were incomparably powerful. However, Lu Ming did not give them any face and directly told them to scram. Boundlessly arrogant. I'll cripple you. A quasi-emperor roared. His figure turned into a gust of wind as he charged at Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp wind blades flew out and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming did not even look at the quasi-emperor as he directly punched out. The void trembled as the wind blades were sent flying by Lu Ming's violent fist energy and landed on the quasi-emperor's body. The quasi-emperor of the Wind tribe shrieked miserably as his body flew back and crashed into the wall of the Wind tribe's palace. He lay on the ground, half dead. Everyone was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply terrifying. He had severely injured a quasi-emperor with one punch without even looking. Where's Feng Wuchen? Did he become a coward? Get him out here. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the experts of the Wind tribe involuntarily took a few steps back. Lu Ming, how dare you come to my Wind tribe and break our gate? You even injured my people. What are you trying to do? A cold voice rang out as Feng Wuchen walked out of the Wind tribe's palace. He looked at Lu Ming with an unsightly expression. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so bold as to kill his way into the Wind tribe's base. I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming continued to step forward. He was very direct and could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Feng Wuchen. Back in the Lotus world, Autumn Moon's injury had something to do with Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen and the experts of the Feng clan joined forces with the people of the Daluo Heaven sect to injure Qiu Moon. Now, Feng Wuchen had gone from bad to worse. Not only did he deliberately make things difficult for them, but he also lured in the three-eyed divine tribe to kill them. Lu Ming's killing intent towards Feng Wuchen had reached its peak. He could no longer tolerate it. He had to kill Feng Wuchen today. Feng Wuchen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He retreated behind the experts of the Wind clan and shouted, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. When you wanted to exchange for resources and treasures, I told you that I didn't have enough and asked you to come back later. Now you hate me and want to kill me. Now is the time when we are united against the enemy, but you want to kill me and cause internal strife. I really suspect that you have already defected to the foreign tribe. Feng Wuchen directly put a label on Lu Ming. He said that Lu Ming was narrow-minded and even said that Lu Ming had defected to the foreign tribe. Huang Ling, Lu Xianxia, and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. Nonsense. You clearly hate my master and us. On the battlefield, you deliberately lured the foreign tribe to kill us. You want to kill us with a borrowed knife. Now you are slandering us. Lu Xianxia shouted unhappily. Many people's eyes flickered, and they thought to themselves, I see. Those who could cultivate to this level were all smart people. Previously, when Feng Wuchen had put a label on them, no one believed him. Instead, Lu Xiangxiang's words made more people believe him. No wonder Lu Ming's killing intent was so strong, and he directly killed his way to the Feng tribe's base. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. He deliberately lured the foreign tribe to Lu Ming and the others. How despicable, many people thought, but no one stood out. The Feng tribe was an ancient tribe and was very powerful. Who would dare to offend them? There were also some people who were gloating, such as the Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family. The conflict between Lu Ming and the Feng tribe intensified, and they were even happier that they killed each other. They hoped that the Feng tribe would kill Lu Ming. "Little girl, you're talking nonsense. You're full of nonsense. It's your master who told you to slander me, right? You have to have proof before you speak." Feng Wuchen sneered. "That's clearly the case. We can all testify." Lu Xiangxiang said. "Testify? What a joke. It's more like you all are working together to slander me." Feng Wuchen sneered. Lu Xiangxiang was so angry that her face turned red. Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly took another step forward and said, "Xiangxiang, why are you talking so much nonsense with this kind of person? Just kill him." Swoosh! Then, Lu Ming suddenly sped up and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. "How dare you? Take him down together." The many boundary emperors of the Feng tribe were furious. In an instant, at least 10 boundary emperors attacked Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted. The light of chaos shrouded his body as he used the chaotic calamity finger 10 times in a row. Bam! Bam! A series of collisions sounded. The attacks of the 10 boundary emperors were broken. Their bodies trembled violently as they retreated. There was a bloody hole in their bodies, and blood flowed out. Hiss! Many people gasped in shock. 10 boundary emperors working together were no match for Lu Ming. They were instantly injured by Lu Ming. This kind of combat power was too shocking. "Feng Wuchen, you must die today." Lu Ming took another step forward. Feng Wuchen's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but retreat. "Enough." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A figure walked out of the Feng tribe's palace, and a vast aura spread out. Emperor's aura, this was a martial emperor. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Lu Ming couldn't do anything to a martial emperor. "Elder, Lu Ming is lawless. Not only did he break the door of the Feng tribe, but he also injured the elites of the Feng tribe. Quickly kill him." Feng Wuchen shouted. Lu Ming looked at the Feng tribe's martial emperor and said calmly, "As a martial emperor, I dare you to attack me." His words made the Feng tribe's martial emperor frown. The people of the other forces were also shocked. They thought of Uncle Kong a few years ago. There was an extremely powerful figure behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, Uncle Kong probably wouldn't say anything if a boundary emperor attacked. However, if a martial emperor attacked, would Uncle Kong make a trip to the Feng tribe? "Lu Ming, don't push your luck. You'll break easily if you're too hard. Leave. I'll forget about what happened today," the Feng tribe's martial emperor said. Many people's eyes flashed. The Feng tribe's martial emperor's words were equivalent to giving in. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Today, he had a good reason to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming clearly didn't appreciate it. "You can let this matter rest, but I didn't say so. Feng Wuchen deliberately led the foreign races to kill us. He must die." Lu Ming's voice was cold, and the killing intent on his body intensified, causing the temperature to drop. "Lu Ming, you're going overboard. Don't think that you can be lawless with an old man backing you. My Feng tribe doesn't fear you." Lu Ming sneered. Fearless, if he was really fearless, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Feng Wuchen. He would have slapped him to death. "Kill." Lu Ming let out a long howl and launched an attack. His figure suddenly charged toward Feng Wuchen. Many people sighed. Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had stirred up the storm in the ancient moon's sacred ground. He was still so daring to kill the Feng clan's king body Feng Wuchen in front of the Wind clan's martial emperor. "How dare you!" The Wind clan's martial emperor shouted and pressed down with one hand. A powerful aura acted on Lu Ming's body. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Lu Ming felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body suddenly stopped moving. Bubble, let's attack together. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble had been sitting on Lu Ming's shoulder. At this moment, her face was red. Space-time light spread out and her small hand slashed forward like a knife. Zzz, the space fluctuated violently as if it was about to split open. The Wind Clan's martial emperor's power on Lu Ming was also torn apart. Break! Lu Ming shouted. The light of primal chaos erupted as he pointed with his finger. The primal chaos energy surged. The power of the primal chaos tribulation finger gathered at one point and merged with Bubble's power. Boom, that space surged, and a tear appeared in the martial emperor's energy. Not good. The Wind Clan's martial emperor's face changed. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. He broke through the martial emperor's power and suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He grabbed at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen originally thought that with the martial emperor present, he would be safe. He never expected that Lu Ming could break through the martial emperor's power and suddenly appear in front of him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming grabbed Feng Wuchen's neck. Violent energy surged in and sealed Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Bam! Lu Ming grabbed Feng Wuchen and slammed him onto the ground. The ground rumbled. The floor of the Feng clan's palace was made of hard black gold, but it cracked. Feng Wuchen's entire body was embedded in the black gold. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his body twitched, and his eyes turned white like a dead fish. The people from the other forces were all dumbfounded and shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Lu Ming was able to break through the barrier of Martial Emperor's strength. Ordinary cultivators below Martial Emperor would find it hard to move under the suppression of a Martial Emperor. Secondly, they were shocked that Lu Ming had really kept his word. He had seriously injured Feng Wuchen in the Wind Clan's palace before the Wind Clan's Martial Emperor. It looked like he really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Fiend! A true fiend, Lu Xianxia and the others felt their blood boil as they watched. I advise you to let Feng Wuchen go. The Wind Clan's Martial Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. A terrifying killing intent was brewing in his heart. Lu Ming was actually able to defeat Feng Wuchen despite the obstruction of his power. This made him lose all his face. Moreover, Feng Wuchen couldn't die. He had a peerless monarch physique and his future was unpredictable. He had the potential to become a martial emperor. Although the Wind Clan was an ancient clan with a deep foundation and shocking strength, they didn't have a martial emperor. A martial emperor was too important to a force. Let him go and let him take revenge on me? I won't give him a second chance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped on Feng Wuchen's face. Feng Wuchen's body twitched again. If you kill him, your friends will also die. Several more voices came from the Wind Clan's palace. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Martial emperors, they were all martial emperors, one of them had a vast and unfathomable aura. Divine light surrounded him. It was a true emperor. It looked like the Wind Clan was no longer calm. Martial emperors had appeared one after another. The one who spoke earlier was a true emperor. His sharp eyes looked at Xianxia and the others. A great true emperor wants to use a few juniors to threaten me? How laughable. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Let Feng Wuchen go or none of you will be able to leave. I know you have an old clan behind you, but that won't scare my Wind Clan. The true emperor coldly spoke. His powerful aura enveloped the group. He only needed a thought to kill them all with Xianxia. Master, don't worry about us, just kill that guy. Xianxia shouted. Shut up. The true emperor shouted and raised his hand. A large hand reached for Xianxia. Suddenly, space in front of Xianxia cracked. A cane flew out and destroyed the hand. Next, the staff grew to the size of a towering tree and slammed down on the Wind True Emperor. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He naturally recognized that this walking stick belonged to Uncle Kong. It's Grandpa Kong. Xianxia cried out. The true emperor's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the cane. He let out a long roar. World time erupted, blasting out with the power of the world. Endless wind howled, sweeping towards the walking stick. However, the wind was dispersed and the cane struck the true emperor, sending him flying 100 miles away. He turned pale and vomited blood. Everyone was shocked. One move was enough to injure a true emperor. It's that guy from Grand Development Hall. His power is unfathomable. The experts of the other forces in the ancient moon holy ground discussed in shock. The Wan clan and Celestial Wolf Pagoda had ugly expressions. After all, Uncle Kong killed 2 of their true emperors back then. Several years ago, I told the seniors not to interfere with the matters of the younger generation, especially since they're only a bunch of saints. You void emperors and even true emperors want to fight, so don't blame me for bullying the weak. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane. Senior, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Feng Wuchen has also suffered. Tell Lu Ming to let him go and the Wind clan won't interfere. What do you think? The true emperor cupped his fist and said. I won't interfere with the matters of the younger generation. Let them decide whether to kill them or not. You emperors shouldn't interfere either. Uncle Kong said. Senior, you're saying that you must interfere. Starting a war with the Wind clan won't do you any good. The true emperor coldly said. I'd like to see how you'll do that to me. Uncle Kong said. The martial emperors from the Wind clan had ugly expressions. It was clear that Uncle Kong was going to interfere. Send a message to the patriarch. The true emperor messaged a void emperor of the Wind clan. The void emperor nodded and secretly sent a message. Lu Ming, do what you want, no need to worry. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane. The Wind clan's experts were aghast. Stop. Everyone from the Wind clan roared. No. Now you're afraid. You should have thought of this when you lured the three-eyed divine race to us. Lu Ming said coldly. His murderous intent towards Feng Wuchen was unparalleled. His sacred power condensed into a spear and pierced Feng Wuchen's head. Pluff. The spear pierced Feng Wuchen's head and nailed him to the ground. Feng Wuchen struggled for a bit before losing all signs of life. Dead, an unparalleled king physique had died just like that. He had been killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone in the Feng clan's palace, in front of countless Feng clan powerhouses. You court death. The true emperor of the Wind clan roared and unleashed his world power towards Lu Ming. Feng Wuchen was the hope of the Wind clan. Now that he was dead, he had to kill Lu Ming. Looks like you want to die. Uncle Kong's voice came from the walking stick. Clang. Next, a sword was unsheathed. Its hymn echoed across the firmament. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light before the true emperor of the Wind clan froze in the air. All signs of life disappeared without a trace. Next, a bloody mark appeared on the forehead of the true emperor of the Wind clan. His body was split in half. Gulp. Many swallowed their saliva, shaken to the core. A true emperor was killed just like that. Just like a few years ago. You've gone too far. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Then, a terrifying whistling sound echoed in the sky. In the distance, an endless gust of wind was blowing towards them, covering the entire ancient moon holy ground and enveloping the entire place. Many people felt that it was the end of the world. It was as if the world was about to collapse. The gales were like countless divine weapons. Space was cut apart like tofu, revealing ferocious spatial cracks. Amidst the endless wind, there was a tall and majestic figure. It was as if he was standing between the heavens and the earth, as if a demon god had appeared. A terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Clan Master. The Clan Master is here, they're dead for sure. The experts of the Wind clan rejoiced. It's the Wind clan Master. Peak True Emperor. Some true emperors from the other powers spoke with a serious tone. That's right. Peak True Emperor, many people gasped. The Wind True Emperor killed earlier was a one-star True Emperor who had just become a True Emperor not long ago. The Wind Patriarch was a 7-star True Emperor. The difference in strength between the two was unfathomable. It seemed that the Wind clan was enraged, and the clan leader had personally taken action. That brat Lu Ming is dead for sure. That old man from the Great Pill Development Palace is also dead for sure. Haha. The Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and the other forces were overjoyed. Lu Ming, Uncle Kong, weren't you arrogant? Now you've kicked an iron plate. Who else but a Grand Emperor could compete with a peak true emperor? They didn't believe that Uncle Kong was so strong. Today, I'll have you all be buried with dustless. Amidst the endless gales, a cold and emotionless voice rang out as the gale swept towards Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. Clang, the sound of a sword being unsheathed came about again. A sword ray shot out, splitting the sky into two halves. It was truly cleaved into two halves. The entire sky was cleaved apart, revealing a terrifying dark void. The wind brought by the Wind Clan's leader was like a weak candle flame, disappearing without a trace. Then, everyone heard a miserable shriek as a figure frantically retreated. Drops of blood fell from the sky. In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe appeared. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the Wind Patriarch. Everyone was shocked. The Wind Clan master was wounded. This was a peak true emperor, an overlord of an ancient clan. How could someone like him be wounded by a single slash? His blood splashed across the sky. This was too shocking. More importantly, the other party didn't even appear. He was just controlling a sword from afar, and yet, he was already able to wield such fearsome might. It left one's heart trembling, and it was difficult for one to calm down. A Grand Emperor? Is he a Grand Emperor? Someone spoke with great difficulty, his voice carrying shock and disbelief. Controlling a sword from such a distance and causing a peak true emperor to bleed? Who else but a Grand Emperor could do this? A Grand Emperor. The ancient moon's sacred ground was hiding a Grand Emperor. The old man from the Grand Development Pill Hall was a Grand Emperor. Everyone shuddered at this thought. A peak true emperor was only one step away from a Grand Emperor. However, this step was the difference between heaven and earth. It was difficult to cross. This was especially true for the Golden Crow tribe, Wan Clan, Skywolf Pagoda, and other powers that had a grudge against Lu Ming. Their expressions were ugly and filled with worry. Uncle Kong is this strong? Even Lu Ming's group was astonished. Since you've had a hard time cultivating, I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane again. It was filled with a murderous aura. The Wind Patriarch's expression was ugly with a hint of fear. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Senior, there's something I must clarify today. Speak. Uncle Kong's voice came again. The Wind Clan can let bygones be bygones. The Wind Patriarch said. These words made many people's hearts tremble. It was obvious that the Wind Clan had taken a step back. In other words, Feng Wuchen's death today was in vain. However, everyone could understand that a Grand Emperor was standing behind Lu Ming. What could they do? Courting death, the other members of the Wind Clan were unwilling and humiliated. However, they could only endure the humiliation. The Wind Clan has only yourselves to blame and you still want to pursue the matter? Continue. Uncle Kong's indifferent voice sounded. Senior, the Wind Clan can let this matter rest this time. However, if Lu Ming relies on your support and kills the people of the Wind Clan on sight, or even invades the Wind Clan will definitely retaliate. If he wants to kill the martial emperors of the Wind Clan with a saber, the martial emperors of the Wind Clan will not stand there and let him kill them. In that case, even if Lu Ming has your support, the Wind Clan will not hesitate to fight. Senior, even if you can kill me, the Wind Clan will scatter and hide. You won't be able to kill all of us. Senior, you can't protect these juniors forever. The clan leader of the Feng clan said, his voice filled with determination. If Lu Ming wantonly killed their people, the Wind Clan would not hesitate to fight. Uncle Kong could protect Lu Ming and Xianxia for a while, but could he protect them forever? Unless they did not go out. The clan leader of the Feng clan had no choice. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill the people of the Feng clan without any scruples just because he had the backing of a great emperor. If that was the case, they would rather fight to the death. Senior, the Golden Crow clan also means the same. We can't allow ourselves to be killed and not fight back. The Wan clan has the same intention. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda. Following this, true emperors from the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Violet Extreme Sect and other factions that had a grudge against Lu Ming stepped forward to express their intentions. They would not allow themselves to be killed by Lu Ming. If that was the case, they would rather fight. This old man has already said it in the past, but it seems like you did not understand. Today, this old man will say it again. Lu Ming is now in the Sage Realm. If anyone below the Martial Emperor realm wants to fight him, this old man will not interfere. If you can kill him, it's your own strength. If he achieves the Martial Emperor realm and becomes an illusionary emperor, then all of you can fight him. If he can't defeat you, then it's his own fault. Similarly, if he achieves the true Emperor realm, then all of you can fight him. This old man will not interfere. Uncle Kong's voice resounded. The eyes of the people from the Wind Clan, Golden Crow Clan and other factions flickered. Currently, those below the Martial Emperor realm could not fight Lu Ming. Almost no one was a match for him. However, as long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, all of the Illusionary Emperors would be able to fight him. The Void Emperor was divided into 1 star to 7 stars. The difference between 1 star and 7 stars of battle prowess was like heaven and earth. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, it would be their chance. Alright, there are so many people here today. I hope Senior will keep his promise. The Wind Clan leader said with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. With Lu Ming's talent, it was almost certain that he would achieve the Martial Emperor realm. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, he would eliminate Lu Ming at all costs. This old man will keep his promise. Get lost. Uncle Kong's voice resounded. Then, with a shake of his walking stick, he disappeared without a trace. The clan leader of the Feng clan cast a cold glance at Lu Ming before he turned around and left. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Then, he left with Xianxia and the others towards the peak of the mountain. They wanted to exchange their spoils of war for resources. He was clear in his heart that the reason why Uncle Kong set such a rule was to train him. After he broke through to the Empty Emperor realm, all the empty emperors of the other party would be able to attack him. To him, this was indeed a great pressure, but it had the effect of tempering himself. Of course, if an emperor were to take action, it wouldn't be training, it would be crushing. Such a condition gave the Wind Tribe and the Golden Crow Tribe hope to kill Lu Ming. The other side naturally agreed. Otherwise, as the other side had said, they wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death. All of this was naturally built on the terrifying combat strength of Uncle Kong. Only a powerful deterrence could make the other party yield. Lu Ming and the others came to the place where they could exchange for treasures and resources. This time, no one made things difficult for them. They exchanged the third eye of the three-eyed divine race for all sorts of useful treasures. Lu Ming mainly focused on sacred medicines and origin stones. Within the mountain river diagram in the Phoenix Palace's encampment, Lu Ming continuously threw sacred medicines into the Great Development Cauldron. He controlled the cauldron's fire to refine the sacred medicines. The medicinal energy of the sacred medicines seeped into Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon quietly floated within the Great Development Cauldron. Her face was rosy and she looked normal on the outside. However, she didn't wake up for a long time. Now that the foreign tribes are invading, I don't know where Wanxiang Tower is. Autumn Moon, once the foreign tribes are defeated, I will definitely find Wanxiang Tower and find a way to save you. Lu Ming whispered. Then, he closed the cauldron's lid and kept the cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Next, Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived at another mountain peak. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's physical body stood on this mountain peak and continuously absorbed the energy from the outside world. However, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was less than 1%. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body was like a huge water tank. The energy was like water. It was too difficult to fill this tank with water. After such a long time, Lu Ming had used more than 1 million high-grade origin stones, but it was still less than 1%. God knows how long it would take to reach 100%. However, this was the physical body left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. Even if only 10% of the energy was stored, the power would be shocking if it exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a pile of storage bracelets. They were all storage bracelets that he had obtained from the three-eyed divine tribe. Then, he organized the items in these storage bracelets. Then, a pile of black crystals appeared on the ground. They were piled up like a mountain peak. It was unknown how many there were. These crystals were also a type of energy crystallization. They were very similar to origin stones. However, instead of origin chi, they were a type of strange energy. Martial artists could also absorb and refine them. However, the difficulty of refining them was much higher than origin chi. Lu Ming planned to refine the energy of these crystals into the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of crystals exploded, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not fight. He focused on refining the crystals for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In 3 days, all the crystals were refined. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body finally broke through 1% and reached 1.5%. Lu Ming was delighted. He was getting closer to 10%. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor imprint had told him that he could only control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body when the stored energy was at 10%. Because the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was a stone man, it was now like a puppet. Without enough energy, it could not be activated. As long as the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body reached 10%, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would become Lu Ming's greatest trump card. In the following days, he continued to fight with the three-eyed divine tribe and train on the battlefield. He didn't know if it was because the three-eyed divine tribe divided into 8 groups, but the forces that came to the ancient Moon Holy Land were not strong. After more than half a month, the three-eyed divine tribe was gradually suppressed by the ancient Moon Holy Land and even retreated. Everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that the three-eyed divine tribe was not that difficult to deal with. At this time, a news spread throughout the land of Yuan Mountain. In the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain, Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor, and Wuxiang Great Emperor, the 3 great emperors announced to the world that they had gathered all the powerhouses in the land of Yuan Mountain to prepare for a full-scale counterattack. As soon as the news came out, the land of Yuan Mountain was shaken. Countless powerhouses gathered in the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain. When Lu Ming and the others heard the news, they were also overjoyed. These 3 great emperors were the 3 great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Holy Court. After the battle in Celestial City, there was no news of the 3 great emperors. Lu Ming and the others were worried that the 3 great emperors would be in trouble. Now, it seemed that they were fine. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, all the major forces sent their experts to the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain to meet with many powerhouses and launch a counterattack. Lu Ming and the others followed the powerhouses of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect to the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain to participate in the battle. The ancient capital of Yuan Mountain was located in the north of the land of Yuan Mountain. Not long ago, this place was once the #1 holy land in the land of Yuan Mountain. However, after the emergence of Celestial City, the #1 throne was retired. Lu Ming and the others found a place to stay. 3 days later, clang! 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 The majestic sound of the bell resounded throughout the primordial mountain ancient capital. The great emperors had gathered all the experts. In the primordial mountain ancient capital, countless powerhouses gathered towards the place where the bell rang. So many experts. Xianxia looked up and looked around. Countless figures whizzed past. Some people's auras were particularly terrifying. Even if they did not deliberately release their auras, the faint emperor's aura could still be clearly felt. Martial emperors, so many martial emperors had formed an army of martial emperors. The number of emperor-level forces that were scattered outside the 9 great sacred lands gathered together was astonishing. Of course, the number of paragon saints and boundary emperors was the largest. It was extremely difficult to become an emperor. Since ancient times, countless martial artists had been stuck at the boundary emperor level, unable to break through. Therefore, at a glance, there were boundary emperors everywhere. Not long after, they arrived at an incomparably wide plaza. In the center of the square, there was a large bell that was constantly vibrating. Countless figures had gathered around the square. So many experts gathered together to launch an attack. It's really going to destroy the world. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Experts continued to arrive, and more people gathered around the square. Look, it's the ancient sun sacred ground's divine origin empire and the purple flame villa's only sacred palace. Nearby, someone whispered. Lu Ming looked over and saw people from the three major forces of the ancient sun sacred ground. Among the people of the divine origin empire, Ouyang Wushuang also looked at Lu Ming and nodded with a smile. However, the strongest force of the ancient sun sacred ground, the Daluo heaven sect, did not send anyone. It's the people of the heavenly profound sacred ground. And the dragon abyss sacred ground. One by one, the powerful forces of the sacred grounds arrived. Behind them, several ancient clans arrived. Lu Ming saw the ancient sacred clan. Among the ancient sacred clan's crowd, Xianxuan's snow-white robe was very eye-catching. The ancient sacred clan was a very powerful ancient clan. There were strong and weak ancient clans. Some ancient clans were weaker, such as the Wind clan. Although the Wind clan was an ancient clan, they did not have a great emperor. As for the ancient sacred clans, it was said that they were led by great emperors. However, he didn't see a single person from the two famous heavenly emperor-level forces in Celestial City, the Heng family and the He family. The Heng family, the He family, and the Daluo heaven sect, the three emperor-level forces, didn't send anyone. What's going on? Many people were disappointed. With the addition of the three martial monarch factions, their strength would be a lot stronger. Perhaps the three great factions will fight somewhere else. I'm just afraid that they'll hide and not fight. Many people guessed. At this moment, three figures suddenly appeared in the sky, and the whole place quieted down. The three great emperors had arrived. Lu Ming and the others had seen one of the elders before. It was Emperor Wu Xiang. As for the other two, one of them was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He should be the heavenly fire emperor. The other was an old man in a black robe. He was the chaotic heaven great emperor. With the appearance of the three great emperors, the entire place fell silent. I am Wu Xiang. This old man is heavenly fire. I'm Hun Tian. The three martial monarchs spoke. Greetings, great emperor. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. As long as the heavenly emperors didn't appear, the great emperors were the pinnacle. They deserved everyone's respect. Thank you for coming. Next, we'll fight the enemy together. Emperor Wu Xiang said. We're willing to live and die together with the great emperor. Many people shouted. Good. But before the battle, let me tell you about the origin of the foreign tribes. I'm afraid that many people here don't know the origin of the foreign tribes. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Many people shook their heads. During this period, they only knew that the foreign tribes came from another world. They were cruel and violent and killed anyone they saw. Everyone knows that the world we're in is called the Yuan realm. The world close to the Yuan realm is called the Heaven realm. The two worlds are twin worlds and can communicate with each other. However, the history of cultivation in the Heaven realm far exceeds that of the Yuan realm. Many of the cultivation methods in the Yuan realm were passed down from the Heaven realm. Emperor Formless explained. Everyone listened quietly. Many of them had already known about this secret long ago. As for the foreign tribes, they come from another world called the Evil Prison realm. The living beings in this world call themselves the God race, but that's just boasting. We call them the evil race or the evil God race. In ancient times, the evil God race opened a void passage and attacked the Heaven realm. They waged a fierce war with the Heaven realm. The evil God race was ruthless and cruel. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. They killed all living beings on sight. Blood flowed like rivers. Even the old, weak, women, and children were not spared. At this point, Emperor Wu Xiang waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. In the images were the scenes of the evil God race's attack. Wherever they passed, countless living beings died tragically. Their corpses formed mountains. It was a tragic sight. Images flashed past. Some of the images were of great battles. Many powerful forces were annihilated under the attack of the evil God race. Lu Ming discovered that apart from the three-eyed God race, there were other races in the evil God race. All of them were incomparably terrifying and unpredictable. In ancient times, the heaven realm was no match for them. Countless powerhouses died in battle, and countless powerful forces were annihilated. At that time, when the war reached its climax, the void was pierced through. Many relics of the heaven realm fell into the primordial realm. The corpses of some powerhouses fell into the primordial realm, forming some forbidden lands now. Of course, there were also powerhouses from the evil god race who took the opportunity to enter the primordial realm. Later on, the void repaired itself, and it was very difficult for the evil god race to come over. And those evil god race who entered the primordial realm back then secretly formed many terrifying forces, such as the demon spirit sect, evil spirit sect, and others. They specialized in hunting down the primordial realm's geniuses and powerhouses. Last time, it was these existences who opened the void passage and let the evil god race enter Celestial City. After Emperor Wuxiang explained, many people finally understood what was going on. So the demon spirit sect, evil spirit sect, and other forces were all created by the evil god race. No wonder. These evil sects should be eradicated as soon as possible. Many people discussed. Evil spirit sect. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. The current Song state was still under the control of the evil spirit sect. However, the void passage opened by the evil god race this time is only a small one. It's not stable. Thearchs or those above the arch realm cannot pass through. Once they force their way through, the void passage will collapse. Therefore, those who can pass through are only existences below the arch realm. Emperor Wuxiang continued. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that the other party's powerhouses above the arch realm could not pass through. This was definitely good news. Don't be happy too early. This is just a small battle. In the future, if the evil god race really breaks through the void and opens a stable void passage, or if the remaining powerhouses of the heaven realm are lost, then the evil god race will descend en masse. Therefore, the final battle will come sooner or later. Yes, what if the other party launched a large-scale attack in the future? Some people showed a look of despair. Therefore, we must win this battle. If we can't even win this small battle, how can we fight in the future? How can we annihilate the evil god tribe? Emperor Wuxiang's voice grew louder and louder as his aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he was a ferocious tiger. Many people clenched their fists tightly together. Are you willing to chase after us and win this battle? Annihilate the evil god tribe, protect your family, protect your loved ones, and protect your friends? Emperor Wuxiang's voice became louder and louder, filled with an indomitable aura. Yes, yes. Many people roared, their voices shaking the sky. Especially some of the young people, their blood was boiling. Wasn't it just the evil god tribe? It was just a battle. In order to protect what they wanted to protect, so what if they died in battle? Alright, next, we will be divided into 3 armies, led by the 3 of us. We will form a triangle and completely annihilate the evil god tribe. Emperor Wuxiang announced. After that, all the powerhouses were divided into 3 armies, led by the 3 great emperors. All the forces of the ancient moon's sacred ground followed Emperor Wuxiang. A day later, the army set off towards the evil god tribe. Of course, the martial emperors on their side dealt with the martial emperors of the other side, and those below the martial emperors dealt with those below the martial emperors. This battle almost annihilated the evil god tribe's army in the north of the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. After that, the evil god tribe mobilized their armies from several other directions, and there was also an army from the Celestial City. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the north of the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. This battle became a stalemate, and it lasted for half a year. For half a year, Lu Ming and the others were constantly fighting, tempering themselves, and often walking on the edge of life and death. For them, their improvement was very fast. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm, and he was slowly approaching the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. His combat strength was even more shocking. Ordinary boundary emperors would be reduced to ashes with a punch. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others had also made great progress, and they had all reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even successfully cultivated the light of law. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others had also touched the edge of the light of law. Tempering oneself in the midst of life and death, as long as one didn't die, the results one could achieve were astonishing. If they were to cultivate normally, they wouldn't be able to break through without a few years. The one who improved the fastest was Lu Xianxia. Not only did she reach the peak of the Great Saint realm very early on, but she even stimulated her potential in a great battle and broke through her limit to reach the absolute Saint realm. Even Lu Ming was very envious of this speed. However, after entering the Saint realm, Xianxia Beila's cultivation speed had slowed down. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had also brought Ouyang Moli, Xuanning Xin, and Tian Shui out to participate in the battle. They had all made great progress. Ouyang Moli had the body of reincarnation, and he also had the world heart of the reincarnation emperor. His cultivation speed was even more terrifying, and it was only a matter of time before he caught up to Xianxia. In this half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless experts of the three-eyed divine race and obtained countless resources. These resources were all turned into energy and absorbed by the heavenly emperor's body. The energy stored in the heavenly emperor's body had finally reached 9%, not far from 10%. After half a year of fierce fighting, they had gained the overall upper hand. They took back the land occupied by the evil god race and began to attack Celestial City. However, the evil god race relied on the city walls to set up heavy defenses in Celestial City. After many battles, although they had killed countless evil god race members, the evil god race could always replenish their numbers. On this day, Lu Ming had just returned to the barracks after fighting for a while when an old man came to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew this old man. He was a teacher of the Origin Mountain Academy. "The three great emperors want to see me?" When the Origin Mountain Academy's teacher explained the purpose of his visit, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Why did the three great emperors want to see him? Lu Ming didn't ask much. He followed the Origin Mountain Academy's teacher and came to a military tent. In the military tent, the three great emperors were sitting together, seemingly discussing something. "Lu Ming, you're here." Seeing Lu Ming, Great Emperor Wuxiang smiled. "Greetings to the three great emperors." Lu Ming bowed, and the teacher from the Yuanshan Sacred Academy left the room. "Lu Ming, I'm looking for you this time because I have something to ask you for help." Great Emperor Wuxiang said with a smile. "Ask me for help?" Lu Ming was even more confused. The great emperors were looking for him for help. What was going on? If even the great emperors couldn't handle it, it was useless to look for him. "Lu Ming, you have also seen the battle during this period. Although we have the advantage and are constantly killing the evil god race, the evil god race has always been able to replenish their numbers. It is because of that void passage. As long as there is that void passage, we can't completely annihilate the evil god race. We can only form a stalemate. The land of Origin Mountain can't be stabilized." Great Emperor Wuxiang said. Among the three great emperors, Great Emperor Wuxiang was better at talking. Therefore, it was usually Great Emperor Wuxiang who spoke. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, that void passage was the foundation. As long as that void passage was there, they couldn't completely annihilate the evil god race. But what did that have to do with him? With his current cultivation, he couldn't help much at all. If we want to defeat the evil god race, we have to seal that void passage. This will require Lu Ming's help. Great Emperor Wuxiang said. Great Emperor, feel free to speak your mind. As long as Lu Ming can help, I will not decline. Lu Ming said. All right, we will bring you to a place. Great Emperor Wuxiang nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, a force enveloped Lu Ming. Following that, the space split open. The three great emperors brought Lu Ming and disappeared from the military tent. The next moment, they arrived in a valley. They didn't know where this valley was. It seemed to be very hidden, and there was a powerful force in the air. After arriving here, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable throbbing. It was as if something was attracting him. The few of them moved forward and came to a concave ground. That is, Lu Ming saw a huge stone plate on the ground in front of him. It was circular and looked very ancient, filled with the aura of time. The stone plate was embedded in the ground. No, it should be said that the stone plate fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Lu Ming could sense that what attracted him was this stone plate. This stone plate has the aura of the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming couldn't help but say. You've sensed it. That's right. This stone plate does have the aura of the law of primal chaos. We speculate that this stone plate is very likely to be the weapon of one of the strongest in the heaven realm, the primal chaos emperor. It was rare for the heavenly fire emperor to speak. The weapon of the primal chaos emperor. The primal chaos emperor. This stone plate could be a weapon used by the primal chaos emperor. The primal chaos emperor could be considered his master. The primal chaos scripture came from the primal chaos emperor. No wonder Lu Ming felt that this stone plate was attracting him the moment he arrived. Lu Ming, we speculate that this stone plate has a terrifying sealing power. If we can control it, we can seal the void passageway of the evil god tribe. It's a pity that we have tried various methods but to no avail. Therefore, we thought of you. You are the son of primal chaos and cultivate the law of primal chaos. You might be able to control this stone plate and revive it. Emperor Formless said. All right, I'll try. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward to the stone plate. The stone plate was very large, like a small mountain. Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos and spread it toward the stone plate. When the law of primal chaos enveloped the stone plate, it seemed to resonate with the stone plate, causing it to vibrate. Yes. Emperor Formless, Emperor Heavenly Fire, and Emperor Chaotic Heaven's eyes lit up. Continue. Lu Ming continued to control the law of primal chaos, enveloping the stone plate from afar. The stone plate began to vibrate violently. Due to the passage of time, it was covered in a layer of rock. At this moment, the rock crumbled, revealing the stone plate. The stone plate was gray and looked like a primal chaos stone. There were some mysterious runes carved on it. At this moment, those runes lit up. Boom! Finally, the stone plate vibrated and flew up to hover above Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind buzzed. He seemed to see a majestic figure controlling the array plate and fighting against an enemy. The primal chaos emperor. Lu Ming's heart shook. That figure was indeed the primal chaos emperor. This stone plate really did look like the primal chaos emperor's weapon. What a mysterious law of primal chaos. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to sense an extremely mysterious and ancient law of primal chaos from the stone plate. It was many times faster than what he comprehended. At this moment, Lu Ming's comprehension of the primal chaos laws seemed to have deepened. During this period of cultivation, his comprehension of the primal chaos law had already reached 95%. However, he now had a feeling that he was close to reaching 96%. The stone plate continued to vibrate, and the figure of the primal chaos emperor disappeared. The stone plate began to shrink and finally fell into Lu Ming's hand. Haha, looks like it's a success. Emperor Wu Xiang smiled. Heavenly Fire Great Emperor and Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor also smiled. However, the three martial monarchs soon withdrew their smiles. Lu Ming, our original plan was to lead the army and launch an all-out attack to attract the other party's attention. After that, the great emperors would suddenly charge in and kill their way to the void passageway. Then, they would seal the void passageway with the chaos stone plate. However, you should know that even though the enemy's emperors can't enter, there are still quite a number of emperors here. Back then, 2 of them were killed by the heavenly emperor's body, so there are still 8 of them left. During this period of time, we killed another one, so there are still 7 of them. Therefore, it's very dangerous for you to go. We won't force you to go. If you don't want to go, we'll think of another way. Emperor Wu Xiang said. That's right. Although we'll do our best to protect you, the enemy is an emperor. There's no guarantee that nothing will happen. Therefore, you have to make the decision yourself. Heavenly Fire Great Emperor said. This matter was too dangerous, so Lu Ming had to make the decision himself. I'll go. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. A real man had some things to do and some not to do. How could he refuse such a thing because he was afraid of death? Emperor Wu Xiang and the others nodded in satisfaction when they saw Lu Ming's determined gaze. Lu Ming, don't worry. Even if we die, we'll protect you. Emperor Wu Xiang said. If you die, we die too. Emperor Han Tian spoke for the first time, but his voice was firm and powerful. Lu Ming was very touched. As great emperors, they were high and mighty and powerful. In fact, they could force Lu Ming to do anything. If a few great emperors joined forces, Lu Ming could only obey. However, they didn't. Instead, they asked for Lu Ming's opinion. They promised that they would protect Lu Ming with their lives. As a great emperor, he could do this. Lu Ming was in awe of his character. "Emperors, do we have other emperors?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course. Otherwise, how could the three of us be a match for the evil god tribe?" Emperor Wuxiang said. Lu Ming was enlightened. Indeed, how could the three of them be a match for the evil god tribe? Moreover, they had killed one of the evil god tribe's members. There were other emperors in the dark. "I'll bring you to meet them now," Emperor Wuxiang said. Then, he tore open space and brought Lu Ming back to the camp. Emperor Wuxiang then sent a message. Soon, space rippled and a figure stepped in. This figure was covered in milky white light. It was divine light that was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The people of the Heavenly God sect in the Tsang province also cultivated divine light, but compared to this, they were trash. Emperor, Lu Ming knew that this was an emperor. His aura wasn't any weaker than Emperor Wuxiang and the others. "Lu Ming, this is the sacred emperor of the ancient sacred tribe," Emperor Wuxiang introduced. "Greetings, sacred emperor." Lu Ming bowed. "The chaos gem has awakened?" The sacred emperor said coldly, like a high and mighty god. "That's right." Emperor Wuxiang nodded. The sacred emperor didn't say anything else. Then, space rippled and another person arrived. This person was an emperor of the primordial mountain ancient capital. He was like a peerless emperor. As soon as this emperor arrived, space rippled and another figure appeared. "Uncle Kong." Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this figure. This figure was actually Uncle Kong. It seemed that Uncle Kong was indeed an emperor. Could it be that Uncle Kong had been secretly participating in the battle? "Greetings, Senior Dan Kong." When Uncle Kong arrived, Emperor Wuxiang and the others clasped their fists at him and addressed him as senior. Even the cold and arrogant Holy Emperor, who was like an emperor, bowed to Count Kong. It seemed that Uncle Kong's seniority was very high. Uncle Kong nodded. He looked very old. His turbid eyes looked at Lu Ming and said, "I'll escort Lu Ming in. With Senior Dan Kong taking care of it, we'll naturally be at ease. Then, we'll delay the other emperors," Emperor Wuxiang said. "Seniors, why don't I see the Heng family and He family?" Lu Ming wanted to ask about the Heng family, He family, and the Daluo Heaven sect. At this critical moment, those emperors were also nowhere to be seen. Don't mention those cowardly old foxes. When the battle starts, all of them hide and wait to reap the benefits. The 6 great emperors discussed for a while and decided to launch the attack tomorrow. On the second day, all the experts gathered and charged towards Celestial City. Kill. Sound waves soared into the sky as endless killing intent soared. Countless experts charged towards Celestial City. Those below the Martial Emperor level attacked from below. Those above the Martial Emperor level attacked directly from above. Boom. Boom, terrifying loud sounds came from all around Celestial City. A great battle broke out. That area seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The sky was torn apart as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, Celestial City was built by the Celestial Emperor in the past. It was sturdy and immortal. Even such an intense battle couldn't destroy Celestial City. Lu Ming, Uncle Kong, and the others stood in the sky and watched from afar. "Let's attack first," Emperor Wuxiang said. Then, the 5 great emperors turned into 5 streaks of light and charged into Celestial City. Kill. In Celestial City, there were wild roars and terrifying rays of light that rushed towards Emperor Wuxiang and the others. The battle between the great emperors broke out and reached the endless sky of Celestial City. The great emperors were too terrifying. If they fought below, the others would be affected and die in the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. The battle became more and more intense. Even though they were far away, there were howling winds that swept over. "Palace Master, let's go." Uncle Kong waved his hand and a power enveloped Lu Ming. Then, he tore through the void and arrived inside Celestial City in the next moment. This was the original place of Celestial Emperor Mountain. Below, there was a huge cave. Looking from afar, one could see a huge black vortex. Uncle Kong's figure dashed into the cave with a flicker. Roar! In the black vortex, there was a huge evil god tribe member. His body was incomparably huge. Compared to him, ordinary people were like ants. This huge evil god tribe member stretched out two palms and supported the two sides of the vortex. From time to time, there would be evil god tribe members rushing out from the vortex. At the edge of the vortex, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. At this moment, that figure's gaze was like a divine sword as he looked at Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. You want to attack the void passage? Kill! This person shouted and erupted with a terrifying aura. If Lu Ming wasn't enveloped by Uncle Kong's power, he would most likely be shaken to death. This person was also a great emperor expert that was guarding the void passage. Slash! Uncle Kong murmured. At this moment, Uncle Kong's slouching figure became tall and straight. His murky eyes shone with a bright light, like two stars in the night sky. A terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang! A beam of sword light slashed apart the heaven domain, destroying the sky dome as it slashed towards the evil god race's great emperor. Boom! Their attacks collided, causing the underground cave to shake violently. Cracks started to appear in the void. Some of the evil god tribe members that had just charged out of the whirlpool were directly reduced to ashes by the shockwaves. Clang! Clang! The longsword in Uncle Kong's hand vibrated unceasingly, and the sword whistled unceasingly. In an instant, he had slashed out hundreds and thousands of swords. Each slash could kill a peak true emperor. The evil god emperor of the evil god race howled in rage as he erupted forth with all his might to fight against Uncle Kong. However, at this moment, the evil god emperor was being suppressed. Hallmaster, now is the time. Uncle Kong transmitted a message to Lu Ming. Chaos Stone Plate. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the Chaos Stone Plate flew out. It rapidly expanded until it was the size of a planet. It was boundless. Suppress for me. Lu Ming roared. He controlled the Chaos Stone Plate to suppress the void passage. The Chaos Stone Plate emitted a resplendent radiance, wanting to seal the void passage. Want to seal the void passage? Don't even think about it. The evil god race's great emperor roared. He used all his strength to break through Uncle Kong's sword light and stop Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Uncle Kong moved with a mysterious footwork. With each step, his body would emit a bright light. As he moved forward, the light on his body became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Uncle Kong's sword aura became stronger and stronger. He had already gained the upper hand, suppressing the evil god race's great emperor. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. A deep wound appeared on the evil god race's great emperor's body, causing him to roar madly. At this moment, in the battlefield of the great emperors, the evil god race's great emperors naturally saw what was happening in the void passage. D***it. They want to seal the void passage. Stop them. The demonic spirit religion leader roared. At this moment, he was fighting against Emperor Wu Xiang. Emperor Wu Xiang was formless and formless. He transformed into thousands of shadows and surrounded the demonic spirit religion leader. The other great emperors were also holding their opponents back. The most terrifying one was Emperor Hun Tian. His combat strength was terrifying and he had the ability to shake the heavens and earth. He alone was holding back two great emperors. Suppress! Lu Ming roared. The Chaos Stone Plate continued to suppress the void passage. Roar! That huge evil god race's great emperor pressed on the edge of the void passage with one hand and dragged the Chaos Stone Plate with the other. For a moment, the Chaos Stone Plate was actually blocked and could not suppress it. Lu Ming's cultivation was ultimately too weak. That huge evil god race's great emperor cultivation was at least at the true emperor level. It was normal for it to be able to block it. Slash! At this moment, Uncle Kong shouted coldly. A sword light slashed down from the head of the huge evil god race's great emperor, splitting his head into two. The huge evil god race's great emperor roared and fell down powerlessly. His body disappeared into the vortex. Boom, without any resistance, the Chaos Stone Plate pressed down and blocked the void passage. Rumble, the Chaos Stone Plate vibrated. It was about to completely embed itself into the void and become one with it to seal the void passage. Boom. Boom, the Chaos Stone Plate vibrated continuously. It seemed like the other side of the Chaos Stone Plate was suffering from a terrifying attack. Shua, in the next moment, Uncle Kong landed on the Chaos Stone Plate with Lu Ming. Endless energy surged from Uncle Kong's body into the Chaos Stone Plate, helping Lu Ming to suppress the stone plate. Don't even think about it. Kill. Kill. The evil god race's great emperor attacked Uncle Kong crazily. High in the sky, the evil god race's great emperor also went crazy and started to fight with his life. With this, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others could no longer stop him. Shua. Shua, several figures rushed into the cave in succession. Kill. Kill, several evil god race's great emperors attacked Uncle Kong and Lu Ming together like a storm. Uncle Kong had to suppress the Chaos Stone Plate and diverted a portion of his energy. His battle strength was naturally insufficient. The longsword in his hand emitted endless sword light. Although he managed to block the attacks of several great emperors, he staggered and blood flowed out of his mouth. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming was extremely worried. Fortunately, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others arrived at the next moment. Following which, the other great emperors also rushed in. A chaotic battle broke out in this place. However, this space was extremely mysterious. It was big enough. Back then, the Lotus World was here. There were 9 worlds. From this, one could see how big this space was. Many great emperors were in a chaotic battle. Uncle Kong's energy surged continuously into the Chaos Stone Plate. Rumble, the Chaos Stone Plate continued to vibrate as it continued to suppress the void passage. After the last loud rumble, the entire Chaos Stone Plate was completely embedded in the void passage as if it had merged with the space. The void passage was completely sealed. Damn it, all of you must die. The demon religion hierarch roared crazily as he attacked Emperor Wu Xiang with his terrifying power. The other great emperors of the evil god race also unleashed terrifying attacks. Their attacks were frenzied, as though they had all gone mad. With the void passage sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off their source of troops. Only the evil god tribe in Celestial City was left, and they would be wiped out sooner or later. You are doomed. You are doomed to fail. Emperor Wu Xiang said coldly. Fail? What a joke. So what if you sealed the passage? Other than you great emperors, who else can stop us? We will kill everyone below the great emperor realm, especially such geniuses. The demon religion hierarch's voice was incomparably cold and filled with terrifying killing intent. As he spoke, his cold gaze swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, the other party still had 7 great emperors. This was a disaster. If the other party hid and deliberately avoided the great emperors of Yuan Mountain to hunt those below the great emperor realm, no one would be able to stop them. They would all die. And the great emperors of Yuan Mountain couldn't stay together every day. If they were separated, they would be attacked separately. Even the great emperors would die. If the 7 great emperors attacked without hesitation, it would be too dangerous. You have no chance. The Chaos Heaven Great Emperor, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. Then, he opened his palm and a door of light appeared in his palm. As soon as this door of light appeared, it instantly enlarged and turned into a giant door that was 10,000 feet tall. A terrifying suction force erupted from the door of light. Come in. The Chaos Heaven Great Emperor spoke as the power in his body surged into the door of light. The door of light erupted with an even stronger force that enveloped the 7 great emperors of the evil god tribe, wanting to swallow them into the door of light. Damn it, it's the gate of world viewing. They want to take us to the heavenly world. Let's go. The great emperors of the evil god tribe roared as they tried their best to rush out. Stay. At this moment, Emperor Wu Xiang, the Holy Emperor, the Emperor-like Emperor, Uncle Kong, and the others unleashed their full strength to tie down their opponents. Lu Ming was enveloped by Uncle Kong's power and stood behind him. He could not intervene in such a great battle at all. Damn it, the Celestial Emperor's body is only a bit away from 10%. I can't control it at all. Lu Ming's heart was filled with hatred. He wished he could help. Wang, the door of light trembled, and the suction force grew stronger and stronger, wanting to draw the 7 evil god tribe great emperors in. However, the evil god tribe great emperors resisted with all their might, unable to move the door at all. At this moment, the heavenly fire monarch also arrived at the door of light. A terrifying power surged into the door of light, making the door of light even more attractive. However, he was still lacking a little. The 7 immortal emperors of the evil god race attacked crazily. Their attacks were simply too terrifying. There were only 4 people in Uncle Kong's group, and they were trying their best to stop them. However, the situation was very critical. Bang! Emperor Wu Xiong was struck. His body trembled violently as blood flowed out of his mouth. However, he still refused to back down. At the same time, the Holy Emperor was also heavily injured. Heavenly Flame, let's begin. The Chaos Heaven Emperor looked at the Heavenly Fire Monarch. All right. The Heavenly Fire Monarch nodded. Boom. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Heavenly Fire Monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor. Their bodies seemed to be burning as if they were 2 men on fire. The attractive force of the world-viewing gate suddenly increased by several times. The 7 people of the evil god tribe were attracted by the terrifying force and slowly moved toward the world-viewing gate. The world-viewing gate led to the heaven domain. If one was attracted by it, they would directly enter the heaven domain. Without finding the correct void passage, they would not be able to return. This way, the crisis of the Yuan Mountain could be resolved. You guys are crazy. How dare you burn yourselves? The demonic spirit church leader roared and charged forward with all his might. The other evil god tribe great emperors erupted with all their strength. All kinds of shocking power blasted toward Uncle Kong and the others. The power of the world-viewing gate was useless against Uncle Kong and the others. Go in. Uncle Kong and the others blocked, not allowing them to charge out. For against 7, they were at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, not only Emperor Wu Xiong, the Holy Emperor, the Emperor-like Great Emperor, and Uncle Kong were all injured. However, they did not care about their injuries and blocked the entrance like a divine wall. Come in. The Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch shouted. Their bodies seemed to become transparent and were about to merge with the world-viewing gate. The attractive force was getting stronger and stronger. No, I'm not willing. Finally, one of the evil god tribe great emperors could not resist and was pulled into the world-viewing gate, disappearing. The other evil god tribe great emperors were shocked. They roared and fought with all their might. However, the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch were about to merge with the world-viewing gate. The power of the world-viewing gate was even stronger, causing the evil god tribe great emperors to be greatly affected. Great emperors! Lu Ming's heart trembled and he felt a lump in his throat. The Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch were clearly fighting with all their might. They did not care about their own safety and wanted to send the other party into the heaven domain to ensure the safety of the Yuan Mountain. Most of the heaven domain had been occupied by the evil god tribe. There were countless evil god tribe experts gathered there, including a few great emperors. Get in. Emperor Wu Xiong, Uncle Kong, and the others attacked continuously, wanting to force the other party into the world-viewing gate. Shua, finally, another person was pulled into the world-viewing gate. Every time someone was pulled in, the pressure on Uncle Kong and the others would lessen, and the other party's strength to resist would also decrease. No matter how unwilling the other party was, they could not change the situation. One by one, they were pulled into the world-viewing gate and disappeared. A moment later, all the evil god tribe great emperors were pulled into the world-viewing gate. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire Monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor's figures were almost transparent. Everyone, I'll leave the Yuan Mountain to you in the future. The Heavenly Fire Monarch cupped his fists. The 2 of you, take care. The Sacred Emperor, Uncle Kong, and the others also cupped their fists, a trace of sadness and helplessness on their faces. Lu Ming stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to the 2 great emperors. At this moment, he only had respect for the 2 great emperors. Lu Ming, with your talent, it won't be a problem for you to surpass us old fellows in the future. I look forward to your growth. The Heavenly Fire Monarch said with a smile. The Chaos Heaven Emperor nodded and did not say anything. Shua, at this moment, the world-viewing gate flashed and suddenly disappeared. The Heavenly Fire Monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor also disappeared. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The two great emperors disappeared just like that. Could it be that they had died? It was obvious that everything that had happened today had been planned by the great emperors. Uncle Kong, could it be that the two great emperors have already fallen? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. I don't think so. Uncle Kong shook his head, but then said, but it's also very dangerous. They burned themselves and merged with the Gate of Realm Viewing, increasing the power of the Gate of Realm Viewing. However, their origin chi was greatly damaged, and they don't have much combat power left. And now, most of the territory of the Heaven Realm is under the control of the Evil God tribe. Now that they have been brought into the Heaven Realm by the Gate of Realm Viewing, if they are lucky and fall into the territory of the human race or the monster race, it will be fine. If they fall into the territory of the Evil God tribe, it will be dangerous. After saying that, Uncle Kong sighed. They lacked manpower, so they could only do this. If there were a few more great emperors, perhaps they wouldn't have to use such an extreme method. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In other words, the two great emperors' life and death were unpredictable. The two great emperors were high and mighty, almost immortal. In the land of Yuan Mountain, they were almost invincible. Such an existence was now putting himself in danger for the sake of Yuan Mountain. His life and death were unpredictable. It was admirable. Lu Ming, you don't have to be sad. Maybe they will be fine. Great Emperor Wu Xiong comforted Lu Ming. You still have to be sad. Great Emperor Wu Xiong's cold and arrogant voice sounded. He stared at Lu Ming and said, this battle is just a small interlude. The final battle will come sooner or later. We all know this. Great Emperor Hun Tian and Heavenly Fire also know this. They risked their lives to protect the land of Yuan Mountain. More importantly, they want to protect the younger generation. This is because your generation has reached a golden age. Many geniuses have gathered. You are the hope of the future. If a true powerful figure can be born in your generation, we will then have hope. Therefore, Lu Ming, grow up well. Definitely. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably firm. At this moment, he thought of many things. Perhaps, the three great emperors established the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain and spent a lot of effort to gather all the geniuses in the land of Yuan Mountain. They did their best to train them so that they could grow faster. It could be said that Great Emperor Wu Xiong, Great Emperor Hun Tian, and Great Emperor Heavenly Fire did not have the slightest selfishness. They were wholeheartedly for the Yuan realm, wholeheartedly to fight against the foreign race. Let's go out. It's time for this battle to end. Emperor Wu Xiong said. Several great emperors stepped out. In the next moment, they arrived in the airspace above Celestial City. The battle in Celestial City was still ongoing. It was incomparably bitter. Many figures were fighting in the sky. They were all martial emperors and the scene was shocking. Clang, in Uncle Kong's hand, a sword light burst forth. A shocking sword light cut across the sky, splitting the entire sky apart. Several fiend god true emperors were slain in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Emperor Wu Xiong, Holy Emperor, and the others also made their moves. A Grand Emperor crushed the true emperors and void emperors of the fiend god tribe. Emperor Blood dyed the sky red, in the blink of an eye, dozens of evil god tribes' emperor realm experts were killed. The great emperors have won. On Yuan Mountain's side, seeing the great emperor take action, someone immediately roared. The great emperor won. The roars became louder and louder, and the morale of Yuan Mountain's side increased greatly. As for the evil god tribe, their morale was greatly reduced. They saw the great emperors of the primordial mountain attacking, but they didn't see the great emperors of the evil god race attacking. At this moment, they panicked. Pfft. Pfft. The four great emperors attacked, and the evil god tribe's emperor realm experts were killed one after another. In this way, the great emperors of Yuan Mountain were free to attack, and the battle became one-sided. Large numbers of evil god tribe members were killed. Retreat, retreat. the evil god tribe members roared. Retreat! Hide! Countless evil god tribe members flew in all directions. Some flew out of Celestial City, some flew directly into the city, and some even sank into the ground. Kill, don't let any of them go. The experts of Yuan Mountain roared and chased after the evil god tribe members. The 4 great emperors killed a few more evil god tribe members, and then stopped and didn't continue to attack. Because of the previous battle, the 4 great emperors were seriously injured and needed to heal. Uncle Kong, are you all okay? Lu Ming was a little worried. I'm fine, I'm old, I just need to rest for a while. Uncle Kong said. His eyes became turbid again, and the aura of his body seemed to be very weak. Lu Ming, we need to heal, we'll leave the rest to you. Great Emperor Wu Xiong said. Then, the 4 great emperors left one after another. As for Lu Ming, he sent a message to Huang Ling and the others. He found Huang Ling and the others' location and joined them to hunt down the fleeing evil god tribe members. This pursuit lasted for a few days. Countless evil god tribe members were killed, and their corpses covered the inside and outside of Celestial City. However, there were still many evil god tribe members who fled into the wild mountains or various secret places to hide. One could imagine that if these evil god tribe members weren't eliminated, sooner or later, they would evolve into forces like the evil spirit religion and demon spirit religion, hunting the Yuan realm's powerhouses and geniuses. A few days later, the great emperors issued an order, summoning everyone to hunt evil god tribe members in Yuan Mountain. There would be corresponding rewards. For a time, countless people formed teams and hunted all over Yuan Mountain, sweeping through the evil god tribe. Many evil god tribe members were found and killed. In a flash, 2 months passed. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others flew towards a wild mountain. Wei Xian, you can't have sensed wrongly, right? Is it really in this direction? Huang Li looked at a young man with a puzzled expression. It shouldn't be wrong, it's in this direction. The young man said. The young man was called Wei Xian, a member of Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy's Dragon Alliance. 2 months ago, he joined Lu Ming's team. Wei Xian had a powerful tracking talent. He could track the enemy based on extremely weak smells and auras. In the past 2 months, they had already tracked down and killed several batches of evil god tribe members. Most of them relied on Wei Xian's tracking technique. But this time, they had already tracked for 3 days, but they still couldn't find the evil god tribe members. No wonder Huang Li had doubts. They continued to fly. Not long after, Wei Xian suddenly stopped. Why aren't we moving? Everyone was puzzled. What a strong smell of blood. Wei Xian frowned. Smell of blood? I don't smell it. Huang Li sniffed, but he didn't smell anything. I smell it, what a strong smell of blood, chirp chirp. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and sniffed. Let's set off quickly. Lu Ming's face sank. Wei Xian led the way and flew towards the place where the smell of blood was. Not long after, they came to a town. But now, this town was lifeless and dead silent. Everyone was dead. Blood dyed the ground red, and the smell of blood was incomparably strong. In the town, corpses were piled up into mountains, and blood flowed into rivers. Darn evil god tribe. Huang Li roared angrily as veins popped out all over his body. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, Luo Xiong, Ouyang Wushuang, and company also emitted cold killing intent. Clearly, this was the work of the evil god tribe. Wherever the evil god tribe passed, blood flowed like a river, leaving nothing behind. The reason why the evil god tribe killed so many people is to use the smell of blood to conceal their auras, so as to escape our pursuit. Wei Xian gritted his teeth as he clenched his fists tightly. These words made Lu Ming and company's killing intent even stronger. The evil god tribe had killed so many people just to use the smell of blood to conceal their auras, so as to escape their pursuit. Their methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. Darn evil god tribe. Kill, kill, we must kill all these beasts. Huang Li roared angrily. There was no room for reconciliation between the evil god tribe and them. When both sides met, there was only killing. It's either you die, or I die. Wei Xian, can you continue tracking? Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down before asking. These evil god tribe members are very cunning. They massacred the entire city and collected a large amount of blood. Moreover, they separated into a few paths and scattered their blood along the way to deceive us. However, they still underestimated me. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to find the correct direction. Wei Xian said. Alright, let's set off. Lu Ming nodded. The group circled around the city. Wei Xian sensed carefully, and after a moment, he pointed to the left and led the way. The rest followed. This time, after another half a day, they arrived at the entrance of a hidden valley. There were many mountains here, one after another. It was as if there was no end to them. If they did not have powerful tracking techniques, it would not be easy to find them if they hid here. The evil god tribe is in this valley, Wei Xian said. Alright, Wei Xian, the few of you guard the valley entrance. Lu Ming looked at Wei Xian and a few desolate race members with weaker cultivation levels. Can I join the battle? The alliance leader is my idol, Wei Xian said. 2 months ago, he had taken the initiative to find Lu Ming and company. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he said that Lu Ming was his idol. He had joined the Dragon Alliance because of this. In the beginning, Lu Ming was rather speechless. But during this period of time, Wei Xian had already integrated into the team and obtained everyone's approval. However, Wei Xian's cultivation was still a little low. He had just broken through to Great Sage not long ago. Lu Ming didn't want him to take the risk. Your duty at the entrance of the valley is also very important. If any fish escapes the net, you will be responsible for sniping, Lu Ming said. Wei Xian was helpless. He knew that his cultivation was weak, and if he followed them in, he might be a burden to Lu Ming and the others. Thus, he nodded and stayed. Lu Ming, Huang Li, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Xiang, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Tianyi, and Bubbles retracted their auras and walked towards the valley. In the valley, there were at least several tens of members of the evil god tribe gathered together. Some were recuperating, while others were cultivating. Enemy attack. The evil god race was very sharp. The moment Lu Ming and the others entered the valley, they were discovered by the evil god race. Several tens of members of the evil god tribe unleashed their auras at the same time, and their gazes swept toward Lu Ming and the others. A few youths, kill. When some members of the evil god race saw that Lu Ming and the others were just youths, they immediately roared. Destructive light burst forth from their third eyes, and they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, the third eyes of the other members of the evil god race shot out beams of destructive light with astonishing might. The members of the evil god race who could escape here were all experts. At the very least, they were absolute sages. Most of them were quasi-emperors. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted. They unleashed their attacks, shattering the beams of destructive light as they charged toward the evil god race. After such a long period of fighting, Lu Ming and the others' strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Almost every one of them had the strength to contend against, or even kill, an ordinary quasi-emperor. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, their battle prowess was even more astonishing. With a wave of their hands, they killed quasi-emperors. In an instant, more than 10 members of the evil god race were killed by them. The remaining members of the evil god race had extremely ugly expressions. They knew that they had encountered terrifying geniuses. Retreat, retreat! Some members of the evil god race roared, wanting to retreat into the depths of the valley. Bubbles, stop them! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Watch me, chirp chirp! Bubbles pressed down with her small hand. The void fluctuated, and the space formed many shields, enveloping the evil god race within. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the evil god race struck the spatial shields. They wanted to charge out, but they couldn't break through them at all. Then, Lu Ming and the others arrived, and the members of the evil god race were killed one by one. Courting death. At this moment, an explosive roar came from the depths of the valley, causing the entire valley to tremble. A vast might spread out from the depths of the valley. That was Emperor's might. There was actually an Emperor Realm evil god race member in this valley. No wonder those members of the evil god race wanted to charge into the depths of the valley just now. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others turned somewhat grave. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming continuously used the primal chaos tribulation finger. Streams of finger energy rushed out, killing all the remaining members of the evil god race. In the next moment, a strong wind blew. A tall and burly evil god race member rushed out and landed heavily on the ground. A vast pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others, as heavy as a mountain. This was a genuine Emperor Realm evil god race member. However, it seemed like he was only an illusionary emperor. He's injured, Huang Ling said. Indeed, half of this evil god race member's body had exploded. There was a layer of flames burning on the wound, giving off sizzling sounds, preventing the evil god race member from recovering. Clearly, this evil god race member had fled here with serious injuries and was recuperating. However, Lu Ming and the others didn't dare to be careless. Even an injured martial emperor was definitely terrifying. Even if I'm injured, I can kill you all. Kill! The evil god race's illusionary emperor shouted. The third eye at the center of his brows shot out a destructive light. Primal chaos tribulation finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger with all his might. A huge finger collided with the other party's light of destruction. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the primal chaos tribulation finger shattered. However, Lu Ming blocked the destructive light as well. Lu Ming's figure trembled as he moved back. He felt his qi and blood surging. The martial emperor realm is indeed strong, Lu Ming thought to himself. Given Lu Ming's current combat prowess, killing a quasi-emperor would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, he was at a disadvantage after exchanging one move with the other party. Martial emperors were too strong. They had already refined world energy and possessed unparalleled offensive power. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a martial emperor was too great. Lu Ming sighed. However, he didn't know that the other party was even more shocked. It was just an absolute sage. To think that the other party could block one of his moves. This was simply inconceivable. Martial emperors were aloof existences with boundless lifespans. In some places, they were called immortal. When facing a martial emperor, those below martial emperor could not resist at all. They could kill them with just a thought. Kill! Kill! This brat must die. The evil god race martial emperor roared in his heart. If such an outstanding talent matured, he would be a great enemy of their race. Boundless light burst forth from the evil god race martial emperor's body, and his aura grew increasingly stronger. A huge battle axe appeared in his hand. I'll block him from the front. Bubble will coordinate with me. You guys attack from the back. Lu Ming sent voice transmissions to everyone. His acupoints lit up, and 10 odd holy weapons floated out and circled around him. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the primal chaos tribulation finger again and pointed. A huge primal chaos tribulation finger shot towards the other party. Kill! The quasi-emperor of the evil god tribe hollered as his burly body charged toward Lu Ming. His third eye once again emitted a beam of destructive light. At the same time, he brandished his battle axe and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Bubble pressed his hands together, and a transparent bubble enveloped the quasi-emperor. At the same time, the surrounding space turned into spatial blades that chopped at the quasi-emperor. Break for me! The evil god race martial emperor roared. His realm energy erupted, and the transparent bubble shook intensely, looking like it would shatter at any moment. At the same time, he continuously swung his battle axe, shattering Bubble's attacks. At this moment, the attacks of the others arrived as well. A blazing phoenix spread its wings and flew towards the evil god race martial emperor. An immemorial dragonesque elephant stepped on the void and pressed forward. A star and a terrifying sword light charged at the evil god race martial emperor at the same time. Following that, Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang attacked as well. With so many people attacking together, the might was astonishing. The evil god race martial emperor roared and continuously swung his battle axe, breaking apart the attacks. Whoosh! The evil god race martial emperor's third eye shot out another destructive light, shattering the transparent bubble. All of you, die! The evil god race martial emperor roared. His third eye shot out a dazzling light. boundless energy in the world gathered towards that eye. Oh no. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Bubble executed the space-time laws. Space-time power enveloped Lu Ming and the others, increasing their speed. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, more than 10 beams of light shot out of the evil god race's martial emperor's eyes at a startling speed. Fortunately, each of them was enveloped in the law of space and time. Their speed increased sharply, and in a flash, they dodged the attack of the light. Lu Ming continuously dodged the attacks of the light. With a wave of his hand, 9 hell-suppressing steels appeared and shot towards the evil god race's martial emperor. Prison-suppressing steel. The evil god race's martial emperor exclaimed. His voice contained shock and fear. He brandished his battle axe and slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! Boom! After 9 consecutive explosions, he destroyed 9 of the prison-suppressing monument's phantoms. However, he was also suppressed by the prison-suppressing monument's miraculous powers and was forced to retreat. It is indeed effective. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The hell-suppressing steel was indeed effective against the evil god tribe. Lu Ming continued to execute the suppressing hell heavenly skill. Shadows of suppressing hell steels appeared and flew towards the evil god tribe's martial emperor. At the same time, Bubble and the others continued to attack the evil god clan's martial emperors. For a time, the evil god race's martial emperor was at a disadvantage. Roar! Boundless talisman scripts spread out from Lu Ming's hand, forming a true dragon that charged at the evil god race's martial emperor. The might of this true dragon was extremely startling. Although the evil god race's martial emperor exploded, it turned into boundless talisman scripts that covered the evil god race's martial emperor, forming a sealing power. In the past, Lu Ming had not only made breakthroughs in his cultivation but also made significant progress in other aspects. Now, he could already merge the sealing scroll, illusion spirit scroll, and destruction scroll together to attack. When the 3 scrolls merged together, their might was extremely horrifying. They had both the terrifying power of destruction and the power of sealing. Furthermore, when the 3 scrolls merged together, Lu Ming's array Dao laws reached 99% completion. One could say that the might of the 3 scrolls merged together was no weaker than the primal chaos tribulation finger. After all, the evil god race's martial emperor was severely injured, and his combat prowess was greatly reduced. As for Lu Ming and the others, they were all astonishingly strong. Lu Ming's combat prowess was already sufficient for him to fight the other party head-on. Furthermore, Bubble's space-time laws restricted the other party, weakening the other party's combat prowess. The others focused their attacks on the evil god race's martial emperor's wounds, worsening his injuries. Of course, the thing that injured the evil god race's martial emperor the most was the hell-suppressing heavenly art. After exchanging several dozen moves, the evil god race's martial emperor's injuries worsened. His aura was much weaker than before. Destruction, primal chaos tribulation finger. At this moment, Lu Ming circulated all his sacred energy and pointed with his finger at full power. An incomparably huge finger condensed and descended from the sky, pressing down on the evil god race's martial emperor. Furthermore, the surface of this finger not only had the primal chaos laws but also densely packed talisman scripts. This was a trump card that Lu Ming had come up with during this period. He merged the might of the destruction scroll with the primal chaos tribulation finger. The primal chaos tribulation finger already had terrifying offensive power. Now, with the addition of the destruction scroll's power, its might was even more horrifying. This already involved the fusion of 2 types of laws. Although it was not a complete fusion, only a superficial fusion, its might was already extremely terrifying. It had become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Lu Ming named it, Destruction, Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. How can it be so strong? The evil god race's martial emperor roared. The might of this finger shocked him, and he felt a fatal threat. He found it hard to imagine that an absolute saint could launch such a terrifying attack. I have to block it. The evil god race's martial emperor circulated all his strength and crazily erupted, wanting to block this finger. However, at this moment, another transparent bubble enveloped him. At the same time, the space around him seemed to freeze and crazily press down on him. There was even a terrifying power of time acting on his wounds. This was the power of time acceleration, causing his wounds to worsen. At the same time, the attacks of the others arrived. Lu Ming and the others cooperated seamlessly. Roar! The evil god race's martial emperor roared and chopped down with his axe with all his strength. However, his strength was greatly restricted. The might he could bring out was limited. When the battle axe and the huge finger clashed, there was a terrifying explosion. Wang! The battle axe vibrated. The evil god race's martial emperor could not hold on to the battle axe and was sent flying. The huge finger tapped the evil god race's martial emperor. The powerful force wanted to blast him apart. Boom! The evil god race's martial emperor's body crashed heavily into the valley. The entire valley directly shattered. Everything within a few thousand miles exploded. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The scene was extremely horrifying. This move severely injured the evil god race's martial emperor, who was on the verge of death. Prison suppressing steel, suppress. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine lit up. The prison suppressing steel bloodline flew out. The two fragments of the hell suppressing steel's bloodline gathered together. At this moment, the two large characters on the two fragments shone brightly. They gave off a startling suppressive force as they pressed down on the evil god race martial emperor. No, the evil god race martial emperor roared in horror. The evil god race martial emperor was already severely injured. Now, he struggled to stand up and burst forth with his remaining strength, wanting to block the hell-suppressing steel. Boom! The evil god race martial emperor raised both hands and burst forth with all his strength. However, when his palms came into contact with the hell-suppressing steel, his body trembled violently. The horror on his face intensified. The evil god race martial emperor's body kept exploding. After a few breaths, the evil god race martial emperor's body completely exploded, turning into ashes, leaving behind only a storage bracelet and a battle axe. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed the storage bracelet. The others released a long breath. It was impossible to say that they did not feel any pressure when facing a martial emperor. Fortunately, the other party was severely injured earlier, greatly reducing his combat prowess. Otherwise, even if they worked together, they might not be a match for him. A martial emperor was a martial emperor, after all. Even a faux emperor was extremely terrifying. Let's recover here first. After patrolling the valley, Lu Ming did not discover anything strange. He planned to recover here first, adjusting his condition to peak condition before returning. Everyone nodded and sat down cross-legged, starting to recover. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and arrived beside the Heavenly Emperor's body. Over the past 2 months, every time Lu Ming killed an evil god race cultivator and obtained a crystal, he would refine the energy of the crystal into the Heavenly Emperor's body. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body exceeded 10%. Lu Ming could now control the Heavenly Emperor's body completely. However, unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use the Heavenly Emperor's body easily. After using it, it would be too difficult to store up that much energy again, requiring a shocking amount of resources. Lu Ming took out the evil god race martial emperor's storage bracelet. In the next moment, a large pile of crystals appeared on the ground. Martial emperors indeed have a lot of resources. Looking at the large pile of crystals, Lu Ming revealed a smile. Bang! 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 Next, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique, causing a large pile of crystals to explode and be absorbed by the celestial Thearcha's body. After absorbing all the energy from the crystals, the energy stored in the celestial emperor's body reached 12%. I wonder how powerful the celestial emperor's body will be if I control it now. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This was the physical body of a heavenly emperor. The power that erupted from it was absolutely unimaginable. Then, Lu Ming took out some origin stones, swallowed and refined them, and restored himself to his peak state. When everyone had recovered to their peak condition, they returned to the celestial city. During this period of time, the evil god race in Heaven Empyrean City had basically been wiped clean. Heaven Empyrean City began a large-scale reconstruction. The Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was reopened. Alliance leader, the Wei clan has already begun to rebuild. I'll return to the Wei clan first. If you have time, come visit the Wei clan. Wei Xian said with a smile. Alright, I hope the Wei clan can rise again. Lu Ming patted Wei Xian's shoulder. The Wei clan was originally a pretty good force in Celestial City with a true emperor overseeing it. However, the Wei clan's location was very close to the original Celestial Emperor mountain. When the evil god race attacked, the Wei clan bore the brunt. In that battle, the upper echelons of the Wei clan were almost wiped out. All the Emperor realm powerhouses were killed by the evil god race. The Wei clan was almost completely destroyed. Only a few members of the Wei clan who were not in the clan managed to preserve their lives. For example, Wei Xian was in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy back then. That was why he was fine. Now, the remaining members of the Wei clan were rebuilding the clan. After Wei Xian left, Lu Ming and the others strolled around Celestial City. Celestial City had suffered a great battle and was severely damaged. All kinds of ancient ruins had collapsed. No one knew how long it would take to repair them. Boom, suddenly, there was a rumble, and several figures were blasted out of a collapsed palace. What are you doing? This is my Lu clan's residence. One of them roared at the palace. From now on, it belongs to my Heng clan. A cold voice sounded. More than 10 figures stepped out and appeared in the air. People of the Heng clan. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the others. During the great battle back then, the Heng clan was nowhere to be seen. Now that the battle was won and the evil god race was annihilated, the Heng clan immediately ran out. And from the looks of it, they seemed to want to invade the territory of other forces. Your Heng clan is simply despicable and shameless. Why didn't you make a move during the battle with the evil god race? Now that the battle is over, you run out and want to take over my Lu clan's residence. Despicable. In the Lu clan, a young man roared in anger. How dare you humiliate my Heng clan? You deserve to die. An expert of the Heng clan roared. A sword light burst forth, slashing towards the young man from the Lu clan. The person from the Heng clan who made a move was at the peak of the absolute Saint realm. The young man from the Lu clan couldn't resist at all. Boom, a fist crossed the void and defeated the sword light of the Heng clan expert. It was Huang Li who made a move. His eyes were filled with anger. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Heng clan? You're courting death. The experts of the Heng clan glanced at Huang Li before looking at Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, someone's expression changed. Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming. It is true that your Heng clan is despicable and shameless. Can't you let others say it? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Lu Ming, are you sure you want to interfere in my Heng clan's matters? A quasi-emperor of the Heng clan looked coldly at Lu Ming. Scram. Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. A violent pressure pressed down on the people of the Heng clan. The expressions of the 10-odd people of the Heng clan changed drastically. Under this pressure, they retreated continuously. They looked at Lu Ming with horror in their eyes. Lu Ming was becoming more and more terrifying. When ordinary quasi-emperors faced Lu Ming, it was as if they were facing a huge monster. They couldn't even think of resisting. Lu Ming, just you wait. A quasi-emperor of the Heng clan left behind some ruthless words and left dejectedly. Many thanks. The few people of the Lu clan thanked Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't say anything. He left with Huang Li and the others. He understood that he could only help the Lu clan for a while. Since the Heng clan returned and wanted to annex the Lu clan definitely couldn't be saved. They continued to stroll around. However, what they saw next filled them with righteous indignation. Not only did the Heng clan return, but the He clan also returned. These two overlords of Celestial Emperor City were great emperor-level factions. They possessed incomparably strong combat strength. However, the figures of these two clans were nowhere to be seen in the previous battle. After the battle ended, the people of these two clans appeared. The key was that the Heng clan and the He clan were taking the opportunity to annex the territories of other factions. In the past, the Heng clan and the He clan were enemies. The other factions in Celestial Emperor City were also very strong. If they worked together, they could still contend against the two clans. However, after the battle with the evil god tribe, many factions in Celestial Emperor City suffered heavy losses. They were simply unable to fight against the Heng clan and the He clan. Despicable. How despicable. Huangli couldn't help but roar. The eyes of the others were also filled with anger. Some factions wanted to resist, but they were killed immediately. Their abilities were limited, and they couldn't do anything about it. Oh no, the Wei clan is in danger. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Almost all of the Wei clan's martial emperors were dead. Only a few people were left to rebuild the Wei clan. There were no experts at all. The Wei clan's residents and other resources would definitely be targeted by the Heng clan and the He clan. Wei Xian had just returned, and he would probably be in danger. Thinking of this, the others' expressions changed. Let's go to the Wei clan. Lu Ming led the way to the Wei clan, and the others followed. At this moment, the Wei clan was indeed in danger. The He clan had their eyes on this place. Bang! A Wei clan's martial emperor killed a martial emperor of the He clan with a single slash. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. If you don't, you'll die. A martial emperor of the He clan sneered and looked down at the remaining members of the Wei clan. There were only about 100 people left in the Wei clan, and the strongest was only a martial emperor. It was impossible for them to fight against the He clan. The He clan is despicable. In the previous battle, no one dared to fight. What kind of martial emperors are you? You're worse than shit. Wei Xian had also returned to the Wei clan. At this moment, he was furious. Brat, how dare you humiliate the He clan and the martial emperor of the He clan? You'll suffer a terrible fate. I promise. A martial emperor of the He clan walked toward Wei Xian with a cold gaze. I'm from the Origin Mountain Academy. How dare you touch me? Wei Xian said. So what if you're from the Origin Mountain Academy? I'll still kill you. The martial emperor of the He clan shouted coldly and was about to kill Wei Xian. Wei Xian, go quickly. I'll stop them. A white-haired elder of the Wei clan shouted and charged toward the martial emperor of the He clan. Old dog, how dare you resist? Since that's the case, the Wei clan doesn't need to stay in this world anymore. Kill them all. A martial emperor of the He clan ordered. There were more than a dozen martial emperors and dozens of absolute saints from the He clan. Their strength was far stronger than the remaining members of the Wei clan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong cultivators of the Heng family moved. More than a dozen boundary emperors and dozens of absolute saints charged toward the Wei family. There were only 5 or 6 great emperors left in the Wei clan. The others were either absolute saints or below absolute saints. They couldn't fend off the He clan's attacks at all. All of a sudden, the Wei clan members were killed one after another. Screams of agony filled the air. Watching the Wei family members being slaughtered one after another, Wei Xian roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, only a few quasi-emperors of the Wei clan remained, still resisting with all their might. However, their fate was already sealed when they were surrounded by more than 10 boundary emperors from the He clan. Soon, all the Wei clan quasi-emperors were killed. Of the Wei clan's people, only Wei Xian remained. This was done on purpose. Otherwise, Wei Xian would have died long ago. Your He clan will die a horrible death. Wei Xian roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. A quasi-emperor of the He clan slapped Wei Xian in the face, sending him flying and crashing into a dilapidated wall of the Wei clan. Whoosh! The He clan quasi-emperor moved and appeared beside Wei Xian, stepping on him. So what if you are from the Origin Mountain Sacred Court? You are still trampled under my feet like a dead dog. Haha. This He clan quasi-emperor laughed arrogantly. You better move your feet away. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from afar. Following that, more than 10 figures appeared nearby with a flash. These people were Lu Ming and the others. Alliance Chief. Seeing Lu Ming, Wei Xian roared. His eyes were filled with hope. It's Lu Ming. Someone in the He clan recognized Lu Ming and exclaimed. The expressions of the other He clan members also changed abruptly. Lu Ming had made a name for himself in the world of the lotus flower. Even the eternal Star River was defeated by Lu Ming. No one below Martial Emperor did not fear him. I said, move your feet away. Did you not hear me? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He glanced at the He clan quasi-emperor who was stepping on Wei Xian and walked toward him step by step. The He clan quasi-emperor had a grave expression. He said, Lu Ming, this is my He clan's matter. You better mind your own business. It seems like you want to die. Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Lu Ming's voice fell, a transparent bubble enveloped the He clan quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor's body stiffened. Sacred power surged in Lu Ming's hand and condensed into a long spear. The long spear was covered with runes of destruction array Dao. No, stop. The He clan quasi-emperor panicked. He screamed in horror and struggled with all his might. However, it was all in vain. Whoosh, Lu Ming swung his hand and the long spear shot out like lightning. It pierced through the quasi-emperor's head and brought the quasi-emperor's body tens of thousands of meters away before nailing him to the ground. Don't let any of them off. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Haha, I've long wanted to make a move. Huang Li's eyes were cold as he charged toward the He clan's experts. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also attacked the He clan's people. Lu Ming, you've already offended the He clan. It won't do you any good to offend my He clan. A He clan's expert roared. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The fist force crushed and a quasi-emperor of the He family was torn into pieces. In Lu Ming's eyes, the He clan's people were all scum and deserved to die. Let's go. The He clan's experts roared. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. Their figures flickered and rushed in all directions, wanting to escape. However, before they could get far, they seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall and were all blocked. The bubble made a move and sealed the space. Lu Ming, all the experts of my He clan have returned to Celestial City. There are many Emperor-level experts nearby. If you kill us, you will die too. A He clan quasi-emperor roared. Let's end this quickly. This was Lu Ming's response. With a wave of his hand, 9 prison-suppressing monument phantoms appeared and suppressed them. One by one, the He clan's experts were killed. At the same time, the bubble and the others also made a move. It was a complete suppression. In the blink of an eye, only a few of the He clan's experts were left. Lu Ming, we have already sent out the news. You will die without a doubt. The last He clan quasi-emperor roared before he was killed by Lu Ming with a punch. Let's go back to the Origin Mountain Academy. Lu Ming waved his hand and his saint power surged. He swept up Wei Xian and flew toward the Origin Mountain Academy at the fastest speed. Not long after they left, several figures appeared in the sky above the Wei clan, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. These figures were all martial emperors. Obviously, they were all experts of the He clan. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Report this. This time, we must kill Lu Ming. Many places in the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard were almost restored, but some cultivation grounds were not yet restored. Now, there were very few geniuses in the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Most of them had returned to their respective forces. Only a few geniuses and the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard were still there. Of course, because of the previous massacre of the evil god tribe's remnants in Celestial City, many powerful experts temporarily stayed in Celestial City. For example, some experts from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect temporarily stayed in the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Lu Ming and the others returned to the mountain where they lived to treat Wei Xian's injuries. Fortunately, Wei Xian's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. However, his eyes were very sad. The huge Wei clan was almost wiped out, and he was the only one left. He clan. Wei Xian clenched his fists, and his killing intent was endless. At this time, outside the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, a group of powerful experts arrived. These were the experts of the He clan, and the leaders were true emperors. He Gao was among them. Everyone, this is the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, please wait. 2 teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard appeared and blocked the experts of the He clan. Is Lu Ming in the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard? Ask him to come out and die. He Gao said coldly. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming for a long time. Everyone, this is the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. No matter what grudges you have with Lu Ming, settle it outside the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. A teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard said. Since you don't want to ask Lu Ming to come out, then we will go in and find him. Another true emperor of the He clan said and stepped forward. Everyone, please wait. The teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard stretched out his hand and blocked in front of him. Get lost. The He clan's true emperor blasted out a palm, and the terrifying palm force directly sent the teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard flying and vomiting blood. The teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was only a void emperor, and he could not stop the other party at all. Let's go. Many experts of the He clan completely ignored the teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard and rushed into the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Their spiritual sense swept unscrupulously, and they wanted to find Lu Ming. Spread the news. The two Xianxia Holy Courtyard teachers had ugly expressions as they spread the news. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard originally had 3 great emperors. Other forces did not dare to be presumptuous in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. However, after the battle with the evil god tribe, 2 great emperors of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard had fallen. This matter had already spread throughout the land of Yuan Mountain. Therefore, the He family dared to barge into the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard without any scruples. At the residence of Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others felt a powerful spiritual sense sweep over them and stop on their bodies. The He clan is here. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, revealing a trace of cold light. She did not expect that the He clan would actually dare to search the Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard unscrupulously. Boom! Boom! In the distance, a group of experts stepped through the air, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Ming and the others to breathe. Lu Ming and the others rushed out of the room and stood in the air. He Gao. Lu Ming saw He Gao at a glance. And He Gao's eyes also swept towards Lu Ming and the others. When he swept past Lu Ming, it was full of killing intent, but when he swept past Xianxia, it was full of greed. Xianxia, he must get it. Lu Ming, you killed many experts of my He clan for no reason, you must pay with your life. He Gao was the first to speak, full of cold killing intent. For no reason? What a joke. You said that a life for a life, they killed so many people of the Wei clan, they are also paying with their lives. Lu Ming sneered. How can the people of the Wei clan be compared with my He clan? He Gao retorted. Ha ha ha. This time, Lu Ming laughed crazily, his laughter was full of contempt. This made the faces of the He clan sink. Your He clan can still put yourself in such a high position. In my opinion, your He clan is not even comparable to a dog. Lu Ming mocked. What did you say? Courting death. Reckless dog. The people of the He clan were furious. You still have the face? Let me ask you, when the evil god tribe invaded, where did your He clan go? In order to protect the land of Yuan Mountain, the others risked their lives and fought a bloody battle with the evil god tribe. But your He clan was a coward, and when the battle ended, you ran out to reap the benefits. Are you still human? If you are not worse than a dog, then what are you? Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded continuously. When he thought of the various great emperors fighting to the death, and in the end, the Chaos Heaven Great Emperor and Heavenly Fire Great Emperor's lives were unknown. There were also some other forces that suffered heavy losses in the battle with the evil god tribe, and many experts died. But now, the He clan and Heng clan ran out to snatch the territories of these forces and even killed the people of these forces. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's anger burned fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you insult my He clan, you are courting death. You have a sharp tongue, you must die today. The people of the He clan shouted one after another. Boom. Boom. Boom, the people of the He clan emitted a powerful aura. Lu Ming, let me tell you, no one can save you today, not even Great Emperor Wu Xiong. Also, this old man will help you take care of your disciple Xianxia, he he he. He Gao transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Old dog. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, on the nearby mountain peak, several figures flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies also emitted powerful auras. There were void emperors, true emperors, and all. These experts came from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Divine Origin Empire, and other forces. They had just wiped out the evil god tribe and temporarily stayed here, not returning yet. You want to stop my He clan with just a few small forces? You overestimate yourselves. He Gao sneered. Then, several figures flashed over from afar, and all of them were terrifying experts. There were even more experts from the He clan, most of whom were martial emperors. There were also a few true emperors. The number of experts from the He clan caused the experts from the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect to be greatly alarmed. The He clan was a great emperor-level force. They were too powerful, and had many true emperors. It was not something the likes of the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect could compare to. Today, I will personally take Lu Ming's head. He Gao spoke and stepped forward, his powerful aura locking onto Lu Ming. The true emperors from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Divine Origin Empire wanted to help, but they were locked onto by the He clan's aura. The moment they moved, the He clan would unleash a thunderous attack. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn. He was locked onto by He Gao's aura, and he could not move at all. A true emperor was too strong, and he was not someone he could fight against. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in them. He was considering whether or not to take control of the Heaven Emperor's body. Let's see how you kill him. A figure landed in front of Lu Ming and cut off He Gao's aura, relieving the pressure on Lu Ming. Senior Bing Mu. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That figure was actually Qiu Yu's master, Bing Mu. If you want to fight, I'll kill you too. He Gao was incomparably domineering. His palm was like a blade, slashing down at Bing Mu, wanting to kill him. I seal. Bing Mu pointed with his finger. Suddenly, with Bing Mu's finger as the center, endless ice spread out, as if it could freeze everything. The temperature of the world plummeted. A terrifying cold chi not only froze He Gao's saber light, but it also extended towards He Gao. Break for me! He Gao roared out. His world energy erupted as a terrifying power blasted towards the icy chi. However, wherever the cold chi passed, even the world energy of the ice curtain was frozen. The terrifying cold chi enveloped He Gao. In the blink of an eye, an ice mountain appeared in the air, and He Gao was frozen inside. Just one move was enough to freeze a true emperor. This was quite shocking. One could see He Gao's shocked expression through the iceberg. He didn't expect to be frozen by Bing Mu in one move. Attack together! A true emperor from the He clan roared and attacked the iceberg together. Boom! The iceberg exploded and He Gao retreated frantically. His face was pale and his body was covered in a layer of frost. She's strong, attack together and kill her. He Gao roared and channeled his world energy to expel the frost from his body. Meanwhile, the true emperors from the He clan attacked Bing Mu together. The combined attack of several emperors was frightening, but Bing Mu wasn't afraid at all. He pointed with his finger and an icy energy spread out, stopping all of the attacks from the He clan. So strong. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Ice Screen's ability was indeed very powerful. The true emperors from the He clan weren't ordinary, but Bing Mu was still able to stop them all. No wonder why Bing Mu dared to attack Daluo Heaven Sect alone. Ordinary true emperors wouldn't dare to do so. After dozens of moves, the He clan's true emperors couldn't do anything to Bing Mu. They retreated with an ugly expression. You're Bing Mu from Soul Sacred Palace. Someone from the He clan recognized Bing Mu and said seriously. That's right. Bing Mu didn't deny it. Bing Mu, are you sure you want to oppose our He clan? It's not good for Soul Sacred Palace. He Gao said coldly. Haha, the He clan is still an imperial power, yet you're mobilizing so many experts just because some quasi-emperors can't defeat a few juniors. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Bing Mu mocked. The He clan's expression turned ugly. Indeed, they were a dignified emperor-level force. However, some of the older quasi-emperors were no match for Lu Ming, a junior. Therefore, the He family mobilized so many people and sent so many martial emperors to deal with Lu Ming. Do you think that my He clan mobilized so many experts and mobilized so many people just because of this matter? One of the He clan's true emperors said. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that the He clan came here for some other reason? Lu Ming pretended to be someone from the He clan and hunted down the Heng clan's disciples. Later on, he pretended to be someone from the Heng clan and hunted down our disciples, instigating a war between the two clans. In the end, our clan suffered great losses and deserves death. One of the He clan's true emperors said coldly. What? Many people were shocked. Such a thing actually happened. Many had heard of the war between the two clans. The reason was that the He clan's true emperor, He Gao, had taken a treasure from the Heng clan. The Heng clan was indignant and sent experts to hunt down the He clan's disciples. The He clan retaliated by sending experts to hunt down the Heng clan's disciples. Because of this, the conflict between the two sides escalated. Could it be that Lu Ming was behind this? Lu Ming had mastered the law of chaos. Apart from the law of kings and the strongest law, he could transform everything else. In that case, it was really possible. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. If this was true, then Lu Ming's means were really shocking. With his own strength, he caused two emperor-level forces to suffer heavy casualties. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden for much longer. Back then, the two clans fought because of the deep conflict between them. It was like gunpowder that could be ignited at the slightest spark. However, once both sides calmed down and thought about it carefully, they would find many loopholes and easily link it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you don't need to deny it. We've carefully analyzed it and talked to the Heng clan. You're definitely behind this. One of the He clan's true emperors said. That's right, I did it. Lu Ming said. Since they had guessed it, there was no need to deny it. Little animal, you deserve to die 10,000 times. He Gao screamed, wanting nothing more than to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Lu Ming actually used his matter to start a war between the two clans. How hateful. That's right, he deserves to die 10,000 times. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, another group of experts descended. The Heng clan. Bing Mu said solemnly. The Heng clan is here too. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang and the others had ugly expressions. After the He clan, the Heng clan also arrived. Moreover, the experts from the Heng clan weren't any weaker than the He clan. How were they going to fight? Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. Lu Ming, how dare you sow discord and cause great losses to the Heng clan? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the Heng clan's true emperors said coldly. Another bunch of cowards who were worse than pigs and dogs. Lu Ming said indifferently. Some people were shocked. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming actually dared to criticize the Heng family. He was really bold. The experts from the Heng clan were all furious. Lu Ming, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You'll pay a heavy price for your words. One of the Heng clan's true emperors said coldly. You're so easily angered. It seems like you all know how despicable you are but refuse to admit it. Once others pointed out, you use force to suppress others to hide your despicableness and shamelessness. You're just deceiving yourselves. Despicable is despicable. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice reverberated throughout the area. The He clan and Heng clan's faces were extremely ugly. When others were fighting against the evil god tribe, they went into hiding. After that, they came out to snatch other people's territory. They knew in their hearts whether they were despicable or not. However, they would never admit it and forbid others from saying it. Once they did, they would die, a bunch of lowly people who deceived themselves. Lu Ming's words hit the nail on the head. Well said, a group of despicable people who deceive themselves and others. A voice could be heard. The void vibrated and figures flashed. Many figures appeared beside Lu Ming and the rest. They were the teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard. The teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard included void emperors and true emperors. Boom, the aura of the teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard clashed with the aura of many experts of Heng clan, causing a terrible collision and rumbling sound in the air. The commotion here was too shocking. It spread far and wide. Outside Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard, many people felt the pressure like a mountain. One after another rose into the air and looked at this side. The experts of He Clan and Heng Clan are confronting Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard. It seems like it's because of Lu Ming. He Clan and Heng Clan, they are really shameless. Now they come out and dare to attack Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard. It's nothing more than bullying the death of two great emperors of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard and the injury of Wu Xiang Great Emperor. Many people were extremely unhappy with He Clan and Heng Clan, but their voices were very low, for fear of being heard by the experts of the two clans. So what if they were unhappy? He Clan and Heng Clan were great emperor-level forces, with great emperors in charge. The number of true emperors and void emperors was even more. Today, it's really lively. At this time, a voice came from afar, and then everyone saw a rainbow light, like a divine sword, cut through the void and flew toward Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard. Within each streak of rainbow light was a powerhouse. Their auras were incomparably shocking. So strong, so many martial emperors. Someone exclaimed with a dignified face. When the rainbow light converged, a group of experts arrived at Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard, faintly forming a triangle with He Clan and Heng Clan, surrounding Lu Ming and others in the middle. Daluo Heaven Sect. Someone exclaimed and took a breath of cold air. The people of Daluo Heaven Sect also came, another great emperor-level force. Your Daluo Heaven Sect also wants to join in the fun? A teacher of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard said. It's none of your business. We came today to kill Lu Ming. He killed our Daluo Heaven Sect's king physique. He must die. A true emperor of Daluo Heaven Sect said coldly. The king physique he mentioned was naturally referring to Luo Pokong. On Lu Ming's side, the expressions of many people became even more unsightly. The Heng family, the He family, and the Daluo Heaven Sect were all great emperor-level forces. Each of them was extremely powerful and had a deep foundation. Each one of them was extremely terrifying. Now, the three forces had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming also had some experts on his side, in addition to the teachers of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, it was impossible for them to fight against the three major forces. The disparity in strength was too great. If they fought, they would probably be wiped out. Today, since Lu Ming is in my Yuanshan Holy Court, my Yuanshan Holy Court must protect him. A teacher of Yuanshan Holy Academy said. Then let's destroy the Yuanshan Holy Academy as well. A true emperor from the Heng clan said with murderous intent. Today, the arrival of the three major powers gave him confidence. Even if the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was at its peak, with three great sovereigns present, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone now, only great sovereign Wu Xiang was left. The people watching from afar were shocked. Since Yuanshan Sacred Academy wanted to interfere, they even wanted to destroy Yuanshan Sacred Academy. What's the point of talking so much with them? Just destroy them. He Gao shouted, provoking everyone to attack. Suddenly, the experts of the He clan, Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven Sect were filled with power and murderous intent, ready to launch a thunderous attack. Get ready to fight. A true emperor from Yuanshan Holy Court roared. The experts on Lu Ming's side took out their imperial weapons, ready to fight. At that instant, a strong pressure filled the air. In the face of this pressure, even the true emperor's faces changed drastically, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. High in the sky, the void cracked, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Great Sovereign Wu Xiang. Someone said with a dignified face. This figure was Great Sovereign Wu Xiang. This is Yuanshan Holy Court, I won't let you touch Lu Ming, all of you, back off. Great Sovereign Wu Xiang said with a gentle voice, not overbearing, but there was a supreme majesty that made people dare not refute. Wu Xiang, I'm afraid you can't protect him today. As soon as Great Sovereign Wu Xiang's voice fell, a majestic voice was heard. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, shrouded in endless light, but many people could still recognize who it was. It was the great sovereign of Heng clan. Today, the three martial monarch factions had indeed come prepared. Now, the great sovereign had come in person. No one can save him for killing our Daluo Heaven Sect's imperial physique. Then, another voice was heard. This voice was cold and overbearing, filled with murderous intent. In another direction, another figure appeared, shrouded in endless black light. His figure was vague, but his aura was strong and earth-shattering. The Great Sovereign of Daluo Heaven Sect. The Great Sovereign of Daluo Heaven Sect was called Great Sovereign Tian Luo. Two great sovereigns appeared. Their auras were extremely powerful, like two eternal universes, floating in the sky, giving people a strong pressure. It's over, Lu Ming is finished today. There is only one great sovereign in Yuanshan Holy Court. He can't protect Lu Ming at all. That's right, there are still great sovereigns in Yi clan. Even if the three great sovereigns of Yuanshan Holy Court are here, Lu Ming is in danger today. Lu Ming is finished today, he is going to die. It's a pity for such an outstanding talent. In the distance, many people sighed. At this moment, many people were on Lu Ming's side, because Yi clan, Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven Sect were too despicable. They didn't appear during the battle with Evil God clan. Of course, they supported Lu Ming, but no one would really help Lu Ming. It was undoubtedly courting death. It was a pity. Then I will kill you first. Just after Great Sovereign Tian Luo appeared, another voice was heard, and then, a terrifying sword light shone. This sword light was too dazzling. It came from the sky, splitting the whole sky into two halves. Great Sovereign Tian Luo's face changed. He shouted angrily, endless light rushed up, he waved his hand, and an incomparably mysterious aura filled the air. That was the aura of Great Tao. The Great Sovereign controlled the Great Tao, the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Boom, a big seal floated out. It was very similar to Luo Sanqiong's divine seal of deprivation, but it was many times more powerful than the divine seal of deprivation. The big seal flew out and bombarded with the dazzling sword light. At this moment, the dazzling light was so dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. When the light disappeared, an old man appeared in front of Great Sovereign Tian Luo. It was a very old man, leaning on a walking stick, like an ordinary old man. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart moved. It seemed that Uncle Kong had been paying attention to him. At this time, when Lu Ming was in danger, Uncle Kong still stood up. Who is this person? Could it be that the sword light just now was slashed by him? So terrifying. He is also a great sovereign, but I have never heard of him. It seems that he came to help Lu Ming. There is actually a great sovereign expert behind Lu Ming. On the surface, there were only a few great emperors in Yuan Mountain, but in reality, there were definitely more than that. It was normal for Lu Ming to have a great emperor behind him. Old man, it's you. Great Emperor Tian Luo narrowed his eyes and looked at Uncle Kong. Lu Ming is the great evolution pill Hall's Hall master. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Uncle Kong said slowly, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Many people were shocked. This old man was really domineering and powerful. If Great Emperor Tian Luo wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would kill Great Emperor Tian Luo. Could it be that this old man was that powerful? Kill me? Dan Kong, you're too confident. Even if you were at your peak, you might not be able to do anything to me. Now that you're injured, are you my match? Great Emperor Tian Luo sneered. In the battle with the Evil God tribe, several great emperors had been injured in order to send the Evil God tribe's great emperor through the gate of world viewing. Great emperors had the protection of the Great Tao, so it was difficult for them to be injured. However, once they were injured, it would be difficult for them to recover. During this period of time, great emperors like the sacred Great Emperor were in seclusion to recover. However, Uncle Kong and Great Emperor Wu Xiong's injuries had not healed, and their battle strength was not at their peak. That was why Great Emperor Tian Luo said that. Despicable. The great emperors were injured in the battle with the Evil God tribe, but they're here to take advantage of us. Huangli couldn't help but roar. Great Emperor Tianluo's gaze swept over Huangli with a cold light. Huangli was fearless and glared at Great Emperor Tian Luo. Clang, Uncle Kong didn't say anything else and directly unsheathed his sword. At this moment, Uncle Kong revealed his peerless sharpness. He had transformed from a haggard old man into a peerless swordsman. Boom, facing an injured Uncle Kong, Great Emperor Tian Luo didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his power to the extreme, and a large seal floated above his head as he cautiously confronted Uncle Kong. I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to save Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A figure floated above the heads of the He clan's experts. Many people's hearts trembled. Great Emperor He clan. great-great-great Emperor He clan, had appeared. 3 great emperors from the 3 great emperors' forces. Lu Ming was really finished today. Emperor Wu Xiang and nameless great emperor. Lu Ming had 2 great emperors on his side, but they couldn't fend off 3 great emperors. Moreover, there were so many experts from the 3 forces. On Lu Ming's side, if a great emperor didn't help him, Lu Ming would be dead for sure. Many people sighed. Boom, the great emperor of Wu Xiang released a powerful aura. However, the great emperor of the Heng family also released his aura and locked onto the great emperor of Wu Xiang, preventing him from helping Lu Ming. You're a great emperor, yet you still need several people to join forces to deal with a junior. You're really a disgrace to the great emperors. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Lu Ming tried to drive a wedge between us, so he must pay the price. Also, we came here today to deal with Lu Ming. There's one more thing we need to tell you, Wu Xiang. From now on, Celestial City belongs to Yi clan and Heng clan. The same goes for Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Wu Xiang, you should leave Celestial City. Great Emperor He clan said coldly. What? Many people were enraged when they heard that, especially Lu Ming and the rest of the people from the Sacred Academy of Yuan Mountain. Heng clan and He clan wanted to take over Yuanshan Holy Courtyard for themselves. It couldn't be described as despicable. Ha ha ha, what bullshit great emperors. I think you're just a few old dogs, shameless old dogs. Lu Ming clenched his fists and laughed. His words made Great Emperor He clan, Great Emperor Heng clan, and Great Emperor Tian Luo squint their eyes. They looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. As for the others from the 3 forces, they were furious. Lu Ming, what did you say? How dare you insult the great emperors? You're courting death. The other people from He clan and Heng clan roared. Am I wrong? In my opinion, your 3 great emperors are not even as good as the evil god tribe. The 3 great emperors of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard and a few other great emperors risked their lives to protect Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Great emperors Tian Hua and Hun Tian are still alive. The other great emperors were injured because of this, but you guys took advantage of the situation. Not only are you afraid of death, but you also want to seize the territory of those who fought against the evil god tribe. If you're not dogs, what are you? No, I'm wrong. Even dogs are loyal. Calling you dogs is an insult to dogs. Lu Ming sneered again and again. He felt a ball of fire burning in his chest. Many people were angry, but the people from Yi clan, Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven sect were red in the face and looked at Lu Ming angrily. Humph, you speak so righteously as if you've made a great contribution. Lu Ming, what are you doing when the evil god tribe invaded? A young man from Yi clan and Heng clan couldn't help but ask. I'm fighting against the evil god tribe. Lu Ming said loudly. Fighting against the evil god tribe? It sounds good, but you're just taking the opportunity to kill a few small fries. What's the use of that for the big picture? Don't put yourself so high. A young man from Yi clan mocked. Hee, like ancestor, like descendant. At this time, Emperor Wu Xiang sneered with a hint of sarcasm. Then, his voice suddenly rose. Then I'll tell you today, what did Lu Ming do in the battle against the evil god tribe? The void passage opened by the evil god tribe was sealed by Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang's voice was loud and clear, like a gust of wind, blowing in all directions, spreading throughout the entire celestial city. What? The void passage was sealed by Lu Ming? How is that possible? With Lu Ming's cultivation, how could he do it? Many people showed an expression of disbelief. Absolutely impossible, you're deliberately raising Lu Ming's status. With Lu Ming's cultivation, how is that possible? Who would believe such a thing? Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven sect suddenly shouted, refuting Emperor Wu Xiang. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos to revive an ancient chaos stone plate. Back then, during the battle to seal the void passage, it was us old guys who assisted Lu Ming and finally succeeded in sealing the void passage. I swear in the name of the great emperor, this is absolutely true. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the land of Yuan Mountain would still be caught in the flames of war. Now, they want to kill the meritorious subject. Are you all so indifferent? Emperor Wu Xiang's voice spread throughout Celestial City. He didn't say it to the people of Heng clan, He clan, and Daluo Heaven sect, but to the others in Celestial City. Many people's eyes changed. Emperor Wu Xiang, speaking in the name of the great emperor, there was no mistake. They didn't expect that so many things had happened behind the scenes in the battle that day. They didn't expect that the greatest meritorious subject was actually Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had never mentioned this matter. If it wasn't for the three major forces forcing Emperor Wu Xiang to tell the truth, no one would know. Now, the three major forces wanted to kill the greatest meritorious subject of the evil god tribe. Whoosh! 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 In a flash, many people joined Lu Ming's team, including true emperors and empty emperors. They released their auras to help Lu Ming's team fight against the three major forces. A bunch of small fries who think they can change the outcome of the battle. Great Emperor Tianluo said coldly. Wu Xiang, you've said so much just to find a few more helpers. But what's the use of a bunch of small fries? Attack and kill Lu Ming. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Great Emperor Heng said. Boom! Great Emperor Heng's aura burst out and locked onto Great Emperor Wu Xiang. At this moment, apart from Lu Ming, the auras of the powerhouses from the three forces locked onto the rest of the people. Which one of you will attack and kill Lu Ming? Great Emperor, he said coldly. I'll kill him. A middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out from the He family. A terrifying aura swept towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. This man was called He Gao, a small emperor realm void emperor. He had just broken through to the small emperor realm and was a one-star void emperor. This was a good opportunity for him to show off in front of Great Emperor He. Perhaps, Great Emperor He would reward him. Martial Emperor. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, and the rest were shocked. The teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect and Bingmu were shocked. They wanted to attack but they realized that they were locked onto. The auras of the three major forces locked onto them. As long as they moved, they would be attacked by lightning. Moreover, those who were targeting them were very strong. Clang, Uncle Kong made his move. Sword Chi whistled and a terrifying sword light slashed towards He Gao. Old man, I'm your opponent. Great Emperor Tianluo shouted. The seal vibrated and shot out a divine light, blocking Uncle Kong's sword light. Then, the seal vibrated and charged towards Uncle Kong. Sword Chi whistled as the battle between Uncle Kong and Great Emperor Tianluo broke out. The two exchanged a few blows and rushed into the dark void to fight. Boom! At the same time, Great Emperor Wu Xiang also exchanged a blow with Great Emperor Heng from a distance. Great Emperor Wu Xiang couldn't spare any time to help. His strength was originally slightly stronger than Great Emperor Heng's, and he'd defeated Great Emperor Heng the last time they fought. But now that he had yet to recover from his injuries, he might be at a disadvantage against the Heng clan's Great Emperor. Bang! Bang! He Gao stepped into the void. With every step he took, the void trembled. His aura became stronger and stronger. Like a storm, it pressed down on Lu Ming. He was like a giant looking down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's your honor to die by my hands. Kill. He Gao's palm was like a knife as he slashed down at Lu Ming. A pale white saber light filled with coldness caused the temperature of the place to plummet. Fight. Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward and the aura on his body surged wildly. All the saint power in his body gathered at his fingertip and he pointed out. The energy between heaven and earth gathered crazily at Lu Ming's fingertip. Then, an extremely condensed finger force burst out and collided with He Gao's saber light. Ding! There was a sharp sound of collision and the force rolled out. He Gao's saber light shattered and turned into nothing. It was blocked. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. The attack of a martial emperor expert had been blocked by Lu Ming. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming had blocked his opponent's attack and didn't even take a step back. What terrifying combat strength! Many people exclaimed. He Gao's eyes were filled with anger. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, Lu Ming was unscathed and didn't even take a step back. He felt embarrassed. Moreover, he glanced around and saw that the He clan's patriarch's face had darkened. His heart sank. Did the He clan's great emperor have a bad impression of him? Damn it. It's all Lu Ming's fault. I'm going to tear him into pieces. He Gao roared in his heart, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Kill! He Gao shouted. The martial emperor expert's power of the world circulated wildly. His palm turned into a dazzling saber light and slashed out, causing heaven and earth to shake. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His figure moved. Instead of retreating, he charged toward He Gao. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched continuously. Illusions of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and collided with He Gao's saber light. The illusions of the prison-suppressing monument exploded, but the saber light was also blocked. Song of the Four Seasons. After failing to take down Lu Ming, He Gao became anxious and used the He clan's divine skill, Song of the Four Seasons. His saber force suddenly changed. At first, it was like winter snow. Then, it turned into spring. In the next moment, it was like the scorching sun in the sky. The saber force changed and its power increased greatly. It shattered the prison-suppressing monument that Lu Ming had condensed. The saber light continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated continuously. Kill! The moment Lu Ming retreated, He Gao's saber force became even more ferocious. It swept toward Lu Ming crazily. Chi. At that moment, Lu Ming used the chaotic tribulation finger. He pointed out several fingers with his right hand, and the finger force collided with He Gao's saber light. Endless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. A true dragon roared and pounced toward He Gao. Insignificant skill. He Gao shouted. A saber light burst out and defeated the true dragon. However, the true dragon turned into endless runes and spread toward He Gao, trying to seal him. The power of combining 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of array formation was indeed very mysterious. He Gao's expression changed slightly. The power of the world burst out and shattered the endless runes. Next, the two fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. He Gao was indeed very powerful. Although he had just become an empty emperor, he was a martial emperor after all. His combat power far exceeded that of a quasi-emperor. Every move of his contained the power of the world and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming relied on the use of 2 laws to barely block the attack. But even so, everyone was still shocked. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint and had not reached the complete absolute saint. He was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, he could fight against a martial emperor and block him. This was too shocking. Many experts from the He clan, Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven sect were shocked. With Lu Ming's combat power, if he became an empty emperor or even a true emperor in the future, how powerful would he be? What if he became a great emperor? Thinking of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Even the great emperors of the He clan, Heng clan, and Tianluo Heaven Emperor had cold looks in their eyes. The more talented Lu Ming was, the more he deserved to die. Go to hell. He Gao had not taken down Lu Ming since the start of the battle. He became more and more impatient. Originally, with his temperament, he would not be like this. The main reason was that he, a martial emperor, could not take down Lu Ming after so many moves. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could not accept it. That was why he was like this. His saber aura became fiercer and fiercer. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Destruction, chaotic calamity finger. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed a finger. Lu Ming used his strongest move. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed, and it was covered with array runes. It was the initial combination of the destruction scroll and the chaotic calamity finger. Bam! Bam! The chaotic calamity finger blasted out, and He Gao's saber light shattered. He Gao's expression changed, and he roared. A world seemed to appear on his body, and he slashed out. The saber light seemed to contain a world. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger was finally destroyed by He Gao, but He Gao retreated 10 miles. A martial emperor had been defeated by Lu Ming. Many people gasped, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. He was only a peak absolute saint, but he had defeated a martial emperor. No one would believe such a battle result. Such a battle result could scare people to death. Ah, damn it! He Gao roared. He had lost all his dignity today. Even if he could kill Lu Ming, it would be a stain on his life, and it might even become his inner demon. Is this the martial emperor of the He clan? Is this all he has? He is indeed worse than a pig. Not only is his character bad, but his combat strength is also bad. Lu Ming mocked. He Gao was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, and he almost vomited blood. Calm down. He is deliberately provoking you. Use all your strength to kill him and wash away your shame. A voice entered He Gao's ears. It was the voice of the great emperor of the He clan. The voice of the great emperor of the He clan seemed to have a magical power that calmed He Gao down. He knew that he had been too anxious, and he hadn't fully unleashed his combat strength. Buzz, a saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light tore through the air. It was extremely sharp. As He Gao's power of the world poured in, the saber's aura became stronger, and the terrifying saber force kept pressing down on Lu Ming. This was an imperial weapon. The power of an imperial weapon controlled by a martial emperor was completely different from when a martial emperor controlled it. Only a martial emperor could unleash the full power of an imperial weapon. Boom, a world floated above He Gao's body. It was obviously not complete, and it was filled with chaos, but it still gave people a terrifying pressure. Kill! He Gao shouted and slashed down with his saber. The power of this slash was a lot stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He pushed his cultivation base to the limit and pointed out. It was still the annihilation chaos finger of calamity, however, this time, when the blade light slashed down, the chaotic finger of calamity shattered. The terrifying power rushed towards Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to retreat quickly. This is the true strength of a martial emperor. Lu Ming suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body as he muttered to himself. In the end, his strength was still slightly weaker than that of a martial emperor. If he reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was confident that he could fight with He Gao. Looks like Lu Ming is still no match for him. A martial emperor is a martial emperor after all. Lu Ming is only a martial emperor at the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. However, the fact that Lu Ming can fight a martial emperor to this extent is already terrifying enough. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you suffer until you die. He Gao approached Lu Ming step by step. His cold voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. I was just playing with you earlier. Now, I can send you on your way. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Earlier, he had fought with all his might only to test the limits of his combat strength. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming mean? Did he want to kill He Gao? Send me on my way? Ha ha ha, you're really boasting shamelessly. You want to anger me with this, right? Unfortunately, it won't go as you wish. Kill! He Gao shouted. His body exploded with a dazzling light. His entire body seemed to have merged with the saber in his hand. He turned into a terrifying blade light and attacked Lu Ming. The blade light broke through the air and whistled through the air. It was terrifying. Many people's hearts were in their mouths. Perhaps Lu Ming was going to die under this blade. In an instant, the blade light was close to Lu Ming. Oh no! At this moment, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Chang Zhe from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, as well as Bing Mu and the others, wanted to help. However, the experts from the He family, Heng family, and Daluo Heaven Sect flashed and blocked their way. Master! Lu Xianxia shouted. She wanted to rush over, but one of the experts on the other side released a burst of energy. Lu Xianxia's figure flew back. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to be killed by this blade, they saw a sword light. The sword light lit up in Lu Ming's hand and slashed at the blade light that He Gao had turned into. Then, an inconceivable scene appeared. The sword light slashed past and the blade light broke into two from the middle. Bam, the blade light shattered. Then, everyone saw He Gao frantically retreat 100 miles away. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Ming. He Gao spat out 2 words with difficulty. Then, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and quickly spread to his entire body. Rip, He Gao's body was split into 2 and fell to the ground. He was dead, He Gao was dead. The scene fell into a dead silence. Just now, He Gao clearly had the absolute advantage and wanted to kill Lu Ming with one slash. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was most likely dead. But now, why was He Gao the one who died? The sword of the Celestial Emperor, you can actually control the sword of the Celestial Emperor. A true emperor from the Heng family shouted. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was holding a stone sword in his hand, the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming could actually control the Heavenly Emperor's sword and unleash its power to kill He Gao with one slash. How could a mere absolute saint control the Heavenly Emperor's sword and unleash its power? They naturally did not know that Lu Ming had a technique to control the Heavenly Emperor's body. The Heavenly Emperor's sword had merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 12%. If Lu Ming could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could naturally control the Heavenly Emperor's sword as well. Just now, Lu Ming had controlled the Heavenly Emperor's sword and easily killed He Gao. Who else wants to kill me? Lu Ming held the stone sword and glanced at the He family, Heng family, and Daluo Heaven sect. Humph, a mere absolute saint. You think you're invincible just because you can barely unleash a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's sword's power? The Heavenly Emperor's sword should belong to the Heng family. Hand it over. An expert from the Heng family stepped forward. A terrifying aura crazily pressed toward Lu Ming. Martial Emperor. This person was also a minor emperor, Void Emperor, but this person's aura was many times stronger than He Gao's. He was probably an expert among the Void Emperors. If you want the Heavenly Emperor's sword, come and get it. Lu Ming held the sword and faced the expert from the Heng family. Boom. The expert from the Heng family was cautious and attacked from a distance. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. A huge claw was formed and grabbed at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down. A ray of sword light slashed forward like a crescent moon. It was so fast that a dark crack appeared in the space where the sword light passed. Poof, the giant hand formed by the expert from the Heng family was cut in half by the sword light. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack the expert from the Heng family. It was so fast that the expert could not react in time. Fall back! The great emperor from the Heng family shouted, but it was too late. Poof, blood splattered everywhere as the elite from the Heng family was sliced in half by the sword. His soul naturally dissipated in the sword radiance. Another martial emperor was killed. Furthermore, this person was not someone that He Gao could compare to. He was a powerful figure among the Void Emperors. However, he could not block Lu Ming's sword. Many people looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand in awe. Of course, there were also people who were greedy. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, but he could exert such terrifying power. What would happen if a martial emperor controlled the sword? Damn it! How dare you! The other experts from the Heng family reacted and shouted. Ha ha ha, good job! Emperor Wu Xiong laughed and the great emperor from the Heng family looked pale. Who else wants to kill me? Lu Ming pointed the stone sword at the Heng family. The experts of the Heng family all had ugly expressions on their faces. They were filled with killing intent, anger, and fear. They did not know how powerful Lu Ming could be with the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, no one dared to step forward. Didn't you all want to kill me? Why? Are you all useless now? Lu Ming pointed the stone sword at the Daluo Heaven sect. The people from the Daluo Heaven sect looked pale. However, no one stepped forward. In the end, Lu Ming pointed the stone sword at the He family. He Gao, you old dog, come out and die. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent bursting forth. Today, he wanted He Gao's head as a sacrifice to the Ice Dragon Valley Master. He Gao's expression darkened. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming wanted to challenge He Gao. He Gao wasn't weak even among emperors and could be considered an expert. Given Lu Ming's sage realm cultivation and the control of the sword of the Celestial Arch, could he really fight against a veteran true emperor like He Gao? He Gao, I challenge you. If you don't dare to accept my challenge, just say so. Lu Ming said loudly, his voice full of mockery. Little bastard, you deserve to die. He Gao roared in his heart. He couldn't wait to slap Lu Ming to death. But now, facing Lu Ming, who was holding the sword of the celestial arch, he wasn't confident. He even felt a little scared. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to survive the tribulation and live a carefree life for hundreds of thousands of years. But now, a junior like Lu Ming was challenging him. If he didn't dare to accept the challenge, he would lose all face. Not only him, but the He family as well. Right now, he couldn't back down. Looks like the He family is a bunch of cowards. They only know how to bully others with their absolute advantage. Once someone shows a hint of a threat, they immediately give up. How embarrassing. Lu Ming continued, his mockery thickening. The He family members' faces turned red. They felt extremely humiliated. He Gao, go ahead and kill him. The He family Grand Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at He Gao. He Gao's face immediately turned pale. Clearly, the He family Grand Emperor was furious. He had no choice but to obey the He family Grand Emperor's order. Little bastard, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. He Gao's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and divine light spread out from his body, enveloping him. At the same time, several imperial weapons floated around him. Among them, there were a few defensive imperial weapons that protected him. Ha ha ha, you're really afraid of death. You're facing a junior of the absolute saint realm and you're already covering yourself like a turtle shell before the fight even starts. Huang Li laughed out loud. Did you see that? He's a coward. The embodiment of cowardice. Huang Ling said. A bunch of bastards. He Gao roared in his heart. He was being mocked by a few juniors. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but turn red. Kill. He turned his anger into killing intent and took out an imperial weapon. The imperial weapon flew out and charged towards Lu Ming. He didn't dare to get too close to Lu Ming. He controlled the imperial weapon and charged towards Lu Ming. He wanted to test his strength first. Whoosh, it was a small silver knife that cut through the void. Its speed was shocking and its power was even more terrifying. However, this slash alone could easily kill any expert among the Void Emperors. Weng, the Heavenly Emperor sword in Lu Ming's hand vibrated. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and slashed out. Clang, the stone sword and the small silver knife clashed and a terrifying buzzing sound rang out. The small silver knife vibrated and was sent flying out. That's all there is to it. He Gao's eyes lit up. He felt that although the Heavenly Emperor sword was powerful, it wasn't too exaggerated. He could completely block it. However, he was still worried. He controlled the small silver knife and turned it into a silver lightning bolt and charged towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's Heavenly Emperor sword continued to slash out and collided with the small silver knife. After more than 10 collisions, the small silver knife was sent flying out each time. However, Lu Ming also took a few steps back. That's all there is to it. Die. He Gao was finally relieved. His body moved and charged towards Lu Ming. A terrifying knife light burst out from He Gao's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming. Retreat. Many true emperors and void emperors protected the weaker ones and retreated quickly. He Gao's combat strength was really strong. When he unleashed his full strength, a large area would be enveloped by his attack. It was difficult to stand still. Good timing. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He activated the cultivation technique that controlled the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. More energy burst out from the Heavenly Emperor sword. Weng! Weng! The Heavenly Emperor sword vibrated continuously and a layer of terrifying light appeared on the sword. Following that, Lu Ming slashed out and a shocking sword light burst out, a chilling sword light. The sword light slashed down and collided with He Gao's knife light. Boom! Blinding light burst out and endless knife light and sword chi swept out in all directions. The entire sky shook violently. Bam! Then, the knife light shattered and the terrifying sword light bombarded He Gao's defensive imperial weapon. The violent power sent He Gao's body flying like a cannonball. His face was pale. You didn't use your full strength just now. He Gao shouted in fear. Die, you old dog. Lu Ming held the stone sword and seemed to have become one with it. The power of the stone sword surged into his body. He took a step forward and caught up with He Gao. Then, he slashed down again. He Gao roared and unleashed all of his strength. The power of the Heavenly Emperor surged and fought against Lu Ming. Bam, He Gao was sent flying. Lu Ming quickly caught up with him and the Heavenly Emperor's sword continued to slash downwards. At this moment, the power of the Heavenly Emperor's sword had surpassed He Gao's. Many people were shocked. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's sword was too terrifying. It had not unleashed its full power earlier, but now, it was able to suppress He Gao. The stone sword buzzed and the sword chi was shocking as it continued to slash down towards He Gao. He Gao gritted his teeth and controlled the imperial weapon. The silver knife enlarged rapidly and he held it in his hand as he slashed out. Clang, when the stone sword and the silver saber collided, sparks flew everywhere. A gap actually appeared on the silver saber, but there was not the slightest mark on the stone sword. He Gao retreated continuously from the shock. Lu Ming followed closely behind, slashing his combat sword again. He Gao could only brandish his battle knife to block. Clang! Clang! Clang, the two of them continued to clash and the sky rumbled. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Their speed was shocking. Some of the weaker cultivators could only see 2 phantoms. Bam, after more than 10 moves, the silver battle knife in He Gao's hand shattered into pieces. A true imperial weapon was shattered just like that. Swoosh, Lu Ming slashed down again. He Gao ignored the pain in his heart and controlled an imperial weapon shield to block. Dong, there was another explosion and the imperial weapon shield was hit by a terrifying force. It slammed heavily onto He Gao's body. He Gao screamed and vomited blood. Die! Lu Ming roared and crazily activated the energy in the stone sword. The light on the stone sword became brighter and more powerful. He Gao's face changed drastically as if he sensed a fatal danger. His body flashed and he rushed towards the great emperor of the He clan. Great Emperor, save me! He Gao roared. But in the next moment, Lu Ming turned into a sword light and attacked He Gao at a shocking speed. After the stone sword left the Heavenly Emperor's body, it was controlled by Lu Ming. Although it was powerful, it was limited. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated it to the extreme. This sword was enough to threaten He Gao. But at this moment, the great emperor of the He clan frowned and took a step forward. Boom, between heaven and earth, because of this step, the wind and clouds changed. A huge foot came down from the sky, stomping toward Lu Ming. Despicable! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others roared. Not only had a great emperor attacked Lu Ming, an absolute saint, but he had also attacked while Lu Ming was fighting against others. This was far too despicable. Rumble, the giant foot was completely composed of energy. It was like the foot of a god. As it stomped down from the sky, Lu Ming felt the space around him freeze. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. Slash! Lu Ming shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed down at the giant foot. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Lu Ming's sword light was only able to endure for a moment before collapsing. The giant foot continued to descend at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming held his sword horizontally in front of him. Dong, the giant foot stepped on the stone sword. Lu Ming's entire body was like a meteor, smashing into the ground. Boom, the ground within a radius of a few thousand miles shook as spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The place where Lu Ming landed had a deep, pitch-black pit. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others trembled. How was Lu Ming? Lu Ming had exchanged a blow with a great emperor. That was a great emperor. If a heavenly emperor didn't appear, a great emperor would be at the peak. How many people in the entire Yuan mountain could take a blow from a great emperor? Even a peak true emperor would die. Master! Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. She was about to cry. Boom, in the endless dark void, there was a commotion. It was Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong was still fighting with Tianluo Great Emperor. Countless eyes were looking at the pitch-black cave. Was Lu Ming dead? Even if the Great Emperor didn't use much of his strength, he would still be in trouble after clashing head-on with the Great Emperor. Whoosh, He Gao came to the top of the cave with a hideous smile. Little B** starred, so what if you have the Heavenly Emperor's sword? You're just an ant at the saintly realm. How dare you fight with the He clan? You overestimate yourself. He Gao sneered. An ant at the saintly realm? Who was the one who was beaten up by an ant at the saintly realm? Huang Ling mocked. Little girl, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll make you regret what you said later. He Gao glanced at Huang Ling coldly. He then gathered his power of the realm to form a long spear and threw it into the pitch-black cave. Whoosh, the long spear flew into the pitch-black cave like a stone sinking into the ocean. He Gao's expression changed as he descended. His eyes shone brightly as if he wanted to see what was below. Rumble, at this time, the ground suddenly trembled, emitting a muffled rumble. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast had awakened deep underground. Retreat! Great Emperor He of the He clan's face changed as he roared. He Gao was shocked and was about to rush into the sky. Rumble, the ground exploded and dust filled the air. An incomparably huge hand stretched out from the depths of the ground and grabbed at He Gao. The hand was made of stone and it was so huge that it covered the sky. It gave off a terrifying aura and blocked off all of He Gao's escape routes. He Gao was terrified. He wanted to run away but he realized that he had nowhere to run. He was like a worm that was about to be caught. Rumble, at this moment, the great emperor of the He clan made his move. He slapped down with his palm and a huge palm print slammed down on the stone hand, wanting to save He Gao. However, the ground rumbled again. Another giant stone hand reached out and punched at the great emperor of the He clan. Rumble, the giant stone hand crushed great emperor He's palm print. Whoosh, when the hand closed, He Gao tried his best but it was useless. He was caught by the stone hand. Rumble. The ground rumbled and then collapsed. A gigantic stone man rushed out from the ground. That's Heaven Emperor's physical body. Someone shouted in shock. Many people had entered the Lotus World and the Ninth World. They had seen Heaven Emperor's physical body before. In the beginning, Heaven Emperor's physical body was controlled by Xinghe. But when the Void Passage appeared, Heaven Emperor's physical body and Sword of Heaven Emperor flew away to suppress the Void Passage. Then, it disappeared. No one had expected it to appear here. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained Heaven Emperor's physical body, but why was it Lu Ming and not Xinghe? Wasn't Xinghe the one who controlled Heaven Emperor's physical body at the beginning? The experts of the Heng family, especially the great emperor of the Heng family, had a bright glow in their eyes. Lu Ming and the people on his side were stunned. They could not figure out why Lu Ming had turned into a stone man and dashed out after being blasted into the depths of the earth. He Gao, I've said that you will die today. The huge stone man spoke with a buzzing voice. But judging from his tone, it was Lu Ming. Many people were dumbfounded. He Gao was terrified by Lu Ming's grip. He struggled frantically, trying to break free. However, this was Heaven Emperor's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Let him go. Great Emperor He looked at Lu Ming, or more accurately, at Heaven Emperor's body. His eyes flashed with greed. The Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and battle sword were both supreme treasures. Ridiculous. Lu Ming said indifferently. The golem's indifferent eyes glanced at Great Emperor He. Then, it squeezed hard. The terrifying power almost flattened He Gao, causing him to scream in pain. Boom, Great Emperor He attacked. His body was shrouded in boundless light. Strands of light that resembled divine swords flew towards Lu Ming. This was the light of the world. It was extremely terrifying. Clang, the stone sword had been stuck in the back of Heaven Emperor's body. Now, with a thought from Lu Ming, the stone sword buzzed and flew out. It expanded rapidly and swept across. After the stone sword merged with Heaven Emperor's body, its power increased tremendously. It slashed horizontally and blocked all of Great Emperor He's attacks. He Gao, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. No. No. He Gao screamed in terror. He Gao roared in horror. He didn't want to die. He had racked his brains for the sake of surviving the great calamity and continuing to live a carefree life. But now, he was about to die before he could even survive the tribulation. He was extremely terrified. Boom, Lu Ming squeezed hard. A terrifying force rushed towards He Gao. He Gao couldn't resist this force at all. In Lu Ming's hand, his body exploded inch by inch. In the end, only his head was left. He Gao wasn't dead yet. His soul was still there. At this moment, he kept screaming, "Spare me, spare me." Whoosh, a wave of energy rushed into He Gao's sea of consciousness and destroyed his soul. Next, Lu Ming threw He Gao's head out. It flew out and landed in front of a tomb on a mountain peak. That was the tomb of Ice Dragon Valley Master. Back then, Lu Ming swore that he would use He Gao's head as a sacrifice to Ice Dragon Valley Master. Now, he had done it. The spectators were shocked. A true emperor was killed just like that. He was mercilessly killed by Lu Ming in front of a great emperor. Kill. At this moment, the great emperor of the He clan was enraged. His long hair danced in the wind, and his aura was shocking. Bang, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged towards Lu Ming. "If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's go up," Lu Ming said. His body shot up into the sky and into the vast sky. The great emperor of the He clan followed closely behind and soared into the sky. At the same time, a resplendent blade light shot out from his hand. It seemed as though the entire world was about to be sliced apart by this blade. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming had fused with Heavenly Emperor's body. He controlled Heavenly Emperor's body and slashed out with the stone sword. Clang, an earth-shattering boom rang out, as if the world had exploded. Heaven and earth shook. The people below only saw a bright light explode in the endless sky, as if a sun had exploded. The two of them exchanged a blow. Their bodies swayed and they took a few steps back. The great emperor of the He clan's face darkened. His body moved and rapidly expanded. In the end, he turned into a giant that was as big as Heavenly Emperor. Great emperors controlled the Grand Tao. The small worlds in their bodies were close to perfection and could give birth to living beings. They had the power of their own worlds and could freely expand or shrink their bodies. The great emperor of the He clan clenched his fist. It was as if he was holding a Grand Tao in his hand and it turned into a battle blade. The Grand Tao turned into a battle blade that emitted a resplendent light. With a slash, endless power gathered and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's thoughts moved. The energy in Heavenly Emperor's body exploded wildly. A layer of light covered Heavenly Emperor's body. The light on the stone sword became even brighter. Clang, Lu Ming slashed out again and clashed with the great emperor of the He clan. This time, the two of them were still pushed back. The void trembled as they stepped on it. But in the next moment, the two of them clashed again. Clang! Clang! Clang, their attacks were simple, but each of them contained terrifying power. Their attacks shook the heavens and earth. If they were to land on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. After becoming a great emperor, one could control the Grand Tao and return to one's original state. A battle might seem simple, but it was more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. It was difficult to determine the victor. I have to end this quickly. My energy won't last that long. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming stepped on the void and rushed towards the great emperor of the He clan. The great emperor of the He clan slashed out again. But this time, Lu Ming didn't block it, he was betting. He was betting that the Heavenly Emperor's body could block the attack. Boom! The great emperor of the He clan sword slashed viciously on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook violently, but he managed to block it. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After all, this was the body of a heavenly emperor. A heavenly emperor was much stronger than a great emperor. Their bodies were naturally sturdy and indestructible. Ordinary great emperors couldn't even break through a heavenly emperor's body. Kill! Lu Ming roared and slashed the stone sword at the great emperor of the He clan. Not good. The great emperor of the He clan was alarmed and retreated quickly. But he was still a step too late. His body was slashed by the stone sword and a bloody wound appeared. Kill, kill, kill! Lu Ming roared. His attacks were like a violent storm, blasting toward the great emperor of the He family. The great emperor of the He clan also counterattacked, but Lu Ming didn't care about his defense. He allowed the great emperor of the He clan's attacks to land on his body. For a moment, the great emperor of the He clan was in a passive position. He was suppressed by Lu Ming. Down below, many emperor-level experts could see the great battle in the sky through the vast void. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. The great emperor of the He clan was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such power. The heavenly emperor's body is so strong. It's a waste that it's controlled by Lu Ming. If it's controlled by our great emperor, we can sweep the world. The He clan's experts were all greedy. They couldn't wait to take the heavenly emperor's body for themselves. On the other hand, the great emperors of the Yuan Mountain Saint Court were overjoyed. How is it? How's the battle above? Huang Ling asked anxiously. Those below the great emperors didn't have the strength to see the battle above. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Great Emperor Wu Xiong said. He had been confronting the great emperor of the He clan and hadn't made a move. At this moment, he waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. It was the image of the battle between Lu Ming and the great emperor of the He clan. At this moment, the great emperor of the He clan was completely suppressed and could only defend. Bam! In a moment of carelessness, the great emperor of the He clan was punched in the face by Lu Ming's other hand. The great emperor of the He clan was sent flying. Awesome, this is awesome. Beat that son of AB*TCH. When Huang Li and the other desolate race youths saw this, they shouted in excitement. What are you looking at? Let's wait for Great Emperor He to be beaten to a pulp. I'm going to use the rest shadow stone to record everything. A great emperor being beaten to a pulp is definitely worth collecting. Perhaps I can sell it to others for a high price. Huang Li and the rest stared back and took out the rest shadow stone to record the scene. All of you are courting death. The experts from He clan were enraged. But what made them vomit blood was that many people took out the rest shadow stone to record the scene. This included the people from He clan and Daluo Heaven sect. Indeed, it was rare to see a great emperor being beaten to a pulp. Many people would be willing to pay a high price to purchase it. This made the faces of the He family members turn the color of pig liver. In the sky, after Lu Ming sent Great Emperor He flying, he chased after him and continued his torrential attacks. The great emperor of the He clan roared as a world emerged from his body. In this world, one could even see some strange living beings that were living and reproducing in it. The boundless power of the world was controlled by Great Emperor He. It merged with the Tao of heaven and earth and turned into a terrifying killing art that charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming ignored his own defense and rushed out. The stone sword slashed down and broke through the power of the world as he charged towards Great Emperor He. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves consecutively. The great emperor of the He family was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming found another flaw and slashed down. This slash landed on Great Emperor He's face. Great Emperor He was surrounded by the Tao and the power of the world as he set up layers of defense. But when the slash landed, Great Emperor He felt as though he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body was sent flying and he spun a few thousand rounds in the sky. He felt a buzzing sound in his head and his soul was almost blown out. Swoosh! In the next instant, Lu Ming charged towards Great Emperor He and slashed down again. Bam! Great Emperor He of the He clan was sent flying again. However, Lu Ming didn't break through Great Emperor He's defense. He only made him dizzy. The energy stored in Sky Emperor's body is too little. His attack power is insufficient. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Only 12% of Sky Emperor's energy was stored in his body. Although he was able to suppress Great Emperor He with his invincible defense, it was difficult for him to break through his defense. If the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body reached 20%, Lu Ming was confident that he could break through his opponent's defenses and even kill him. However, even if he couldn't break through his opponent's defense now, he could still give him a good beating. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed towards the great emperor of the He clan and kicked him in the face. The great emperor of the He clan groaned as his body flew out again. Then, Lu Ming chased after him and sent the He clan great emperor flying again. Great Emperor He of the He clan was like a rubber ball that was sent flying by Lu Ming. Great Emperor, the faces of the He family's experts paled. Some of the onlookers were dumbfounded. As for the people who were with Lu Ming, they were all overjoyed. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Beat his face. That's right. Beat him with all your might. Huang Li shouted and laughed as though he was beating up the great emperor of the He clan. At the same time, he didn't forget to record the scene with the rest shadow stone. Great Emperor Hang of the Hang clan's face turned ugly. If Lu Ming could beat up the great emperor of the He clan, wouldn't he be able to do the same to him? High up in the sky, the great emperor of the He clan was finally clear-headed after being beaten up so many times. He roared crazily and a small world in his body seemed to be burning up. Boom! Boom! He started to go all out and launched a few terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. When his attacks landed on Lu Ming, he finally forced Lu Ming to retreat. At the same time, he rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Retreat! Then, the great emperor of the He clan's voice could be heard. The faces of the He clan's experts turned ugly. However, since the great emperor of the He clan had left, they could only retreat. Instantly, the He clan members turned into streaks of light and escaped pathetically. In the blink of an eye, they left carelessly. In the sky, Lu Ming looked at the great emperor of the Hang clan with excitement. The great emperor of the Hang clan's face changed. He knew that it was impossible to kill Lu Ming and take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword or even the Heavenly Emperor's body. Retreat! The great emperor of the Hang clan shouted. His body swayed and he left the place. The experts of the Hang clan quickly escaped from the Yuan Mountain Saint Court. Let's go! The void shook and the great emperor of the Tian Luo sect appeared. He glanced at Lu Ming unwillingly and left with the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. The three emperor-level forces had come with great momentum, but when they left, they were in a sorry state. All of this was because of Lu Ming. When they came, it was because of Lu Ming. When they retreated, it was also because of Lu Ming. It could be said that the three forces were in a difficult situation this time, especially the He clan. The Void Emperor and the True Emperor were killed by Lu Ming. Even the Great Emperor was beaten up by Lu Ming. They were destined to become a laughingstock. As for the Hang clan, Lu Ming killed an expert of the Minor Emperor realm. It's too scary. Lu Ming can control the Heavenly Emperor's body and suppress the Great Emperor. From now on, no one in the Yuan Mountain will be his opponent. That's right. With the protection of the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming will be able to grow smoothly. I wonder how terrifying a son of chaos will be when he grows up. Many people whispered. Some forces even began to consider whether they should befriend Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's character was not to be doubted. Disregarding his own safety, he sealed the void passage of the evil god tribe with the Great Emperor. Just this point made people have a good impression of him. And now, Lu Ming even had the protection of the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the future, he would definitely grow into a terrifying expert. Even breaking through to the Great Emperor realm was not impossible. Befriending Lu Ming now was naturally the best. Unfortunately, the energy stored is too little. It's about to be used up now. With a thought, Lu Ming walked out from the forehead of the Heavenly Emperor's body. Then, the Heavenly Emperor's body rapidly shrank and was kept by Lu Ming. In the battle with the Great Emperor of the He clan, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body was almost exhausted. Otherwise, he would not mind torturing the Hang clan's Great Emperor and Tian Luo Great Emperor. It was only because the energy was exhausted that Lu Ming did not pursue. Otherwise, it would be over if he was exposed. In fact, the Great Emperor of the He clan was afraid of Lu Ming. If he persisted for a while longer, Lu Ming would be exposed. Then, if the Hang clan's Great Emperor and Tian Luo Great Emperor joined forces, Lu Ming would be in danger. However, they did not know that the Heavenly Emperor's body needed to store energy in order to be controlled. How would they dare to fight with Lu Ming? Lu Ming stepped down from the sky and walked towards Huang Ling and the others. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, that was a good beating. It was too good. I've copied everything that happened just now. Let's enjoy it together when we have time. Huang Li laughed heartily, his eyes shining. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also smiled. It's a pity that we didn't kill a great emperor. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Many people were speechless. Lu Ming still wanted to kill a great emperor. This little guy is quite ambitious. However, it's not easy to kill a great emperor unless you have an overwhelming advantage in strength. Emperor Wuxiang walked over and said with a smile. Then, there was a flash of light and Uncle Kong appeared. "Uncle Kong, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked with concern. Uncle Kong had not recovered from his injuries and he had just fought with Great Emperor Tian Luo. This made Lu Ming quite worried. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Uncle Kong revealed a gentle smile and returned to the state of an old man. If they had not seen Uncle Kong in action, they would never have thought that Uncle Kong was a terrifying great emperor. Uncle Kong did not stay for long. He said a few words and left. Then, Emperor Wuxiang also left. They were all injured and needed to recover as soon as possible. As for Huang Li, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest, they pulled Lu Ming along and held a big banquet, calling it a celebration. While drinking, they took out the breath shadow stone and watched the scene of Lu Ming beating up the great emperor of the He family. In the next few days, there were people who came to the Origin Mountain Saint Court to visit Lu Ming. Obviously, these forces wanted to befriend Lu Ming. For example, the Ancient Sun Holy Land's Purple Flame Villa and the Soul Sanctum's experts. Lu Ming had the Heavenly Emperor's body and the combat strength of a great emperor. There was no need to be afraid of the Daluo Heaven sect. Of course, they were willing to befriend Lu Ming. There were also some other powerful forces that did the same. Naturally, they did not know that the Heavenly Emperor's body could not be used at will. It needed to store energy. They also did not know that the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body had been exhausted. Lu Ming did not reject anyone and met with many powerful figures from various forces. Befriending more forces would be useful in the future. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Celestial City was also in the process of being repaired. Since the last battle, Hang and He clan had restrained themselves and did not continue to invade other forces' territories. Many forces were able to rebuild. At this time, Lu Ming also left the Origin Mountain Saint Court. He had just received the news that Vientiane Tower had reopened, so he immediately rushed over. After entering the Vientiane Tower, someone led Lu Ming to a room. "What information do you want?" a white-haired old man asked. "I want to know if there's any way to condense a soul. I have a friend who's injured. Her soul is injured." Lu Ming then described the symptoms of Autumn Moon in detail. "The law of deprivation has been encountered, and the soul has been injured." The white-haired old man frowned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. If the Vientiane Tower did not know what to do, then it would be troublesome. After a while, the white-haired old man said, "It's extremely difficult to recover from an injury to the soul. Can you let this old man take a look at your friend?" "All right." Lu Ming nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace appeared. This is the Great Pill Derivation Furnace of the Great Pill Derivation Palace. "Little guy, you must be the son of Chaos, Lu Ming, whose name shook the entire Origin Mountain." The white-haired old man was indeed an expert of the Vientiane Tower. He recognized the Great Pill Derivation Furnace at a glance. "That's me," Lu Ming said. Then, he opened the Great Pill Derivation Furnace, and Autumn Moon's body floated out. Lu Ming would melt a batch of sacred medicine into Autumn Moon's body every once in a while. Although such a long time had passed, Autumn Moon's face was still rosy and normal. Even Autumn Moon's body was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. The white-haired old man waved his hand, and a force surged into Autumn Moon's body to observe carefully. After a while, the white-haired old man withdrew his power. "Her soul has been seriously injured. As far as this old man knows, there's only one place in the entire Origin realm, and only one treasure that can condense her soul and recover," the white-haired old man said. "What place? What treasure?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. As long as he could save Autumn Moon, no matter what treasure it was, he would find a way to get it. "Little guy, it's not easy to use this treasure to save this little girl. That treasure is the national treasure of the Super Devil Nation in the Land of Infinite Devils, the Ancient Demonic Coffin." "Ancient Demonic Coffin?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. The Ancient Demonic Coffin of the Ancient Demonic Nation is a rare treasure. It has an unimaginable effect on the soul. As long as this little girl is placed in the Ancient Demonic Coffin, her soul will be condensed in less than a month. However, the Ancient Demonic Coffin is the national treasure of the Ancient Demonic Nation. It's very difficult to borrow it for a month. The white-haired old man said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked the white-haired old man. He then paid the consultation fee and put Autumn Moon back into the Great Defying Cauldron. He had to make a trip to the ancient demonic nation as soon as possible. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for Autumn Moon. No matter how difficult it was, he had to help Autumn Moon recover. After leaving the Vientiane Tower, Lu Ming returned to the Origin Mountain Saint Court. He planned to bid farewell to everyone and leave for the land of infinite devils as soon as possible. However, when he returned to the Origin Mountain Saint Court, he heard that Emperor Wu Xiong was gathering the skyprides of the Origin Mountain Saint Court. It seemed like he had something important to announce. Therefore, Lu Ming stayed for the time being. He would only leave after Emperor Wu Xiong was done with the announcement. In the next few days, skyprides continued to return to the Origin Mountain Saint Court. However, the skyprides of the He clan, Heng clan, and Daluo Heaven sect did not come. On the 5th day, Emperor Wu Xiong gathered everyone at the place where he gave the lecture. Lu Ming and the others also came. They found that there were a total of hundreds of people here. It was much worse than before. Whoosh, the void shook, and Emperor Wu Xiong's figure appeared. Greetings, Emperor. Everyone bowed. This time, I gathered all of you here because I have something important to announce. I believe everyone is very curious about why Heavenly Fire, and Hun Tian founded the Origin Mountain Saint Court back then. Emperor Wu Xiong said. Everyone nodded. This was indeed the question in everyone's heart. There are several main reasons. One of them is related to the evil god tribe. The previous battle was just a local battle. The evil god tribe has never given up on attacking the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm. Now, the Heaven Realm's situation is very unfavorable. It's only a matter of time before the evil god tribe attacks the Primordial Realm. Therefore, the final battle will erupt sooner or later. Emperor Wu Xiong said in a heavy voice. Everyone's heart sank, and their faces were very solemn. After the previous battle with the evil god tribe, everyone understood how terrifying the evil god tribe was. However, that was only a local battle. If the final battle was fought, a large number of great emperors and even heavenly emperors would come. How could they fight? At that time, not only the land of Origin Mountain, but the entire Primordial Realm would not be able to stay out of it. They would probably fall into a tragic battle. Crack. However, when a world is facing a crisis, the world itself will be in a defensive state. Emperor Wu Xiong continued to explain. The world itself will be in a defensive state? Everyone was confused. Could it be that the world itself had a consciousness? That's right. There was once a powerful existence that speculated that the world itself has a consciousness. For example, when the heavenly world or the primordial realm is invaded by the evil god tribe, they will be in a defensive state. The space will become relatively stable and not easy to penetrate. The most important point is that when the world is in danger, the world will give birth to many geniuses. Many terrifying physiques will appear in groups. Just like now, the heavenly world and the primordial realm are full of geniuses. All kinds of monarch physiques and even heaven's children are appearing. In the past, this was impossible. In fact, this is the world's defense. When these geniuses grow up, they will be able to defend against external enemies. This is the reason why the golden age of the world is now. Emperor Wu Xiong continued to explain. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. There was actually such a saying? This was the first time they had heard of it. Geniuses were gathering, and monarch physiques were contending for supremacy. It turned out that it was a defensive state of the world itself. Therefore, you are the hope of the future. You are the hope of resisting the evil god tribe. Therefore, the three of us established the Primordial Mountain Academy and gathered you all together. We will do our best to nurture you, hoping that you will grow faster. Everyone came to a realization. So this was the reason why the three great emperors had established the Primordial Mountain Academy. The great emperors are really selfless. Someone sighed. Especially when they thought of the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor and the Chaos Heaven Great Emperor's current situation, some people felt sad. Compared to Emperor Wu Xiong, the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, and the Chaos Heaven Great Emperor, the Heng Clan Great Emperor, the He Clan Great Emperor, and the Tianluo Great Emperor were incomparably despicable and selfish. Of course, that's only the first point. The second point is that the Battle of the Ten Earths will begin soon. It's said that there will be a great opportunity this time. Therefore, we want you to grow faster so that you can seize this opportunity. Emperor Wuxiang continued. Battle of Ten Earths? Everyone was puzzled. They had never heard of such a thing before. The Battle of the Ten Earths is held by many great emperors in the Ten Earths of the Yuan realm. It will gather all the Skyprides of the Ten Earths. When the Skyprides compete, they will also be accompanied by great opportunities. The purpose is the same as well. It is to nurture this batch of Skyprides and allow them to grow faster. Emperor Wuxiang said. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they found it hard to calm down. The Battle of the Ten Lands would gather all the geniuses of the Ten Lands. How many geniuses would there be? How intense would the battle between geniuses be? Such a thing had never happened before in history. This was the first time. This time, the battle will take place in the Divine Fate Land. Countless experts will participate and there will be great opportunities. It will be of great help to your cultivation. If you want to rise before the war with the evil god tribe, if you want to have the ability to protect yourself in the future, you can't miss this battle. Emperor Wuxiang's voice caused everyone's hearts to surge. Emperor, when will the battle begin? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming wanted to break through and step onto the peak. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. But now, he still needed to go to the land of infinite demons to save Autumn Moon. 3 years later. Emperor Wuxiang said. 3 years later? Hurry up. Lu Ming let out a long breath. 3 years later, the Divine Fate Land will gather. At that time, you will face all the Skyprides of the Yuan realm. So, if you want to stand out in the Battle of the Ten Earths and seize the opportunities, you have to keep improving in these 3 years. Otherwise, you might be reduced to a supporting role. Understand? Emperor Wuxiang said. Understood. Everyone shouted. Good. Now, Lu Ming, Lu Xianxia. You guys stay. The rest can leave. After that, Emperor Wuxiang called out a group of names. Then, some people left. Dozens of people stayed. Lu Ming looked around and found that those who stayed were mostly people with the monarch body. Only a few people didn't have the monarch body. Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were all there. At this time, ripples appeared in the space, and a few more figures appeared. Uncle Kong and the Divine Emperor, the Emperor-like Great Emperor. Several great emperors appeared at the same time. You are the group of people with the most outstanding talent in Yuan Mountain. In these 3 years, we will send you to some strange places. Each place is related to the laws you have comprehended and will greatly help your cultivation. Emperor Wuxiang said. Many people's eyes lit up. The places chosen by the Great Emperor were definitely extraordinary and would definitely be of great help to their cultivation. Great Emperor, I'm afraid I can't go. Lu Ming took a step forward and cupped his fists. I know. You're going to the land of infinite demons, right? Emperor Wuxiang nodded. Go. Saving people is more important, but you have to rely on yourself if you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin. Even if we appear in the land of infinite demons, it won't have any effect. It might even be counterproductive. Uncle Kong said. Those devil cultivators are all arrogant. Humph. The Divine Emperor snorted. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. I also want to follow Big Brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble hung around Lu Ming's neck. Little guy, we'll bring you to a place that will greatly help your cultivation. Are you sure you don't want to go? Emperor Wuxiang looked at Bubble. Not going. Bubble shook its head vigorously. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Bubble, go and cultivate with the great emperors. We'll meet again soon. Bubble was a space-time spirit mouse and had a unique talent. Its talent was even stronger than ordinary Elysian children. If it continued to follow him, it would only limit its talent. Bubble had been following him for a long time, but its cultivation progress wasn't too fast. This time, Lu Ming planned to let Bubble cultivate with the great emperors. That way, it would be able to improve faster. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. He didn't know when the evil god tribe would attack. All of them had to make the best use of their time to improve their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to save Autumn Moon, Lu Ming would also follow the great emperors to cultivate. But Bubble can't bear to part with big brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble hung around Lu Ming's neck and rubbed its little head against him. Bubble, be good and improve your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to help big brother Lu Ming in the future. Lu Ming patted Bubble's little head. No, Bubble must help big brother Lu Ming. Bubble blinked its big eyes and finally agreed to cultivate with the great emperors. Alright, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, we'll bring you all away. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Then, the great emperors left the place. Lu Ming, let's go and have a drink. Huang Li and the others walked over. Then, everyone drank to their heart's content and agreed to meet at the Divine Fate land to compete with the other regions. The Land of Infinite Demons was one of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. It was close to the Yuan mountain and its territory was vast and boundless. Lu Ming stepped onto the teleportation array and first arrived at the teleportation area outside the ancient Sun Sacred Land before flying towards the Land of Infinite Demons. The ancient Sun Sacred Land was the closest to the Land of Infinite Demons among the 9 sacred lands of the Yuan mountain. After flying for more than 10 days, the demon qi slowly became denser. Then, Lu Ming saw a large river in front of him that ran across the land. This was the Eternal Demon River, which separated the Yuan mountain and the Land of Infinite Demons. It was unknown how long it was, but it was at least 8,000 miles wide. The strange thing was that the water of the Eternal Demon River was black. Only by crossing the Eternal Demon River could one reach the Land of Infinite Demons. Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew towards the other side of the Eternal Demon River. The Eternal Demon River was rich in demon qi and gave birth to some strange monsters. Some of them were very powerful. These monsters were full of dense demon qi. In the Land of Infinite Demons, they were called demonic beasts. In the process of crossing the river, Lu Ming encountered some trouble and was attacked by some demonic beasts. However, Lu Ming rushed through them all. The most dangerous time was when he encountered a huge shark in the Martial Emperor realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming used the divine breathing technique to conceal his aura and luckily escaped. It took Lu Ming 3 days to cross the 8,000 miles distance and truly reach the territory of the Land of Infinite Demons. What a dense demon qi! Lu Ming found that the demon qi in the Land of Infinite Demons was extremely dense. Demon qi was actually a kind of energy of heaven and earth. Cultivators could absorb and refine it. However, if one did not cultivate demonic arts, it would be very difficult to absorb and refine it. It was much slower than absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi. However, if one cultivated demonic arts, absorbing demon qi would be like a fish in water. Their cultivation speed would be faster. Therefore, the Land of Infinite Demons was a paradise for demonic arts cultivators. Most of the cultivators here were demonic arts cultivators. No matter what law they comprehended, their true essence Saint Force contained demon qi. The Land of Infinite Demons is said to have thousands of demon kingdoms. Among them, there are 2 most powerful demon kingdoms. The Eternal Demon Kingdom is one of them. Lu Ming pondered and began to plan his next itinerary. There were countless devil kingdoms in the Land of Infinite Demons. They were divided into low-grade devil kingdoms, mid-grade devil kingdoms, high-grade devil kingdoms, and super-grade devil kingdoms. The ancient devil nation was a super devil nation. It was even stronger than great emperor forces like the He family and the Heng family. It had existed for countless years. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to borrow the treasure of the ancient devil nation. First, he would have to go to the ancient devil nation and get to know the higher-ups there. Only then would he be able to borrow the ancient devil coffin. Lu Ming took out a jade card and sank his spiritual sense into it. A map automatically emerged in his mind. This was the map of the Land of Infinite Demons. This was the map that Emperor Wu Xiang had given to Lu Ming. As an emperor powerhouse, it wasn't strange for him to have a map of the myriad devil land. On the map, the territories of the tens of thousands of demon nations appeared. Lu Ming watched for a while, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. Boom! Boom! After flying for a short while, Lu Ming heard a rumbling sound in front of him. There were figures fighting. There were more than 10 figures fighting. Demonic chi billowed, and saber light flashed. The people fighting were divided into two sides. However, one side was obviously stronger. Every time the saber light flashed, someone would be killed. In a short while, one side was completely killed. The remaining side was all dressed in black robes and carrying demonic sabers. Their eyes were fierce and filled with ruthlessness. Due to the influence of demonic chi, demonic cultivators had strange personalities. Some of them were ruthless, while others were violent. However, they had one thing in common. Demonic cultivators weren't soft-hearted. They were decisive and ruthless. Take the storage rings of these guys. Quick! One of the leaders shouted as he took the storage rings of those who had been killed. Leader, there's a kid over there. Someone saw Lu Ming and swept a cold glance at Lu Ming. Hee, it's just nice that we have some extra income. Kill him. The leader sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh, in a flash, 7 or 8 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, hand over your storage ring and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He didn't expect to be robbed as soon as he arrived in the land of infinite demons. Before he came, he had heard that the land of infinite demons was chaotic. Most demonic cultivators liked to fight, and it was common for them to kill each other. Today, he saw that it was true. However, the strongest of these people was only at the Bright Saint realm. The others were all half-sages. They were overestimating themselves by trying to rob him. Scram! Lu Ming shouted as the aura of a paragon saint burst out. The terrifying aura caused the expressions of the 7 or 8 black-robed men to change drastically. Paragon saint, it's a paragon saint. Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We'll scram immediately. The 7 or 8 black-robed men were terrified. They were almost scared to death. This was only the border of the land of infinite demons. Normally, there wouldn't be any experts here. How could they be so unlucky to have met a young-looking person who was actually a paragon saint? They ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With their cultivation, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. This was just a small interlude in Lu Ming's journey to the land of infinite demons. He continued to fly, but what made Lu Ming depressed was that he would encounter robbers every once in a while. Some of them didn't know what was good for them and wanted to attack Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming revealed his paragon saint realm cultivation as he flew. Many of the robbers felt Lu Ming's cultivation and hurriedly ran away. After flying for more than 10 days, Lu Ming passed by a few low-level devil nations. He found that almost all of them were at war. What made Lu Ming even more depressed was that these low-level devil nations didn't have teleportation formations. They could only rely on flying. After flying for a few more days, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he stopped when he flew past a vast devil mountain. He found a valley where the devil chi was shockingly dense. Such dense devil chi is just right for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to absorb some energy. Lu Ming thought. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was almost empty. It needed a large amount of energy to replenish it. The dangers of this trip to the ancient devil nation were unknown. The stronger he was, the better. If the Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy could be restored to 10%, he would be much more confident. Lu Ming moved his body and headed toward the valley. Roar, as. Soon as Lu Ming got close to the valley, there were beastly roars. A few giant black wolves pounced toward Lu Ming. A great saint realm cultivation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These giant wolves had the strength of a great saint realm. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, and the giant wolves cried out in pain. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to move. Roar. Roar. Within the valley, endless roars could be heard. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts charging out of the valley at the same time. The strongest is only a boundary emperor. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and entered the valley. In front of him, a pack of giant wolves charged toward Lu Ming. There were at least a few hundred of them, including bright saints, great saints, and absolute saints. The giant wolves were all black and exuded a strong demonic aura. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they pounced toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming waved his hand and his saint power condensed into long spears. Whoosh! 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 The long spears pierced through the air and made a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, the giant wolves were nailed to the ground by the long spears. Regardless of whether they were absolute saints or great saints, they were all killed in a single move. In an instant, dozens of giant wolves were nailed to the ground. The other giant wolves could not help but stop in their tracks. Since it had reached the saint realm, the giant wolves naturally had high spiritual intelligence. At this moment, they were looking at Lu Ming in horror. "If you don't want to die, get out of my way," Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like two pitch-black vortexes. Lu Ming cast the soul illusory skill. At this moment, in the eyes of the many giant wolves, he seemed to have transformed into a god of death, slaughtering all living beings. Woo-woo! The rest of the giant wolves cried out in fear and slowly retreated. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the valley, causing the entire valley to shake violently. Lu Ming saw that there was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. At this moment, a giant wolf walked out of the valley. This giant wolf was at least 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Its body was black as if it was made of steel. Its demonic aura was extremely dense. Boundary Emperor, this giant wolf was at the Boundary Emperor realm. Lu Ming had sensed it before. Obviously, this giant wolf was the king of this group of giant wolves. It stepped out and swept its cold gaze across the group of giant wolves, causing them to tremble slightly and crawl down. "Human, you're courting death." The giant wolf king looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice. The next moment, the giant wolf king's four legs kicked, and its huge body pounced toward Lu Ming, casting a large shadow. In the blink of an eye, the giant wolf pounced in front of Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like knives, clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His saint power surged, and his body suddenly rushed out like a beam of light, unbelievably fast. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived at the head of the giant wolf and smashed down with his fist. Boom! The punch landed directly on the wolf's head, causing it to wail in pain. Its huge body fell to the ground and smashed heavily into the ground. The earth trembled and the valley rumbled continuously. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Roar! Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength in this punch, so the giant wolf didn't die. It roared and struggled madly. Lu Ming stomped down, causing the giant wolf to wail. Its head smashed into the ground again, creating a huge crater. "If you continue to resist, I'll kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. His entire body emitted an extremely cold killing intent. The giant wolf king shuddered. It knew that it was far from being a match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Human, what are you trying to do?" the giant wolf king asked. "I'm going to cultivate here for a while. After a while, I'll leave. You guys wait outside. If you don't agree, I'll kill all of you. I can still cultivate here," Lu Ming said coldly. "Are you really going to leave after a while?" the giant wolf king asked. "Nonsense, who would be willing to stay in this lousy place for long?" Lu Ming curled his lips and took a step forward, walking toward the cave in the depths of the valley. In that cave, the demonic chi was extremely dense. The giant wolf king held several times, but in the end, it could only lead the wolf pack outside the valley. Such dense demonic chi. Lu Ming walked into the cave and raised his eyebrows. The demonic chi here was denser than he had imagined. It was almost tangible. Eh? That's a demonic origin fruit. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a small tree growing on one of the walls of the cave. On the small tree, there were 3 pitch-black fruits. The Great Pill Development Hall focused on refining elixirs. Naturally, Lu Ming had also read a large number of books in the Great Pill Development Hall. He was very familiar with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs and all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. Naturally, he recognized this fruit at one glance. Demonic origin fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. It was very useful for demonic cultivators. Consuming it could purify demonic chi and increase one's strength. However, these 3 fruits were clearly not fully ripe yet. But from the looks of it, they were not far from ripening. According to records, demonic origin fruits can only grow in places with dense demonic chi. To be able to grow demonic origin fruits here, it's extraordinary. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he looked around the cave. The cave was very large and led all the way inside. Lu Ming walked into the cave. Soon, he made a discovery. There was a small pool. The water was as black as ink and bubbles constantly emerged. The water was filled with extremely dense demonic chi. This is a demonic pool. There's actually a demonic pool here. No wonder the demonic chi is so dense. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. A demonic pool was the birthplace of demonic chi. There would be an endless stream of demonic chi gushing out. Although this was only a small demonic pool, the demonic chi it contained was already very dense. No wonder it could produce demonic origin fruits. No wonder there was a pack of giant wolves guarding this place. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared here. Immediately, Lu Ming operated his cultivation method to control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and began to absorb the demonic chi here. The demonic chi here was extremely dense. The effect was even better than directly absorbing the origin stones. The surrounding demonic chi frantically gathered toward the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, turning into energy for storage. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached about 3%. This speed was already very fast. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year to store the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to 12%. On this day, a group of people arrived outside the valley. These people carried demonic sabers on their backs. Their bodies emitted a ferocious aura, and their eyes were like sharp blades. Counting the days, the demonic origin fruits here are about to ripen. It's time to harvest them. A burly man in the lead said. This person's aura was very strong. He was a quasi-emperor. However, there's a pack of demonic wolves residing in this valley. It's not easy to deal with them. Another person said. What's so difficult about it? This pack of ink wolves only has 1 quasi-emperor ink wolf, while we have 3 quasi-emperors. It's enough to annihilate this pack of demonic wolves. The burly man in the lead said coldly. That's right. Wait a little longer and we'll kill our way in. Another quasi-emperor said. These people began to wait outside the valley. Young master, it's the demonic Saber Mountains people. What should we do now? An old man asked a young master in the clouds. This young master wore embroidered clothes and had a dignified look on his face. That's easy. Let's wait for the demonic Saber Mountains people to fight the huge wolves in the valley first. Then, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. The young master smiled faintly. Young master is wise. The people beside the young master immediately flattered him, making the young master feel good. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Attack! At the valley entrance, the demonic Saber Mountains leader waved his hand. Then, their figures flashed as they charged into the valley. Roar! Roar! The moment they charged into the valley, the huge wolves in the valley discovered them. Immediately, several hundred huge wolves charged at the demonic Saber Mountains people under the lead of the huge wolf king. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 quasi-emperors charged at the huge wolf king from demonic Saber Mountain. The other quasi-emperor charged at the other huge wolves with the rest of the demonic Saber Mountain. The valley immediately descended into a chaotic battle. Although the demonic Saber Mountain had fewer people, they were clearly stronger. The people here were at least great sage. Half of them were absolute sage. Under the lead of a quasi-emperor, a large number of huge wolves were killed. Under the joint attacks of 2 quasi-emperors, the huge wolf king was at a complete disadvantage. Naturally, Lu Ming heard the commotion outside. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not go out. Instead, he continued to control the Heavenly Emperor's body to absorb demonic chi. Soon, the sounds of the battle outside gradually died down. Under the joint attacks of the 2 quasi-emperors, the huge wolf king's head was chopped off by the other party's leader. Most of the other huge wolves were killed as well. The remaining ones scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing this place. Haha. Demonic origin fruit. The demonic Saber Mountain's leader revealed a greedy expression as he looked at the cave Lu Ming was in. You think you can obtain the demonic origin fruit with just you? At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the valley. Following that, a group of people charged into the valley. It was the group of people in the clouds earlier. The demonic Saber Mountain's leader's expression changed. He looked at the young master's group warily and asked, Master, who are you people? Do you know this one? A pitch-black token appeared in the young master's hand. When the people of demonic Blade Mountain saw this token, their expressions changed drastically. You are from the ancient Devil Nation. The leader of the demonic Blade Mountain roared. The Eternal Devil Nation was a super devil nation. Everyone knew that there were only 2 super demonic kingdoms in the entire land of infinite demons. Each of them was shockingly powerful, and the demonic Saber Mountain had no chance against them. So it's the experts from the ancient Devil Nation. Excuse me. Since you've taken a fancy to the demonic origin fruit, we'll let you have it. The demonic Blade Mountain's leader squeezed out an ugly smile, feeling very unwilling. Let? Why would my Aeon Luo Nation need you to give in to me? What I want is to take it. Attack, kill all of these pieces of trash. The young man's indifferent voice sounded. Kill. The people around the young master immediately charged towards the people of demonic Blade Mountain. Charge out. The leader of the demonic Saber Mountain roared and transformed into a demonic saber, wanting to rush out. But in the next moment, 2 figures blocked in front of him. Boundary Emperors. Both of them were Boundary Emperors. What made him despair was that the other 2 Boundary Emperors of the demonic Saber Mountain faced the same situation as him. They were blocked by 2 Boundary Emperors. The young master had brought a shocking number of experts, and there were at least 6 Boundary Emperors. We've already given up the demonic origin fruit. Why are you still so ruthless? The leader of the demonic Saber Mountain roared unwillingly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You're born in the land of infinite demons, yet you still ask such a question. Kill. The young master shouted, and his subordinates charged towards the people of the demonic Saber Mountain. The people brought by the young master were obviously stronger. Immediately, the people of the demonic Saber Mountain were killed one after another. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the people of the demonic Saber Mountain followed in the footsteps of the giant wolf. In fact, they were even more miserable than the giant wolf. None of them managed to escape, and all of them were left here. In the land of infinite demons, such a battle was too common. Especially when treasures were involved, the battle would be even more tragic. Therefore, the demonic cultivators of the land of infinite demons generally had stronger combat strength. In a battle of the same level, their combat strength was probably stronger than the people of the Yuan Mountain land. The young master put away the storage rings of the people of the demonic Saber Mountain and smiled coldly, not caring at all. Then, he led the group into the cave. Entering the cave, their eyes lit up. 3 demonic origin fruits. They're not ripe yet, but they'll be ripe in half an hour. An old man judged. Why is the demonic chi here rushing into the cave? Suddenly, some people discovered a problem. The demonic chi here was gathering towards the cave. This was obviously not normal. They had sent experts in to investigate and knew that there was a demonic pool in the depths of the cave. The demonic chi should be spreading towards the outside. There's someone inside, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. In particular, the young master's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Let's go take a look. The young master said coldly. Everyone walked into the cave. Soon, they arrived at the demonic pool and saw Lu Ming. Billowing demonic chi was constantly gathering towards the heavenly emperor's body. After more than 10 days of absorption, the demonic chi in the demonic pool had almost dried up. This stone golem is so mysterious. It can actually absorb demonic chi continuously. The demonic chi in the demonic pool is about to dry up. Could it be that the stone golem is absorbing it all? It's a treasure. Everyone was discussing. The young master's eyes flickered with greed. Kid, you actually dare to secretly absorb the demonic chi here. You're courting death, the young master said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and casually glanced around. He spat out a word, scram. These words caused the young master's face to instantly darken. Kid, you're courting death. Young master, I'll go kill him, a burly man of the sage realm said. Cripple him first and see what secrets he has, the young master ordered. Understood. The burly man of the sage realm nodded. Then, his body moved, and like a goshawk pouncing on its prey, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His claws were like knives, grabbing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and charged into the body of the burly man of the sage realm. The burly man of the sage realm screamed as his body fell to the ground. After twitching twice, he stopped breathing. Dead, the young master and the others' expressions changed. With a shout, a sage realm expert had died. What kind of technique was this? Young master, be careful. This kid isn't simple. Not simple? How old does he look? How strong can he be? Is he stronger than a boundary emperor? Let's attack together and destroy his cultivation. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog, the young man roared. Kill! As soon as the young man finished his words, his subordinates stepped forward one after another. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He originally wanted to continue controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body to absorb the demonic qi, but now he had to stop. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Emperor's body was put away. Lu Ming stood up, and a powerful aura spread out. You're just a saint. Die! A boundary emperor shouted coldly and rushed toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. He attacked quickly, but Lu Ming was even faster. He pointed out with his finger. With this point, a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the space as if the space was about to be pierced through. All of the boundary emperor's attacks and defenses were fragile under this finger. No, when the boundary emperor saw Lu Ming's finger magnifying in front of his eyes, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but he found that it was too late. Poof, Lu Ming's finger tapped the man's glabella. A terrifying force was emitted and the man's head was directly penetrated. Under this attack, his soul was turned into ashes. Not only that, the force of the finger continued to shoot back with a wisp of blood, penetrating a few more boundary emperors. Hiss, the remaining boundary emperors gasped, and their expressions changed drastically. Killing a boundary emperor with a single move. This combat strength was too terrifying. Attack together, attack together. The young man roared crazily. Boom! Boom, everyone exploded. At least 7 boundary emperors and some saints attacked. All kinds of attacks flooded toward Lu Ming. Buzz, at this moment, a halo appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was the light of chaos. This is the light of law. The light of chaos. This person is the son of chaos. The son of chaos. Many people screamed in horror. It was simply inconceivable. The young man they had randomly encountered here was actually a son of chaos, and he had even cultivated the light of chaos. Lu Ming's light of primal chaos revolved around his body. The surrounding attacks had no effect on him at all. They were all blocked by the light of primal chaos. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the 2 quasi-emperors, jabbing out 2 fingers consecutively. Puff! Puff! These 2 quasi-emperors followed in the footsteps of the previous quasi-emperor. They were pierced by the finger force and died here. Let's go, let's go. Young master, leave quickly. The remaining people roared in fear. How could they dare to continue fighting with Lu Ming? The son of chaos who had cultivated the light of law was too terrifying. They were no match for him at all. Staying behind would only lead to death. At this moment, that young master was already scared out of his wits. A quasi-emperor pulled him along as they ran outside. All of you, stay. Lu Ming said coldly. As his figure flashed, he jabbed out with another finger and killed another quasi-emperor. Lu Ming moved as fast as lightning. Every time he jabbed out, he could kill a quasi-emperor. Ordinary quasi-emperors could only be instantly killed by Lu Ming. The young master had brought a total of 8 quasi-emperors. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming killed 7, leaving only the last quasi-emperor to flee with the young master. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Lu Ming instantly jabbed out dozens of times. The entire sky was filled with finger shadows and finger forces. As the finger forces swept out, the remaining quasi-emperors all fell here. Since these people wanted to kill Xiao Chen, he did not show mercy. Furthermore, these quasi-emperors looked like they had extraordinary backgrounds. Lu Ming had just arrived in the land of 10,000 demons. If he let these people leave, they would definitely seek revenge. This would be extremely detrimental to Lu Ming's future plans. Hence, he could only kill. The quasi-emperors fell one by one. Soon, only the young master and that quasi-emperor remained. At this moment, the young master's complexion was snow-white, without any trace of blood. Although the quasi-emperor had already brought him out of the cave, they were still intercepted by Lu Ming in the valley. Don't kill me. I'm from the ancient devil nation. Killing me won't do you any good. The young master roared. It won't do me any good if I don't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he jabbed out a finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed, crushing toward the young master and the last quasi-emperor. The young master roared and unleashed his full strength. He was in the supreme Saint Great Success realm. Moreover, his spiritual body was a superior earth spiritual body. He could be said to be a rare genius. Moreover, he took out an emperor weapon to block with all his might. It was obvious that this person's identity was extraordinary. All the more reason he should not be left alive. The chaotic calamity finger crushed the 2 quasi-emperors. Their resistance was futile. Under the chaotic calamity finger, they turned into ashes. Next, Lu Ming's figure flashed and collected everyone's storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming also collected the young master's emperor weapon. Then, Lu Ming waited there for half an hour. Half an hour later, the demonic origin fruit ripened. Lu Ming plucked the demonic origin fruit and soared into the sky, leaving the place. It was not wise to stay there for long. Who knew if the forces behind the other party would come looking for him? Anyway, the demonic chi in the demonic pool was almost completely absorbed. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body was close to 4%. It was a great harvest. Then, Lu Ming flew at full speed toward the nearest medium-sized devil nation. A medium-sized devil nation should have a teleportation formation. The land of infinite devils was vast and boundless. It was not smaller than Yuan Mountain. Who knew how long it would take to fly to the ancient devil nation? After flying for a few days, Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly stopped. That was because there was a purple-black-red light in front of him that was flying toward him rapidly. Lu Ming could see it from afar. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a tight purple dress that showed off her voluptuous figure. She was a seductive woman. But at this moment, the woman was a little panicked and was flying rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the woman, streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew towards her. Obviously, the woman was being chased. At this moment, the woman also saw Lu Ming. She continued to fly toward Lu Ming and said, "Help me block those people behind me. I won't treat you unfairly." Although her expression was a little panicked, there was still a trace of cold arrogance in her voice. In Lu Ming's ears, it was as if she was ordering him to do something. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He retreated and flew in another direction, distancing himself from the beautiful lady. He was not related to the woman, so he did not want to meddle in her business. "Help me quickly. I will reward you handsomely. Whatever you need, just tell me." The young lady was being chased by the enemy. Although Lu Ming looked young and might not be that strong, as long as he could hold them off for a while, she would have a better chance of escaping. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the strength to help you." Lu Ming shook his head and retreated even faster, pulling away from the beautiful lady. Seeing that Lu Ming wasn't willing to help her, the beautiful lady could only grit her teeth and fly in another direction. Before she left, she glared at Lu Ming, as though blaming Lu Ming for not helping her. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. His goal was to go to the ancient devil nation. He didn't want to be a busybody. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful lady disappeared. from his sight. The pursuers behind her also chased after her. To Lu Ming, this was just a small interlude. He continued on his way and flew towards the nearest intermediate devil nation. After a few days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the intermediate devil nation. This intermediate devil nation did have a teleportation circle. "Where do you want to go?" a burly man in charge of the teleportation circle asked Lu Ming. "I want to go to the capital of the ancient devil nation," Lu Ming said. "The capital of the ancient devil nation? Kid, aren't you from the land of infinite devils? Intermediate devil nations like us don't have the qualifications to teleport directly to the capital of the ancient devil nation. If you want to go to the capital, you have to go to a high-grade devil nation and go from there," the burly man said. There was such a rule, Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed like he could only go to a high-grade devil nation and go from there to the capital of the ancient devil nation. "Alright, I'll go to the high-grade devil nation first," Lu Ming said. "The nearest high-grade devil nation is the Uric Kingdom. I suggest you go to the Uric Kingdom first," the burly man said. "Alright, thank you." Lu Ming clasped his fists and paid the teleportation fee. He then stepped into the teleportation circle. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array and arrived at another place. Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation circle and asked around. He found that he had already arrived in the Uric Kingdom. This was a citadel outside the capital of the Uric Kingdom. The Uric Kingdom is one of the top 10 devil kingdoms in the land of infinite demons. They are extremely powerful. Why don't I go to the capital of the Uric Kingdom and ask about the Eternal Devil Kingdom? Lu Ming pondered. The Uric Kingdom was one of the top 10 devil kingdoms in the land of myriad devils. There was no need to doubt its strength. Lu Ming wanted to see just how strong the top forces of the land of myriad devils were. That way, he would be able to judge the overall strength of the land of myriad devils. Furthermore, even if he were to go to the capital of the ancient devil kingdom right now, he wouldn't know where to start. He couldn't just run to the capital of the ancient devil nation and yell that he wanted to borrow the ancient devil coffin, right? If he did that, he would be lucky if they didn't kill him. Therefore, he needed to plan for the long term. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not go to the capital of the ancient devil nation. Instead, he flew to the capital of the Uric Kingdom. The capital of the Dark Azure Devil Kingdom was abnormally majestic, vast. Whether it was the city walls or the buildings inside, most of them were built with a kind of pitch-black stone that was filled with a domineering aura. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the Uric Kingdom and found that there were a lot of experts here. Each of them was emitting a demonic aura and a baleful aura. Lu Ming secretly observed and found that there were many Sage Realm experts and quasi-emperors. They could even see martial monarchs emitting emperors might walking on the streets. Lu Ming found that the quality of experts in the land of myriad devils was higher than in the primordial mountain. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. At the same time, a cold aura shrouded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming frowned. The voice just now was obviously targeted at him. However, he had just arrived in the Uric Kingdom and did not know anyone. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. "It's her?" Lu Ming was stunned. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a tight purple dress was looking at Lu Ming coldly. Wasn't this woman the one who was being chased a few days ago and asked Lu Ming for help? He did not expect to meet her here. This was too much of a coincidence. Lu Ming was speechless. The young woman's aura was very cold and it shrouded Lu Ming. "It's the first princess." "Who is that kid? He seems to have made the first princess unhappy. He's finished." Around them, many people stopped to watch and discussed. First princess? Lu Ming was speechless. Could this person be the first princess of the Uric Kingdom? First princess, is this the person who left you in the lurch? There were a few people beside the beautiful woman. One of them was a young man. "Yes, it's him," the first princess replied coldly. At that time, he was being chased by the enemy and met Lu Ming. He asked Lu Ming for help, but Lu Ming did not help him. Fortunately, he met with reinforcements later and escaped danger. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the Uric Kingdom. Thinking of Lu Ming's attitude at that time, a cold light flashed in the first princess' eyes. leaving the first princess in the lurch? I'll go and cripple him. Behind the first princess, a skinny old man said coldly. His figure moved and he rushed towards Lu Ming. A demonic palm print blasted towards Lu Ming, bringing gusts of wind with it. The first princess did not stop him. She just watched indifferently. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He also blasted out a palm and collided with the skinny old man's palm. Boom, with a loud bang, the skinny old man's body shook violently. His body flew back at an even faster speed and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Lu Ming had shown mercy. He had just arrived and did not want to cause trouble. Otherwise, the skinny old man would have been dead. Many people were shocked. That skinny old man was a supreme saint, but he was injured by Lu Ming in one move. This young man's combat power is not weak, many people thought. How dare you fight back? You're courting death. The young man beside the first princess shouted coldly. His gaze was as cold as a blade. Whoosh, he took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming like a phantom. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. In the wilderness, he met the first princess. He was not related to the first princess, so why did he save her? It was his freedom to save her or not. But now, the other party wanted to cripple his cultivation and even kill him because of this. How domineering. Boom, the young man attacked. He also blasted out a palm. His palm power was like a landslide, pressing towards Lu Ming. This young man was very strong. He was many times stronger than the skinny old man. Not only had his cultivation reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, but he also had a superior spiritual body. Get lost. Lu Ming frowned and shouted. He also blasted out a palm. Dark lightning flashed in his palm. His palm collided with the other party's palm print. The result was almost the same as the skinny old man's. Many people were stunned as they looked at the young man who was twitching on the ground. This young man was no ordinary person. He was very famous in the Yurick Kingdom. He was the son of the Grand Marshal of the Yurick Kingdom. His name was Jipeng, and his name was known throughout the Yurick Kingdom. In the Yurick Kingdom, Jipeng was considered one of the top geniuses among the younger generation, except for a few people with king bodies. Someone once made a list of the top 10 geniuses in the Yurick Kingdom, except for those with king bodies. Jipeng was ranked 9th among the top 10 geniuses. Of course, Jipeng was ranked after the king body, but it was still not a trivial matter. But now, Jipeng was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming's strength was absolutely amazing. Who is this person? He looks very young, but he has such combat power. He's even stronger than Jipeng. Could it be that he has a king body? It's not a king body. When he attacked just now, there was a flash of demonic lightning. It should be the law of demonic lightning, not the king body. In the Yurick Kingdom, apart from those with king bodies, this person can be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 8. Some of the onlookers were whispering. That's right. Lu Ming did not use the law of primal chaos, nor did he use the law of array. Instead, he used the law of primal chaos to transform it into the law of demonic lightning. He used the law of demonic lightning to cover his saint power, making him look like a demonic cultivator. The eldest princess looked at Lu Ming with surprise. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than she had imagined. Whoosh, at this moment, Jipeng turned over and stood up. Cold murderous intent erupted from his body as he roared, "Kid, I didn't use my full strength just now. Come again and I'll kill you." Jipeng roared, and his aura became even more violent. Just now, he was careless and did not use his full strength. He did not even use his divine art, which was why he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He had already shown mercy, but the other party did not know when to back down. So, he could not blame him for not being polite. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. "All right, stop." At this moment, the first princess's voice rang out, causing Jipeng to freeze. "First princess, this person is too audacious. He even dares to hit the princess's people. Let me cripple him." Jipeng's gaze was cold. He did not want to let Lu Ming off just like that. He didn't use his full strength just now. If we really fought, you might not be his match. Both of you would only suffer. You should leave first. I have something to ask him. The first princess said. Eldest princess, let us leave. What if this brat makes a move? An old man said worriedly. You think he can hurt me? The first princess countered. The others didn't say anything. With the first princess's strength, how could this person hurt her? Then take care of yourself, first princess. Ji Ping's eyes flickered a few times, and then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, consider yourself lucky today. I'll spare your life. After saying that, he led the others away. Goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. He instinctively felt that this eldest princess was not a good person, and he was too lazy to have anything to do with her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The grand princess moved and chased after Lu Ming like a ray of light. She was as light as a feather. Lu Ming frowned and soared into the sky. However, the first princess also soared into the sky and followed Lu Ming. First princess, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming stopped and asked with a frown. Your strength is not bad. I can feel that even if Ji Ping used his full strength to fight with you just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be your match. Join me and be my guest. The first princess spoke, her expression still carrying a trace of cold arrogance and loftiness. Not interested. Lu Ming turned and left. I won't let you be my guest forever. As long as you work for me in these 3 months, you can leave after 3 months. The first princess continued to speak, but Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. A cold light flashed in the first princess' eyes. If not for the fact that she was in urgent need of talents recently, she would have already attacked Lu Ming for treating her with such an attitude. I won't let you do anything dangerous. I just want you to help me fight against the geniuses of the Yuluo Empire 1 month later. You can name any conditions you want. The first princess continued to follow. Oh? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked at the first princess. I can name any conditions? As long as it's not too much. The first princess said. I want to know someone from the ancient devil nation's imperial family. Can you introduce me? Lu Ming said. If the first princess could introduce someone from the ancient devil nation's imperial family to him, it would save him a lot of trouble and he could agree to it temporarily. Besides, the first princess only wanted to be his guest for 3 months and fight against the geniuses of the Yuluo Empire. This was not a big deal for Lu Ming, so there was no harm in agreeing. He. And here I thought it was something big. The emperor of the Ionic Devil Kingdom just recently passed another tribulation of heaven and earth. In 3 months, he'll be holding a grand banquet. Countless devil kingdoms will be there to celebrate, and the serene Azura Devil Kingdom will be there as well. Of course, we'll be able to recommend you. The first princess said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The king of the ancient devil nation had just passed a great tribulation and was going to hold a grand banquet. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. Alright, I agree to be your guest, but only for 3 months. If you ask me to fight against martial monarchs, I can only refuse. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. Why would I ask you to fight against martial monarchs? Seeing Lu Ming agree, the first princess smiled. Take this guest elder token. A token appeared in the first princess' hand and she threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and put it away. Come with me to the first princess residence. I will arrange a place for you. The first princess said. Lu Ming nodded. The first princess residence was very spacious. The first princess arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming. It was very big and quiet. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the first princess' name was Yuning. After arranging a place for Lu Ming, the first princess left. In the next few days, Lu Ming secretly asked around and learned a lot. It turned out that when the Yura Kingdom was founded, it was jointly founded by 2 great Devil Path clans. However, after the founding of the Yura Kingdom, it became a problem as to which clan would be in charge of the Yura Kingdom. It was stipulated that every 10,000 years, the 2 clans would send out geniuses of the younger generation to fight. The winner would continue to rule the Yura Kingdom for 10,000 years. As for the first princess, Yuning, she belonged to the Yu family. The Yu family had been in control of the Yuluo Devil Kingdom for 20,000 years. There was only a month left before the samsara that occurred once every 10,000 years arrived. The geniuses of the two great families would compete to determine which family would be in control of the Yuluo Devil Kingdom. Therefore, the first Princess Xining had been secretly gathering geniuses to increase her strength. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming cultivated in peace in the first princess residence every day. Now, his law of primal chaos had reached 97%, and his law of array had reached 99%. It could be said that he was very close to perfection, but the closer he was to perfection, the harder it was to improve. Many people's laws stopped at 99% for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even the stellar river had stayed there for a long time. To break through, one needed to accumulate. When one's comprehension of the laws was enough, success would naturally follow naturally. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, Ji Peng led a few people into the first princess residence with a gloomy face and walked towards the courtyard where Lu Ming lived. Ji Peng's identity was not trivial, so naturally, no one stopped him. After arriving at Lu Ming's courtyard, Ji Peng directly kicked the door open and walked in with a gloomy face. "Lu Ming, get out here!" Ji Peng shouted coldly. In the room, Lu Ming, who was cultivating, opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming walked out of the room unhurriedly and saw Ji Peng looking at him coldly. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming sent him flying with a palm in public, causing him to twitch on the ground and lose face. During this period, he had been brooding and looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Later, when he heard that Lu Ming had become the first princess guest, he was even more furious. After enduring for a few days, he finally couldn't help but look for Lu Ming. "Kid, I know your purpose. You want to become the first princess guest and get close to her. Now I'll give you a chance, get out of the first princess residence," Ji Peng said coldly. "The first princess asked you to come?" Lu Ming said. "There is no need for the first princess to instruct me on this matter," Ji Peng said. "I'm the first princess guest, not yours. Since the first princess didn't ask, then who are you to make me leave?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. These words caused Ji Peng's expression to become even gloomier. "Brat, you'd better get out yourself. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and throw you out," Ji Peng said coldly. "Scram." Lu Ming coldly spat out a word. He had already lost his patience. "Brat, what kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to the second young master like that? I'll cripple you." Beside Ji Peng, a burly man rushed over and punched towards Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. The burly man was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He punched out, and the terrifying fist force made the space around him shriek. Sizzle, Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos and converted it into the law of demonic thunder. Lightning swam around his body as though he was wearing a lightning armor. Whoosh, with a flash, Lu Ming punched out, meeting the burly man's fist. Sizzle, lightning spread out and instantly destroyed the burly man's attack. Black lightning covered the burly man's body, and he couldn't help but retreat. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and slapped the burly man's body. The burly man was sent flying and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. The eyes of Ji Peng and the others glistened. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. A peak absolute saint was defeated in 2 moves. Even Ji Peng himself might not be able to do so. "Let's attack together," Ji Peng roared. His body was like a rock spreading its wings as he flew towards Lu Ming. He shook his arms and a mysterious light shone from them. They were like the wings of a rock or 2 heavenly blades. 2 rays of light shot out towards Lu Ming. This was his divine power. When he exchanged blows with Lu Ming the last time, he did not cast his divine power. At the same time, the other 2 moved as well. These 2 were peak absolute saints as well. They used their super power to attack Lu Ming. Their attacks were ruthless. If Lu Ming couldn't defeat them, he would be killed. "Give an inch, and you want a mile." Lu Ming's eyes became colder. A long spear was formed in his hand, covered with a layer of black lightning. Whoosh! 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 He stabbed out 3 times in a row. With 3 consecutive explosions, Lu Ming blocked the attacks of Ji Peng and the other 2. Then, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of an elder in the peak absolute saint realm. The lightning spear pierced through the elder's dantian at an astonishing speed, shattering his saint heart. The elder howled in pain and flew out. He fell to the ground and screamed. Lu Ming had already crippled this person's cultivation. Then, Lu Ming moved again and appeared in front of the remaining absolute saint. With another thrust of his spear, he crippled this person's cultivation. Ji Peng was scared out of his wits after 2 people were destroyed in a row. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. He didn't dare to fight at all. But in a flash, Lu Ming caught up with Ji Peng. Lu Ming had turned the law of chaos into the law of demonic thunder, so its power was greatly reduced. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body and saint power were both far above Ji Peng's. Ji Peng was no match for him at all. He tried his best, but he was still crushed by Lu Ming. Crack, Lu Ming broke one of Ji Peng's arms with a palm strike. Then, he broke one of Ji Peng's legs with a kick. Crack. Crack, after several explosions, Ji Peng's limbs were broken by Lu Ming. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. Get lost. Lu Ming kicked a few times consecutively, sending Ji Peng and his subordinates flying out of the courtyard. After all, this was the Yura Kingdom, the first princess residence. He couldn't kill Ji Peng. If he really killed Ji Peng, he would have to run. This wasn't Lu Ming's goal. He still needed the first princess to introduce him to the royal family of the ancient devil nation. Brat, just you wait. Ji Peng's vicious voice came from outside the courtyard. He had just said that he would break Lu Ming's limbs and throw him out. In the end, his limbs were broken and he was thrown out like a dead dog. This made him furious. Lu Ming frowned. If Ji Peng went too far, he wouldn't mind killing him and leaving the Yura Kingdom. He would think of other ways. The next morning, a group of people came to the first princess residence to meet her. Ji Peng was among the group. However, this group wasn't led by Ji Peng. It was his elder brother and one of his uncles. General Ji, Brother Ji, please take a seat. In a large hall, the first princess received Ji Peng and the others. However, her gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man in the lead and a youth with a cold expression. This middle-aged man was Ji Peng's uncle, the younger brother of the Yura Kingdom's first marshal. He was also a general of the Yura Kingdom. As for the youth, he was Ji Peng's elder brother, one of the top geniuses of the Yura Kingdom. He had a terrifying king-type body. First princess, we're here to ask for a person from you. Ji Peng's uncle said. You want a person? Who? The first princess was slightly taken aback and frowned. Lu Ming is the bastard who didn't save the princess. Ji Peng said coldly. Lu Ming. What happened to him? The princess was confused. Eldest princess, for no reason yesterday, Lu Ming crippled the cultivation of 2 perfected holy saints of the Ji family and broke Ji Peng's limbs. He has to pay the price for his actions. Ji Peng's elder brother said coldly. Ji Peng's elder brother was called Ji Tian. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The eldest princess raised her eyebrows. She then instructed the servant, get Lu Ming here. Lu Ming was cultivating when he heard noises outside. He got up and came out. Young Master Lu, the princess wants to see you. A middle-aged guard said. They're here so quickly. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His first thought was that the Ji family had come looking for him. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged guard to the princess's hall. It's the Ji family. Lu Ming saw Ji Peng as soon as he entered the hall. Ji Peng and the others looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming, did you cripple the cultivations of the Ji family yesterday? The first princess sat at the head of the table and asked with a cold and arrogant expression. That's right. Lu Ming replied. How dare you? Even the Ji family is touched. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact. Ji Peng's uncle slammed the table and said coldly. What a joke. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Lu Ming sneered. Do you know who you're talking to? Look at your attitude. Ji Peng's uncle's gaze was like lightning. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming and a strong pressure emanated from him. Lu Ming's expression changed and he took a few steps back. Ji Peng's uncle was definitely a terrifying expert. It seems like the Ji family doesn't even care about the princess, Lu Ming said coldly. Ji Peng's uncle's expression changed and he retracted his aura. After all, this was the princess's residence and Lu Ming was the princess's subordinate. He would cross the line if he attacked without the princess's permission. Princess, this person crippled the cultivations of the Ji family and injured Ji Peng. He must be punished. Otherwise, how can the Ji family lead the army? Ji Tian said coldly. Lu Ming, what happened? The princess asked. Lu Ming's combat strength was good and would be useful to her in the future. She didn't want Lu Ming to be crippled. First princess, yesterday Ji Peng brought several people from the Ji family to my courtyard. They threatened to cripple me and directly attacked me. I was only protecting myself. If I hadn't attacked, I would already be dead. Lu Ming recounted what had happened yesterday. I see. The princess nodded. Ji Peng, you went too far this time. Lu Ming is after all my guest. However, Lu Ming was too heavy-handed. How about this, I'll take out some treasures to compensate the Ji family. Also, Lu Ming, you apologize to the Ji family in front of everyone. How about that? Apologize to the Ji family. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What did he do wrong for him to apologize? How was that possible? No, at least cripple his limbs and make him apologize in front of everyone. Ji Peng shouted. That's right, this person must be punished. Ji Tian said. In my opinion, both of you should take a step back. Lu Ming will apologize in public and give some compensation. Then, this matter will be settled. How about that? The princess spoke again. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Ji Peng's father is the country's grand marshal. The Ji family is extremely powerful. You should bear with it, apologize to the Ji family and give them some compensation. Take a step back and you'll be at ease. Lu Ming sneered. Take a step back and you'll be at ease. This matter was not his fault, yet the princess wanted him to apologize. It was obvious that she didn't want to offend the Ji family. However, the Ji family didn't want to let this matter rest. Princess, we can give you face today and not deal with him for the time being. However, princess must drive this person out of the princess residence. Ji Peng's uncle said. Ji Peng, Ji Tian, and the rest sneered. Driven out of the princess residence, without the protection of the grand princess, with their Ji family's strength, they could kill Lu Ming no matter how they wanted Lu Ming to die. The princess frowned, she naturally understood the Ji family's intention. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess wasn't bad. Since he could defeat Ji Peng, his battle prowess must be above Ji Peng's. He would be of great help in the battle against the Luo family 20 days later. It would be a pity to give him up just like that. Grand Princess, our Ji family has always been on your side. If this brat affects our relationship, I'm afraid it won't be worth it for Grand Princess. Ji Peng's uncle said nonchalantly, hinting at something. The princess's expression turned ugly. The Ji family was threatening her. However, she had to compromise. The Ji family's strength was extremely powerful. If they helped the Luo family, it would affect her greatly. The most important thing was Ji Tian. Ji Tian had the king physique. In the entire Yurick kingdom, the number of people with the king physique could be counted on one hand. In the battle against the Luo family 20 days later, Ji Tian would play a crucial role in determining the outcome. Thus, she had to hold the Ji family in her hands no matter what. She couldn't ruin their relationship. Thoughts flashed through the princess's mind. Grand Princess, you have to think carefully. My elder brother has the king physique. He can determine the outcome of the battle against the Luo family, Ji Peng said coldly when he saw that the princess didn't say anything. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. What he meant was, so what if you have some battle prowess? Can you be compared to my elder brother? Can you be compared to the king physique? The princess raised her eyebrows slightly. Ji Peng's words made her unhappy. However, she couldn't lose the support of the Ji family. Thus, she made a decision after pondering for a while. The princess looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far this time. You've broken the rules. So, please leave the princess residence. As expected, Lu Ming sneered. The princess had chosen the Ji family. In her opinion, Lu Ming was just a talent with some battle prowess. However, he couldn't be compared to the Ji family. In particular, Ji Tian, who had the king physique, could play a key role in the battle against the Luo family. The Ji family sneered. As long as Lu Ming left the princess residence, he would be dead. All right. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He turned and left. Since the princess had chosen the Ji family, why should he stay? After taking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped and turned to look at Ji Tian. He said lightly, King physique? Is it that great? After that, Lu Ming turned and strode away, disappearing from the main hall. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm afraid he doesn't know how powerful the king physique is. Soon, he will know how powerful the king physique is. Some people from the Ji family mocked. Lu Ming didn't stop. However, he didn't leave the first princess's residence immediately. Instead, he circled around the first princess's residence a few times before arriving at a secret location. There, he used his divine aura technique to transform into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of the guards of the first princess's residence. The Ji family had asked the first princess to chase him out of the first princess's residence. It was very likely that there would be experts stationed outside the residence. As long as he went out, he would be ambushed. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the younger generation. However, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't send out Emperor Realm experts. Lu Ming turned into a guard and swaggered out of the princess's residence. When he walked out of the princess's residence, as expected, he sensed a few spiritual senses sweeping over him. Among them, there were two extremely terrifying spiritual senses. It was obvious that they belonged to Emperor Realm experts. However, they couldn't see through Lu Ming's divine aura technique. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the first princess's residence. He sneered in his heart, First princess, we will meet again soon. I hope you won't regret it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he walked away. The first princess's residence was located in the western part of the Yurik Kingdom's capital. Lu Ming walked towards the eastern part of the capital. The eastern part of the capital was the territory of the Luo family. The Yu family and the Luo family were the two families that founded the Yurik Kingdom. Since the first princess couldn't tolerate him, he could only go to the Luo family. The little princess of the Luo family, Luo Xian. Lu Ming muttered. There was a strange phenomenon in the younger generation of the Yu family and the Luo family. The most outstanding geniuses of the two families were all women. The most outstanding genius of the Yu family was the first princess, Yu Ning. She was also the representative of the Yu family and the leader of the younger generation. As for the leader of the Luo family's younger generation, she was called Luo Xian. She was also a peerless genius and was as famous as Yu Ning. However, she was younger than Yu Ning by a few years. Hence, everyone called her the little princess. Lu Ming wanted to rely on Luo Xian. Yu Ning could recommend him to the royal family of the ancient devil nation. Naturally, Luo Xian could do the same. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of a magnificent mansion. This was the residence of the little princess, Luo Xian. At this point, Lu Ming had already returned to his original appearance. Stop. In front of the gate, two big men stopped Lu Ming. Gentlemen, I'm here to visit the little princess. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Of course I know. You're here to visit the little princess. Every day, many people come to visit the little princess. Boy, I advise you not to flatter yourself. Hurry up and leave. A burly man waved his hand, signaling Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Apparently, the other party thought that he was deliberately trying to get close to the little princess and wanted to pursue the little princess. The two of you, I am here to be the little princess. Guest. 20 days from now, in the battle with the Yu family, I will help the little princess obtain victory. Lu Ming said. The two burly men were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming as though they were looking at a fool. They had seen many people looking for all sorts of reasons to get close to the little princess. They had also heard all sorts of strange reasons. However, this was the first time they had seen someone like Lu Ming who boasted so shamelessly. Haha, boy, you really boast shamelessly. Help the little princess obtain victory? This reason of yours is still fresh. However, if you dare to fool the little princess, you might lose your life. Boy, we'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave. The two burly men waved their hands, signaling Lu Ming to leave quickly. The two of you just need to inform the princess. What if what I said is true? What if I can really help the little princess obtain victory? If because of your obstruction, I have to rely on the eldest princess and help her obtain victory. If the little princess finds out about this, what will happen to the two of you? Lu Ming didn't get angry and said indifferently. The two burly men's faces changed. They were sure that Lu Ming was boasting shamelessly. However, they were still afraid of what if Lu Ming really had the ability to do so, and because of their obstruction, he decided to side with the eldest princess in a fit of anger and help the eldest princess win, then they would be sinners and the Luo family would not let them off. The two of them looked at each other and nodded silently. It was just a matter of informing the princess. It wouldn't take much effort. If Lu Ming didn't have real ability and was just boasting, someone would naturally take care of him. Alright, wait here. I'll go and inform the princess. One of the burly men said and then hurried in to inform the princess. A moment later, the burly man returned and said, the little princess wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the depths of the mansion with the burly man. Boy, you'd better have some real ability. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. The burly man reminded him on the way. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. The burly man was puzzled. Could it be that this boy really had real ability? The mansion was very large. After making a few large turns, they arrived at a large hall. There were only 3 people in the hall. At the head of the hall sat a woman. She wore a black veil and looked to be around 20 years old. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the eldest princess, Yuning. At this time, this woman was blinking her large eyes, curiously sizing up Lu Ming. To the left and right of the woman were 2 youths. At this time, their eyes were like lightning as they looked at Lu Ming. This subordinate greets the princess. The burly man bowed to the woman. Stand to the side. The beautiful woman, the little princess Luo Xian, waved her hand. Her eyes were still on Lu Ming. You said that you can help me defeat Yuning and the Yu family? Luo Xian asked, her voice clear and pleasant. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Hey, let me tell you, you can't lie to me. If you lie to me, I'll make you miserable. Do you know that? Luo Xian had 2 canine teeth. As she spoke, her canine teeth were revealed. She was quite cute. Although she wanted to speak fiercely, she didn't have any killing intent. Little princess, we'll know whether this brat is capable or not after we try. If he's boasting shamelessly, I'll throw him out and feed him to the dogs. A purple-robed youth on the left said coldly. At the same time, he stepped out and forced Lu Ming. Luo Xian didn't stop him. She watched curiously. Brat, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. The purple-robed youth said coldly. His body turned into a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. He waved his hand, and a ray of purple sword light cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This purple-robed youth's cultivation was at the complete Saint Realm. Moreover, Lu Ming could see that his spiritual body was a high-grade spiritual body. It was even stronger than Ji Peng's spiritual body. The purple-robed youth used 90% of his strength in this attack. It was very powerful. However, Lu Ming still had a faint smile on his face. It was as if he didn't see the purple-robed youth's attack. Indeed, he's a shameless boaster. Another youth on the right sneered. However, at this moment, Lu Ming moved. Lu Ming stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the purple-robed young man's sword light. Bang, the purple-robed young man's sword light instantly shattered. At the same time, dense runes appeared on Lu Ming's finger and covered the purple-robed young man. The purple-robed young man was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. Before he could get far, his body was covered by the runes. He felt that his cultivation was sealed and he fell to the ground with a plop. The three people at the scene were all dumbfounded. The purple-robed young man was defeated in one move. The purple-robed young man was not an ordinary person. He was very famous in the Uric kingdom and was even more famous than Jipeng. Other than the king body, there were 10 strongest geniuses in the Uric kingdom. Jipeng was ranked 9th and the purple-robed young man was ranked 5th. Such geniuses were no match for Lu Ming and were defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Array Dao La, you have a king body. At this moment, Princess Luo Xian stood up from her seat and looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. King body, the hearts of the others in the hall were greatly shaken. In the entire Uric kingdom, there were only a few people with a king body. This young man had a king body. No wonder he could defeat the purple-robed young man in one move. Especially the burly guard who was guarding the door. He was secretly afraid. He thought that Lu Ming was boasting shamelessly and was just looking for an excuse to get close to the princess. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Lu Ming was the real deal. Fortunately, he came in to pass the message. Otherwise, as Lu Ming said, if he went to seek refuge with the eldest princess, they would really be finished. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the runes covering the purple-robed young man disappeared. The purple-robed young man stood up and looked at Lu Ming seriously. Are you really going to seek refuge with me and be my guest? Princess Luo Xian looked at Lu Ming curiously. Of course. Why else would I be here? Lu Ming smiled. Why do you want to join me? The little princess continued to ask. The little princess is a peerless beauty, a famous beauty. If I don't rely on you, who will I rely on? Lu Ming replied with a smile. The little princess giggled. She laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. I like your reason. However, Yu Ning is also incomparably beautiful. Why don't you seek refuge with her? The little princess asked again. She looked innocent, but she was actually very meticulous. To be honest, I beat up Jiping yesterday and was just chased out by the first princess. Lu Ming didn't hide anything and recounted what had happened. Lu Ming was very clear that this matter could not be concealed even if he wanted to. As long as the little princess sent someone to investigate, it would not be difficult to find out. Oh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This time, Yu Ning has made a mistake. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out that you have a king body during the competition. Interesting, interesting. The little princess laughed again and said, there must be a condition for you to join me, right? I need the little princess to introduce me to the royal family of the ancient devil kingdom. Also, I'll only be the little princess's guest for a few months. Lu Ming said. Alright, that's easy. Soon, we'll be heading to the ancient devil kingdom. I know a few princes and princesses of the ancient devil kingdom. I can introduce you to them. The little princess agreed without hesitation. She then looked at the others and said, regarding Lu Ming's matter, none of you should tell anyone. Yes. The 2 young men and the bulky guard nodded their heads in response. You may leave. I'll arrange a place for Lu Ming personally. The little princess said. The 2 young men and the burly gatekeeper bowed and left. Only Lu Ming and the little princess were left in the main hall. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? You said that you could help me win. I'd like to see how strong you are. As soon as the little princess finished her words, her body floated towards Lu Ming like a black cloud. At the same time, the little princess waved her hand and a black light shrouded Lu Ming. Peak Absolute Saint. As soon as the little princess attacked, Lu Ming could see her cultivation level. Like him, she was at the peak Absolute Saint. Roar, Lu Ming activated the law of formations and pointed out a finger. A real dragon roared and pounced out. It was formed by the runes of the formation Dao. Boom, the true dragon and the little princess's black light collided with a loud boom. Then, countless runes spread out towards the little princess. Judgment. The little princess lightly shouted. Black light burst forth, obliterating the endless runes. Law of judgment. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The law of judgment was an extremely terrifying law of kings. It was said to be able to judge everything, and its offensive power was shocking. Again. The little princess went up and fought with Lu Ming again. Lu Ming activated the law of formations and fought with the little princess. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. Lu Ming's spirit body was definitely much stronger than that of the little princess. His saint power was also stronger than that of the little princess. In fact, Lu Ming had only used the integration of the illusory spirit scroll and the sealing scroll for the 3 scrolls of array formation. He had not added the destruction scroll. Even so, the little princess was still at a disadvantage after dozens of attacks. Awesome, awesome. After exchanging dozens of blows, the little princess retreated and said in a sweet voice, "Lu Ming, you're not weak." However, Ji Tian from the Ji family also has a king body and his cultivation has reached perfected absolute saint. I'm afraid he's stronger than you. How do you know, little princess? I used my full strength just now. Lu Ming smiled. You didn't use your full strength? So you're looking down on me. The little princess pouted. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. The little princess's temper was really changeable. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of someone. Xianxia, the little princess's temper was similar to Xianxia's. Little Qing, where are you now? Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Back then, Patriarch Ice Dragon had taken Xianxia away. It had been a few years since then, and there had been no news of them. This made Lu Ming very worried. Humph, Lu Ming, just you wait. I'm going to reach the peak absolute saint realm soon. I'll spar with you then. As she spoke, the little princess showed her 2 canine teeth again and glared at Lu Ming. Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The little princess's expression changed very quickly. A moment ago, she was still threatening Lu Ming, but in the next moment, she walked out of the hall. Lu Ming followed closely behind. After the little princess arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming, she left. There were still 20 days before the competition between the Yu family and the Luo family. She had to reach the peak absolute saint realm in these 20 days. In the following days, Lu Ming was very relaxed and cultivated in peace. As for the Ji family, they sent people to search for Lu Ming in the capital, but they couldn't find any clues. This made Ji Peng furious. Just like that, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the center of the Yura Kingdom's capital, there was a huge battle stage. There were many seats around the battle stage, and there was also a large empty space. On this day, there was a sea of people around the battle stage. The Yura Kingdom was founded by 2 great clans. Every 10,000 years, the Yura Kingdom would be decided by which clan would control the Yura Kingdom. Therefore, this was the biggest event in the Yura Kingdom in the past 10,000 years. Countless people were gathered here. In all directions, there was a dense crowd of people. Lu Ming and the Luo clan were sitting on the east side of the battle stage. The spectators were all experts from the Luo clan. Lu Ming looked around and saw that there were many void emperors and true emperors. The father of the little princess, Luo Xian, was sitting at the front. On the west side of the battle stage, there were people from the Yu clan. At this moment, both sides were sizing each other up. That Lu Ming actually sided with Luo Xian. Damn it! Ji Peng shouted angrily when he saw Lu Ming. Ji Tian and Yu Ning also looked at Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in their eyes. The Ji clan is really useless. I already kicked Lu Ming out, but they still couldn't find him. Instead, they let him side with Luo Xian. Yu Ning's eyes flashed coldly as she roared in her heart. Lu Ming's battle strength was very strong. He could easily defeat Ji Peng. This would affect the outcome of this competition. When she kicked Lu Ming out, she already thought that Lu Ming would side with Luo Xian in a fit of anger. However, she also knew that as long as she kicked Lu Ming out, the Ji clan wouldn't let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming would most likely be killed by the Ji clan. He wouldn't have a chance to side with Luo Xian. She didn't expect the Ji clan to be so useless. Lu Ming actually managed to escape and side with Luo Xian. During the competition, if there's a chance, we must kill Lu Ming. Yu Ning transmitted her voice to Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Don't worry. If that brat meets me, I'll make him die miserably. Ji Tian spoke, his killing intent cold. If he touches me, I'll make him wish he was dead. A yellow-robed youth said coldly. The yellow-robed youth's name was Huang Song. In the Yura kingdom, Huang Song was the strongest person aside from the king body. He was ranked first among the 10 strongest geniuses. He was much stronger than Ji Peng. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the rest were sizing up Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest were also sizing each other up. According to the old rules, each side will send out 50 Skype rides to fight one-on-one. In the end, the side that wins will be the winner. Luo Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Lu Ming nodded. This rule was simple. This time, in the younger generation, both sides have 2 king bodies. Their cultivation levels are about the same, so the battle between the king bodies is very likely to result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, the battle between the non-king bodies is very important. Luo Xian continued. When he mentioned the king body, he did not include Lu Ming. The news that Lu Ming had a king body had not spread out yet. However, other than the king body, there is one person you must be careful of. That is Huang Song. Although he doesn't have a king body, his combat strength is very strong. He had a fortuitous encounter that made his spiritual body stronger than the average spiritual body. Moreover, his divine ability is very profound. You must be careful when you encounter him. Luo Xian warned. Many people nodded. They were naturally aware of Huang Song's methods. At this time, a figure flew up to the stage. This person was very old. He was one of the Yura Kingdom's doyens and also the judge of this competition. The participants of this competition will go up to the stage first. The doyen spoke, his voice like a bell. Let's go up. Luo Xian stood up first, and the rest followed suit. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the rest also went up to the stage. Each side had 50 people. As long as they were under the age of 50, they could participate. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Ji Peng, Ji Tian, and Huang Song glared coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. The first to speak was Huang Song. His eyes revealed a cruel smile. On Luo Xian's side, some people's faces changed. Huang Song's methods were extremely cruel. Many of his enemies had died miserably. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have sided with Luo Xian. Yu Ning said coldly. Hee, I shouldn't have sided with you. Don't tell me I have to do as you say and be killed by the Ji family after being expelled by you? What a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Big sister Yu Ning, you don't like Lu Ming, but I treat him like a treasure. I hope you won't be surprised later, hee. Luo Xian laughed. Yu Ning's face was cold, but she didn't say anything. Next, the doyens assigned numbers. On each side, there were numbers 1 to 50. Then, the doyens placed the 50 numbers into a box and randomly drew them. Whichever 2 numbers were drawn would be the 2 people who would fight. Lu Ming's number was 31. After the numbers were assigned, everyone returned to their respective stands. As for the doyens, they each drew a number from the 2 boxes. Luo family's number 6, Yu family's number 39. The doyens announced their names. In the next instant, 2 figures rushed onto the stage and began to fight. There was no suspense in this battle. The Yu family obtained victory. This was because the Yu family member's cultivation was clearly higher. With just a few moves, he heavily injured the Luo family member and sent him flying off the stage. The Yu family obtained victory in the first battle. The Yu family members revealed smiles on their faces. The doyens continued to draw numbers. In the second battle, the Luo family member's cultivation was stronger and obtained victory. The third battle. Luo family's number 31, Yu family's number 5. The doyens announced their numbers. It's my turn so soon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He stood up and rushed onto the stage. The Yu family member was a tall and sturdy youth. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his face turned gloomy. Just a moment ago, Yu Ning had transmitted a message to him. She had told him that Lu Ming had defeated Ji Peng. She had told him to exchange a few moves with Lu Ming and exhaust some of Lu Ming's saint energy before admitting defeat. Since Lu Ming had defeated Ji Peng, the tall and sturdy youth knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. "Brat, eat my axe!" the tall and sturdy youth roared. He raised his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. His goal was to exhaust some of Lu Ming's saint energy. Zzz, a sizzling sound came from Lu Ming's hand. Black demonic lightning flashed. Following that, Lu Ming blasted out a palm. The demonic lightning formed a huge palm and blasted towards the tall and sturdy youth. Boom, the tall and sturdy youth's body was directly sent flying. He flew out of the stage and vomited a large mouthful of blood. "This brat has some strength. It's more fun to kill him like this." Huang Song licked his lips. The ferocious expression on his face became even more intense. As for Luo Xian and the purple-robed youth, who had seen Lu Ming in action before, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? The demonic lightning law. Didn't Lu Ming use the law of array Dao back then? How did it become the demonic lightning law? Could it be that he has mastered two types of law? Luo Xian and the others revealed looks of disbelief. After defeating his opponent, Lu Ming returned to the stands. Luo Xian glanced at Lu Ming from time to time. He felt that Lu Ming wasn't as simple as he seemed. The competition continued. Luo Xian and the purple-robed youth fought one after another and won easily. In addition, the Luo family had a king body. He defeated his opponent in one move. On the Yu family's side, Yu Ning and Ji Tian also won easily. Ji Peng also won. As for Huang Song, he was even more merciless, showing no mercy at all. In an instant, he tore apart a genius from the Luo clan. He stood on the battle platform, bathed in blood, resembling a ferocious beast of slaughter. On the Luo family's side, other than Lu Ming and a few others, everyone's expression changed. Soon, the first round was over. Both sides had 50 people each. However, after the first round, there was a gap in the number of people on both sides. The Yu family had ruled the Yura kingdom for 20,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Naturally, there were more geniuses who joined them. Therefore, after the first round, the Yu family had gained the upper hand. After the first round, the Yu family had 28 people left. As for the Luo family, they had only 18. Why didn't the total number of people on both sides add up to 50? It was because in the process of the battle, both sides had suffered injuries. Therefore, the total number of people on both sides was naturally less than 50. The second round was the same as the first round. The remaining people on both sides were placed in the box and drawn. The two people who were drawn would fight each other. This way, the side with more people would definitely have an advantage. This was because the side with more people didn't need to fight. They could conserve their strength and saint power. In the second round, Lu Ming also fought very early. However, his opponent wasn't strong and was easily defeated. After that, Luo Xian and another genius with a king body also won. Yu family's number 3 against the Luo family's number 5. At this time, Elder Yuan's voice sounded again. It's the two of them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Yu family's number 3 was Huang Song. The Luo family's number 5 was the purple-robed youth who had tried to test Lu Ming. His name was Wu Shi. Shua, Huang Song's figure appeared on the stage. He looked at Wu Shi with a sinister expression and shouted, "Haha, Wu Shi, I didn't expect it to be you. Hurry up and accept your death." Wu Shi stood up with a solemn face. Among the top 10 young cultivators outside of the king body, Huang Song was ranked first, and Wu Shi was ranked 5th. In their previous battles, he was definitely not Huang Song's opponent. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Your life is more important. Luo Xian sent a message to Wu Shi. Wu Shi nodded and rushed into the Colosseum. The two of them immediately clashed. Huang Song's battle prowess was indeed stronger than Wu Shi's. Huang Song's spirit body seemed to be stronger than the average superior heaven spirit body. His attacks were like a violent storm, and he was like a ferocious savage beast, crazily attacking Wu Shi. For a moment, Wu Shi could only defend passively. But after a few moves, Huang Song clawed at him and tore off a piece of flesh from his body. Die, haha. Upon encountering fresh blood, Huang Song seemed to become even more excited. Traces of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and his attacks became even more violent. Wu Shi roared. After using his strongest move, he rushed down the fighting ring. He knew that he was no match for Huang Song. If he continued to fight, his life would be in danger. He could only rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. However, Huang Song obviously did not want to let him off so easily. You want to leave? Die! Huang Song roared. Shua! Shua, claw shadows covered the sky and enveloped Wu Shi. Pucci, blood splattered everywhere, and flesh flew everywhere. One of Wu Shi's arms was torn off by Huang Song. Wu Shi endured the pain and rushed down the fighting ring. Humph, what a piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight to the death. I think you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Huang Song sneered and looked mockingly at the Luo family's geniuses. Many of them had ugly expressions, but at the same time, they revealed a look of fear. Even Wu Shi had been defeated so miserably. On their side, other than the two king bodies, there was no one who could fight with Huang Song. If they encountered Huang Song, it would be difficult for them to even survive. The morale of the remaining geniuses was somewhat low. Huang Song's gaze swept coldly at Lu Ming. He sneered and returned to the stands. The competition continued. Not long after, the second round of the competition also ended. The difference in numbers between the two sides was even greater. The Yu family still had 19 people, while the Luo family only had 9. In the second round, the Yu family had 10 people who did not need to fight. It looks like the Yu family still has the absolute advantage in this competition. The Yu family has ruled the Yurok kingdom for 20,000 years. They are getting stronger and stronger. Naturally, more geniuses will join them. That's right. Although both sides have two king bodies, the Luo family is too far behind. Many people were discussing this. Some of the Yu family's experts had smiles on their faces. As for the Luo family's experts, their faces were gloomy. With this defeat, their Luo family would have to wait another 10,000 years. Soon, the third round began. The remaining 9 geniuses of the Luo family were all quite strong. Thus, their chances of winning in the third round increased. It was unknown whether Lu Ming's luck was good or bad, but the opponent he faced in this round wasn't strong. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. In this round, 6 of the Luo family's 9 geniuses won, and 3 were eliminated. As for the Yu family, 6 of them were eliminated. Only 13 remained. 13 people against 6. Following this, the fourth round began. The Yu family's number 1 versus the Luo family's number 1. The Yurok kingdom's doyen pulled out 2 numbers. He was stunned for a moment before he announced the numbers. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd went into an uproar. Many people became excited. This was because the numbers on both sides were Yu Ning and Luo Xian. They were the eldest and youngest princesses of the Yurok kingdom. They were the 2 most outstanding women of the Yurok kingdom's younger generation. Not only were their talents outstanding, but their cultivation talent was even more shocking. They both had king bodies. Now, these 2 beautiful princesses were going to face each other. Who would emerge victorious? Many people were looking forward to it. The 2 of them stood up and jumped onto the stage. Their gazes met, and it was as if divine swords were clashing. Sister Luo Xian, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Yu Ning smiled. Her face was still cold and arrogant. That's exactly what I wanted to say. I will defeat you. I will defeat all of you. Luo Xian opened her mouth, revealing 2 canine teeth. Following this, the 2 of them moved and started fighting. As soon as the 2 of them attacked, they used their divine abilities. The laws of king bodies clashed in the air, causing rumbling sounds to ring out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. There was no clear winner. Sister Luo Xian, so that's all you've got? It seems like you're going to lose. Yu Ning smiled. Then, the aura on her body skyrocketed. Princess Yu Ning has reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Previously, she was the same as Princess Luo Xian. She had always been at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. I didn't expect her to break through now. I wonder if Princess Luo Xian has broken through. Otherwise, she's going to lose. Many people exclaimed. This was especially so for the Luo family. Their expressions were grave. Sister Luo Xian, how are you going to fight me now? Yuning sneered. She stepped forward, and a powerful aura pressed down on Luo Xian. A month ago, she was still a peak Paragon Saint, but recently, her cultivation had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. She stood at the peak of the Yura Kingdom. Ji Tian, who used to be the #1 genius of the Yura Kingdom, was only at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Do you think you're going to win? Luo Xian's voice rang out. Boom, then, a powerful aura burst out of Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian's cultivation was also at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm, but now, he had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Yuning's expression changed. She exclaimed, "You've also broken through." Of course. Do you think you're the only one who has broken through? Luo Xian smiled. So what if I've broken through? I'll still defeat you. Yuning said coldly as she charged toward Luo Xian. The two princesses clashed again. Both of them had king bodies, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Their battle was shocking. Ordinary boundary emperors were no match for them. Only two afterimages could be seen on the stage. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even see them clearly. It seems like neither of them has the upper hand. Lu Ming was paying attention to the battle on the stage. He noticed that Yuning and Luo Xian's cultivation and battle power were on par. They seemed to know each other very well, and they were in a stalemate. Boom. Boom, soon, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this point, their bodies were emitting white smoke. They circulated their saint power to the extreme, and they exchanged a few more blows, but they were still evenly matched. Their breathing became heavier, and their speed became slower. This was a sign of extreme exhaustion. However, both of them were very stubborn. Neither of them wanted to lose to the other, so they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Towards the end, their attacks became slower and slower. It was as if they were moving in slow motion. Brother Luo, it'll be disadvantageous for them if they continue fighting. Why don't we end this battle in a draw? The head of the Yu family, who was also the current ruler of the Yura Kingdom, looked at the head of the Luo family. Alright, let's end this battle in a draw. The head of the Luo family nodded. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer. If they overdraft themselves too much, it wouldn't be good for either of them. The Luo family head and the Yu family head nodded. The figures of the Yura Kingdom's elders moved and appeared in front of Yuning and Luo Xian, blocking them. This round is considered a draw. All of you can go back and rest. Senior Yuan said. Yuning and Luo Xian glared at each other and snorted coldly. Then, they returned to the stands and swallowed the medicinal pills. While refining the medicinal pills, they continued to watch the competition. In the next battle, it was the turn of the Luo family's other king body. He easily defeated his opponent. Yu family's #3 against Luo family's #31. After the Luo family's king physique was sent out, the elder reported his number. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was his turn. Also, wasn't Yu family's #3 Huang Song? Lu Ming stood up with a cold smile on his face. The eyes of Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others glittered. Others might not know, but they knew that Lu Ming was a king physique. Back then, he had easily defeated Wu Shi. His combat strength was definitely above Huang Song's. I will avenge you. Lu Ming patted Wu Shi's shoulder and stepped onto the stage. Ha ha ha, I finally met this kid. Huang Song was overjoyed. His face was ferocious and excited. Since Princess Yuning wanted to kill Lu Ming, he naturally had to deal with Lu Ming for her. Huang Song, don't kill him so easily. It's best if he begs for mercy on the stage before killing him. Jipeng glared at Lu Ming and said to Huang Song. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted. Huang Song laughed and rushed onto the stage. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. I might give you a quick death. He thought that he would see a look of horror on Lu Ming's face, but he was disappointed. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. He looked at Huang Song and said, Pathetic. Huang Song's face darkened. Kid, what did you say? I said that you don't even know that your life is coming to an end. How pathetic. Lu Ming added. Ha ha ha, kid, you're saying that you can kill me? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Huang Song hollered. As soon as he finished his words, his figure dashed toward Lu Ming. His claws were like knives, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Huang Song was also wearing a kind of glove. This glove was like mercury. It wrapped around his hand and could change its shape at will. His fingertips were extremely sharp. Sizzle, 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 black thunderbolts flashed on Lu Ming's palm as he blasted his palm toward Huang Song. He's only a peak absolute saint. How dare he fight Huang Song head-on? He's courting death. Huang Song's spiritual body is very powerful. Even a peak absolute saint wouldn't dare to fight Huang Song head-on. This kid is just courting death. It looks like Huang Song wants to kill him. He's done for. Lu Ming's attack caused a commotion. However, in the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. This was because Lu Ming and Huang Song had collided. Boom, a figure wailed and flew far away. He fell to the ground. It wasn't Lu Ming who everyone thought it was, but Huang Song. Huang Song was sent flying 100 meters and fell to the ground. His body was twitching, and lightning was all over him. On the other hand, Lu Ming didn't move at all. How? How is this possible? Lu Ming was only a peak absolute saint. How could he send Huang Song flying with one move? Lu Ming didn't have a king body. How is this possible? In the stands, Ji Peng roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was strong enough to defeat him, but they didn't think that Lu Ming could defeat Huang Song. Huang Song was almost unbeatable at the same level, except for those with a king body. Plus, Huang Song's cultivation was higher. Yu Ning's face also darkened. Even Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. They'd guessed that Lu Ming could defeat Huang Song, but only if Lu Ming used the Law of Kings. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Huang Song without using the Law of Kings at all. This was beyond their expectations. Of course, they did not know that Lu Ming's spirit body was far superior to ordinary high-grade spirit bodies. Besides, he had cultivated 2 sacred hearts. His sacred power was far superior to that of a perfected absolute saint. Even if he did not use the Law of the King, he could easily defeat Huang Song. Lu Ming stepped forward and approached Huang Song. He looked down at him and said, "Didn't you want to kill me? Come." Huang Song looked at Lu Ming. He didn't look ferocious anymore. Instead, he looked terrified. With a roar, he charged down the battle platform. He wanted to admit defeat, but Lu Ming wouldn't let him do that. Crack! Huang Song roared as he used all his strength to block Lu Ming's lightning spear. However, the spear vibrated as if it was indestructible. Chi La, the lightning spear pierced through Huang Song's attack, piercing through his shoulder and dragging Huang Song along as he slid a distance away. Huang Song roared in fear and rushed in another direction, wanting to rush down the stage. He no longer had the heart to continue fighting. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong, exceeding his expectations. His battle intent had already collapsed. As a result, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming's figure flashed as the black spear stabbed out continuously. Finally, it pierced through Huang Song's left leg and nailed him to the ground. Trash! You don't even have the courage to fight. Where's your arrogance from before? Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Huang Song's face, looking down on him. Previously, Huang Song was incomparably arrogant. When he defeated Wu Shi, he said that Wu Shi was trash who didn't even have the courage to fight. But now, he was facing Lu Ming. Wasn't he the same? Now, Lu Ming had returned those words to him. It was incomparably ironic. Eldest princess, save me! Huang Song roared, begging Princess Yu Ning for help. Lu Ming, stop when you're ahead. Don't go too far. At this moment, Princess Yu Ning spoke. Nonsense. Lu Ming looked at Princess Yu Ning and reprimanded her. Are you blind or deaf? Why didn't you tell Huang Song not to go overboard when he killed our people? Also, it was Huang Song who said that he wanted to kill me. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Ming's sarcastic voice resounded throughout the entire place. This made Princess Xuning's expression extremely ugly. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the princess like this? I'll cripple you. An expert from the Yu family shouted, erupting with a powerful aura. What are you doing? The Luo family head said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the Yu family expert. The latter's expression changed greatly. Brother Yu, don't break the rules. The Luo family head said coldly. Sit down. The Yu family head glanced at the Yu family expert. The Yu family expert could only withdraw his aura and obediently withdraw. The conflict between the two clans happened once every 10,000 years. It had been countless years, so there were naturally rules. No one else was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the Senate of the Yura Kingdom would declare the party that broke the rules to be the loser. This kid is interesting. The head of the Luo family said with a smile. That was a good scolding. Luo Xian laughed loudly, as if he had vented his anger. This made Princess Xuning's expression turn even uglier. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming looked at Huang Song. No, Huang Song struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with terror. However, Lu Ming's long spear descended and directly pierced through his glabella, killing Huang Song. Many people at the scene heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Song was dead. He was killed by an unknown young man. This was the strongest genius in the Yura kingdom outside of the king physique. However, he was killed in a few moves by Lu Ming. This made everyone fearful of Lu Ming's combat strength. How is this kid so strong? How is he so strong? Ji Peng was incomparably terrified. Don't worry. If this kid meets me, I'll avenge Huang Song. Ji Tian said coldly, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed something. He looked back at Ji Tian, smiled faintly, and returned to the spectator's stand. There's hope. At this moment, some of the Luo family's experts' eyes lit up as they saw hope. Although they were few in number, they saw hope now. This was because each side had a king physique. If, before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, the two people with the king physique would encounter each other first. If, like Yu Ning and Luo Xian, both of them suffered injuries, then they would have a chance of winning. If the king physique on both sides were injured, then who on the Yu family's side could be Lu Ming's opponent? Lu Ming alone could wipe out the other side. Obviously, the Yu family's people also thought of this point, and their faces were gloomy. Because of Lu Ming, the situation where they were sure to win had turned into an unpredictable trend. Don't worry, they won't have a chance. Ji Tian said confidently. Could it be that you have already? Yu Ning seemed to have thought of something, and her face lit up. That's right. Ji Tian nodded. Yu Ning was ecstatic, and she let out a long breath. This way, they would definitely win. If you meet that Lu Ming, kill him for me. Yu Ning transmitted her voice to Ji Tian. If it was like what Ji Tian said, then Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian sooner or later. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts, but the competition still continued. When this round ended, on the Luo family's side there were only 3 people left. On the Yu family's side there were only 9 people left. A new round had begun. This round didn't attract too much attention. Lu Ming easily defeated his opponent, and so did the Luo family's king physique. But on the Luo family's side another person was defeated by the opponent. In this way, the Luo family only had 2 people left. On the Yu family's side, there were only 7 people left. Yu family's number 2, Luo family's number 2. When Elder Yuan announced the numbers, everyone became excited. Finally, it was time for the main event. The Yu family's number 2 was Ji Tian, and the Luo family's number 2 was Long Yan. The 2 king physiques were going to fight again. In the past, Ji Tian was known as the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Yura kingdom. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. But Long Yan might not be weaker than him, and his cultivation had long reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. The last time they fought was a few years ago. At that time, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, and in the end, Long Yan lost to Ji Tian by a single move. But a few years had passed, and anything could happen. The current Ji Tian might not be able to defeat Long Yan. They're finally going to fight. The eyes of the Luo family's experts lit up, and their faces were filled with joy. Finally, before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, the two king physiques would fight. This was what they wanted to see, and it was also their only hope of winning. As long as Ji Tian and Long Yan were injured, Lu Ming would be able to defeat the remaining people of the Yu family. Then, the Luo family would be able to win this time. Long Yan, we don't want to win this battle, but we can't let Ji Tian win. The Luo family's head transmitted to Long Yan. Long Yan nodded and stepped onto the battle stage. Ji Tian also stepped onto the battle stage. Long Yan, you weren't my match a few years ago. Today, you won't be my match either. Ji Tian said confidently. He had a strong belief that he was invincible. Not necessarily. Long Yan said indifferently. Then, he took a step forward, and terrifying flame spread out from his body. This flame was an extremely terrifying flame law called the Destruction Heavenly Flame Law. It was also a kind of king law. 6 hells. Ji Tian whispered. 6 worlds seemed to appear around his body. One was a sea of blood, one was boundless demonic chi, and one was filled with killing intent. So it's the 6 hells law. The 6 hells law was similar to the reincarnation law. However, one was the strongest law, while the other was the king law. In terms of power, the difference was too great. The 6 hells law was a simplified version of the reincarnation law. 6 worlds enveloped Ji Tian, making him look like a demon god. Watch me burn the 6 hells law. Long Yan roared, and flame soared into the sky. He was like a flaming war god. A flaming spear appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Ji Tian. The spear stabbed out, and a terrifying spear light pierced towards Ji Tian, wanting to pierce through his 6 hells law. 6 hell divine fist. Ji Tian stepped forward and punched out with both fists. It was as if he was driving the 6 worlds. The 6 worlds turned into fist light and blasted towards Long Yan. Boom, the spear and fist light collided, and a violent explosion sounded. Long Yan's heavenly fire law could burn everything. It had the power of destruction, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was no weaker than the 6 hells law. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. But then, both of them rushed towards each other and fought again. Their combat strength was on par. A few years ago, the two of them fought for hundreds of moves before the victor was decided. This time, it was the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for dozens of moves, but it was still a draw. There's hope. The eyes of the Luo family's powerhouses lit up. If this continued, it was very likely that they would end up like Princess Xuning and Princess Luo Xian. In the past, they were afraid of encountering such a situation because they weren't a match for the Yu family. But now, they were looking forward to such a situation because they had Lu Ming. The Yu family's powerhouses were the opposite. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Yu family. The Yu family's powerhouses all had gloomy expressions. Ji Tian and Long Yan fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom, with a violent explosion, both of them retreated. Ji Tian, I said that you won't be able to defeat me in a few years. Long Yan spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell. Terrifying flames rushed into the clouds. His eyes were bright as if he had vented the anger in his heart. Hee, Long Yan, you are really naive. At this time, Ji Tian smiled faintly, and his voice was filled with sarcasm. What do you mean? Long Yan's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but when he saw Ji Tian's smile, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Ji Tian still hadn't used his full strength? Then let me show you my true strength. Ji Tian sneered and took a step forward. Wang, a halo emanated from Ji Tian's body, encircling him like a god descending to the mortal world. Light of Law. You've cultivated the light of law. Long Yan's pupils rapidly shrank as he roared in disbelief. Boom. Boom, at this moment, the experts from the Luo family and the Yu family couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. They stood up from their seats, and powerful auras began to emanate from their bodies. However, the feelings of the two families were completely different. Ha, the light of the law, it's the light of the King Dao law. There's no suspense in this battle. The experts of the Yu family laughed heartily. They were all overjoyed. As for the Luo family, they were all in disbelief. In the end, they slumped back into their seats. It was as if all the strength in their bodies had disappeared without a trace. The light of law, since Ji Tian had cultivated the light of law, there was no suspense in this battle. Long Yan was definitely not Ji Tian's opponent. They both had the king body, but the difference between having the light of law and not having the light of law was too great. If Long Yan was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally be defeated. How could this be? Luo Xian said helplessly. Originally, she seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Because Lu Ming also had the king body, they had a high chance of winning this battle. But she never would have thought that Ji Tian actually cultivated out the light of law. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the light of law with the king body, but once it was cultivated, it would far surpass other king bodies. Ji Tian really cultivated the light of law. At this moment, Yuning's face was full of smiles. She was secretly glad that she didn't offend the Ji family because of Lu Ming. Not only did the Ji family have the commander-in-chief, but Ji Tian's talent was even more shocking. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, compared to Ji Tian, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, she was incomparably relaxed. The trace of regret she had for driving out Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming couldn't affect the overall situation. The Yu family will win for sure. The spectators sighed as well. It seemed that the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. Boom, on the battle stage, Ji Tian displayed the light of law. His aura was even stronger as it pressed towards Long Yan. Long Yan, do you still want to fight? Ji Tian asked coldly, high and mighty. Fight. Long Yan gritted his teeth and charged towards Ji Tian with his flaming spear. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll let you see the power of the light of law. I'll let you see the difference between not cultivating the light of law and cultivating the light of law. Ji Tian punched out, and the power of the light of law was added to his fist. Boom, this fist collided with Long Yan's spear. Buzz, Long Yan's long spear vibrated and buzzed. The destruction heavenly fire law on it trembled nonstop. In the next moment, Long Yan's destruction heavenly fire law was penetrated. The terrifying power caused Long Yan to retreat wildly. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Puff, Long Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian at all. He was injured in a single move. Boom. Boom, Ji Tian punched out consecutively, and another 2 punches blasted out. Although Long Yan did his best to resist, he was no match at all and was completely suppressed. After 2 more punches, Long Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. I've lost. Long Yan shook his head, and his expression was desolate. His figure moved, and he rushed out of the battle stage. He knew that it was useless to continue fighting. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian, and he would only be humiliating himself. We've lost again. The Luo family head and the other experts of the Luo family sighed helplessly. They had lost again. For the next 10,000 years, the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. They had lost 3 times in a row, and they were somewhat unwilling. If this continued, their Luo family would fall, and it would be even harder for them to compete with the Yu family. As for the Yu family, they were naturally ecstatic. Brother Luo, do you still want to continue? The Yu family head looked at the Luo family head with a smile. He was naturally happy. With the Yu family's victory, he would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. In his opinion, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left, and there was no need to continue. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he fight against Ji Tian? Your Majesty, according to the rules, this competition will continue until one side is completely defeated. Ji Tian cupped his fists at the Yu family head. Haha, look at me being muddle-headed. That's true. The competition must continue. Continue. The patriarch of the Yu family laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. Even if the other party wanted to end the competition early, he wouldn't agree. Next, the competition continued. However, no one had the energy to pay attention to it. They all thought that the result was already decided. Continuing the competition was just a formality according to the rules. If Lu Ming is smart, he will deliberately rush down the stage to admit defeat. Otherwise, if he meets Ji Tian later, he won't have a chance. And, if I were Lu Ming, I would definitely do the same. Many people seem to have guessed the result. In a while, Lu Ming would definitely rush down the stage and admit defeat. The doyen continued to draw numbers. Lu Ming against a skinny youth from the Yu family. The two of them stepped on the stage. "Brat, let me deal with you." The skinny youth was smug. He also thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, if he met Ji Tian in the next round, wouldn't Lu Ming be finished? Therefore, he boldly rushed toward Lu Ming and pounced toward Lu Ming. Then, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Following that, it heavily bombarded the bridge of his nose. Gotcha, the skinny youth's nose was broken. With a miserable scream, his body flew out a few hundred meters and fell on the stage. Many people were stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly make a move. Maybe he wants to save face and wants to win a round before admitting defeat. If his luck is bad and he meets Ji Tian in the next round, he will regret it. Some people sneered. Shua, Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed to the skinny youth's side. With a kick, he directly kicked the skinny youth off the stage. Lu Ming won this round. However, the people from the Luo family only shook their heads. Whether he won or not, the final result wouldn't change. Like this, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left. As for the Yu family, they only had 6 people left. The competition continued. But now, they only needed to draw a number from the Yu family. Whoever drew a number would fight with Lu Ming. Yu family, number 47. A senior elder announced. A young woman from the Yu family stepped onto the stage. Many people began to guess again, guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat in this round, because the longer it went on, the higher the probability of him encountering Ji Tian. Many people thought that Lu Ming wanted to win the match and then admit defeat to save some face. However, Lu Ming directly attacked and blasted the young woman off the battle stage in 2 moves. Still not admitting defeat? You really want to save face? Haha, let's see how he regrets it when we meet Ji Tian later. Some people sneered. The competition continued, and the next person was still not Ji Tian. Naturally, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. It was unknown if it was luck, but the next few people weren't Ji Tian. They were all defeated by Lu Ming. On the Yu family's side, there were only 2 people left. They were Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Lu Ming still hasn't admitted defeat. Could it be that he really wants to fight with Ji Tian? At this point, some people had already changed their minds. Because Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, if this continued, he would definitely meet Ji Tian. How is this possible? If he fights with Ji Tian, he won't even have the chance to escape. He will definitely be killed. I don't know what he is thinking. He is really crazy. Everyone was discussing. As for Ji Peng, his expression turned ugly. If Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't meet him in the next round, right? He kept praying in his heart that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian in the next round. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Yu family, number 9, Ji Peng, come out. The senior elder took out a number and shouted. Damn it. Ji Peng roared in his heart. Why is it him? Why can't Lu Ming meet Ji Tian? Many people were speechless. Lu Ming's luck was too good. It was strange that he couldn't meet Ji Tian. Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, looked at Ji Peng, smiled faintly, and said, come down. Ji Peng's face was gloomy as he stepped onto the stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you meet my big brother in the next round, you will die miserably. The current Ji Peng's heart was complicated. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian and be killed by Ji Tian. However, if Lu Ming continued to fight, he would be miserable. You are actually thinking for me? I don't understand. Back then, I beat you up so badly. Lu Ming deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If it wasn't for this round, would I be thinking for you? But now, he could only go against his heart and say, let bygones be bygones. I think you are still a talent. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat? Forget it. My plan is to beat you up, and then beat your elder brother up. Lu Ming smiled. He even extended his fist and gestured with it. Lunatic. Ji Peng roared, then suddenly turned around and rushed down the stage. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he caught up with him. He slapped his palm down and lightning flashed. It was like a huge net that shrouded Ji Peng. Ji Peng tried his best to resist, but when the lightning fell, all of his attacks collapsed. Buzz buzz, Ji Peng's body was covered in lightning, which looked like small black snakes swimming around. Slap, Lu Ming then slapped down on Ji Peng's face. Ji Peng screamed and spat out blood mixed with teeth. More lightning covered Ji Peng's body. His hair stood straight up and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices as if he was electrocuted. It was extremely miserable. In the stands, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Tian's father, the commander-in-chief, had ugly expressions. In their view, Lu Ming humiliated Ji Peng like this, which was equivalent to slapping their faces. How did he treat Ji Peng? Wait a moment, I will return it 10 times. Ji Tian gritted his teeth. Lu Ming grabbed Ji Peng's neck and walked to the edge of the stage step by step. Then, he threw Ji Peng down the stage. He casually stretched out a finger, pointed at Ji Tian, hooked his finger, and said, "Come, King Physique." Swish, Ji Tian couldn't bear it anymore and rushed up the stage. Anyway, he was the only one left from the Yu family. There was no need to draw a number. This Lu Ming really wants to fight with Ji Tian. Where did he get the courage? It's strange. Could it be that Lu Ming still has a trump card? This is a fair battle. He is not allowed to use his emperor weapon. He doesn't have a king body. How can he have a trump card? Many people were discussing. They couldn't guess what Lu Ming was planning. With Ji Tian's combat strength, Lu Ming would definitely die if he went against Ji Tian. Why didn't he admit defeat earlier? Why did he persist until now? Could it be that he wanted to humiliate Ji Peng? But there was no need to put his life on the line. Ji Tian's eyes were extremely cold. 6 worlds appeared and a terrifying aura charged toward Lu Ming continuously like a gale. Now, you won't have the chance to admit defeat. Ji Tian said coldly. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? How ridiculous. I didn't say I was going to admit defeat from the beginning. Can you stop making wild guesses? Lu Ming curled his lips. That's great. I'll make you kneel on the battle stage and beg for mercy. Ji Tian said coldly. He stepped forward, and the 6 worlds moved with him. He didn't seem to be fast, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom, with a punch, one of the blood prison worlds blasted out with Ji Tian's fist. It was like a sea of blood enveloping Lu Ming. The smell of blood filled the air. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk Lu Ming's fist sizzled, and a black lightning cauldron spread out. He also punched out. Boom, the 2 fists collided, and the sky was like a huge drum, shaking violently. Circles of lightning and a sea of blood burst out in all directions. A figure swayed, stepping on the battle stage and retreating. The person who retreated was actually Ji Tian. The scene suddenly quieted down. Countless people were dumbfounded, and some looked at the battle stage in disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed Ji Tian back in a head-on confrontation. How was this possible? What was going on? Lu Ming's cultivation was obviously at the peak of the absolute saint realm, which was weaker than Ji Tian. Moreover, he didn't have a king body. How could he push Ji Tian back? This was simply unbelievable. Ji Tian, don't be careless. Use more strength. At this moment, the Yu family head's voice resounded throughout the entire place. He meant that Ji Tian was too careless and didn't use his full strength. That was why he was pushed back by Lu Ming. Many people nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming push Ji Tian back? However, Ji Tian's eyes were incomparably dignified, and his heart was in turmoil. Others thought that he was careless, but only he knew how strong Lu Ming's punch was. His saint energy was endless and was not any weaker than his. Furthermore, the power of Lu Ming's spiritual body was even more terrifying. He had indeed not used his full strength just now, but Lu Ming's strength had indeed shaken him. 6 Hell Demonic Fist. Ji Tian let out a long howl. The 6 worlds burst forth with different auras, transforming into a terrifying fist force that soared towards Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. His aura was indeed much stronger than before. Good timing. Lu Ming didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward and punched out again. Every punch was filled with lightning, wrapping around Lu Ming's fists. His fists were like lightning. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought speed with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Chi energy shot out and rumbled continuously. However, Lu Ming did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Instead, he vaguely had the upper hand. This time everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Yu and Luo families were shocked. Even the patriarchs of the two families and some true emperors were extremely shocked. He didn't have a king body and his cultivation was one level lower. However, he could actually fight against Ji Tian. This kind of combat strength was unheard of even for them. So strong? Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were dumbfounded at first. However, their eyes soon lit up. They knew that Lu Ming had a king body and could control the King Dao Law. Now that he could fight against Ji Tian without using the King Dao Law, he could really win if he used the King Dao Law. They originally thought that there was no hope, but now, they saw a glimmer of hope. Yuning's expression was extremely ugly. She was unhappy because Lu Ming was one of her people at the beginning. However, he was kicked out by her later on. It's useless no matter how strong he is. What I want is the final victory. Ji Tian still hasn't used the light of law. He will definitely win. I chose Ji Tian. I'm right. Yuning warned herself in her heart. Boom, Lu Ming and Ji Tian exchanged another blow. Both of them retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated 5 steps while Ji Tian retreated 7 steps. Ji Tian's face was especially gloomy. He had a king body, but he actually fought with Lu Ming like this. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Today, he must use Lu Ming's blood to wash away his shame. Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, you will still lose. Shouted Ji Tian. The light of the heavenly law spread out and surrounded him, making his aura even stronger. Boom, with the support of the light of law, Ji Tian's momentum increased greatly. He punched out and 6 worlds moved with his fist, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist, colliding with Ji Tian's attack once again. Bang, Lu Ming seemed to be hit by a terrifying force, his figure drifting back. What a pity. The Luo family's experts sighed. If Ji Tian did not cultivate the light of law, their Luo family's chances of winning this battle were very high. However, Ji Tian cultivated the light of law. Unless the Son of Heaven appeared, or someone from the younger generation stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, no one would be Ji Tian's opponent. However, how many Son of Heaven were there in the entire land of infinite demons? There were no quasi-emperors below the age of 50 in their Yura kingdom. The others also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Lu Ming would lose for sure. Kneel down. Ji Tian gained the upper hand in one move. His momentum was like a rainbow as he continued to press down on Lu Ming. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in one go. The light of law is indeed powerful. Lu Ming curled his lips, his expression was still very calm. At this moment, he raised his hand and pointed out a finger. There was no black lightning in this finger. Instead, it was replaced by endless runes. Roar, the endless runes formed a true dragon. The true dragon roared and pounced toward Ji Tian. Boom, the true dragon's dragon claw tore apart Ji Tian's fist force. The dense runes spread toward Ji Tian. Ji Tian roared in shock. The 6 worlds kept shaking. All kinds of auras erupted, blocking the endless runes. Monarch Dao La, you have the monarch body. Ji Tian's roar resounded throughout the entire place. Silence. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Monarch body, Lu Ming actually has the monarch body? Then why did he use the demonic thunder law just now, one person controlled two types of laws. How was that possible? He was not a martial emperor. Many people found that their brains were a little short-circuited. However, looking at the dense runes surrounding Lu Ming's body, they clearly realized that Lu Ming really controlled the monarch Dao law and really had the monarch body. The array Dao law of the monarch Dao law, haha. The Luo family head suddenly laughed loudly. Everything that happened today was really beyond his expectations. Lu Ming actually had the monarch body. Just now, he was already so strong without using the monarch Dao law. Now that he used the monarch Dao law, how strong would he be? Xian'er, you already knew that Lu Ming has the monarch body, right? The Lu family head looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian nodded and said, although I already knew that he has the monarch body, I didn't know that his combat strength is so strong. Crack, Yuning crushed the white jade golden cup in her hand, her eyes cold. Lu Ming was actually an imperial body. She did not expect this at all. If she knew that Lu Ming was an imperial body and had such strong combat strength, she would have thought twice. Ji Tian will definitely win. Yuning roared in her heart, admonishing herself. However, her clenched fists showed how nervous she was. At this moment, Ji Peng had woken up and was also shocked. King body, there's nothing great about it. Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have mastered the law of kings. Without the law of light, everything is in vain. Kill. Ji Tian roared and attacked Lu Ming with all his might. The law of six hells, the law of light, and the divine arts were all activated to the extreme by Ji Tian. Let's end this. Lu Ming whispered and pointed out another finger. Runes filled the air and another true dragon was formed, pouncing towards Ji Tian. This true dragon contained 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Lu Ming only used the illusory spirit scroll and the seal scroll in the previous attack. Lu Ming used the destruction scroll, illusory spirit scroll, and seal scroll in this attack. The power of this attack was close to that of the chaotic calamity finger. Boom, when the true dragon collided with Ji Tian, a terrifying force tore Ji Tian's fist radiance apart. Endless runes rushed towards Ji Tian. Ji Tian's body shook violently and he was thrown back. He vomited blood in the air. He tried his best to resist the seal of the runes. However, Lu Ming was already close to him. Then, he pointed out another finger. This time, it was not a true dragon but a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was like a small mountain. Its legs were like heavenly pillars as it stomped towards Ji Tian. Bam, an elephant leg stepped on Ji Tian's face. Ji Tian was instantly stunned. His body was like a huge rock, heavily smashing into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Ji Tian was lying on the fighting ring, his body twitching and blood gushing out of his mouth. Ji Tian was defeated, beaten into a dead dog. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 expert in the Yura kingdom. Now that he had cultivated the light of law, he was even more powerful. However, such strength had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was even lower. His cultivation was even lower, and he had yet to cultivate the light of law, yet he was able to defeat Ji Tian. It was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming stepped out, coming to Ji Tian's side. Although Ji Tian was seriously injured, he still glared at Lu Ming fiercely, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. What are you looking at? I've already said that there's nothing great about a king body, and there's nothing great about the light of law. Lu Ming sneered, revealing a faint disdain. Then, he kicked Ji Tian's face, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not kill Ji Tian. After all, this was the Yura kingdom, and Ji Tian's father and many experts of the Yu family were present. If Lu Ming killed Ji Tian, they would not let him go. Now that Tiandi's physical body did not have enough energy, and his goal was to go to the ancient devil nation, there was no need to cause more trouble. Good, good. Ha ha ha. The head of the Luo family and many experts of the Luo family stood up, laughing heartily. The Luo family had won. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family would be in charge of the Yura kingdom. Previously, when Ji Tian had displayed the light of law, they had thought that the Luo family would lose for sure. They were already in despair, and they had planned to wait for another 10,000 years before making a comeback. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt. First, he displayed a powerful strength, then he displayed the King Dao Law, defeating Ji Tian in one fell swoop. How could they not be happy with such an unexpected result? How could they not laugh heartily? Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were also full of smiles. On the other hand, the people of the Yu family were the complete opposite. They had thought that they would win, but in the end, they had lost in the hands of a single person. That kid, some experts of the Yu family, as well as Ji Tian's father, looked coldly at Lu Ming. It was all because of Lu Ming that they had lost. Where did this kid come from? I have never heard of such a person before. Someone said unwillingly. Everyone fell silent. Bang! Princess Yuning's jade-like hands were as white as jade. At this moment, the veins on her jade-like hands were bulging. She had even crushed the handle of her chair. She was furious. Lu Ming was originally her guest, but she had personally chased him out of the princess residence. Sister Yuning, I really have to thank you. At this moment, Luo Xian looked at Yuning, and his crisp voice rang out. Many people were stunned, not knowing what Luo Xian meant. Luo Xian, shut up! Yuning shouted. Why? Are you afraid that I will lose face if I say it? But I have to say it. The corners of Luo Xian's lips curled up slightly. I heard that Lu Ming used to be Sister Yuning's guest. However, he was personally chased out of the eldest princess mansion. Therefore, he came to seek refuge with me. What? At the scene, everyone who didn't know what was going on was stunned. Lu Ming was originally the princess guest, but he had been chased out of the princess residence by the princess. Only then did Lu Ming seek refuge with the little princess. Yuning, this was tantamount to giving up the victory on a silver platter. If Lu Ming was in the princess residence, there would be no suspense in this competition. The Yu family would definitely win. Yuning's face turned even uglier. As for the Yu family, their faces also turned ugly. There was actually such a thing. Moreover, I heard that it was because Lu Ming offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, you chased Lu Ming out of the princess residence. Perhaps in your eyes, the Ji family, or Ji Tian, is more important than Lu Ming. Am I right, Sister Yuning? Luo Xian continued to speak, revealing her two canine teeth. She was full of cunning. Yuning's expression made her very happy. So that's how it was, everyone was enlightened. It turned out that Lu Ming had offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, the princess had chased Lu Ming out. After all, at that time, the princess needed Ji Tian's help to win the competition. At that time, in the eyes of the princess, Ji Tian's value was far above Lu Ming's. But what was the truth? It was Yuning who had personally given the victory to the Luo family. As for Ji Tian, who she valued, he had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Ming. How ironic was this, the Yu family's experts, Ji Tian's father, and Ji Tian's uncle all had ugly expressions. Sister Yuning, I wonder what you are thinking now. Do you feel any regret? Luo Xian's voice rang out again. Enough! Yuning shouted. She suddenly stood up and coldly glanced at Lu Ming. Then, she soared into the sky. This caused Luo Xian to laugh. The Luo family is the winner of this competition. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family will rule over the Yuric kingdom. Following that, the elder of the Yuric kingdom announced. The Yu family head's face was extremely gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. However, this was a tradition that had been passed down for countless years in the Yuric kingdom. Even if he did not dare to do so, he still had to hand over the throne. Unless his Yu family's strength was enough to suppress the other factions in the Yuric kingdom, he could break this tradition. However, it was clear that the Yu family was unable to do so. In the end, he could only hand over the scepter that represented the king. After that, Lu Ming did not have anything to do with it. He sat on the spectator stand and watched calmly. Next, the Luo family head received the scepter. After that, a series of ceremonies were held, and he began to rule over the Yuric kingdom. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. When everything was over, it was already the next day. After a few days, Luo Xian brought a pile of treasures, saying that it was a reward for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate to accept it. The following days were peaceful again. Lu Ming stayed in the little princess residence and cultivated quietly. However, Luo Xian would often look for Lu Ming to spar with him. Of course, Luo Xian would return in defeat every time. Time passed, and 1.5 months passed. On this day, Luo Xian found Lu Ming and informed him that they were going to the ancient devil nation. In half a month, the king of the ancient devil nation would hold a banquet to celebrate his passing of the great calamity and being able to live for another 300,000 years. At that time, all the countries that were subordinate to the ancient devil nation would send people to congratulate him. The Yura kingdom was a subordinate of the ancient devil nation. Are we finally going to the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming muttered. This way, he would be one step closer to the ancient devil coffin. Yuning and the others have already gone to the ancient devil nation a few days ago. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming nodded and followed Luo Xian to a teleportation array. The Luo family had personally led a group of a few hundred people. There were also some young geniuses as they stepped into the teleportation array. First, they arrived at the citadel outside the capital of the ancient devil nation. Then, they flew towards the capital. Ancient Devil Nation, one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It was truly a giant. Its capital was exceptionally majestic. It was not inferior to the celestial city in the primordial mountains. In the land of myriad devils, there were a total of 2 super devil nations and 10 high-grade devil nations. Naturally, they were divided into 2 camps. The 2 super devil nations were enemies of each other. Each of the super devil nations ruled over a large number of low-level and mid-level devil nations. There were also 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under their control. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under the ancient devil kingdom. Naturally, it was highly valued. When they arrived, someone received them and arranged accommodations for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital of the ancient devil nation for 3 days. Lu Ming, the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence, has set up a banquet today and invited the prodigies of various countries. Shall we go and take a look? Luo Xian found Lu Ming and asked. The little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. The ancient devil nation is one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of myriad devils. It rules over countless smaller countries. Many of the smaller countries are inextricably linked to some of the influential families in the ancient devil nation. The Blue Demon King's residence is a powerful force in the ancient devil nation. Our Luo family has a good relationship with the Blue Demon King's residence. The little prince of the Azure Demon Nation invited the prodigies of various countries to a banquet to strengthen our relationship. Luo Xian explained. Lu Ming nodded. As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would naturally be benefits to be gained. Moreover, every time the ancient devil nation overcomes a great calamity and holds a banquet, the young prodigies of various countries will compete with each other. Those who perform well will be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, it's normal for the prodigies of various countries to meet and understand each other's strength. Luo Xian added. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The ancient devil nation's lord would allow the prodigies of various countries to compete with each other. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he performed well and caught the attention of the ancient devil nation's lord, he might be one step closer to borrowing the ancient devil coffin. Alright, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and Luo Xian immediately met up with the other prodigies of the Yura kingdom, such as Wu Shi and the others, and headed towards the Blue Demon King's residence. Of course, Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others did not follow them. Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others had arrived at the ancient devil nation's capital earlier than them. They had different connections. Soon, they arrived at a vast mansion. Someone received them and led them to a spacious courtyard. There were many tables and chairs in the courtyard. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were all from the younger generation. Greetings, Princess Luo Xian. When Luo Xian arrived, many young men bowed to her. The Yura kingdom was a high-tier devil nation. Moreover, it was one of the top 5 high-tier devil nations under the ancient devil nation. These young men were from middle-tier or low-tier devil nations. Their statuses were far lower than Luo Xian's. Naturally, they had to bow to her when they saw her. Luo Xian smiled and nodded. After greeting everyone, she sat down at a table. Lu Ming, sit here. Princess Luo Xian smiled and pointed to a stool beside her. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Luo Xian. As for Wu Shi and the others, they sat behind Luo Xian and Lu Ming. Many young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Who was this person that could sit beside Princess Luo Xian? Ha ha ha, Luo Xian, long time no see. A hearty laugh sounded as a purple-robed young man strode over. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary aura. There were a few young men behind him. Greetings, little prince. Seeing this young man, the young men quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Ming and Luo Xian also stood up and cupped their fists. This young man was the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence. The Blue Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that he was of the same generation as the ancient Devil Nation's ruler. The two of them had an extraordinary relationship. Therefore, the Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Nation. As the grandson of the Blue Demon King, the little prince's status was naturally noble. Naturally, he was also a terrifying genius. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. The little prince waved his hand and looked at Luo Xian. He smiled and said, Princess Luo Xian, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has become even more profound. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be your match in a few years. You're too polite, little prince. Who in the ancient Devil Nation doesn't know about your talent? How can Luo Xian be your match? Luo Xian said humbly. And this is, the little prince looked at Lu Ming. He was naturally curious about the fact that he could sit with Luo Xian. However, when he looked at Lu Ming carefully, his face darkened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a murderous intent from the other party. His name is Lu Ming, Luo Xian introduced Lu Ming. Princess Luo Xian, what's your relationship with this person? The young prince asked. He's my guest elder. Young prince, do you know Lu Ming? Luo Xian also felt that something was amiss and asked. So he's just a guest elder. Princess Luo Xian, can you hand him over to me? The young prince's eyes flickered and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Young prince, he's my guest elder. I have to be responsible for him. Why do you want me to hand him over to you? Luo Xian frowned and asked. The other young men also seemed to feel that something was wrong. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Kill. The young prince said coldly. He didn't hide his murderous intent and said, this person must die. Young prince, is there a misunderstanding here? Luo Xian asked. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, when did you offend Song Yan? Song Yan was the young prince's name. This is the first time I've seen him. Lu Ming frowned and sent a voice transmission to Princess Luo Xian. He was also confused. He had never seen Song Yan before. He really didn't understand why Song Yan wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Misunderstanding? All the direct descendants of the Blue Demon King's residence have a kind of mark on them. When they are killed, this mark will attach to the person who killed them. I felt the mark of the Blue Demon King's residence on him. Is this a misunderstanding? Song Yan said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and understood. Lu Ming had killed a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence. Song Yan had sensed the mark on him. No wonder Song Yan wanted to kill Lu Ming the moment he saw him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled that not long after he had arrived in the land of myriad devils, he had been cultivating in a certain place when a group of people had tried to steal the devil origin fruit. In the end, they had all been killed by him. One of the young men had shouted that he was from the ancient devil kingdom. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence? This was too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, he had encountered such a mark in the Blue Demon King's residence before. The Thousand Slayer Manor was a terrifying assassin organization. As long as you killed someone from the Thousand Slayer Manor, there would be a slaughter mark on your body. Back then, Lu Ming had even asked the palace master of the Phoenix Palace to remove it. The mark on the Blue Demon King mansion was very similar to the mark on the Thousand Slayer mansion. Luo Xian also frowned and said, "Little prince, could there be a mistake somewhere?" "Definitely not. A few months ago, a cousin of mine was training outside and was killed by someone. It should be this person who killed him." "Luo Xian, this person is just a guest elder of yours. You don't have to care about this matter," Song Yan said and waved his hand. Swoosh, a young man rushed out from behind Song Yan. A sword light bloomed and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold. It was going to slice Lu Ming's throat. "Adjudication," Luo Xian said softly and struck out with the power of adjudication, destroying the sword light. "Princess Luo Xian, are you going to protect this person? Do you think it's worth it to fall out with the Blue Demon King mansion for a guest elder?" Song Yan's face darkened as he said in a threatening tone. "A few months ago, I did kill someone. However, that person wanted to snatch a treasure and attacked me without any explanation. How could I not retaliate?" At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. "I see. Little prince, in the land of all demons, no matter who it is, it's normal to be killed while training outside and fighting for treasures. In the land of all demons, strength is everything. If you're weaker than others, you'll be a laughingstock if you take revenge now." Luo Xian did not back down and said coldly. "In the land of all demons, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter who it was, they had to be prepared to be killed while training outside. This was the rule of the land of all demons." "Humph, my cousin has several quasi-emperors by his side. How many quasi-emperors can he deal with? He probably used some despicable method to kill my cousin. How about this, let him fight with me. If he can last 10 moves without being defeated, I'll acknowledge his strength," Song Yan said coldly. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a guest elder of Luo Xian. How strong could he be? Some of the youths behind Song Yan sneered. Song Yan was one of the top geniuses in the ancient devil nation. Not only did he have a king body, but his cultivation had also reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How could Lu Ming last 10 moves against Song Yan? He would probably be killed by Song Yan as soon as they fought. This was Song Yan's goal. As long as he fought with Lu Ming, he would be able to kill Lu Ming legitimately. Luo Xian's eyes flashed. Although Song Yan was strong, Lu Ming could even defeat Ji Tian. He was definitely not weaker than Song Yan. Wouldn't it be easy for him to last 10 moves? "Alright, I agree." Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. He actually agreed. It seems like this kid doesn't know how strong Song Yan is. Many people had the same thought in their minds. However, some of them were just waiting to watch the show. This kid is really courting death. Some of the youths behind Song Yan smiled playfully. Song Yan's eyes flashed coldly. "Princess Luo Xian, since he has agreed, please don't interfere." "I won't interfere. I hope the young prince will keep his word." After saying that, Luo Xian returned to the table. "Keep my word? This girl, does she think that this kid can take 10 moves from me? Where did she get that confidence from?" The young prince sneered. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with even colder killing intent. Anyone who dared to kill someone from the Blue Demon King's residence would die. The young prince wanted to make an example of him in front of the people from the small nations so that they would be more afraid of him. "Let's fight in the sky," Lu Ming said. "There's no need to fight in the sky to deal with you. 1 move is enough." Song Yan sneered and pointed with his finger. Whoosh, the finger was like a long spear that pierced through the void and made a terrible whistling sound. The finger was highly condensed. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at it. He pointed with his finger and runes shone on his finger. Bang, when the 2 fingers collided, an explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy caused many tables and chairs to flip over. Many people retreated in fear, avoiding the energy that was scattered in all directions. On the other hand, Song Yan's figure was forced back 2 steps, falling into a disadvantageous position. The law of Array Dao. "You have a king body," Song Yan roared. "So it's the law of penetration." Lu Ming's heart moved. He was familiar with this law. Luo Pokong of the Daluo Heaven sect also mastered this law, but he had been killed by him. I've said that we'll fight in the sky. Lu Ming said lightly. Song Yan's face became gloomy and his killing intent was extremely cold. Just now, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming in one move without the need to fight. In the sky. However, the reality was a slap to his face. Let's fight in the sky. Kill. Song Yan attacked Lu Ming as soon as he was in the air. His fingers were like a spear as he attacked continuously. With the help of the law of penetration, his attacks were powerful and could penetrate everything. Beams of spear gleams pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and pointed continuously. Countless runes spread and condensed into many lightning birds. They pounced on the spear gleams at an astonishing speed and blocked them. He's so powerful. He also has a king body. No wonder he can sit side by side with Princess Luo Xian. Some of the geniuses from small countries exclaimed. 2 moves. In the sky, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Kill. Song Yan attacked for the 3rd time. His cultivation of the great sage realm was fully unleashed. An even more powerful finger radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Song Yan's attack style was similar to Luo Pokong's, but his super skills were different. However, Song Yan's combat strength was much stronger than Luo Pokong's. The terrifying chi whizzed toward Lu Ming, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's finger. 3 moves. Lu Ming continued to speak calmly and nonchalantly. Die. Song Yan's eyes became colder and colder. A halo was emitted from his body and circled around him. The law of light, many people gasped. Song Yan's combat strength was indeed terrifying. As the top genius of the ancient demonic nation, he was stronger than the other king bodies. It was said that no one in the ancient demonic nation was a match for Song Yan except for the Son of Heaven. Kill. A long spear appeared in Song Yan's hand. Together with the law of light, its power reached a shocking level. 3 scrolls as one. Lu Ming pointed his finger. A true dragon roared and charged toward Song Yan. The true dragon contained the scroll of annihilation, the scroll of illusionary spirits, and the scroll of sealing. Boom! With a loud explosion, the long spear in Song Yan's hand trembled unceasingly. His body trembled violently as he was pushed back by a terrifying force. Song Yan was actually at a disadvantage. Below, other than the people from the Uric kingdom, everyone else was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Song Yan suppressed the other king physiques and almost stood at the peak. If the Elysian child didn't appear, he was almost invincible. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Who was this Lu Ming? How could a random person be so terrifying? They were speechless. Is that all you've got? You want to defeat me in 10 moves? What a joke. It's my turn now. Lu Ming said calmly and took a step forward. Countless runes soared into the sky and transformed into 9 dragons. This time, it was not a true dragon, but 9 dragons. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and charged toward Song Yan. To be honest, Song Yan was very strong. He was even stronger than Ji Tian. Song Yan was almost at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His mastery of the laws had reached 99%. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. But compared to Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming didn't use the law of chaos, he was still a little weaker. The 9 dragons pounced. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. The 9 dragons roared and clawed out continuously, crushing Song Yan's attack. The terrifying power of destruction and countless runes surged toward Song Yan. Song Yan was pushed back for 10,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. Puff, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Lu Ming said calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy blow to Song Yan's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's words were so sarcastic. Just a moment ago, Song Yan was still arrogant and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. In fact, 10 moves was just a casual remark. In his opinion, 1 move was enough to defeat Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in less than 10 moves. Kill. Song Yan roared. Boom. Boom, two figures rushed out from the depths of the palace. Their terrifying aura made everyone's expression change. They were two martial emperors. Song Yan wanted to send martial emperors to kill Lu Ming. Song Yan, you're going back on your words. Luo Xian rushed to the sky and came in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Song Yan. Get out of the way. Song Yan's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, Lu Ming made him lose face in front of so many people from small countries. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. As for this, he had brought it on himself. But of course, he wouldn't think about it. Everything was Lu Ming's fault. How could it be his fault? Song Yan, you sent martial emperors because you couldn't win. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would tarnish your reputation. Even the reputation of the Blue Demon King's residence would be damaged. Luo Xian stood firmly in front of Lu Ming and continued, moreover, even if you must take action today, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Ming is my guest. I can't watch him get killed. Song Yan's expression turned even uglier. Luo Xian's words did make him hesitate. One was his reputation, and the other was Luo Xian's identity. Luo Xian was the princess of the Yurik Kingdom. The Yurik Kingdom wasn't an ordinary small country. It was one of the top 5 high-grade countries under the ancient devil nation. He was also very apprehensive. Song Yan hesitated. Lu Ming, let's go. Luo Xian transmitted her voice to Lu Ming, then turned around and walked out of the Blue Demon King's residence. Wu Shi and the others quickly followed. Song Yan's expression changed a few times, but he didn't give the order to take action. Lu Ming and the others left the Blue Demon King's residence and returned to their residence. I didn't expect that person to be from the Song Yan residence. Lu Ming was also speechless. He came here with the intention of getting to know the ancient devil nation's royal family through Luo Xian's recommendation. He didn't expect to offend the Blue Demon King's residence's little prince. It seems like I can only wait for the ancient devil nation's king's banquet to find an opportunity when all the Skyprides compete. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, don't think too much. The Blue Demon King's residence isn't the only Skyprides in the ancient devil nation's royal family. I'll introduce you to the others in a few days. Luo Xian comforted Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming looked at Luo Xian and smiled. He was quite touched when Luo Xian stood in front of him unwaveringly. Luo Xian was a straightforward person. Compared to Yu Ning, she was much better. In the next few days, Luo Xian introduced a few members of the royal family to Lu Ming. Although they were talented, they were still lacking compared to the Song Yan. There were a few times when Lu Ming tried to find out more about the ancient demonic coffin. However, the other party did not know much about the ancient demonic coffin. He only knew that it was the treasure of the ancient demonic nation and only the king could control it. Lu Ming frowned, his heart heavy. The ancient demonic coffin was so important that only the king could control it. Could he really borrow it for a month? Needless to say, the king of the ancient devil nation was an emperor. 10 days later, the king's banquet officially began. At the center of the ancient devil nation's capital, a majestic palace suddenly appeared in the sky. The palace shone brightly, and it could be seen from far away. The palace had 9 floors, and it looked like a divine palace. There was a jade staircase in each of the 4 directions of the palace, extending from the top of the palace to the bottom. The guests who went to congratulate the king climbed up the jade staircase to the 9th floor of the palace. Lu Ming and the people of the Yurik Kingdom went up the jade staircase on the east side. What a majestic palace! Lu Ming was shocked. This 9-floor palace was too huge. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it pierced through the sky. Even the jade staircase was incomparably huge. A person on it was like an ant. There were people coming from this direction, climbing up the jade staircase to congratulate the king. The ancient devil nation was one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of infinite demons. Almost half of the devil nations came to congratulate the king, so the number of people was naturally shocking. Lu Ming and the others climbed up the jade staircase, and it took them half an hour to reach the 9th floor of the palace. The 9th floor of the palace was open air, and it was incomparably spacious. There were all kinds of sacred herbs and strange flowers everywhere, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This area was filled with tables and chairs. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 great devil nations. As soon as they arrived, they were led to the top. The location of this area was also very particular. The height was different, and the level was different. The lowest level was where the people of the low-tier devil nation sat. The lower level was where the middle-tier devil nation sat. Above them were where the 5 high-tier devil nations sat. At the top were the experts of the ancient devil nation and the nobles. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already some people there. When they saw the head of the Luo family, they greeted him. These people were the kings of the other high-tier devil nations, and they had prominent statuses. Now that the Luo family was in charge of the Yura kingdom, they naturally greeted the head of the Luo family. At the side, the head of the Yu family snorted coldly and led Juning, Ji Tian, and the others to find a seat. Following that, more and more people arrived, and the vast space was almost full. The king has arrived. A voice resounded throughout the entire place, causing everyone to fall silent. The monarch here was none other than the monarch of the ancient devil nation. A group of people flew through the air and landed at the highest point. The person in the lead was a burly old man. He wore a purple gold robe and had a smile on his face. Although he did not reveal any aura, he had a supreme dignity. Greetings to the ancient great emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Every ruler of the ancient devil kingdom was known as the ancient great emperor. Everyone, please have a seat. The ancient great emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were many people beside the ancient great emperor. Some were old, and some were young. Many of their auras were powerful and incomparably terrifying. There was no doubt that there were great emperors among them. The eternal devil nation definitely had more than one great emperor. Song Yan. Lu Ming saw Song Yan in the crowd behind the ancient great emperor. At this moment, Song Yan also looked at the Yura kingdom. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yanner, the person you are talking about is that kid? Beside the ancient great emperor, a skinny old man with snow-white hair asked Song Yan through telepathy. This old man was Song Yan's grandfather, the Blue Demon King. Grandfather, that's him. Song Yan nodded. Alright, I understand. Demon King Song nodded and did not continue speaking. His face was calm, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The Sky Domain Devil Nation congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality. At this moment, the king of the Sky Domain Devil Nation stood up and congratulated the ancient great emperor. He also presented a congratulatory gift. The Yura kingdom congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality in the future. The head of the Luo family also presented a congratulatory gift. Following that, the kings of the various devil nations came forward to congratulate the ancient great emperor and presented their gifts. Starting from the 5 high-class devil nations, it was the low-class devil nation's turn. Thank you for coming today. Please take a seat. The ancient great emperor's voice was heard. Following that, maids served various delicacies and wine. Then, a peerlessly enchanting female demon came forward to perform the heavenly demon dance. The atmosphere became lively. Great Emperor, there are so many geniuses in the world today. Why don't we let the younger generation compete with each other to liven up the atmosphere? Someone suggested. Every time the ancient great emperor overcame a great calamity, this would happen. Some people were looking forward to it. Haha, I also want to see how outstanding the geniuses of this generation are. I heard that there is more than one son of heaven in this generation, and there are even more king physiques. The ancient great emperor said with a smile. That's right. This generation is indeed filled with geniuses, more so than any previous generation. The Blue Demon King said. Oh, in that case, I will also change the rewards this time. Those in the top 3 can make a request of me. If it is something that I can do, I will try my best to satisfy it. Those in the top 10 can also receive a reward. The ancient great emperor's voice spread in all directions. Many people's eyes lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the great emperor. This was too tempting. Moreover, the rewards for those in the top 10 were definitely not trivial. The rewards this time were also beyond the past. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the ancient great emperor. If he was in the top 3, wouldn't he be able to borrow the eternal demonic coffin from the ancient great emperor? Since the great emperor said it himself, he shouldn't reject it. Moreover, it was only for a month. I must be in the top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't know how strong the Son of Heaven was, Lu Ming believed that as long as he used his full strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3. Alright, then I will let the Blue Demon King host this time. The ancient great emperor smiled. He didn't need to host this matter personally. He could leave it to others. Thank you, great emperor. The Blue Demon King stood up and stepped into the air outside the palace. With a wave of his hand, a platform floated out. Then, the platform rapidly expanded into a 100-mile-wide battle platform. The height of the battle platform was slightly lower than the palace. Sitting on it, one could clearly see the situation on the battle platform. Young people who want to participate can sign up and leave their names. The Blue Demon King said and then called a few people to register their names. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, young people flew up and signed up. There were too many people. In an instant, hundreds of people went up. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Is there a need to ask? The 2 Sons of Heaven will definitely be in the top 3. That's right. The 2 Sons of Heaven will definitely be in the top 3. The key is who will get the other slot. Song Yan and Lu Su are both likely to get it? The registration process was quick. All they had to do was to register their names. Hence, it did not take long. Soon, Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest also went to register. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A figure stood in front of Lu Ming. Song Yan, Lu Ming frowned. What is Song Yan trying to do? Lu Ming, you are not qualified to take part in the competition. Step down. Song Yan looked down at Lu Ming from above. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Many people looked over curiously, including the older generation cultivators in their seats. Song Yan, what do you mean? How is Lu Ming not qualified to take part in the competition? If he is not qualified, then you are not qualified either. Don't forget that you were defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Luo Xian stepped forward and stared at Song Yan. What? Song Yan was defeated? Is that true? Is that the young man? It looks mediocre. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. In the ancient devil nation and the other devil nations under its rule, Song Yan was the most outstanding genius, except for the Son of Heaven. Almost no one could defeat him. How could this person defeat Song Yan? What is his background? After all, the geniuses invited by Song Yan were only a small part of the people present. Many people did not know about the battle between Lu Ming and Song Yan. Those geniuses present were afraid of offending Song Yan. When they returned, they did not spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan. Now that Luo Xian said it, everyone was shocked. Many people even suspected that Luo Xian was telling the truth. Even many of the older generation looked at Lu Ming curiously. Being able to defeat Song Yan was no small matter. Such a genius would have great achievements in the future. Naturally, he was worth paying attention to. Song Yan's face was extremely dark. Luo Xian was not giving him any face at all. He had actually revealed the matter of his defeat in front of everyone. During this time, I sent people to investigate this person, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't find out his origin at all. This person's origin is unknown, so he is not qualified to participate in the competition. Song Yan shouted. The purpose of this competition is to congratulate the great emperor. As for the background of the participants, what does it matter? Luo Xian argued strongly. His origin is unknown. Who knows what he is plotting? Song Yan sneered. Great Emperor, what should we do? Up above, the Blue Demon King asked the ancient Great Emperor for instructions. I have already handed this matter over to you. You have full authority to handle it. The ancient Great Emperor waved his hand. He had no interest in the conflict between the younger generation. From his height, he only had the mentality of watching a good show. Only the Son of Heaven would be worthy of his attention. Yes, Great Emperor. The Blue Demon King bowed and then moved, appearing above Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Blue Demon King said in a dignified manner. It's like this, Luo Xian took the initiative to explain the situation. The Great Emperor has just passed a great tribulation. This is a grand event that only happens once every 300,000 years. There cannot be any mistakes. You, withdraw. The Blue Demon King looked at Lu Ming and waved his hand. Lu Ming frowned. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. The Blue Demon King was not allowing Lu Ming to participate in the competition. A cold smile appeared on Song Yan's face. Not far away, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others also revealed gloating smiles. Your Highness, I did defeat Song Yan, but you can't shield him because of this. Lu Ming said. His voice was very loud and spread in all directions. His meaning was clear. The Blue Demon King was deliberately making things difficult for him because of Song Yan. Impudent. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you doubt this king? The Blue Demon King shouted. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Your origin is unknown. I am already merciful for not taking you down on the spot. How dare you speak so much? If you don't withdraw, don't blame this king for being impolite. The scene was silent. No one said anything. The Luo family head felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far. He, the Blue Demon King, had great power in the ancient devil nation. It was not worthwhile for him to offend the Blue Demon King because of this matter. It was just that he could not participate in the competition. In his opinion, it was a small matter. However, this was a big matter for Lu Ming. It was related to the ancient devil coffin. But it was clear that the Blue Demon King would not give him this opportunity. The ancient Great Emperor looked on indifferently. Although he also felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far, since he had let the Blue Demon King host, he would not say anything. Why aren't you withdrawing? The Azure Demon King bellowed again. His terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, pressing on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He was under immense pressure. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was extremely unwilling. But in the end, Lu Ming retreated. The Blue Demon King's strength was shocking. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a peak true emperor. It was impossible to fight him head-on. He had to think of another way. Song Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. The reason why he did not let Lu Ming participate was to take revenge on Lu Ming. The second reason was that Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. If Lu Ming participated, he would have no hope of getting into the top 3. The registration continued. It took half a day for the registration to end. After the registration, the competition began. It was very intense. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. He sat in his seat, drinking while thinking about his next step. How could he borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month? For martial experts, even those who had reached the sage realm, it was normal for them to sit in the coffin for a few months. Therefore, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. After a few days of competition, most of the people were eliminated. Only a few dozen people were left. These dozens of people were all extremely talented, and many of them even had king bodies. The land of myriad demons is indeed a warlike place. There is endless killing. The overall level of the prodigies is stronger than that of Yuan Mountain. Towards the end, Lu Ming also perked up and observed. He found that the number of geniuses in the land of myriad demons was about the same as that of Yuan Mountain, but the quality was higher. For example, the average cultivation of the geniuses in the land of myriad demons was higher than that of Yuan Mountain. Many of them had reached the absolute saint realm. There were even some who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. For example, Luo Xian had a monarch body at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, she did not have the slightest advantage among these geniuses. There were at least 20 or 30 people who were not weaker than her. This was not all the geniuses in the land of myriad demons. It was only half of them. There were so many powerful geniuses who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was shocking. However, in the past few years, after the cultivation in the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, the competition, and the battle with the evil god tribe, many people's cultivation base had increased. The competition continued. Among them, two young men caught Lu Ming's attention. Because these two people were exceptionally powerful. They were two Elysian children. Children of the void, children of death. Lu Ming whispered. One of the two Elysian children controlled the law of nothingness, which was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It was extremely terrifying and could turn everything into nothingness. The other person actually controlled the law of death, just like Deathblade. Today was indeed a golden era. In the past, it was already very impressive for an Elysian child to appear. But now, Elysian children were appearing frequently. Even the same law had different people who had successfully cultivated it. This was only the land of Yuan Mountain and the land of infinite demons. One had to know that the Yuan realm had 10 lands. It was conceivable that there would be more than one Elysian child. It was conceivable that if Deathblade encountered this person, a great battle would probably break out. In addition to these two people, Xianxia's strength was indeed very strong. He was invincible and was a popular candidate for the top 3. After a few days of fierce battles, all the rankings were out. Luo Xian and Yuning were both ranked 22nd. They didn't even squeeze into the top 20. As for Ji Tian, he had cultivated the law of light and was indeed powerful. He had surged all the way to the top 10 and was ranked 6th. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate the law of light in the monarch body. And Song Yan, after a series of battles, finally defeated his competitors and obtained 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd place were naturally the two Elysian children. The two Elysian children's cultivation had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm and were very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, they had cultivated the law of light. Their combat strength was too strong. The most exciting battle was the battle between the two Elysian children, which pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The law of nothingness and the law of death collided. These two laws were extremely overbearing. The two's cultivation was also similar. The battle took 1,000 moves to determine the winner. In the end, the child of death narrowly won because of his mastery of the law of light. He was very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the battle strength of the Elysian children? It's really terrifying. Luo Xian blinked her big eyes in amazement. The Elysian child is indeed powerful. Below the martial emperor realm, ordinary martial artists are no match for the Elysian child. No matter how strong they are, it's useless. Yuning also sighed and glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. This meant that if one wasn't an Elysian child, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be a match for an Elysian child. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sighed inwardly. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. Although the two Elysian children were strong, he was not afraid. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed, picked up a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Yuning thought that Lu Ming had realized the difference between him and the Elysian child, which was why he was acting like this. She sneered. Those ranked in the top 3 can make a request to me. Come forward. At this moment, the ancient great emperor's voice sounded. The two Elysian children and Song Yan stepped forward. At this moment, Song Yan was extremely excited. If he made a request to the great emperor, he had to make sure that this request was of the greatest value to him, the most beneficial value to him. Should I ask for an ancient scripture or take the opportunity to become the great emperor's disciple? Song Yan's mind spun rapidly, and his body trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha, since it's so lively today, I'll join in the fun. At this moment, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Rumble, rumble. 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 The sky rumbled as if a huge monster was about to break through the void. Many experts' faces darkened as they looked at the void in the distance. Rip, in the next moment, the void cracked open, and an incomparably huge battleship sailed out of the dark void. The battleship was 10,000 meters long, and it was pitch black. It gave off a terrifying pressure. That's the Undying Demon Kingdom's undying battleship. Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The Undying Demon Kingdom was another super demon kingdom that was as famous as the ancient demon kingdom. Two tigers could not live on one mountain. The two super demon kingdoms were naturally hostile, and there would often be conflicts and wars. The undying battleship of the Undying Demon Kingdom had broken through the void and arrived. A group of people stood on the deck of the battleship. The person in the lead was a middle-aged burly man. He was wearing a long robe and had a domineering aura. "Undying, what are you doing here?" The ancient great emperor looked at the burly man and said coldly. Many people were shocked. In the Undying Demon Kingdom, only one person dared to use this title, and that was the ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom, the Undying Emperor. Just like the ancient great emperor, every ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom used the title of Undying Emperor. "Haha, ancient immortal, you've finally survived the calamity. Of course I'm here to congratulate you." "Why? Don't you welcome me?" The Undying Emperor laughed. "You're a guest. Come and sit down," the ancient great emperor said, and then ordered people to prepare seats. "Let's go," the Undying Emperor said. Many people followed him and jumped down from the battleship. Those who followed the Undying Emperor were experts of the older generation, and there were also experts of the younger generation. The Undying Emperor glanced around, and his gaze fell on the young skyprides on the battle stage. At this moment, the top 30 skyprides were still standing on the battle stage. The top 3 could make a request to the ancient great emperor. The top 10 would be rewarded handsomely, and the top 30 would also be rewarded. That was why they were waiting there. The ancient demon kingdom is indeed full of geniuses. The skyprides of my Undying Demon Kingdom are also tempted. They want to spar with the skyprides of the ancient demon kingdom. "Ancient immortal, what do you think?" The Undying Emperor laughed. "They're here." Many people felt their hearts trembling. Indeed, the people from the Undying Devil Empire didn't come here with good intentions. They wouldn't be here just to congratulate the ancient emperor. "Alright, I have the same idea. Let the two skyprides spar. It's good for them too," the ancient great emperor said. He could not refuse. Otherwise, people would think that the ancient demon kingdom was afraid of the Undying Demon Kingdom. "Alright, haha." The Undying Emperor laughed. He then looked at the young men behind him and said, "Have fun with the skyprides of the ancient demon kingdom. Remember, don't embarrass me." "Yes, great emperor." The skyprides cupped their fists. "I'll go first." Then, a young man from the Undying Demon Kingdom leaped onto the battle stage. He looked arrogant as he scanned the skyprides of the ancient demon kingdom and said, "My name is Yuan Tua. I have the king body. I've just reached the great circle of the Saint Realm. Who wants to spar with me?" The skyprides of the ancient demon kingdom fell silent. Many of them looked around, but no one stepped forward. The Undying Demon Kingdom did not have good intentions. Their skyprides would not be weak. They did not know how strong their opponent was, so they did not dare to act rashly. If they lost, it would be embarrassing. "What? You don't dare to fight me?" Yuan Tua sneered. "Let me fight you." Someone shouted and stepped out. It was Luo Xian. "What a beautiful woman." "Haha, don't worry. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'll be merciful later." Yuan Tua laughed. "Shameless boasting," Luo Xian said coldly. She was unhappy with Yuan Tua. The two of them stood facing each other, and their auras spread out. The geniuses in the fighting ring flew down and stood outside the fighting ring. "Pretty lady, I'm ranked 25 in the Immortal Demon Nation. I wonder what your rank is in the Ancient Demon Nation?" Yuan Tua laughed. 22. Luo Xian replied coldly. 22. "Haha, I can defeat you." Yuan Tua laughed, and his aura became stronger. He then rushed toward Luo Xian. "Judgment." Luo Xian said softly and used her judgment law to fight against Yuan Tua. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and the two of them were forced back. They were evenly matched. Yuan Tuo's face turned serious, and he charged toward Luo Xian. Luo Xian fought back. The two of them fought fiercely. Yuan Tua was strong. He had a keen body, and he was not weaker than Luo Xian. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. However, the faces of many people from the ancient devil nation turned grim. Yuan Tua said that he was only ranked 25 in the immortal demon nation, while Luo Xian was ranked 22. If they were evenly matched, wouldn't it mean that the ancient demon nation was weaker? Boom. Boom, in the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, Yuan Tuo's eyes turned cold. He was the first one to fight, and a draw was not the result he wanted. Swoosh! Swoosh, Yuan Tua suddenly changed his moves. His claws were like lightning, and he grabbed at Luo Xian's chest and other private areas. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. She was flustered, and she was at a disadvantage. Despicable. How dare you use such a despicable method? Someone from the ancient demon nation shouted. What a joke. In a battle of life and death, any method can be used. If you don't know this, how can you cultivate the demon nation? Someone from the immortal demon nation sneered, and the people from the ancient demon nation were unhappy. Bang, Luo Xian was at a disadvantage. Finally, he was no match for his opponent. After receiving a blow from his opponent, he was forced to retreat as blood spilled from his mouth. Whoosh, Yuan Tua continued his frenzied attacks. Luo Xian was injured and was at a complete disadvantage. A beauty like jade, let me have a taste of a beauty's touch. Yuan Tua sneered coldly as he approached Luo Xian and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Luo Xian gritted his teeth in anger, but he was indeed no match for his opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying again. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and rushed down the fighting ring. She understood that she had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, she would only be humiliated by her opponent. Where are you going? Yuan Tuo's figure was extremely fast. He quickly approached Luo Xian and blasted a palm towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian could not avoid this attack. In his seat, Lu Ming had been paying close attention to the situation on the fighting stage. At this moment, his eyes turned cold, and his body shot out explosively. Even from a distance, he blasted out a palm strike. A palm print formed and blasted towards Yuan Tua. Those above Martial Emperor would not be able to make a move. However, as a member of the younger generation, he could. Yuan Tuo's expression changed. He blasted out a blow with all his might and collided with Lu Ming's palm print. Then, his body shook violently, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed forward, grabbed Luo Xian's slender waist, and returned to the fighting ring. Boy, you interfered in our battle. Are you trying to break the rules? Yuan Tua said with a gloomy face. Luo Xian's body has already flown out of the fighting ring, which is equivalent to admitting defeat. If you continue to attack, you are the one who broke the rules first. Lu Ming said lightly. Luo Xian's body had indeed flown out of the fighting ring. Once her body flew out of the fighting ring, it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Since Yuan Tua was still attacking, Lu Ming could naturally help. Humph, boy, you want to be the hero who saves the beauty? I'd like to see what you're capable of. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Yuan Tuo's eyes. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming let go of Luo Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the fighting ring. Song Yan landed on the fighting ring and looked coldly at Lu Ming. He scolded, since when is it your turn to interfere with someone who isn't even qualified to participate in the battle? Of course, we will be the ones to fight with the geniuses of the immortal devil kingdom. Get out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Finally, he sneered, oh, I'll leave it to you. Luo Xian, let's go. Lu Ming and Luo Xian moved and returned to their seats. Do you want to continue the battle? Song Yan looked at Yuan Tua. What's your ranking in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tua asked. Third. Song Yan replied arrogantly, revealing a hint of pride. You want to fight me, who is ranked 25th in the immortal devil kingdom? Yuan Tua revealed a mocking expression. If you want to fight, I will send someone else to fight with you. Song Yan said. He used the word send as if everyone had to listen to his orders. I won one battle. I won't fight. Yuan Tua smiled and left the fighting ring. Then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom appeared. I'm Ao Xian, ranked 15th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Who wants to fight me? Ao Xian's voice rang out. I'll fight you. A young man from the Ancient Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. He was also ranked 15th in the Ancient Devil Kingdom. The battle broke out, but the result made the people from the Ancient Devil Kingdom pale. In just a few dozen moves, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was defeated. They were both ranked 15th, but the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was no match for Ao Xian. Didn't this mean that the Ancient Devil Kingdom was inferior to Ao Xian? Who wants to fight me? After Ao Xian won, he did not retreat. He wanted to continue the battle. Then, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 13th went up to fight Ao Xian. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves, but the result was still Ao Xian coming out on top. Then, the sparring continued. However, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom was at a disadvantage. The two countries were ranked the same. In fact, the geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom who were ranked slightly higher were no match for the geniuses from the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Only those who were ranked 3 or even 4 places higher than the geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom could fight or even defeat them. A day later, the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 6th defeated the genius from the Ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 4th. Swoosh, then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. This person was ranked 4th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. I heard that the top 3 geniuses from the Ancient Devil Kingdom are all incredible geniuses. Who is ranked 3rd? Come out and fight. This person said. Song Yan stepped out with a pale face. Boom, the two of them started the fight, and an intense battle broke out. That's the law of 10,000 magic. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the law. The law of 10,000 magic was also the law of kings, and it was extremely terrifying. It was most suitable for demonic cultivators. Once the law of 10,000 magic was used, it was as if it could summon the will of an ancient demon and attack the enemy with it. It was very terrifying. Although their cultivation levels were similar, Song Yan was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. He roared and tried his best to fight with his opponent, but after dozens of moves, he was still no match for him. He was sent flying out of the fighting ring and vomited blood. He was defeated after dozens of moves, and his opponent was only ranked 4th in the Undying Demonic Kingdom. Didn't that mean that there were 3 more geniuses who were stronger than him? Could it be that his opponent had 3 sons of heaven? Impossible. I've always heard that the Undying Demonic Kingdom only has 2 sons of heaven. How is that possible? This person cultivates the law of 10,000 magic and has the light of the law. His combat strength is amazing. Other than the sons of heaven, who else is stronger than him? Everyone was talking about it. The experts of the Ancient Demonic Kingdom had ugly looks on their faces. The ancient Great Emperor's face was ugly as well. Today was the day to celebrate his passing of the tribulation, but the Undying Demonic Kingdom had come and challenged him with a younger generation. This was equivalent to slapping his face. However, the Ancient Demonic Kingdom was still at a disadvantage. Whoosh, at this time, another figure rushed into the fighting ring. The Son of the Void, many people were shocked. It was the Son of the Void of the Ancient Demonic Kingdom, who was ranked 2nd. The Son of the Void stepped toward the expert of the Undying Demonic Kingdom. His powerful aura made his opponent's face extremely serious. Your opponent is me. At this time, a young man from the Undying Demonic Kingdom also rushed into the fighting ring, and his aura rushed toward the Son of the Void. Boom, the Son of the Void's figure was blocked. It's the law of void again. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. The genius of the Undying Demonic Kingdom also mastered the law of void, which was the same as the Son of the Void of the Ancient Demonic Kingdom. 2 sons of the void. In the land of myriad devils, there are 2 sons of the void. 2 super devil nations each have one. These 2 are fated rivals. When they first rose to prominence, they often fought each other. Almost every year, they would fight. Even now, it's difficult to determine a victor. Luo Xian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears as he explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Different people grasping the same ultimate law. They were indeed fated rivals. Everyone wanted to be the strongest. Only by stepping on their opponents could they truly climb to the top. This was much more meaningful than defeating the other Elysian children. Thus, if two Elysian children of the same level were to meet, a battle would definitely erupt. Unless the difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. If that was the case, there would be no point in fighting. Boom, the two fated opponents understood each other too well. Without any superfluous words, they started fighting. The terrifying law of nothingness continued to collide. It was as if everything was about to turn into nothingness. At the same time, the son of death, who was ranked first in the ancient devil nation, soared through the air, surrounded by the law of death. His gaze landed on a genius from the undying devil nation. Whoosh, that genius also soared into the sky and stood opposite the son of death. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and a mysterious law burst out at the same time. It's the law of primordial chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He finally saw a new law of primordial chaos. Among the 10 ultimate laws, the law of primordial chaos was the most similar to the law of primordial chaos. He still had 3 strands of primordial chaos in his hands. The two Elysian children stood opposite each other. Their auras clashed, forming a terrifying storm. The two of us have fought more than once. It's hard to determine the winner. The son of primordial chaos said. As the top genius of the land of myriad devils, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, they had fought more than once. You don't have the confidence to defeat me. It's meaningless for you to come here today. The son of death said coldly. Although the other geniuses from the undying devil nation had the upper hand, they couldn't defeat the Elysian children. Even if they had the upper hand before, it was meaningless. The ones fighting you today are not us. The son of primordial chaos said. What did he mean? Many people were shocked. If they weren't the ones fighting the son of death, who else could it be? Could it be that there were other Elysian children in the undying devil nation? I can tell you that in the past, I was ranked first in the undying devil nation. But now, I'm ranked second. The son of primordial chaos said. The people from the ancient devil nation were shocked. The son of primordial chaos was ranked second. Could it be that he had been defeated by the son of the void? However, the son of the void's cultivation had not reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Moreover, even if he had reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he might not be able to defeat the son of primordial chaos. Apart from the son of the void, the undying devil nation had someone stronger than the son of primordial chaos. Everyone couldn't calm down. Bang! Bang! At this time, a young man stepped out from the undying devil nation side. Every step he took caused the void to rumble. He was an ordinary-looking young man. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with his arms exposed. His arms were pitch black like demonic iron and seemed to be filled with explosive power. His eyes were pitch black, but they shone with ambition. Everyone from the ancient devil nation turned to look at this person. Could he be the number 1 genius of the undying devil nation, stronger than the son of primordial chaos? Impossible. His cultivation seems to be at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How can he be stronger than the son of primordial chaos? That's right. It's said that the son of primordial chaos's cultivation has reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He's only a step away from entering the boundary emperor realm. He's on par with the son of death. Many people from the ancient devil nation discussed among themselves. They couldn't figure it out. Even the ancient great emperor and other experts looked at the young man curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the young man. He could vaguely feel that the young man gave him a strong pressure. It was as if the young man's body contained a terrifying power. He didn't feel this kind of pressure even when facing Xianxia or the son of primordial chaos. My name is Ancient Devil. The young man said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. After he finished speaking, he looked at the son of death and said, Today, your opponent is me. Boom! At this moment, the two sons of the void exchanged a blow and retreated simultaneously. The son of the void from the ancient devil nation looked at ancient devil coldly. You want to fight us? Then let's see what you're capable of. The son of the void from the ancient devil nation was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, a ray of void light shot towards ancient devil. This void light was extremely terrifying. As long as it swept past, everything would turn into nothingness. Boom, ancient devil attacked. The ancient devil punched out. His fist was covered with a layer of black light. Boom, the punch seemed to tear the space apart as it collided with the law of nothingness. What was shocking was that when the punch landed on the law of nothingness shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart by the ancient devil's punch. What a terrifying attack. But why can't I feel the fluctuation of the law from him? I don't feel it either. What's going on? Some people were discussing in shock. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was surprised. He did not feel the power of the law from the ancient devil either. He only felt the extremely condensed explosive power and attack that seemed to be able to tear apart all the laws. Could it be, some of the older generation figures seemed to have realized something and were shocked? Kill! The son of the void of the ancient devil nation roared. A ray of light of nothingness spread out and enveloped his body. He exploded with all his strength. The law of nothingness and saint power combined to form a demonic blade. Blades of nothingness, turn into nothingness. The son of the void's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He waved his arms, and the blades of nothingness shot toward the ancient devil. As long as one was hit by the blades of nothingness, everything would turn into nothingness. Not even the most basic particles would be left behind. This was the terror of the law of nothingness. However, the ancient devil was not afraid at all. His body was covered in a layer of black demonic light. He kept punching with his fists. Dong! Dong! His fists kept colliding with the blades of nothingness. A deafening roar sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Bam! Bam! After more than a dozen blows, the blades of nothingness were shattered by the ancient devil and exploded. The ancient devil stepped into the air. Demonic light shrouded him. He was extremely domineering. It was as if a real ancient demon god had awakened. Boom! The ancient devil launched a storm-like attack, suppressing the son of the void and forcing him to retreat. At the scene, the ancient devil nation, whether it was the emperor-level experts or the younger generation figures, were shocked beyond words. The son of the void was suppressed in just a dozen blows. This was something that even the son of death, who was ranked first, could not do. Furthermore, they did not sense any law fluctuations from the ancient devil's body. How can he be so terrifying? I can feel that his cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but why is his battle prowess so terrifying? He's even stronger than the Elysian child. What law does he control? I can't sense the power of laws. Voices rang out one after another. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Could it be an archaic devil cultivator? It must be. It must be an immemorial demonic cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such terrifying power. I didn't expect that immemorial demonic cultivators would appear in the Yuan realm. At this moment, several white-haired old men spoke. Their voices were filled with shock and seriousness. Primordial devil cultivator? Many people were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this term. The history of cultivation in the heaven realm far exceeds that of the primordial realm. Legend has it that in the primordial age of the heaven realm, the cultivation system was completely different from the current cultivation system. At that time, the path of cultivation did not cultivate the power of laws. Instead, it focused more on one's own body. Those who succeeded in cultivation would have extremely terrifying offensive power. There was a saying that one's strength could break through all techniques. The primordial cultivation system was divided into many types. The primordial demonic cultivators of that time were the true demonic cultivators. Their demonic origin was shocking, and their offensive power was unparalleled. An old man muttered and said a bunch of things. Everyone was shocked. The primordial cultivation system. Could it be that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial cultivation system? The ancient devil should have cultivated the primordial demonic path. However, the primordial cultivation system is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate it successfully. Later on, after the rise of the law system, the primordial cultivation system slowly disappeared. There are very few in the heaven realm. I didn't expect the primordial cultivation system to appear in the Yuan realm. Beside Lu Ming and the others, Patriarch Luo sighed. He had also heard some rumors. Some old men sighed. In fact, the current demonic cultivators could no longer be considered true demonic cultivators. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. At this moment, the ancient devil had completely gained the upper hand. The son of the void kept retreating. In the end, the ancient devil punched through the law of nothingness. The law of nothingness was said to be able to turn everything into nothingness. However, it couldn't break the layer of demonic light on the ancient devil's body. Instead, the demonic light pierced through the law of nothingness. At the same time, the demonic light whistled and almost tore the son of the void's law light apart. The son of the void frantically retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You've lost." The ancient devil stood in the air and said indifferently. He looked ordinary, but he had an invincible belief. The son of the void's face was pale. He had been defeated in just a few moves. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation wasn't higher than his. They were at the same level. This was a huge blow to him. Every son of the heavens had an invincible belief. They believed that they could defeat all strong opponents and reach the peak. The reason he had lost to the son of death was that the son of death had broken through to the great circle of the saint realm longer than him. His mastery of the law was stronger than his. When he caught up in this aspect, he wouldn't lose. But now, he had lost to the ancient devil. The son of the void's expression changed. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He landed on a seat and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the ancient devil looked at the son of death. "Do you still want to fight?" The ancient devil asked indifferently. The son of death of the ancient devil nation was called Gelong. His expression was solemn. The ancient devil's meaning was obvious. Gelong was only slightly stronger than the son of the void. However, the ancient devil could easily crush the son of the void. It was obvious who was stronger. Was there a need to fight again? "Let's fight." Gelong was very straightforward. He stepped out and the light of death surrounded his body. "Let's decide this in one move. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat." Gelong stared at the ancient devil. "Up to you." The ancient devil said indifferently, showing his strong confidence. Many people from the ancient devil nation were nervous. Gelong was their last hope. If even Gelong was defeated, then the ancient devil nation would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The ancient great emperor's face was gloomy. He knew that the undying emperor was here to slap him in the face. Just when he had passed the great tribulation and the nation was celebrating, the undying emperor came to slap him in the face. On the battle stage, Gelong and the ancient devil faced each other. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. When it reached its peak, Gelong made his move. "Abyss of death." Gelong waved his hands. As he waved his hands, a huge abyss appeared out of thin air. This abyss was huge and as black as ink. It was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to bury everything under the abyss. Although Gelong and the Undying Blade both controlled the law of death, the way they used it was very different. The death abyss was as dark as ink and unfathomable. The moment it appeared, it pressed down on the ancient devil, suppressing him within the abyss. Success! Some of the people from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Previously, Gelong had used this move to defeat the son of the void. Even the law of the void could not break the death abyss. "All living beings will die if they fall into the death abyss," Gelong said as he exploded. The death chi in the death abyss was extremely dense. But in the next moment, Gelong's face changed. Dong, a deafening explosion could be heard from the death abyss. Dong. Dong, following that, the explosion in the death abyss became more intense. In the end, the entire death abyss shook violently. After a series of explosions, the abyss of death suddenly exploded as a figure covered in a demonic glow appeared in the sky like a peerless demon. As for Gelong, the moment the death abyss was broken, he retreated with blood flowing out of his mouth. Defeated. The son of death, Gelong, was defeated. At this moment, many of the people from the ancient devil nation turned pale. The strongest person from the ancient devil nation had been defeated. This time, the ancient devil nation had suffered a crushing defeat. Just the ancient devil alone was enough to wipe out all of them. How could the Son of Heaven be defeated? Some of the young people found it even more unbelievable. The Son of Heaven was almost invincible among those of the same level. But now, the Son of Heaven was defeated. Many of the young people felt their confidence crumbling. Haha, ancient devil nation, the geniuses of your ancient devil nation aren't that great. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? The Undying Emperor laughed heartily. The Undying Devil Nation and the Ancient Devil Nation were two super devil nations in the land of infinite devils. They had been competing with each other for a long time. The Undying Emperor was naturally happy to be able to slap the Ancient Great Emperor in the face. The other people from the Ancient Devil Nation did not look too good. Slapping the Ancient Great Emperor in the face was equivalent to humiliating them. To think that the Undying Devil Nation has someone who has cultivated the primordial demon Tao to such a level. This is rare. The Ancient Great Emperor spoke. Haha, this person is a legendary genius of my Undying Devil Kingdom. He hasn't been able to awaken his bloodline since he was a child, much less comprehend concepts or control laws. But, this boy has his own lucky chance. He accidentally obtained a cultivation method of the ancient demon path. I never imagined that he would be a peerless genius that cultivates the ancient demon path. After cultivating the ancient demon path, his strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Undead Emperor was very proud, and he introduced Ancient Devil. Many people were shocked. They had not expected that the Ancient Devil could not cultivate the martial way of the present, nor could he comprehend the concepts and laws. However, he was incomparably suited for the ancient demon path. He was a peerless genius who cultivated the ancient demon path. The ancient cultivation system was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it was many times more difficult than the current cultivation system. Otherwise, it would not have been gradually lost. Furthermore, it didn't mean that just by cultivating the primeval demon path, one would be able to crush the current cultivation system and even defeat the Elysian child. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could reach the level of the ancient devil. Primordial cultivation system, primordial demonic Tao. Lu Ming muttered, and his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered and heard of the primordial cultivation system. The primordial era of the heavenly world was an era even earlier than the ancient era. At that time, the evil god tribe had not yet started their invasion. Lu Ming was really excited to see the ancient devil, and he wondered if he should take action and fight with him. Kid, you, come up. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a voice rang out. A young man from the undead devil kingdom stepped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. That's right, he was looking at Lu Ming. This young man was the one who had defeated Luo Xian, and Lu Ming had saved Luo Xian, and he was called Yuan Tua. Previously, he had been careless and had been pushed back by Lu Ming. He felt that he had lost face, and he was in a bad mood. He had been thinking about how to ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming to regain his face. Now that the battle had ended, he finally found an opportunity to step onto the battle stage. You. Aren't you very strong? Didn't you want to be the hero who saved the beauty? Come up and fight with me. Let's see what you're capable of. Yuan Tua stared at Lu Ming and shouted again. Lu Ming laughed. He really laughed. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off. Firstly, he wanted to attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. Secondly, he did want to fight with the ancient devil. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the battle stage. On the ancient devil kingdom's side, some people looked at Lu Ming curiously. This was because Luo Xian had said that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan. They did not know if it was true or not. Make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly with a contemptuous look on his face. Of course, he did it on purpose. As expected, Yuan Tua was angry. You're courting death. Yuan Tua shouted. He channeled all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming with a swoosh, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a demonic bull galloping. It was like a sharp horn piercing toward Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming's move was simple. He threw out a punch. However, he did not use the law of array. Instead, he used the suppressing hell skill. The power of the suppressing hell skill was completely contained in his fist. It clashed with Yuan Tuo's fist. Dong, like a drum, the sky buzzed. Then, a figure flew back and fell a few hundred meters away. This figure was naturally Yuan Tuo. Initially, many people from the ancient devil kingdom were dispirited because of the defeat of the two Elysian children. But now, their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat Yuan Tuo in one move, his combat strength was not weak. Could it be that what Luo Xian said was true? Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan. Yuan Tuo struggled to get up. His face was flushed red. He had challenged Lu Ming to defeat Lu Ming to regain his face. He did not expect to be defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Not only did he not regain his face, he was even more embarrassed. He regretted it and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You. What's your rank in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tuo gritted his teeth and asked. If Lu Ming was ranked high in the ancient devil kingdom, he would not be so embarrassed after being defeated. Nameless. Lu Ming said calmly. He did not participate in the ancient devil kingdom's battle, so he was indeed nameless. However, when the skybrides of the ancient devil kingdom heard this, they felt that Lu Ming was humiliating them on purpose. How could a nameless person defeat Yuan Tuo? You're trying to humiliate us in this way, aren't you? Let me fight you. A young man from the ancient devil kingdom snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. That person moved and slashed out a vast demonic blade. Its power was indeed stronger than Yuan Tuo's. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, directly crushing the other party's saber gleam and sending the other party flying. One move, another move, his opponent had a king body at the peak of the absolute saint realm, so his combat power was definitely strong. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he was able to defeat his opponent with one move, which shocked many people. What a strong combat power. One punch and he's able to destroy everything. His fighting style is a bit like the ancient devils. There are no law fluctuations. Someone was puzzled. I heard that he defeated Song Yan before. I was skeptical, but now it seems that it might be true. Someone thought of Luo Xian's words. Song Yan's face was extremely pale. Some people might not have taken Luo Xian's words seriously, but Lu Ming's real strength confirmed Luo Xian's words. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. Lu Ming, get off the fighting ring. You're just a nobody. You're not qualified to fight on the fighting ring. Song Yan shouted, asking Lu Ming to get off the fighting ring. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Song Yan and scolded, "This is between me and the elites of the immortal Demon Kingdom." "Shut up, you piece of trash." What did you say?" Song Yan was furious after being called a piece of trash by Lu Ming in public. He glared at Lu Ming. "You've been defeated by me, and you've been defeated by the people of the immortal Demon Kingdom. How dare you talk nonsense here? If you're not a piece of trash, what are you? If I were you, I would destroy my own cultivation. What's the point of practicing martial arts?" Lu Ming shouted. "You." Song Yan's body trembled, and his face turned red. "How dare you? You're so young, yet you're so vicious. You want to ruin my mental state? You deserve to die." The Blue Demon King coldly shouted, his eyes filled with ice-cold killing intent. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. "Song Mo, it's best that you don't interfere in the matters of the younger generation." At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor spoke indifferently. With a slight wave of his hand, the Blue Demon King's aura disappeared without a trace. Previously, in the contest between the ancient Devil Nation, he had given the authority to the Blue Demon King. Since the other party did not allow Lu Ming to participate, he could not be bothered to interfere. But now, the ancient Devil Nation had been defeated time and time again, and they had lost all face. On the other hand, Lu Ming had just defeated two people in a row, and he had regained some face. Naturally, he would not allow the Blue Demon King to act recklessly. When the ancient Great Emperor spoke, the Blue Demon King's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly bowed and sat down. However, his icy gaze still swept over Lu Ming from time to time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more skyprides from the Undying Devil Nation flashed and landed on the battle stage. They wanted to challenge Lu Ming. "You're not my match." Lu Ming shook his head. He did not look at these people anymore. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked toward the ancient devil. What is he doing? Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was walking toward the ancient devil, even the Elysian children were flabbergasted. Lu Ming came to the front of the ancient devil, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. "This is the first time I've encountered the ancient devil path. Fight with me," Lu Ming said. His voice was clear and calm. However, it was like a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? I didn't hear wrongly, right? He's going to challenge the ancient devil? It's true. I heard it too. He's going to challenge the ancient devil. He's crazy. He's crazy. Many people shouted loudly. To them, this was simply inconceivable. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. Just now, the ancient devil had displayed his terrifying strength and defeated 2 Elysian children in a row. His battle strength was shocking. But now, Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Although he had shown strong battle strength and had easily defeated Yuan Tua and the others, and it was rumored that he had defeated Song Yan. But so what? They were not on the same level at all. Someone like Song Yan would probably be crushed by the ancient devil in one move. Many people thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the Luo family head were also dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he could not be compared to the ancient demon, who was a rare genius in this world. You overestimate yourself. You think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength? Yuning mocked coldly. He's just playing to the gallery. He's just playing to the gallery. Song Yan mocked loudly. He thought that Lu Ming was just playing to the gallery. The ancient great emperor, the undying emperor, and the other top experts were all curious. Knowing the ancient devil's battle strength, he still dared to challenge him in public. Was he really playing to the gallery? Just as everyone was having various thoughts or discussing fervently, Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! Saint power surged out of Lu Ming's body like a mighty river. It turned into a pillar of saint power and shot into the sky. What a strong saint power, what a condensed saint power. This saint power fluctuation is no weaker than a complete absolute saint. Even at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he has such strong saint power. No wonder his battle strength is so strong. Feeling Lu Ming's saint power, some people were shocked and disgusted. But the next moment, the crowd quieted down. In the void, a gray light flashed and intertwined with Lu Ming's saint power, making Lu Ming's aura stronger. The law of chaos, everyone could tell at a glance that this was the law of chaos. But this was not the end. In the next moment, a halo surrounded Lu Ming, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. This was the light of chaos. At this moment, many people's expressions were extremely interesting. For example, Yuning, Ji Tian, Song Yan, and the others opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a dead mouse. And their expressions were full of shock, disbelief as if they had really swallowed a dead mouse. Luo Xian's mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. The son of chaos, it's the son of chaos. At this moment, someone finally yelled. The crowd was in an uproar. The son of chaos, so Lu Ming was the son of chaos. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength was so strong and he was so confident. He said that the other skyprides of the Undying Empire were no match for him and challenged the ancient devil directly. The son of chaos, who had cultivated the law of chaos, was indeed qualified to challenge the ancient devil. Those who thought Lu Ming was playing to the gallery and that Lu Ming was overestimating himself, or that he was crazy, all shut up. The ancient great emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that in the ancient devil nation, there was another son of chaos besides the son of death and the son of nothingness. Ancient Devil Nation, such a sky pride, is not famous in the Ancient Devil Nation? Ha ha ha. Is this how the Eternal Devil Kingdom treats an Elysian child? You've really impressed me. The Undying Emperor laughed loudly. The ancient Great Emperor's face darkened slightly. This has nothing to do with the Great Emperor. It's just that some people don't think he's qualified, so I didn't participate in the competition. Lu Ming replied. He still needed to borrow the immemorial demonic coffin from the ancient Great Emperor, so he naturally had to speak up for the ancient Great Emperor. Oh, some people are really blind. The Undying Emperor said with a smile. The Blue Demon King and Song Yan's faces darkened. Lu Ming deserves to die. The two of them roared in their hearts. The Undying Heavenly Emperor was referring to them when he said that they were blind. However, they did not dare to be hostile to the Undying Heavenly Emperor. They could only blame everything on Lu Ming. The ancient devil looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then shook his head and said, "You're no match for me." His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Even Gelong, who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, wasn't his match. How could Lu Ming be his match? How would we know if we don't fight? Lu Ming followed suit and spoke confidently. The ancient devil was surprised. Lu Ming knew his combat strength, but he was still so confident. Could it be that he was really confident? Then let's fight. The ancient devil said, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. A dark demonic light enveloped him. Boom, Lu Ming made the first move. He was still using the hell-suppressing heaven skill. However, this time, the suppressing hell skill was supported by the law of chaos and the chaotic light. Boom, the sky shook, and the space rippled like water. A terrifying power surged toward the ancient devil. The ancient devil's body shook, and a demonic light burst out. He threw out a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Dong, a deafening explosion sounded, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Some of the power landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Boom! 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 A figure took 3 steps back, and the space around him exploded. It was Lu Ming. In this collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. On the other hand, the ancient demon did not move. Lu Ming was defeated in the end. Some people sighed inwardly. In the first move, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. After all, he was no match for ancient devil. Haha, he's overestimating himself. The ancient devil is best off killing him. Cripple him. Song Yan laughed in his heart. He hoped ancient devil would go crazy and destroy Lu Ming. What terrifying power! At this moment, Lu Ming was also a little shocked. When he had just clashed with ancient devil, he realized that ancient devil's body was not only strong, but his demonic light was also shockingly powerful. That demonic light was extremely condensed and possessed unparalleled offensive power. Even Lu Ming's law of primal chaos was about to be torn apart by it. It was Lu Ming's first time encountering such astonishing power. Again! Lu Ming roared. He circulated the suppressing hell heaven skill to the extreme and continued to attack ancient devil. Ancient devil was like a demonic god as he charged at Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! The two of them clashed in the void, causing the sky to tremble. However, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Every time they clashed, his body would be pushed back. After exchanging more than 10 moves, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. Dong! After the 15th move, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. He felt a stinging pain in his palm and arm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the power of the primordial demon path? Lu Ming exclaimed. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from the current cultivation system. However, the degree of its profoundness was not inferior to the current cultivation system. You overestimate yourself. How dare you challenge a genius of the primordial demon path? You're just asking to be humiliated. Song Yan could not help but mock. However, when he saw the ancient great emperor glancing at him coldly, he trembled and almost wet himself. His expression changed and he did not dare to say a word. Whoosh! After the ancient devil repelled Lu Ming, he did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At this time, Lu Ming did not continue to use the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Instead, he used the chaotic calamity finger. With the point of his finger, a huge chaotic ring formed and blasted towards Ancient Devil. Boom! Ancient Devil's fist bombarded the chaotic ring. The chaotic calamity finger shook violently and broke inch by inch. However, this time, Ancient Devil's attack was also blocked. His body stagnated and came to a stop. At this time, Lu Ming's left hand was filled with endless runes. With a slap, the runes condensed into 9 dragons that rushed towards Ancient Devil. This is the law of Array Dao? He has mastered 2 types of law. How can this be? A sage state can actually control 2 types of law. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Some even stood up from their seats in excitement. A sage state could actually control 2 types of law. This was unheard of. This guy, he didn't use much of his strength in your kingdom. Luo Xian exclaimed. He finally understood why Lu Ming used the law of Devil Thunder in the beginning. It was formed by the law of chaos. Beside him, Yuning, Ji Tian, and Ji Peng naturally heard Luo Xian's words. They were tongue-tied, but in the end, they sighed. They understood that Lu Ming did not use his true strength in your kingdom. He was just playing with them. He probably did not take them seriously at all. Yuning, especially, had mixed feelings. In the beginning, Lu Ming had become her guest, but later on, she had personally chased Lu Ming out of the eldest princess mansion. She actually expelled a son of chaos from the eldest princess residence. The undead emperor said that the Blue Demon King and Song Yan were blind. Wasn't she the same? The 9 dragons roared and pounced toward the elder devil. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his right hand. A chaotic finger of calamity was formed and blasted toward the elder devil. The 2 types of law attacked at the same time. Finally, the elder devil's expression turned serious. The demonic light on his body gathered and finally turned into a demonic blade that he held in his hand. Whoosh, a blade light slashed toward the 9 dragons. The terrifying power instantly tore the 9 dragons' bodies apart. However, after the 9 dragons were torn apart, they turned into endless runes and spread toward the elder devil, trying to seal him. Break! The elder devil roared. Demonic light burst out with shocking power and directly tore apart the law of Array Dao. Then, he slashed out again and collided with the chaotic finger of calamity. This slash tore apart the chaotic finger of calamity, but his own attack also slowed down and was not smooth. Then, Lu Ming's hands moved at the same time. He used the law of chaos and the law of Array Dao at the same time to fight the elder devil. The 2 fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. The eyes of many people from the ancient demonic nation lit up. Lu Ming could really fight the elder devil. His battle strength was shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. The faces of the people from the undead demonic nation also turned ugly. The 4 Elysian children of the 2 nations looked extremely serious. This ancient devil is even stronger than Xianxia in the Lotus world. During the battle, Lu Ming analyzed the abilities of the ancient demons. Back in the Lotus world, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, the same as Gelong. At that time, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of his 3rd bloodline to fight against Xianxia. However, after such a long time, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. At that time, he was only in the absolute saint realm. Now, he was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the absolute saint realm. And now, whether it was the chaotic tribulation finger or the maturity of the Array Dao laws, they were incomparable to before. They had improved greatly. He could even fuse the law of chaos and the law of formation. Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Lotus world and Xianxia. Now, Lu Ming could suppress Xianxia even without using his 3rd bloodline. Of course, that was if Xianxia hadn't broken through yet. The battle was still going on, however, Lu Ming had the law of chaos and the law of formation. With them working together, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. The law of formation gathered 9 dragons to attack. It had the power to destroy and seal. Although the seal would be torn apart by the ancient devil's power every time, it would still disturb him a little. Then, he used the chaotic finger of calamity as the main attack. Although the ancient devil was strong, he was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the ancient devil exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Annihilation Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Lu Ming suddenly used the Annihilation Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Endless runes covered the chaotic finger of calamity, but they were covered by chaotic light. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to see them. The ancient devil also thought that it was the same as the chaotic finger of calamity. He gathered demonic light and slashed at the chaotic finger of calamity. However, when he hit the chaotic finger of calamity, his expression changed. The power of the chaotic finger of calamity was beyond his expectations. Roar, he roared, and demonic light burst out of his body to resist the power of the chaotic finger of calamity. However, he was still a little too late. A terrifying power surged out and sent the ancient devil flying. Ancient devil retreated a few thousand meters. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I lost. The ancient demon took a careful look at Lu Ming before speaking. Then, he stepped back and flew to the battleship in the air. I was just lucky. Lu Ming thought to himself. The skill he had just used was a trick. Ancient devil had been careless, which was why he had been hurt. If he was prepared, Lu Ming might have been able to gain the upper hand, but he might not have been able to beat ancient devil. He won, Lu Ming won. Those from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Indeed, there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Previously, they had been completely suppressed by the undying devil kingdom. Even the two Elysian children had been defeated by the ancient devil. He did not expect Lu Ming to appear at the critical moment and defeat ancient devil. There was no doubt that the ancient devil was the #1 genius of the undying devil kingdom. If even the ancient devil had been defeated, then there was no one in the undying devil kingdom that was a match for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Great. Someone from the ancient devil nation laughed, feeling that they had finally gotten their revenge. Lu Ming. Luo Xian murmured. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Those from the undying devil nation looked gloomy. This time around, they had come prepared. They wanted to make use of the fact that the ancient times emperor was celebrating the passing of his calamity to make use of the younger generation to humiliate the ancient devil nation, causing the ancient times emperor to lose face. Everything was going as planned. They had successfully defeated the geniuses of the ancient devil nation. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to appear and turn the situation around. If Lu Ming had continued to challenge them, wouldn't he have been able to defeat them? The one who regretted it the most was Yuan Tua. He wished he could slap himself. He had challenged Lu Ming first. He had not expected to provoke such a calamity. He did not expect to provoke Lu Ming. The ancient devil nation is indeed full of geniuses. It's a pity that someone is blind. Such a genius is unknown. What a joke. The undying emperor laughed. He then stepped out and returned to the battleship. The rest of the people from the undying devil nation followed suit. Rumble, the battleship was activated. It broke through the void and disappeared. The people from the undying devil nation had left. However, the Blue Demon King and Song Yan looked terrible. The undying emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. They're finally gone. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated by the undying devil nation. That's right. The undying devil nation has a genius who cultivates the immemorial demon path. That's amazing. No matter how amazing they are, they were defeated by Lu Ming in the end. Someone said that Lu Ming is not qualified to take part in the competition. What a joke. After the people from the undying devil nation left, the crowd started to discuss. Some of them were even secretly mocking Yi Futian. A genius like Lu Ming was not allowed to take part in the competition. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? Damn it. The Blue Demon King roared in his heart. He could not wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. As for Song Yan, his face was extremely gloomy. The ancient great emperor looked at the Blue Demon King with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, Lu Ming, I heard that you're from the Yura kingdom? Naturally, the ancient demon emperor had heard the discussions earlier on. That's right. Lu Ming said. Good. The Yura kingdom actually has a genius like you. You defeated a genius from the immemorial demon path when you're at the peak of the sage realm. That's a rare sight. I hereby announce that the ranking of this competition will be changed. You're the first, and the rest will move back by one place. The ancient great emperor announced. Song Yan's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was the first, and the rest would move back by one place. Song Yan was the third, and he could make a request to the ancient great emperor. But now, he was the fourth, and he was not qualified to make a request. Song Yan almost vomited blood. He had thought of a request that would be very useful to him. But now, everything was in vain. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Song Yan was furious. In his opinion, why did Lu Ming have to fight and defeat the ancient devil? Everything was Lu Ming's fault. As for whether he would be humiliated by the undying demon nation, it had nothing to do with him. How could it be more important than him making a request to the ancient great emperor? Do any of you have any objections? The ancient great emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, and it paused on the blue demon king and Song Yan. They had 100 or 1,000 objections in their hearts, but none of them dared to say it out loud. Obviously, Lu Ming had defeated the ancient devil and saved the ancient devil nation's face. The ancient great emperor was very satisfied with Lu Ming's performance. They could only smile against their will and say that they had no objections. Alright, in that case, Lu Ming is the first. According to my promise, the top 3 can make a request to me. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The reason why he had challenged the ancient devil emperor was partly because he wanted to spar with him, but more importantly, he wanted to show off his strength and attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. From there, he would have the chance to make a request. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. Great Emperor, Lu Ming wishes to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming clasped his fists at the ancient great emperor and stated his request. The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually made such a request. The ancient devil coffin was the ancient devil nation's national treasure. Only the ancient great emperor had the qualifications to control it. Lu Ming was really bold. He actually wanted to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. Luo Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He was worried for Lu Ming. Impudent. Lu Ming, don't think that you can take a mile after getting an inch just because you have some talent. The ancient devil coffin is a treasure that you can borrow. The Blue Demon King took the opportunity to stand out and reprimand Luo Xian. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the ancient great emperor. The ancient great emperor frowned. Lu Ming, change your request. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Lu Ming's heart sank. The ancient great emperor also didn't agree? Great emperor, this junior wants to borrow the ancient devil coffin to save someone. This junior has a relative whose soul is injured and needs the ancient devil coffin to heal. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming said again. The ancient great emperor's frown deepened. After a while, he said, Lu Ming, after the banquet, come and find this great emperor. Yes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope. Then, it was time for the others to make their requests. The requests of the 2 sons of chaos were naturally related to cultivation. The ancient great emperor agreed to them one by one, causing the others to be filled with envy. The Battle of the 10 Earths will begin in less than 3 years. At that time, there will be great opportunities. Therefore, during this period of time, you must cultivate well and raise your cultivation and battle strength. Seize the opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Earths. The ancient great emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many youths could not help but clench their fists. They had heard of the Battle of 10 Lands and were all looking forward to it. That was a gathering of all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. How exciting would it be? The banquet continued until the next day, when it finally ended. Everyone left one by one. Princess, I won't return to the Yura kingdom. Lu Ming bid farewell to Luo Xian, the Luo family patriarch, and the others. Luo Xian sighed in her heart. Ever since she saw Lu Ming's strength, she knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Uric Kingdom. The waters of the Uric Kingdom were too shallow. They couldn't keep a true dragon. Take care. If there's a chance, come to the Uric Kingdom to look for me. Luo Xian bared her teeth, revealing a pair of canine teeth. She was quite cute. Of course, with such a beautiful princess around, I will definitely think about you. If there's a chance, I will definitely look for you. Lu Ming smiled and joked. Finally, the people of the Uric Kingdom left. The banquet was over, and they were going to return to the Uric Kingdom. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. A middle-aged man came in front of Lu Ming. This person was sent by the ancient great emperor. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged man to a side hall. The ancient great emperor was sitting at the top of the hall. After arriving, the middle-aged man left. Lu Ming, must you borrow the ancient demon coffin? The ancient great emperor didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yes, ancient great emperor. Without the ancient demon coffin, I'm afraid that my family won't be able to wake up. Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. The ancient great emperor pondered for a while and said, Lu Ming, if the ancient demon coffin is still with me, I can lend it to you for a month, but, the ancient great emperor paused. Lu Ming was shocked. What did the ancient great emperor mean? Could it be that the ancient demon coffin wasn't with the ancient great emperor? To tell you the truth, the ancient demon coffin was stolen a year ago. The ancient demon emperor paused for a while before continuing. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The ancient demon coffin was stolen? How was that possible? Who would be able to steal the ancient demon coffin from the ancient great emperor? However, he didn't think that the ancient great emperor was lying to him. With the ancient great emperor's status, there was no need for him to lie to him. If the ancient great emperor didn't want to lend it to him, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. I didn't bring the ancient demon coffin with me. It was hidden in a secret place in the palace. A year ago, it was stolen. After that person stole the ancient demon coffin, he escaped into the demon sea. At that time, I was preparing for my tribulation, so I didn't chase after him. The ancient great emperor said. It's the demon sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had stayed in the Uric Kingdom for a while, so he knew some of the scary places in the land of infinite demons. The demon sea was known as one of the 3 forbidden places in the land of infinite demons. It was extremely scary. Since ancient times, countless people had entered it, and countless people had died there. It was said that even great emperors would be in danger if they entered. However, there were also rumors that the demon sea contained great opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would be able to break through. Entering the demon sea was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, even if their cultivation base was low, they would be fine after entering. However, if one was unlucky, even great emperors would be in danger after entering. There was once a great emperor who entered and left with serious injuries, shocking the entire land of infinite demons. Someone stole the ancient demon coffin and escaped into the demon sea. The ancient demon coffin can't be lost. It must be recovered. Now that I've passed my tribulation, I'm preparing to gather a group of people to enter the demon sea and take back the ancient demon coffin. If you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin, you can come with me. However, the situation in the demon sea is unpredictable. I can't guarantee your safety. The ancient great emperor said. Yes, great emperor. I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. No matter what, he had to get the ancient demon coffin and save Autumn Moon. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it a try. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal little fellow. Alright, you can stay in the palace first. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he asked someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed in the palace and waited. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long before the ancient great emperor sent someone to find him. The person brought Lu Ming to a spacious area. Blue Demon King. Many people had already gathered here. Lu Ming immediately saw the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's gaze swept past Lu Ming, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming discovered that there were several hundred people gathered here. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all very old. There were martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Lu Ming asked someone to find out. Only then did he know that these people were going to enter the Demon Sea. There were several hundred quasi-emperors and dozens of martial emperors here. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Hundreds of quasi-emperors near the end of their lifespans. This was a super-demonic nation in the land of infinite demons. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ming understood. Sage realm cultivators could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years. As for quasi-emperors, it was too difficult to break through and reach martial emperor. After so many years, the number of quasi-emperors was definitely shocking. It was not just the ancient demonic nation. It was the same for other places and factions. These people did not have much lifespan left. If they did not find opportunities to break through, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. As for those martial emperors, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next tribulation. The tribulation of martial emperors would get stronger with each tribulation. If they did not continue to break through, they would die under the tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial emperors had been born. However, only a few of them were truly immortal. Most of them died under the tribulation. Actually, martial emperors could feel the probability of them surviving the tribulation. For example, these people were not confident of surviving the tribulation. Hence, they wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could break through. It was the same for the Blue Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from the next tribulation. A few thousand years might seem long, but to these ancient martial emperors, it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, space flashed, and the ancient great emperor appeared. Everyone bowed. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, we can try our luck. The ancient great emperor instructed. Then, he waved his hand, and many black jade tokens appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you and you can roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, we can meet up according to the location shown on the jade tokens. The ancient great emperor introduced. Then, he waved his hand, and the jade tokens flew to everyone, one for each person. Lu Ming also received one and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll bring you there. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he waved his hand. Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the great emperor's small world? Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around, exclaiming in amazement. What came into view were vast mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were still living creatures living in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these living creatures were different from those in the outside world. It was very likely that this was a creature that had been born in the ancient Great Emperor's small world. Great Emperors controlled the Great Tao. However, there were 3,000 Great Taos. Different Great Taos controlled different Great Taos, so the small worlds would naturally be different. The living beings that were born would also be different. It was truly miraculous. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings, feeling extremely curious. Not far away, the Blue Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time, killing intent flashing through his eyes. About half a day later, a force acted on them, and they left this place. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing at the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the Demon Sea. The ancient Great Emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there seemed to be a layer of dark clouds, as if it was an ocean of clouds. That place was boundless, with no end in sight. This was the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea was not a real sea, but a sea of demonic aura. The Demon Sea was filled with endless demonic aura, and the area was vast and boundless. It was like a vast ocean, so it was called the Demon Sea. Once we enter the Demon Sea, everything will become unpredictable. You must follow me closely. The ancient Great Emperor said, and then rushed into the Demon Sea. Everyone followed closely behind the ancient Great Emperor. Chi. Lu Ming discovered that the moment they rushed into the Demon Sea, the black fog adhered to Lu Ming's body and had a strong corrosive effect. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his saint power to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion was not very strong. A quasi-emperor was enough to resist it. They flew forward for a while, and then flew down in a straight line. The terrain of the demon sea seemed to be very low. They kept descending for tens of thousands of meters. However, the lower they went, the fainter the demonic aura seemed to be. Towards the end, they only needed to circulate their saint power to resist it. Only then did they see the ground. It was a boundless land, a land of grey. The entire land was grey and deathly still, devoid of any life force. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the Demon Sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden lands in the land of infinite demons. If they were unlucky, even a great emperor would be injured. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient great emperor spread out his spiritual consciousness, as if he was sensing something, and then flew into the depths of the Demon Sea. The ancient great emperor's speed was very slow, and everyone could still keep up. This area was really dead, and there was no vitality. They flew for an entire day, and no one knew how long they had flown, but they did not encounter a single living thing, nor did they encounter any danger. "Look, an ancient city." At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side and saw an ancient city in the middle of a huge mountain. However, it was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed, as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look, but they did not find anything. In the past, some people speculated that the Demon Sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Demon Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Demon Sea was formed. Judging from this ancient city alone, it really seemed to have fallen from the sky. At this moment, the ancient great emperor suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked behind them, but there was nothing behind them. They didn't find anything. Some people felt their hair stand on end. Could there really be something behind them? Otherwise, why would the great emperor be so vigilant? "Great emperor, what did you find?" someone asked. The ancient great emperor frowned and shook his head. "Let's leave this place." After saying that, he flew forward. Everyone followed, but many of them had solemn expressions. Even the great emperor seemed to be wary of something. That made their hair stand on end. They could not be so unlucky as to encounter something that even the great emperor was wary of, right? If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Very soon, they had flown a very long distance. At this moment, the ancient great emperor suddenly stopped. He looked at the void beside him and shouted, "Get out here." Boom! Following that, the ancient great emperor struck out with his palm. The strength of the great emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The entire void was shattered by his palm. Rumble, the void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. However, the strength of this figure was extremely shocking. His body kept flickering and was extremely fast. None of the ancient great emperor's palm hit him. A great emperor powerhouse. Everyone's expressions changed and became incomparably ugly. That figure kept flickering at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, that figure waved his hand and slashed out a terrifying demonic light towards the ancient great emperor. This demonic light was like a peerless demonic blade with boundless power. It even split the sky open. Boom! The ancient great emperor rushed up and blasted out a shocking palm print. It collided with the demonic light, causing the sky to rumble. "So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin." The ancient great emperor roared. His figure flashed and rushed towards the other party, launching a terrifying attack. The other party was not afraid at all. His body was covered in demonic light as he fought with the ancient great emperor. "Retreat!" someone shouted. They frantically retreated. That black figure was definitely a great emperor. The aftermath of a battle between great emperors was too terrifying. If one was caught in it, only death would await them. In an instant, they retreated thousands of miles. Boom! Boom! In that area, the void was completely destroyed. One could see how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They did not expect to meet such a terrifying expert as soon as they entered. At the same time, they also thought of the ancient great emperor's words. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin was stolen by this figure? Lu Ming clenched his fists. He hoped that the ancient great emperor could defeat the other party and take back the ancient demonic coffin. If the ancient great emperor could not take it back, he would have even less hope. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In front of them, a pitch-black gust of wind swept towards them. The gust of wind covered a very wide area. It was as if it covered the sky and earth. No, it was not a gust of wind. It was a type of insect. A type of pitch-black insect. There was an endless number of them. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing about an endless gust of wind that swept towards Lu Ming and the others. From afar, it was a pitch-black gust of wind. Those are demonic armor insects. Gosh, why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was almost falling out exclaimed. He was a boundary emperor and his face was extremely ugly at this moment. The demon armor insect was a very scary type of demon insect. Alone, it might not be strong, but in a group, it was very scary. Furthermore, there were endless demon armor insects here. It was unknown how many there were. Those above Martial Emperor, block the demon armor insects. Those below Martial Emperor, run. In the distance, the ancient Great Emperor's voice could be heard. They didn't dare to disobey the Great Emperor's orders. Immediately, the Martial Emperors charged at the demon armor insects, including the Blue Demon King. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Martial Emperors attacked at the same time, including True Emperors and Void Emperors. Large numbers of demonic armor insects were killed, falling to the ground like raindrops. Many of them even turned into ashes under the horrifying power of the Martial Emperor. However, there were too many demon armor insects. They were a black mass, seemingly endless. Many of them still managed to break through the encirclement of the Martial Emperors and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Go! Someone shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred quasi-emperors fled in all directions, flying into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed in the same direction. Hoo! Hoo! A strong wind blew, and the countless demon armor insects formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge! Lu Ming unleashed his full power. His speed was faster than many quasi-emperors as he rushed towards an opening. There were no demon armor insects there. However, when Lu Ming was about to charge out of the encirclement of the demon armor insects, his expression changed slightly. This was because demon armor insects had appeared in front of him. However, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to the endless demon armor insects. Charge over! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and charged over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each demon armor insect was the size of a fist. They were pitch black, as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This battle sword was an emperor weapon. A battle sword was the best weapon to deal with such demon armor insects. It was better than a spear. Whoosh! With a swing of the battle sword, dozens of demon armor insects were cut in half by Lu Ming. However, compared to the densely packed demon armor insects, dozens of them were nothing. There were still many demon armor insects charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated his saint power and combined it with the law of primal chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom! Boom! The demon armor insects crashed into the protective shield. There were continuous rumbles, and the protective shield shook violently. However, they couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill! Lu Ming wielded the emperor weapon battle sword and slashed continuously. A large number of demon armor insects were killed. In a few breaths, hundreds of demon armor insects fell to the ground. These demon armor insects weren't very strong individually. However, there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly, crashing into Lu Ming's protective shield. If this continued, Lu Ming's saint power would be depleted quickly. Once his saint power was depleted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other boundary emperors were also surrounded by the demon armor insects. They were constantly being attacked by the demon armor insects. They also charged forward with all their might, killing the demon armor insects and charging forward. Kill! Kill. Kill, Lu Ming kept slashing with his battle sword. With each slash, a large number of demon armor insects were killed. He charged forward quickly. Everywhere he passed, the demon armor insects fell like raindrops. Fortunately, this wasn't the place where the demon armor insects gathered. It was just the border area where there were fewer demon armor insects. Soon, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, behind him, the wind howled. Countless demon armor insects chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head and flew madly. After flying for at least a few hours, the demon armor insects behind him finally disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming was completely separated from the others. Look at the map. Lu Ming took out the map given by the ancient Great Emperor. He poured his saint power into it. The jade tablet glowed and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map. There was only a dot of light shining. Lu Ming compared it. The position of this dot of light was where he was. This dot of light was him. It seems that only by activating this jade tablet will there be a dot of light floating on it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that everyone was fighting, there was naturally no dot of light floating. Then, Lu Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and constantly changing directions. At this moment, he didn't know where he was. In the end, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. In the next few days, Lu Ming didn't meet anyone or any living creatures. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. He didn't know how much distance he had flown in these few days. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard faint battle cries coming from ahead. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because the battle cries didn't come from one or two people or dozens of people. It sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were roaring. Why would there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Lu Ming was curious. The closer Lu Ming got to the source of the sound, the louder the battle cries became. Kill! 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 The battle cries pierced through the clouds. Lu Ming climbed up a mountain peak that was dead silent. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. His pupils suddenly constricted. There was a huge ancient city in front of him. This ancient city was different from the ones he had seen before. The ancient cities he had seen before had almost collapsed, but this one was still intact. It was very majestic and huge. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armor and holding all kinds of weapons. These are not living beings. Lu Ming looked at these figures carefully. These figures were completely black, and their bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living beings. Demonic spirits. Lu Ming muttered. These should be demonic spirits formed by the indestructible demonic thoughts of the demonic Tao experts after they died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, the demonic spirits had been lingering outside the ancient city. They did not leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there will be opportunities. Lu Ming thought. However, he had no intention of going in to explore. Not to mention whether there were dangers in the ancient city, the demonic spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time, Lu Ming did not fly far before he saw a few rays of light flash and a few old men appeared not far away. They were the boundary emperors of the ancient demonic nation. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle cries. Lu Ming. The boundary emperor saw Lu Ming and smiled as they flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what's in front? Why are there such intense battle cries? It sounds like thousands of soldiers and horses. An elder asked. His face carried a gentle smile, and his expression was kind and amiable. It's an ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are coming from the demonic spirits. Lu Ming replied. An ancient city. The eyes of the old man lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to be exhausted. If they could not make a breakthrough, they would die sooner or later. They bitterly cultivated for more than 100,000 years, yet in the end, they turned to dust. They were unwilling to accept this and wanted to stake it all. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that the demonic sea was most likely formed by falling from the heavenly realm. It definitely contained a fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main objective in entering the Devil's Sea was to obtain the ancient demonic coffin. As for opportunities and whatnot, he wasn't too interested in them. Then let's go in. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew towards the ancient city and just happened to pass by Lu Ming. Just as the 2 sides clashed, a sword light suddenly blossomed from the kind-looking old man's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. The sword light tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound. It was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-emperors also made their moves. All sorts of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, when the 4's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, the primal chaos light burst out from Lu Ming's body and blocked all the attacks. Moreover, the primal chaos light trembled and a powerful force surged out. The 4 quasi-emperors' bodies trembled and they all retreated. You are all courting death. Lu Ming said coldly as his cold gaze swept across the 4. You have been guarding against us? The kind-looking old man said with an unsightly expression. Earlier, when they were so close to each other, their attacks were extremely fast. If Lu Ming hadn't been guarding against them, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short time. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to defend and counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been guarding against them and had already prepared his defenses. The Blue Demon King, that old fellow, has been showing killing intent towards me along the way. Moreover, I have heard that he has great authority in the ancient devil nation. If he wants to order people around, many people would be willing to be his lackeys. Naturally, I have to guard against him. Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that among the people who entered the Devil's Sea this time, Lu Ming was wary of everyone except the ancient Great Emperor. That old fellow, the Blue Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming previously. Clearly, he harbored a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the Blue Demon King's authority, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. Let's go. The kind-looking old man roared and turned to run. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack failed, they could only run. Do you think you can escape? Kill. Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the kind-looking old man. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He roared, Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you will die too. You still dare to threaten me at this time? What a joke. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger and an extremely condensed finger force burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to resist, it was useless. The finger force directly pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. Whoosh, after killing the old man, Lu Ming didn't stop and chased after the other 3. Split up and run. One of them roared. The 3 of them ran in 3 different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up with one of them and killed him in one move. Then, Lu Ming chased after the 3rd person. No, spare my life, the quasi-emperor yelled. However, Lu Ming was indifferent. He had to kill these people. How dare you? You are courting death. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the voice died away, the demonic light was already about to slash Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he burst out with all his strength. The light of primal chaos surrounded his body. He controlled two types of laws and executed his strongest move, the Annihilation Chaos Finger of Calamity. Boom, a gray chaos finger of calamity pointed at the beam of demonic light, and a shocking rumble erupted. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of calamity was also slashed apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him. He couldn't help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the blood in his body churning. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming was shocked. It was definitely a martial emperor. Whoosh, there was a flash of light in front and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was an emperor's aura. This person is definitely not a one-star void emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The black-robed middle-aged man looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, the great emperor has treated you well. He even brought you here to look for the ancient demonic coffin. Who would have thought that you would secretly kill the experts of the Devil Nation? You are heartless. You deserve to die. What a joke. You don't have to be so righteous if you want to kill me. You must have been sent by the Blue Demon King to kill me. You are just a lackey." Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. Die. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything else. He immediately attacked. The power of the heavens burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Two-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming judged that this person should be a two-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a one-star illusionary emperor but not ridiculously strong. However, a two-star illusionary emperor was not someone that Lu Ming could withstand. Swoosh, Lu Ming turned and left. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off the black-robed middle-aged man, he could only rely on the ancient city. Trying to leave? No way. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a beam of black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, he slashed out a beam of black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute sacred weapons and 2 emperor weapons floated out. The dozens of weapons gathered together. The combat weapon Qi gathered and formed a huge defensive weapon. At the same time, the law of primal chaos and the light of primal chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care and moved forward rapidly. Clang, the black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon shook and the dozens of weapons were almost shattered. If it were not for the 2 emperor weapons, the combat weapon Qi, and the light of primal chaos and the law of primal chaos, an ordinary absolute sacred weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power kept surging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his blood and Qi churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still managed to block it in the end. Furthermore, that power became his driving force, allowing him to fly forward even faster. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. Even with the combat strength of a 2-star empty emperor, he was actually blocked. However, when he thought of the reward that the Blue Demon King had promised, his heart burned with passion, and he quickly chased after Lu Ming. Kill. In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demonic spirits. They were a black mass, wearing armor and holding weapons. Their battle cries shook the sky. Lu Ming quickly approached the ancient city. Clang, at this time, the black-robed middle-aged man launched another attack. A devilish light slashed at the battle weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake violently. This time, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current combat strength, he could still contend against an ordinary 1-star empty emperor. However, the gap between him and a 2-star empty emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured, rushing headlong into the dark mass of devil spirits. Kill. Some devil spirits discovered Lu Ming, and their murderous intent swept towards Lu Ming. At the same time, all kinds of weapons were launched towards Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he judged the strength of the devil spirit that attacked him. Therefore, he did not stop at all. With the light of chaos protecting his body, he directly rushed over. Bang! Bang, the demonic spirit that attacked Lu Ming directly exploded into pieces. In an instant, Lu Ming rushed a few hundred meters forward. However, immediately, more devil spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Moreover, their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to rush forward. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to rush over rashly like Lu Ming. He just wanted to observe for a while. Behind him, there was the sound of air being torn apart, and more than 10 figures rushed over. They were all old men of the Boundary Emperor realm. Obviously, most of them had rushed over from behind. Just the few of you? The black-robed middle-aged man looked around and said coldly. The 2 martial emperors will be here soon. A white-haired old man said. Yes. This time, the Azure Demon King has entrusted us with the task of killing Lu Ming. We must not make any mistakes. One of you will stay here and wait for the other martial emperors to arrive. The rest of you follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man ordered. At this moment, Lu Ming had rushed all the way and was already halfway through the journey. Although there were many devil spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger the devil spirits became. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several rusty iron swords slashed at Lu Ming. The swords whistled, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. This attack had the offensive strength of a Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He punched out, and the image of the suppressing prison steel appeared and smashed forward. Bang! Bang! The suppressing prison steel knocked away a few devil spirits, turning them into ashes in midair. The suppressing prison heavenly art is indeed effective against these devil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He continuously punched out with both fists, knocking away the Boundary Emperor realm devil spirits one by one. Even when facing the Boundary Emperor devil spirits, Lu Ming did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He roared, "Charge with me!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed middle-aged man took the lead and charged out. 10 odd Boundary Emperors followed him like a long spear, stabbing at the devil spirit army. Only one Boundary Emperor remained to receive the others. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star foe emperor. He led the 10 odd Boundary Emperors and pierced through the devil spirit army like a long spear, quickly chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary devil spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the devil spirit's defense. However, at this moment, Lu Ming ran into trouble. There were 2 terrifying devil spirits attacking Lu Ming. These 2 devil spirits were wearing rusty armor. One held a sword and the other a long spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These 2 devil spirits were equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. The iron sword and long spear attacked Lu Ming. In an instant, they scattered Lu Ming's suppressing prison steel and blocked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Indeed, there were martial emperors in the devil spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 devil spirits were only equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. Lu Ming is blocked. Charge over! The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged at Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 devil spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind stirred. The suppressing prison steel floated out and rapidly grew in size. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the 2 devil spirits. Boom! Boom! The suppressing prison steel's bloodline restrained the devil spirits even more. The bodies of the 2 devil spirits were directly sent flying by the suppressing prison steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged through the encirclement of the devil spirit army, rushing toward the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming approached the ancient city, the devil spirits stopped in their tracks and did not chase after Lu Ming. The ancient city's gates were open. However, the light in the city seemed very dim. Looking from the outside, the buildings in the city looked hazy, unable to be seen clearly. Boom! Boom! Behind, the black-robed, middle-aged man continuously sent the demonic spirits flying as he gave chase. Lu Ming did not stop, directly charging into the ancient city. However, the moment Lu Ming charged into the ancient city, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying. There was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Furthermore, the light in the city was indeed very dim. Visibility was not high. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see far. There were many huge palaces and all sorts of ancient buildings in the city. They were tall and majestic, like huge monsters standing tall in the ancient city. Lu Ming directly charged into a small alley, running wildly in it. Then, he turned into another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gates. Just at this moment, the black-robed, middle-aged man led his men into the ancient city. The moment they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed as well. They felt that they could not fly. There might be fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Let's search for that brat Lu Ming while searching for fortuitous encounters. A look of greed flashed in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Following that, he got 2 quasi-emperors to stand guard near the city gates. If they discovered Lu Ming, they were to report immediately. Then, he led the remaining quasi-emperors down a random street and ran. Just at this moment, 2 more people arrived outside the ancient city. These 2 old men had exceptionally strong auras. They were clearly faux emperor experts. After the quasi-emperor who stayed outside to provide support gave a simple explanation of the situation, the 2 faux emperors charged into the ancient city as well. Although there were martial emperor demonic spirits among the demonic spirits, the 2 were focused on charging in, not fighting. The faux emperor demonic spirits could not stop them. After fighting for a while, they charged into the ancient city as well. Lu Ming wandered around the ancient city, circling around many strange ancient buildings. The city was eerily quiet. It was empty, without any signs of life. What is in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The interior of the building was similarly empty. There was nothing inside. This was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings in a row. They were all empty. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, because he saw the door of a palace in front of him, which was slightly ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed, except for this palace. Could it have been opened by the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming pondered. Those from the ancient devil nation must have entered as well, so it wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming retracted his aura, approached the door, and looked inside. With a glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside the palace was a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a figure. That figure was seated cross-legged. It was wearing armor. However, within the armor was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and stained with dark red blood. It seemed that it was an ancient person who had died a long time ago. Lu Ming observed for a while, then left the place and continued to walk through the ancient city. He wondered if he should return to the city gate and leave this ancient city. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After a while, a figure flashed at the entrance of the street in front of him. 7 to 8 figures appeared. It was the black-robed middle-aged man and the quasi-emperors. They also saw Lu Ming at a glance. Lu Ming, where are you going now? The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and ran toward another street. The black-robed middle-aged man chased after him. They had explored a few ancient buildings in a row, but they didn't find anything. There was no opportunity at all, so Lu Ming couldn't let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they could still obtain a generous reward from the Blue Demon King. Soon, Lu Ming turned 2 streets. However, at this moment, 2 more figures appeared in front of him. When Lu Ming saw these 2 people, his expression changed. These 2 people's auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 saw Lu Ming, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Then, they charged at Lu Ming. Haha. Stop Lu Ming. The black-robed middle-aged man guffawed. Lu Ming's expression turned sullen. It looked like the Blue Demon King really wanted to kill him. He actually worked with so many people in secret. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop and fight with the other party. The other party had 3 Void Emperors. If he got entangled, he would die for sure. Lu Ming's figure changed, and he charged down another street on the right. Ah! Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the silent ancient city, sounding extremely mournful. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaochen saw that one of the quasi-emperors chasing him had fallen behind. At this moment, that quasi-emperor was completely encased in armor. That armor was mottled with rust and had pitch-black bloodstains on it. At this moment, the armor encased that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor's body quickly shriveled up as if the armor had drained all his essence blood. What the hell is this? Scram! The black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. He swung his hand, and a pitch-black demonic saber struck the armor. Clang! A melodious sound rang out as the demonic saber struck the armor. However, there was not a single mark on the armor. As for that quasi-emperor, he had already stopped screaming and turned into a withered skeleton. Attack together! The black-robed middle-aged man was enraged. He launched all sorts of attacks at the armor. However, the armor flickered and charged into a building. By the time the black-robed middle-aged man rushed into the building, there was no trace of the armor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others showed somewhat sullen expressions. Continue chasing Lu Ming, the black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. The black-robed middle-aged burly man bellowed angrily. They continued to chase after Lu Ming. However, not long after, another miserable scream rang out. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another quasi-emperor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others launched a torrential barrage of attacks. When the various attacks landed on the armor gave off clanging sounds. In the end, it charged into another building with a flash. The armor ate people, everyone's hair stood on end. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor. To think that it repeatedly charged out and consumed a quasi-emperor's essence blood. A quasi-emperor could not resist at all. This was too horrifying. The remaining quasi-emperors paled somewhat. The quasi-emperor should walk in the middle. The 3 of us will guard the periphery. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Then, he got the quasi-emperor to walk in the middle and the 3 faux emperors to guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the miserable scream and felt somewhat scared. To think that a piece of armor actually ate people. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in a courtyard previously. Lu Ming was running when all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. He felt a sense of impending danger. He turned around abruptly and pointed behind him. Chi, the finger force of the chaotic calamity finger shot out and struck a piece of armor. Clang, that armor shook a little, but nothing happened to it. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed a little in the air and pounced toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming continued to attack the armor with the chaotic calamity finger, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. They were like tentacles that stretched toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of chaos and the chaotic light to resist. But when the tentacles came into contact with the law of chaos and the chaotic light, the law of chaos and the chaotic light shook violently. In a breath's time, the tentacles tore them apart. Lu Ming retreated quickly and his hair stood on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. Even the chaotic light could not block it. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart moved. The prison suppression steel bloodline appeared behind him and emitted a bright light that suppressed the armor. Chi, the blood-red tentacles on the armor made a sizzling sound when they came into contact with the energy of the prison suppression steel. It was like ice being thrown into a fire and quickly melted. Those blood-red tentacles stretched back, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison suppression steel and let out a long breath. armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming is over there. Not far away, there was a loud roar. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others chased after Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming had used the prison suppression steel. The light was too strong and they had discovered him. They really don't give up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a palace. The door of this palace was ajar. Lu Ming retracted his aura to the extreme, approached the door, and looked inside. Previously, there was a skeleton in the courtyard. That skeleton was wearing armor. Now, there was another skeleton. However, the armor it wore was gone. It really is this armor, Lu Ming murmured. After which, the purgatory-suppressing monument floated above his head. Lu Ming then rushed towards the skeleton. Without any abnormalities, Lu Ming arrived at Dry Bone's side. Whoosh, at this time, the door flashed, and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll destroy the skeleton. Lu Ming condensed a big hand with his sacred power and grabbed the skeleton in his hand. As expected, the armor stopped, not daring to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. In other words, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton was very powerful when it was alive. After its death, the powerful energy nourished the armor, causing the armor to develop spiritual intelligence. However, the armor was still under the control of the skeleton. As long as the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. Back off. Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end, it retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile and said, "Follow behind me. It's best that you don't mess around. I can destroy the skeleton with just a thought." After saying that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in a certain direction. The armor could only obediently follow behind Lu Ming. Come. Lu Ming sneered. The purgatory-suppressing monument rapidly enlarged, emitting a dazzling light that could be seen from afar. Then, Xianxia put away the purgatory-suppressing monument and got the armor to hide in a building. Then, he waited quietly. Xianxia did not have to wait for long before a figure flashed in front. The black-robed, middle-aged man quickly arrived with a group of people. However, the other two martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the two martial emperors chasing after Xianxia. Clearly, the other party feared that Lu Ming would run away, so they attacked him from two sides. Two one-star foe emperors. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile as he stood there without moving. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed, middle-aged man's figure flashed, and he led 7 or 8 quasi-emperors and the two foe emperors to surround Lu Ming. It looks like that old fellow Blue Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you are a genius, you do not know how to conduct yourself. You even dared to offend the Blue Demon King. Only death awaits you. The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Speaking of which, from the start to the end, Xianxia had not taken the initiative to provoke the Blue Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, Lu Ming did not let Xianxia participate in the competition. Then, Lu Ming defeated the ancient demon, slapping Xianxia's face. Was that not what Xianxia asked for? Such people could only be described as narrow-minded. If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your insignificant lives here. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Boom. Lu Ming moved, executing the destruction primal chaos tribulation finger. He pointed at the black-robed, middle-aged man. You overestimate yourself. The black-robed, middle-aged man also moved. His palm was like a saber as he chopped down. A demonic saber light chopped at Lu Ming. Boom. The destruction primal chaos tribulation finger could not resist for long before it shattered. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, at this moment, that armor charged out of a building and entangled a quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor let out a miserable shriek as his body rapidly shriveled. Kill Lu Ming first. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly charged into a hall at the side. The black-robed, middle-aged man and 2 other martial emperors also charged into the hall, chasing after Lu Ming. Of course, the quasi-emperors were included as well. The hall was very large, but it was empty. There were no signs of life at all. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and dashed toward the depths of the hall. Ah! Behind him, another miserable shriek rang out. After the armor devoured a quasi-emperor, it entangled another quasi-emperor. Moreover, as the armor devoured quasi-emperors, it seemed to become stronger. At first, it needed a few breaths to devour a quasi-emperor. Now, it only needed 1 breath. Damn it! The black-robed, middle-aged man roared. If this continued, all the quasi-emperors would be devoured. The 2 of you continue chasing. I will block that armor. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he turned around and charged at that armor. By the time he arrived, another quasi-emperor had been devoured by the armor. In just a short while, the armor had already devoured 3 quasi-emperors and killed them. Enraged, the black-robed, middle-aged man sent out a move with his full strength. However, the armor did not attack him at all. It flickered a few times and directly fled. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors paled, their faces drained of blood. Now, follow me closely. The black-robed middle-aged man led the remaining 5 boundary emperors and chased after Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 void emperors had already rushed out of the palace and were quite a distance away. Lu Ming, prepare to die. We'll give you a quick death. You've offended the Blue Demon King. Your fate is already sealed. The 2 void emperors constantly shouted coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered, "You want to kill me? Come on." Bam! Bam! Lu Ming took a few steps and charged towards the 2 void emperors. The 2 void emperors were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill! The 2 void emperors charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the armor rushed out from a building at the side and pounced towards one of the void emperors. The void emperor was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack towards the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and indestructible. It only shook slightly and continued to charge towards the void emperor. Tentacles appeared on the armor and wrapped around the opponent. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger with all his strength and charged towards the other void emperor. With Lu Ming's current strength, the void emperor did not dare to be careless. He also used all his strength to attack Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming and the void emperor exchanged 2 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he managed to block them. Lu Ming had fought the Void Emperor of the He clan before. However, the Void Emperor of the He clan had just broken through to the 1-star Void Emperor. His strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not much weaker. Although Lu Ming was not a match for him, he was still a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed as his 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed part of his 3rd bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful and did not dare to borrow too much. He only borrowed the portion that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had greatly increased. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming continued to unleash Chaotic Tribulation Finger. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's power had greatly increased. Finally, he was able to fight his opponent head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming entangled one of them, but the other Void Emperor was in danger. After devouring a few quasi-emperors, the armor's might had indeed increased greatly. That armor was very terrifying to begin with. Even Lu Ming's light of primal chaos could not block it. But now, the armor's power had increased greatly. Coupled with Lu Ming's threat, it could unleash even more terrifying power. The quasi-emperor's attacks continued to bombard the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer to the quasi-emperor. The blood-red tentacles extended towards the quasi-emperor and directly broke his defense. The blood-red tentacles wrapped around the quasi-emperor and began to devour him. Get lost. The quasi-emperor roared in horror as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. The armor wrapped tighter around him like an octopus and began to devour him. Ah! Save me! Save me! The quasi-emperor screamed in agony as he frantically twisted his body. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body was being devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other quasi-emperor was horrified and wanted to save him, but he was firmly entangled by Lu Ming. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, when he arrived, the quasi-emperor who was entangled by the armor was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. The essence, qi, and spirit in his body had disappeared without a trace. A layer of bright red light spread out from the armor as if there was blood surging on it. Swoosh, the armor moved and charged towards the quasi-emperor who was fighting with Lu Ming. Get lost! The quasi-emperor exploded with an attack, wanting to blast open the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He pointed a finger at the quasi-emperor's chest, causing the quasi-emperor to vomit blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped around the quasi-emperor and its tentacles wrapped around him and began to devour him. Help! The quasi-emperor screamed in horror. The black-robed middle-aged man who was chasing after the quasi-emperor turned pale and revealed a terrified expression. If a one-star quasi-emperor could not resist, then a two-star quasi-emperor like him would be in danger. Let's go! The black-robed middle-aged man did not hesitate and turned to leave. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. The 5 quasi-emperors followed the black-robed middle-aged man and rushed towards the city's gate. They did not want to stay in this ancient city for a moment longer. The quasi-emperor who was entangled by the armor let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 quasi-emperors in a row, the armor emitted a dazzling blood-red light. It was incomparably horrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming and circling around Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air. At the same time, he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds, as if it was still afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the skeleton. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a little and kept a distance from Lu Ming. Chase! Lu Ming whispered and chased after the black-robed middle-aged man and the others. The armor followed behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he found that the black-robed middle-aged man and the others had already rushed out of the city and into the demonic spirit army. They were breaking out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Lu Ming also rushed out of the city. However, the armor remained in the city. It seemed like it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret. He could only return to the city. Soon, the black-robed middle-aged man broke out of the encirclement of the demonic spirits. However, he did not go far. Instead, he stood guard there. The black-robed middle-aged man showed an extremely unsightly expression. This time, the losses were disastrous. After entering the ancient city, not only did 4 quasi-emperors die, but 2 faux emperors also died. Faux emperors were not people that quasi-emperors could compare to. They were already martial emperors. Only 1 out of 100 quasi-emperors could break through to martial emperor. Send a message to the Blue Demon King. We will wait here. That armor seems to be unable to come out. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Without that armor, Lu Ming did not care about it at all. Lu Ming observed the city for a while. When he discovered that the black-robed middle-aged man stood guard outside the city, he could not help frowning. That black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star faux emperor. Even if Xiaochen borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline, he would not be able to charge out. Let's take a look at this ancient city first. See if there are any other powers that we can borrow. Perhaps there are other city gates that lead outside. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too big. It was vast and boundless. Furthermore, there was a restricted airspace, preventing flight. Traveling like this would take a lot of time. Lu Ming searched 10 odd buildings in the city but did not discover anything. There were also no other strange places. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city but did not see any city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. Moreover, there seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to leave through the walls. This ancient city can't only have one city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Normally, a big city would not only have one city gate. Even if there were fewer, there would at least be 2. Normally, there would be 4, 8, or even more. Perhaps, in the depths of the ancient city, there will be a city gate in the direction opposite to the city gate. Lu Ming pondered and decided to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave and enter the depths of the ancient city, a few more figures arrived outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial emperors. The leading old man was the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Kingdom. He was of the same generation as the ancient Great Emperor. His cultivation had reached the peak of the true Emperor realm and he was highly regarded by the ancient Great Emperor. Therefore, many people in the ancient Devil Kingdom would give him face. Moreover, the Blue Demon King had promised a generous reward for killing Lu Ming. Naturally, many people would follow the Blue Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Blue Demon King arrived and glanced coldly at the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this, the black-robed middle-aged man explained the situation in the ancient city in a trembling voice. A piece of armor? The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed, followed by a cold murderous intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above Martial Emperor, follow me. The rest stay outside. The Blue Demon King ordered and flew into the ancient city. The Blue Demon King was a peak true Emperor realm expert. He was too strong. The devil spirits were like ants in front of the Blue Demon King. With a single slap, a large number of devil spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the devil spirit army and rushed into the ancient city. 2 people in a group. Split up and look for Lu Ming. If you find him, inform us immediately. The Blue Demon King said. The people following the Blue Demon King this time were not to be underestimated. There were 3 of them, 1 true emperor and 2 void emperors. All of them were 5-star void emperors and above, much stronger than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city and was heading toward the depths. Compared to the direction of the city gate, this was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger. The buildings here are even more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming looked around. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward cautiously. Behind him, the armor continued to follow him. Dong, suddenly, a building in front of him shook. Lu Ming was startled and stopped. Dong, then, the building shook again. It was as if a giant beast was attacking the castle from inside the building. After a few more tremors, the sound disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. He used his divine breath technique to restrain his aura to the extreme and continued forward. Roar, when Lu Ming passed by the building, an explosive roar came from the building. Then, the sound of iron chains colliding could be heard. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like a beast's claw. It was covered in black scales and wrapped around the claw were black chains. The claw was as big as a house. It grabbed at Lu Ming and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. However, that hand claw actually expanded rapidly, becoming longer and bigger at an extremely fast speed. It grabbed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was about to be grabbed. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel shone and blasted at the claw. Chi-chi-chi, the claw was enveloped by the light of the prison-suppressing steel. It let out a sizzling sound and black smoke spread out. Roar, another loud roar came from the building. The claw reached back. Lu Ming kept retreating. After retreating a distance, he let out a long breath. There were living creatures in the building. It looked like they were locked up. This shocked Lu Ming. This ancient city looked like it had been here for countless years. Why were there still living creatures? Could it be that the living creatures in the building were locked up by the original owner of this ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long, it must be extremely powerful. Let's change directions. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before continuing forward. In front of him, there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings but did not find anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, they might have died after so many years. Not many could survive. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last for long. Roar! With a roar, a claw reached out from one of the buildings. This claw was bigger than the previous one. It was covered in black scales and its nails were very long, like the claws of a demon. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. The moment the claw came in contact with the light of the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retreated into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that there were terrifying living creatures in the buildings in this area. He did not know which ones were and which were not. It was not safe to barge in like this even with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. Just now, the light of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was discovered even from a distance. The Blue Demon King and the others were rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, the Blue Demon King was the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden to fly in this ancient city, his cultivation was still there. Even if he could not fly, his speed was still astonishing. Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should barge in. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure dashing toward him at lightning speed. In an instant, it appeared not far away from Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Lu Ming, die! The Blue Demon King directly attacked Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted. The armor rushed towards the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King was so strong that he directly sent the armor flying. Facing an expert like the Blue Demon King, rushing outside would only lead to death. Only by rushing inside would there be a chance of survival. Kill! The Blue Demon King shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. However, that armor once again entangled the Blue Demon King. The armor was covered in rust, but at this moment, it was emitting a dense blood-red light. Tentacles extended out and wrapped around the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King punched out. The terrifying fist energy sent the armor flying far away. However, the armor's material was indeed extraordinary. It was indestructible and wasn't destroyed by the Blue Demon King's attack. After the armor was sent flying, it once again flew towards the Blue Demon King. Seeing Lu Ming continuously rushing towards the depths of the ancient city, the Blue Demon King revealed an angry expression. At this moment, the other four also arrived. You guys go chase after Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King coldly said. The other four nodded and chased after him. The Blue Demon King coldly stared at the armor as a layer of black flame spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishing temperature. He pressed down with one hand and the demonic fire surged out and enveloped the armor. After all, the Blue Demon King was a peak true emperor expert. Although the armor's material was indestructible, it didn't contain a lot of energy. How could it be a match for the Blue Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic fire, the armor emitted sizzling sounds. The scarlet blood was quickly refined by the demonic fire. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Not only was the blood in the armor refined, everything else was also refined, including the trace of imprint. It disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Ming, who was running, had a change in his expression. The white skeleton in his hands turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was a peak true emperor and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. He was too powerful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind them, 4 figures quickly chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was one of the 4 martial emperors. One of them was surrounded by a divine light. Clearly a true emperor. This emperor was the fastest and chased after Lu Ming with lightning speed. Roar! At this moment, an explosive roar came from a huge building. A huge claw stretched out of the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. Let's fight! Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to charge inside while controlling the prison-suppressing steel to float above his head. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone brightly. The moment the giant claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it was as if it was burned by fire. It hurriedly withdrew. Lu Ming successfully dashed past this building and continued to go deeper. The true emperor caught up in just a few breaths. The true emperor naturally saw the claw earlier. He channeled his world force and was on full alert. Roar! Sure enough, the claw reached out once the true emperor got close. Its scales grew to the size of a house and aimed for the true emperor. What the hell is this? The true emperor roared and unleashed his world force. It turned into an axe and swung down. Boom! The battle axe chopped down on the huge palm, but the palm only trembled a little. It was completely fine. Only a shallow mark was left on the scales on the surface of the palm. On the other hand, the true emperor staggered back several steps. Roar! There seemed to be a terrifying fiend inside the building. It roared and reached for the true emperor with its claw. One could see that it was covered in black scales and bound by black chains. It made clanking noises as it reached for the true emperor. A world seemed to be floating in the true emperor's body. Several colors fused together to unleash a terrifying attack. This was the fusion of several types of laws, and its power was extremely terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming's initial integration of 2 types of laws, it was many times stronger. In the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many kinds of laws. They could even merge them together, and their might would be extremely shocking. Boom! The true emperor's attack collided with the claw. Clank! The chains clashed. The claw was stopped, but the true emperor couldn't make it through. This living creature is locked inside and can't get out. I'll block it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor said and attacked again, successfully entangling the claw. The other 3 had a serious expression. They circled around and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming went deeper and deeper. He passed through more than 10 buildings, but nothing happened. Boom! Boom! While Lu Ming was running, a loud explosion came from one of the buildings ahead. A gigantic hand reached for Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in scales, but there was also a terrifying cold current that swept toward Lu Ming. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming felt as though he was about to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to attack with the prison-suppressing monument. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline could still restrain the other party. That huge hand stretched back and Lu Ming dashed past it. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other 2 had grave expressions. They weren't true emperors, so they didn't dare to charge forward. They circled around the building and chased after Lu Ming. Alas, they weren't so lucky. They didn't get far before a claw reached out from another building. Not good, retreat. One of them was shocked and retreated frantically. The expressions of the other 2 also changed abruptly, and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man was the weakest. He was only a 2-star void emperor and was caught. Ah! He screamed miserably and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. The hand squeezed and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the black-robed middle-aged man's body. He vomited blood and lost the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He came in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The reward could even help him survive the next calamity. But now, he was going to die here. After that large hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then, within the building, there was a mournful scream, as well as the sound of crunching and chewing. The other 2 void emperors felt cold sweat all over. Even with their cultivation, they were sweating. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was eaten by the creature in the building. The two of them didn't dare to move forward and stopped there. "Scram, you bunch of trash." The Blue Demon King rushed over and punched the claw that was fighting with the true emperor. A terrifying devilish flame burned and a claw was knocked away. Its scales scattered and fell to the ground. A peak true emperor was much stronger than an ordinary true emperor. Die. The Blue Demon King's strength was truly frightening. He was a peak true emperor expert. Although the creature in the building was powerful, it had been suppressed for countless years and didn't have much battle strength left. Poof, the Blue Demon King's demonic saber slashed down and chopped off the giant arm. Roar, the creature in the building roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast wanted to rush out. But in the end, it didn't. The Blue Demon King rushed past and chased after Lu Ming. In front, Lu Ming's expression was solemn. The creatures in these buildings couldn't stop the Blue Demon King at all. He had to increase his speed. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and rushed forward. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time, it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to block it and rushed past. Next, Lu Ming encountered several buildings with creatures. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel to rush past them all. Behind him, the Blue Demon King chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for the creatures obstructing the Blue Demon King along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Right now, he couldn't control the Heaven Emperor's body. With his own cultivation, facing the Blue Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Heaven Emperor's body, he didn't have any treasures that could resist the Blue Demon King. After that, Lu Ming leaped a long distance. There were no more buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming didn't stop and could only continue forward. Now, he could only rely on his luck. He hoped that there was something that could stop the Blue Demon King. Whoosh, Lu Ming was like a flickering shadow, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. Behind them, the Blue Demon King continuously charged through the buildings and was about to reach the low rocky area. However, at this moment, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. Because there was no road ahead, there was a lake that blocked the way. This was a magma lake that covered an extremely wide area. It completely blocked the path ahead and emitted a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary magma, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. "Haha, kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Blue Demon King caught up and stopped not too far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of ridicule. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your face, but you're blaming it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Even in the face of despair, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Blue Demon King said coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move back then. He should have just sat there quietly. How could he lose face in front of everyone? "Kid, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to be able to reach this step. Give me your things, or any ancient scriptures, and I might let you live." The Blue Demon King sneered. Lu Ming curled his lips. It would be strange if this old man would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not let him live. "How can I believe you?" Lu Ming said. "In the current situation, you have to believe me even if you don't want to." The Blue Demon King said coldly. "Go and kill those 3 guys, and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the fortuitous encounters I've obtained." Lu Ming looked behind the Blue Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Blue Demon King's path and arrived here. Hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Blue Demon King was vicious and merciless. Perhaps he would really do that. "Kid, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and slowly interrogate you. Let's see if you'll hand it over or not." The Blue Demon King's body emitted a cold killing intent, and terrifying demonic flames spread out. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved. with a step, his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now, he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. Trying to escape? Die! The Blue Demon King shouted and blasted out a palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flames were like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it caught up to Lu Ming and enveloped Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. Too painful, being enveloped by the demonic flames was too painful. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burned to a crisp. Lu Ming frantically circulated his saint power to cover his body. At the same time, he controlled the primal chaos law to cover his body with primal chaos light to resist the attack of the demonic flames. However, the demonic flames were released by the Blue Demon King. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop! At this time, Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. After entering the lava lake, Lu Ming gathered his remaining strength and frantically rushed towards the bottom of the lake. You want to leave? Impossible. The Blue Demon King's expression was very cold. He also rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The Blue Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. Several terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply couldn't dodge and was hit by several demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Even with Lu Ming's current spiritual body, he couldn't resist at all. He felt as if his body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still didn't give up. He crazily rushed down. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on Lu Ming from all directions. Being burned by the Blue Demon King's demonic flames and the lava's flames, Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. His body was slowly burning into ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh on his body was disappearing, and even his bones were exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to dive at an astonishing speed because the Blue Demon King was still chasing after him. Boom! The Azure Demon struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already astonishing. Although the Blue Demon King's palm force broke through the lava, a portion of it had already been offset. Only a portion of it landed on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands and feet turned into ashes in the demonic flames. Only his body was still bitterly holding on as he continued to descend. However, the Blue Demon King still didn't give up the chase. The two of them continued to descend. Along the way, the Blue Demon King struck out a few more times. However, due to the obstruction of the lava, most of the power was blocked. At this moment, they had already dived for thousands of meters. At this point, the temperature was extremely terrifying. Even the Blue Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. Humph, this kid is dead for sure. The Blue Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead for sure. His demonic fire alone wasn't something that Lu Ming could resist. Under his demonic fire, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, this place was under the magma lake. Even he was wary of the magma here. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also frightening. Lu Ming was dead for sure under any one of the two conditions, not to mention the combination of the two conditions. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment, not only were Lu Ming's limbs burned to ashes, but his body was also on the verge of being reduced to ashes. The Blue Demon King sneered and rushed to the surface of the magma lake. Although he didn't obtain Lu Ming's fortune, being able to kill Lu Ming wasn't bad either. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Demon King rushed to the surface of the magma lake and flew to the surface. What happened to that brat? Someone asked. He's dead for sure. Let's go. We'll explore this ancient city and then leave. The Blue Demon King said. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. The other three followed the Blue Demon King. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed facing the greatest crisis of his life. At this moment, his body was about to be reduced to ashes. Most importantly, he couldn't muster any strength to rush up. his body was completely enveloped by the demonic fire. This was the demonic fire of a peak true emperor. It wouldn't extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk Lu Ming could clearly feel that his body was collapsing, disintegrating, and being burned to ashes. There were 3 strands of primal chaos energy in his body. At this moment, the 3 strands of primal chaos energy were like 3 small snakes swimming around before rushing into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Lu Ming used his soul power to move the Great Pill Development Cauldron and the Mountain River diagram in his sea of consciousness into another Saint Heart. Next, Lu Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was always hope for him to be resurrected. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's physical body was burned to ashes by the demonic fire and disappeared without a trace. Only the 2 Saint Hearts were left floating there. After the demonic fire burned Lu Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. Inside the Sacred Heart, Lu Ming's spirit could still sense everything that was happening outside. At this moment, he discovered that the lava outside was frantically squeezing towards the 2 Sacred Hearts. Let the 2 Sacred Hearts collide with each other. The magma outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed against them, as if it was going to crush them. Moreover, the terrifying temperature of the magma was also burning the Saint Hearts, as if it was going to melt them. Lu Ming was worried. If the 2 Sacred Hearts were to melt, then he would really have no chance at all. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming muttered as he glanced at the Great Pill Development Furnace that was floating in the Sacred Heart. If the Sacred Heart was shattered, leaving the Great Pill Development Furnace here, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying temperature outside. Although the Great Pill Development Furnace was miraculous, it would be dangerous in such an environment for a long time. This trip was originally to save Autumn Moon. However, before he could save Autumn Moon, he was already in danger. Clang! At this moment, the 2 Sacred Hearts shook violently and a corner of the outer layer crumbled. Boom! When the corner of the Sacred Heart crumbled, Lu Ming's spirit shook violently as if there was a terrifying flame enveloping his spirit. Am I really going to die here today? This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, he felt the aura of death. His spirit shook and his consciousness blurred. In the end, his vision turned black and he did not know anything. Only the 2 Sacred Hearts were being squeezed by the terrifying magma. However, a strange scene happened. The shattered parts of the 2 Sacred Hearts did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead, they stuck together and flew back into the Sacred Hearts. Clang! Clang! As the magma squeezed and burned, more and more of the 2 Sacred Hearts crumbled. However, the fragments and powder of the Sacred Hearts fused together and flew back into the 2 Sacred Hearts. It was as if the 2 Sacred Hearts were fusing together. Of course, Lu Ming did not know any of this. Next, the Sacred Hearts continued to crumble and then fuse together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, there were originally 2 Sacred Hearts. However, this time, there was only one. It turned into a bigger Sacred Heart. Buzz! When the 2 Saint Hearts merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. Then, the larger Saint Heart started to spin at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the Sacred Heart produced a strange power. The energy in the magma around him gathered toward Lu Ming. Just like that, a few days passed. A strange scene occurred. With the Sacred Heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. It was just an outline and not a real body. It was made up of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, the 3 streams of chaotic chi from the Sacred Heart flew out and wandered around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the Sacred Heart. Then, it diffused out from the Sacred Heart and poured into the outline of the body. The silhouette of this body was slowly solidifying. Reforging the body, this was a reforging of the body. When the 2 Sacred Hearts fused into one, they were reforging the body on their own. Moreover, they were using the energy in the magma to reforge the body. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, a total of 3 months passed. In the magma, a perfect body appeared. This body was Lu Ming's body. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on the skin, as if flames were burning. The curves of the body were perfect, but they seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 streams of chaotic qi were also perfectly fused into the body. At this moment, the fingers of the body moved. Slowly, it opened its eyes. Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his body and was very shocked. He remembered very clearly that when he was attacked by the Blue Demon King, his body turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Even the Sacred Heart was squeezed by the magma, his soul was shaken, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He did not expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. Lu Ming felt something strange the next moment. He found that although this body was still made of flesh and blood, it was stronger than before. The 3 streams of chaotic qi were perfectly fused and full of explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the magma around it. It was as if it was one with the magma around it. The magma around it was ineffective against it. This was not because Lu Ming's body was so strong that it was unafraid of the temperature of the magma. It was because his body was reforged with the energy here. Their energy was the same, so it was unafraid. My body has been reforged. Lu Ming thought for a while and realized the problem. He was overjoyed. Although he did not understand how his body had been reforged, it was a good thing no matter what. No, my Sacred Heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his Sacred Heart. Previously, there were 2 Sacred Hearts. How did it become one now? It was just that this Sacred Heart was bigger. Could it be that the 2 Sacred Hearts have merged together? Lu Ming guessed and was shocked. He had never thought that the 2 Sacred Hearts that had been cultivated with the Twin Life Forbidden skill could merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had his body been reforged, but his cultivation had also increased. He had reached the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Not only that, Lu Ming also realized that after the 2 Sacred Hearts had merged, his 2 laws had also completely merged. Previously, the Array Law and the Chaotic Law had only been in the initial stages of merging. Now, they had completely merged. The 2 laws have completely merged. Their power will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, the strength of his body had increased greatly. The 2 laws had also merged. He had heard that martial emperors had to take this step. Martial emperors needed to comprehend different laws. Then, they needed to fuse the different laws together. He was now doing what martial emperors should do. If the Blue Demon King knew about this, he would probably be furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain river diagram and the Great Pill development furnace returned to his mind. The suppressing prison steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the suppressing prison steel bloodline and the 3rd bloodline and found that they were still there. This made him secretly amazed. He had never been able to understand these 2 bloodlines and felt that it was very strange. This time even his body had been destroyed. After the reforging, the 2 bloodlines were still there. This was really difficult to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how much time has passed, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb energy here. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearch's body to absorb the surrounding energy. The Celestial Thearch's body was like a black hole, absorbing the energy from the outside like crazy. In the magma, a large amount of fire energy was absorbed by the Sky Emperor's body. Not long after, with the Celestial Thearch's body as the center, all the energy in the magma was sucked dry and turned into rock. Lu Ming could only move to another location and continue absorbing. The energy required for a Heavenly Emperor's physical body was too much, incomparably astonishing. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year. In that more than half a year, he had been fighting with the evil god tribe. Every time he killed an evil god tribe member, he would let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the crystals that they carried. In that more than half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless evil god tribe members and let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the Celestial Emperor's body's energy accumulated, the harder it was to increase it. The energy required was even more shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to absorb energy under the magma. Large amounts of magma turned into rock. 2 days later, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Emperor's body had already stored a portion of energy before. 8% is not enough. I need at least 10%. The temperature below the magma is higher, so I'll go down and absorb. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he headed down. As long as the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had accumulated to more than 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. At that time, he would be able to fight against a great emperor. This time, his chances of obtaining the immemorial demon coffin would be greatly increased. Also, there was the Blue Demon King. A cold killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He had to kill the Blue Demon King. Lu Ming rushed down into the magma lake. The temperature below the magma lake was shockingly high. Even the Blue Demon King had retreated. It could be seen how shocking it was. Even though Lu Ming's current body was reforged with the energy of the magma lake, he didn't dare to go too deep. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming didn't want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time, he was lucky to have reforged his body. Next time, he might not be so lucky. This is it. After diving for a while, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Emperor's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much stronger. When he finished absorbing the nearby energy, Lu Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a horizontal shift. Lu Ming didn't dare to continue diving. After a few more days, the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body increased explosively. It reached a shocking 16%. It was 4% more than the previous time. Enough. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 16% energy was absolutely shocking. If he fought the great emperor of the He clan again with this amount of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pulp. Lu Ming decided to leave this place. The key was that the energy above the magma lake had almost been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. If he went down, the temperature would be too high. Lu Ming didn't dare to go down. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had been here. He wondered how the ancient great emperor and the others were doing. Did they find the ancient demon coffin? Lu Ming put the Celestial Emperor's body into the mountain river diagram. Then, he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Lu Ming left the magma lake and landed on the shore. He looked around and didn't see anyone. It seems like the Blue Demon King and the others have all left. I don't know how long it's been. Let's look at the map first. Lu Ming thought. He took out the black jade talisman and injected his saint power into it. Suddenly, a black diagram floated in the air. Something's happening. Lu Ming's heart jumped. The other parts of the black diagram were pitch black. However, there were some dots of light shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had also activated the jade talisman to see it. In one place, there was a group of dots of light. There were at least 100 of them, shining brightly. And in other places, there were dots of light moving towards that group of dots of light. There are so many people gathered together. Could it be that the ancient great emperor had already gathered everyone? Lu Ming thought. This meant that the ancient great emperor hadn't taken back the ancient demon coffin. Let's go. Lu Ming put away the jade talisman and rushed out of the city. When he passed by the buildings, there were still beast roars and claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the building safely. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entire ancient city and exited the city gate. Kill. The black mass of demonic spirits charged at Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 one-star illusionary emperor demonic spirits. Their attacks were terrifying. Scram. Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out 2 punches. Dong. Dong, Lu Ming's attack collided with the two demonic spirit martial emperors, creating two loud explosions. The two demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not block Lu Ming's terrifying power and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle strength. Kill. Lu Ming's arms shook. He felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed out two fingers. Sacred power burst out. At the same time, the law of array and the law of primal chaos merged and strengthened the Chaotic Calamity Finger. The two terrifying finger forces blasted toward the two demonic spirit martial emperors. Wherever he passed, energy surged, and all the demonic spirits in front of him all collapsed and exploded. The two demonic spirit martial emperors seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions rang out. This time, the two demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They were forced to retreat and their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. His battle prowess had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin. The two one-star martial emperors were completely suppressed by him. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for the one-star martial emperors. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the other party. At that time, Lu Ming's battle strength was enough to contend with an ordinary one-star martial emperor if he had broken through to the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, this time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only broken through. The strength of his physical body and the fusion of the two laws had increased his battle strength again. He could already suppress one-star martial emperors. Even the two one-star martial emperors were suppressed by him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming continued to point out the Chaotic Calamity Finger. The two demonic spirit martial emperors were forced back by Lu Ming. They could only barely resist. As for the demonic spirits below the martial emperor level, they exploded when they were swept by Lu Ming's finger forces. Bang! Bang! The weapons of the two demonic spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that their armors were extremely tough, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill! Not far away, shouts of killing could be heard as a few more demonic spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperors. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure turned around and rushed outside. Everywhere he passed, large swathes of devil spirits were scattered. Ordinary devil spirits couldn't stop him at all. Lu Ming rampaged, breaking through the attack of the devil spirit army in a short while, and disappeared here. After leaving this area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again and activated the pattern on it. He could clearly see that Lu Ming's side also had a dot of light shining. Lu Ming found a direction and rushed towards that pile of dots of light. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything strange. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming got closer and closer to that group of dots of light. However, it still took 3 days for Lu Ming to get close to those dots of light. When Xianxia looked into the distance, he saw a group of people standing high in the sky. With one glance, Lu Ming saw the ancient Great Emperor. There was also the Blue Demon King. Furthermore, the few martial emperors who chased after him back then were also there. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a cold killing intent. In the next moment, he concealed it very well. Lu Ming put away the jade card and flew towards the ancient Great Emperor's group. With the ancient Great Emperor around, Xiaoqian believed that the Blue Demon King would not dare to make a move against him. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not fear the Blue Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Lu Ming could use this opportunity to eliminate the other party. Lu Ming flew over, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming, you. When the Blue Demon King saw Lu Ming, his mouth opened so wide that it could fit a duck egg. His eyeballs were about to fall out. It was simply unbelievable. Wasn't Lu Ming's body burned by his demonic fire and he was blasted into the magma? How was he still alive? Furthermore, Lu Ming's body looked undamaged. Even his aura seemed much stronger. You, who are you? The Blue Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Lu Ming before him was someone else in disguise. Blue Demon King, it looks like you're really old. You don't even recognize me? Lu Ming sneered. How could this be? The Blue Demon King was still flabbergasted. The few martial emperors who chased after Lu Ming were also flabbergasted, their faces filled with disbelief. Thanks to the Blue Demon King, I'm fine. I just accidentally broke through my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Blue Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His cultivation had broken through. Lu Ming wanted to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Blue Demon King. If it wasn't for the Blue Demon King, my cultivation would probably still need some time to break through. Lu Ming said again. The Blue Demon King only felt pain in his liver, lungs, and entire body. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he really almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? The ancient Great Emperor looked over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Blue Demon King hurriedly said. It's good that you're fine. Our goal is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. None of you should act recklessly. The ancient Great Emperor warned. With his experience, how could he not see that something must have happened between Lu Ming and the Blue Demon King? However, since Lu Ming was fine, he would not care. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and did not say anything. The Blue Demon King secretly glanced at Lu Ming, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not die, which shocked him. Moreover, he had broken through. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. Such people were usually very difficult to kill. Often, when faced with danger, they could turn it into safety and even use it to break through. In the Blue Demon King's opinion, Lu Ming was such a person. Such a person should be eliminated. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. When Lu Ming grew stronger in the future, he would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, he had to eliminate Lu Ming before Lu Ming grew stronger. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. In the end, Lu Ming looked for others to inquire about the news. After asking, Lu Ming found out that he had been in the magma for a few months. This time, the ancient Great Emperor found traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Therefore, he used the map to gather everyone here. When the time came, they would snatch the ancient demonic coffin back. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people here. At this time, the ancient Great Emperor introduced the situation to everyone. The ancient Great Emperor waved his hand and a picture appeared in the air. In the picture, there was a large mountain. On the mountain, there was a group of figures. That is, everyone's eyes narrowed because the figures on the mountain were all wearing black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they looked very similar to the person who had fought with the ancient Great Emperor. Of course, with so many black-robed men, it was impossible for all of them to be great emperors. They were probably from the same race. The group of black-robed men looked skinny and not very burly. At this moment, they were circling a huge black coffin, shouting different things as if they were performing some kind of ritual. Is that the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming stared at the huge black coffin in the image. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. Boom! Suddenly, one of the black-robed men looked at the void as if he was looking at them. With a wave of his hand, the void trembled and the image formed by the ancient Great Emperor collapsed. Obviously, the other party's Great Emperor had discovered that the ancient Great Emperor was spying on them. The other party has an immortal emperor, the same one who fought against me before. There are also some other experts. Later on, I will act to tie down their immortal emperor while you guys act to seize the Ionic Devil coffin. After that, don't stay here any longer and immediately leave the Devil Sea. Do you understand? The ancient Great Emperor instructed. Yes, Great Emperor. Everyone obeyed. Following which, the ancient Great Emperor took the lead and everyone flew forward. Not long after, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was very shocking. They could see it even from afar. That mountain was the image that the ancient Great Emperor had shown just now. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient Great Emperor moved and rushed towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it was faster than everyone could react. When the ancient great emperor got close to the mountain, a black light rushed out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall that cut through the void. It was also like a demonic blade that slashed towards the ancient great emperor. Boom, the ancient great emperor also made his move. When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion rang out. Dong. Dong, the two of them continued to exchange blows, causing the sky to rumble. The two of them fought high up in the sky and tore the space apart. It's our turn to attack. Kill. Azure Demon shouted coldly and rushed towards the mountain. Before he left, he coldly glanced at Lu Ming. The strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward because they were much faster than quasi-emperors. Then, the most numerous quasi-emperors also charged forward. Lu Ming was among the many quasi-emperors. In a few breaths, those martial emperors were about to reach the mountain in front. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were two old men with extremely powerful auras. They were both Void Emperor realm experts. The two of them revealed a faint killing intent as they blocked Lu Ming's path. Some quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming with pitiful expressions. However, no one stayed behind, all of them flying forward. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming and the two old men were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said calmly. It's simple. I'll take your life. The old man on the right revealed a cold smile. The Blue Demon King asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if you know? You're still going to die. The old man on the right said. Let's end this quickly. It's not good to be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. In the next moment, the two old men's aura skyrocketed. They were about to kill Lu Ming. Then die. At this moment, a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh, Lu Ming held the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword light slashed out. Puff. Puff, the two Void Emperor realm old men's attacks and defenses were useless. They were cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword chi went through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the two Void Emperors were killed instantly without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and dashed toward the mountain in front of him. At this moment, a great battle had broken out on the mountain. The experts of the ancient demon nation and the black-robed men were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming restrained his aura. Like a ghost, he approached the mountain at high speed. He did not attack. He wanted to use the divine breath technique to climb the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming followed the mountain and avoided the others by using the boulders. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the peak soon. Boom. Boom, around the mountain, there was a great battle between martial emperors. Gravel flew everywhere. All kinds of boulders were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged them skillfully. Lu Ming was quickly approaching the peak. Suddenly, a blazing aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His body that was moving forward suddenly stopped and then retreated rapidly. Boom, a beam of scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you are really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Who else could it be other than the Blue Demon King? Just now, the Blue Demon King had defeated an opponent and wanted to rush to the peak. Unexpectedly, he found Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp and he managed to dodge the attack. The Blue Demon King's eyes were filled with killing intent and shock. He had sent two Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. They were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor and the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound. This shocked him. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. Since I didn't kill you last time, I'll kill you again. This time, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter your soul. Let's see if you can still survive. The Blue Demon King's eyes were gloomy as his body emitted devilish flames. A peak true emperor was too frightening. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, the Blue Demon King did not use his full strength. Later, Lu Ming jumped into the magma and the magma greatly hindered the Blue Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge two Saint Hearts. Bang, the Blue Demon King moved. He took a step forward and his devilish flames turned into a devilish flame saber that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed out. Boom, the stone sword and the devilish flame saber clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him and couldn't help but retreat. However, the devilish flame saber was blocked by him. Your sword. The Blue Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting blazing flames. Lu Ming was only a paragon saint, but he could unleash such terrifying power with the stone sword. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? The Blue Demon King's heart was burning. He understood that the two Void Emperors from before were killed by the sword. Hand over the sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Blue Demon King stared at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic flames, raising the temperature of the scene to a terrifying level. Blue Demon King, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Following that, a stone golem appeared in front of Lu Ming. When the stone golem first appeared, it was only as tall as a person. However, it rapidly grew in size until it was like a small mountain. The Blue Demon King was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body fused with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Blue Demon King, die. The stone golem roared and slapped at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's pupils shrank. He felt a terrifying danger and frantically retreated. However, the stone golem's hand was even faster. It instantly caught up to the Blue Demon King and blocked all of the Blue Demon King's escape routes. Boom. The stone golem's aura was extremely powerful as the stone golem's hand pressed down. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He erupted with all his strength and controlled a true emperor weapon to attack the stone golem's hand. He wanted to block the attack. However, the stone golem's true emperor weapon was directly destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded the Blue Demon King's body. The Blue Demon King miserably screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This mountain had been corroded by demonic energy for many years and had long become immortal. However, it was still shattered by the Blue Demon King, creating a huge crater. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Blue Demon King crazily roared in his heart. He found it hard to believe that the stone golem's power was so strong. He was a peak true emperor, but he still couldn't resist this stone golem. He was truly terrified. But if Lu Ming had such a powerful stone man, why didn't he use it in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming had almost died at his hands, and he hadn't even used the stone man. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the stone man in the ancient city? The stone man found under the magma? Thinking of this, the Blue Demon King almost vomited blood. If that was the case, wouldn't he be helping Lu Ming? Boom, the stone giant landed heavily in front of the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King was greatly alarmed. He wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone giant stomped down, directly crushing the Blue Demon King beneath its feet. The Blue Demon King screamed miserably like a toad that had been stepped on and almost exploded. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire nation. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the ancient devil nation to threaten Lu Ming. Don't use the ancient devil nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the ancient devil nation. Die. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King roared crazily. He was almost scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The battle sword slashed down, and the Blue Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul scattered. After killing the Blue Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Blue Demon King's storage ring. He then took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. A black-robed man tried to stop him, but he was killed with a single slash. With the energy stored in the stone giant, he could easily abuse the great emperor of the He clan. No one below the great emperor realm could stop Lu Ming. Those who dared to stop Lu Ming were instantly killed. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were attracted to the battle with the ancient devil nation. There was only one black-robed man who was still sitting beside the giant coffin. Ancient devil coffin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he could get the ancient devil coffin, he could save Autumn Moon. Swoosh, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the ancient devil coffin. But at this time, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in front of the demonic coffin suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 terrifying divine swords, piercing through everything. Clang! Clang! The 2 rays of light hit Lu Ming's hand, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A terrifying force stopped the hand from moving forward. At the same time, the black-robed man rushed forward. His body emitted a terrifying demonic light. He waved his hands, and 2 black palm prints were sent towards Lu Ming. The palm prints were powerful enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Great Emperor, there was actually a great emperor here. There were actually 2 great emperors among the black-robed men. One of them was fighting with the ancient great emperor, while the other was guarding this place. Under the Devil Sea, there was a group of black-robed men. There were actually 2 great emperors among them. This was shocking. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the fist of the stone man was sent towards the black-robed man. Boom! Boom! There were 2 consecutive deafening booms. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's 2 palm prints. Slash! With a thought, Lu Ming's stone sword flew out and slashed down. The black-robed man's body jerked, and demonic light filled the sky. At the same time, he controlled the power of the Great Tao, and turned it into a demonic weapon that attacked Lu Ming. Dong, another loud explosion could be heard. The stone sword buzzed, and it was sent flying back into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the stone sword in his hand and continuously slashed at the black-robed man. He unleashed a torrential attack, completely ignoring his own injuries. The black-robed man used the Great Tao as a weapon, and his attack power was shocking. However, when it landed on the Heavenly Emperor's body, it couldn't break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's body at all. Heavenly Emperor Hangyu used the body of a stone man to attain the Heavenly Emperor realm. His body's defensive power was stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors. Ordinary Great Emperors couldn't break through it at all. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, ignoring his defense. His combat power increased greatly. The black-robed man was forced back by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage for a moment. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He reached out with his claw, wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore, standing at this position, he could clearly see the situation inside the demonic coffin. There was actually a person lying inside the demonic coffin. It was a woman with peerless beauty. Xianxia, the woman in the demonic coffin, was actually Xianxia. The moment he saw Xianxia, Lu Ming was completely stunned. Why would Xianxia appear here? Back then, the Ice Dragon ancestor had brought Xianxia and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had brought Lu Ming. They had broken out from different directions. From then on, he had lost contact with Xianxia and had never seen her again. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Xianxia would appear here. This was one of the forbidden areas of the land of infinite demons, the Devil Sea. Moreover, Xianxia was still lying in the demonic coffin. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Xianxia's vital signs were normal. There was no problem at all. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, Xianxia's eyes were closed as she lay in the demonic coffin. It was as if she couldn't sense anything from the outside world. Put it away first. Lu Ming didn't care so much. He would put it away first. End of chapter 2067. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.